And welcome to Gamers8. It is an absolute pleasure to be back once again, this time around with day number 2. With action-packed, games left, right, and center. It is an absolute pleasure to be here. I'm certainly excited. Gregan, are you as excited as I am?
I'm thoroughly excited watching this stage load up, and we cannot wait to see the players play all through today on this amazing stage.
It's beautiful, isn't it? I just love these light shows, the ceremonies, the AR that's going on. Just look at it, it's just flashing lights everywhere.
I'm certainly excited. Let's throw it over to our opening ceremony. Absolutely hyped. Well, for us to say that was a hyped opening ceremony would be an absolute understatement. It's absolutely incredible. Seeing all the AR effects honestly blows my mind every single time. But everybody, welcome to day number 2 of Gamers8. My name is Jasmine, but you can call me Veracity. And I am joined by the fabulous Gregan and also the wonderful Cole.
I was wondering.
I know you were waiting to see whether or not I would compliment you.
I was the one and only yesterday, and now I'm fabulous.
You're one of many now, Greg. It's because there's loads of us rotating in. Board, so,
I mean, to be fair, Johnny was infamous, so we are just shadows in his glory.
He is infamous, though. I mean, he had people in the crowd asking for photos. We were walking around the boulevard, and everyone was kind of stopping him, asking him how he's doing and things like that. So really,
everyone loves him here because he was one of the early believers in the MENA region. He's one of the people who's pushed the region, given them those opportunities through the 1v1 show matches, and he's a big believer in that scene to taking over the world, and they really showed up yesterday in the international competition.
I saw somebody saying in a comment that they wanted to say hello to Johnny but didn't want to bother him. Now I know Johnny loves it, okay? So if anyone out there wants to say hi to him, please do. He will love to say hello to you.
Oh yeah, honestly it's adorable to see everybody and how hospitable they've been, how welcoming everybody has been really. I took a selfie with all of the caterers in the venue as well, and it was the best thing like ever. Honestly, made my day more than it made their day, I'm pretty sure. But guys, we had some banger games yesterday. We had a total of 8 games taking place. Today is going to be even longer. We've got 10 games coming on up.
That's just on the 8
Exactly,
stream.
that's
There's
just
a whole
on
another 10 on the B
I know.
stream. My goodness.
It's going to be absolutely exciting stuff. But just really quick, did you have any highlights from yesterday?
Oh, I mean, there was a lot of great threes games, but obviously the 1s and 2s of the crew battle format is an exciting thing to watch. And watching Yan come back against Farhad, down 6-2, took it to overtime and repeated those air dribble bumps on him. That was an amazing series, but I think for me, the big standout is Luminosity and Guild, the European teams to never make a major, really stepping up.
And they were so praised by the fans here as well. Tox in particular, he was surprised that the crowd loved him so much, but clearly he'd done something to make them appreciate him. But I mean, throughout the day, every game pretty much delivered. It's still early days, so there were 1 or 2 blowouts, but for the most part, both teams were competitive.
Indeed, and you can see the joy on some of these players' faces to be able to play on LAN, finally having waited for so long with the online era of Rocket League, and they really did step up in that LAN environment.
Yeah, they definitely did. I know I was certainly kind of keeping a lot of these teams to the words of their own coaches and actually players. I know some people actually said that they came into this looking and feeling incredibly confident. We had the coach of Luminosity kind of stating that, you know, it was a warm-up game for him heading into the very first game of the day. So I feel like hearing bold words like that come out, certainly a lot of eyes are going to be on you. The pressure is going to be weighing in heavy on your shoulders. But how could I not mention F16?
Oh.
The support of the crowd was well and truly behind them. We had the org owner front and center at the very front of the stage, hyping up the crowd, kind of encouraging people to get loud, make some noise, and support the boys throughout.
I mean, I was front and center too. We managed to go there. We did, Jasmine. You came with us, and we got to hear how loud the crowd are, how passionate they are, and what a series to walk in on. To see F16 just pretty much obliterate FaZe Clan, especially in that 1v1. Ruas announcing himself on that international stage. That's what this is all about. And he, you know, none of the players that we're expecting to be good and we've hyped them up in their own region have disappointed so far. And
I think Killiers as well was a player that we wanted to see step up to match his twins level with Ruas. And he's played amazingly well and definitely been in contention for the MVP, despite Ruas being one of the standout players of the whole tournament. But of course, Fury, we have to mention them. They are becoming a consistent giant in the international scene, which is so rare for the South American region as of the history. Now, Fury are one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, regularly making top 6s in majors at the moment and taking it through now, this format, not doing them any harm.
Yeah, I feel like throughout the duration of this tournament so far, obviously the support of the crowd has been absolutely huge for some of these home teams. Do you feel like it's necessarily given them much of an advantage? Because on the side of FaZe Clan, we heard a few boos coming out.
Well, I think the support is fair, and I think this is something we were talking about earlier. You know, as the European region, we don't have as many LANs as the North American region, so we're always waiting for our event to go out there and cheer us out as possible. For the guys here, this is their first big international event, so they've been waiting for this for a long time, and for a lot of these players been waiting many years to be able to compete on the big stage. So the Middle Eastern teams really taking this opportunity.
And taking a look at the entirety of all of our teams, we've obviously got a lot of teams, the most international representation in any Rocket League tournament. So Cole, take me through some of these teams we need to be keeping an eye on.
I mean, thankfully they're all still lit up right now. Nobody is out just yet, but that's going to change very soon. I'm just scanning my eyes across for some of the standout stories from yesterday, and the first team that my eye is drawn to is actually Gaming Gladiators, getting the first ever series for an APAC team in an international event, completely huge. And similarly, Orlando Pirates from SSA, they got the first game in their first series as well. So some great stories emerging.
And of course that SSA representation, meaning it's the first event we've had all 6 competing continents at a Rocket League event.
Not Antarctica.
No Antarctica, of course.
Next time.
Yeah, we got
And he is called Snowy. So
he is called Snowy. Maybe that's what he's representing in the future. But of course, 20 different nationalities at this event across all of the different regions of Rocket League. APAC North, APAC South, OCE, Sub-Saharan Africa, South America, Middle East, Europe, North America, every region represented.
You're just bagging them out.
It's because Johnny yesterday forgot OCE and had to
He's like a kid listing his Christmas presents.
Yeah.
I got this and I got that and I got OCE and then Sam was there. It was great.
I feel like you're the human definition of a Wikipedia page, to be honest with you.
I wish I could remember it all as easily as I can read it, but we got lots of events here at the Gamers8.
Absolutely. On that topic, I know we've been speaking about all things Rocket League, but that is not all that's on offer right here at Gamers8. We've also got the likes of Fortnite, we've got some PUBG, some Rainbow Six. We're mixing it up over here, and the best bit of all of it is there are prize pools spread across the board, which means that, you know, whether or not you're a Rocket League fan, which by the way you should be, I feel like Rocket League is incredibly easy for even like new people to kind of get to grips with, kind of understand and things like that. But there's definitely games out there for everybody to enjoy with one another. But let's go ahead and take a look at our format. Greg, and I know we have, you know, as we did mention, the most representation throughout the duration of this tournament. Take us through this format.
Well, it is quite a unique format in the sense, firstly, we've got 24 teams here, which means that we've split them into 4 groups of 6, competing in a double elimination bracket. We're watching the second half of that bracket unfold today with the lower bracket run and seeing the final game of the upper bracket. All of the series will be best of 5 during this stage of the tournament, but then the top 8 teams from today, we'll be sending 16 teams home today, with the top 8 making it into the playoff stage, where it'll be single elimination, best of 7.
And within those series, if you weren't watching yesterday, where were you? Because the crew battle format is actually the coolest thing ever. It breathes a whole load of fresh air into Rocket League 3v3. Basically, after the first game of 3v3, the losing team picks between 2v2 or 1v1, then back to 3v3, and then whichever one of those game modes wasn't played, and then ending with a 3v3. It's just brilliant fun.
And I did mention that we have prize pools across the board, but for Rocket League specifically, we are giving away a chunky $2 million. That is right. That is the biggest Rocket League prize pool in history right here at Gamers8.
That's not chunky, that is gargantuan. That is scarily big. On Sunday, one of us is going to crown one of these teams $500,000 winners. That is literally life-changing money, even for these professionals.
Yeah, especially when you consider the age of some of these players as well, you know. They might be new to Rocket League, they might not be, but considering some of the ages of these players, I'm like, imagine just having, like, I'm trying to do quick maths now, 150
odd? Yeah, exactly.
Just making it out of today guarantees you about $100,000. 95,000 will go to the 5th to 8th teams. Everything above that starts doubling, 200, 300, then 500,000.
And these aren't all established pros as well. Roas and Kalias, the twins, they have only just turned 15. They were too young to play in the RLCS across the entirety of the season that we're still a part of. And yet here they are potentially going to be playing for that much money. It's incredible.
I think it's definitely going to be a great experience for them, you know, having that experience playing on a stage, playing in front of a home crowd as well. So certainly this can only continue to benefit their journey as pro players. But taking a look at our Group A, we're going to end up having Luminosity Gaming versus Guild Esports. Greg and yourself, a former Guild man, how are you feeling about this one?
I mean, I've been excited to watch both Luminosity and Guild. 2 teams unable to make a major in the European region, a very highly contested region, but they've come along to this with the crew battle format, favoring their 1v1 and 2v2 ability, especially for both these guys. 2v2 is definitely their strength. The winner of that will go on to the top 8.
And a good result as well for Luminosity against G2 Esports, one of our bigger upsets from yesterday, where, frankly, they look like the better team as well. They weren't grinding out those results. They looked very comfortable against G2, who I think have some questions to ask themselves down there in the lower bracket.
I think in the lower bracket, though, it really is Complexity the favourite to make it all the way to face the loser of that upper bracket final, because they look the strongest of any of the teams. Unfortunately, G2 playing with a sub makes it a bit tougher, not being so strong in the 1v1 and 2v2. But then, of course, Detonator and Twisted Minds, this is all just experience, and they'll still be able to win a few games and potentially go on to make a bit of prize money, even though they're in that lower bracket.
Plus Complexity with Razebull as well. I mean, he is the 1v1 player we all wanted to watch. Always an exciting time.
And then on the Group B side of things, we've got Endpoint versus Space Station Gaming. Obviously, Archie, newly new addition to the side of Team Endpoint. So how do you think he's going to end up performing here?
I mean, Archie is a fantastic player. He was exactly the player they needed after losing Seiko. And it's good for them to come to Milan and win some games as well, because they didn't do it in London.
Yeah, Endpoint, Space Station, the favourites up there, but the rest of the teams will be going down to that lower bracket, where this is where the contention's really going to happen. We don't really know which of these teams are going to make it through. This is all on the B stream. We haven't had a chance to see them necessarily perform, but I definitely think there's going to be some interesting upsets down there. I think Anchor is one to watch from the Middle East.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I feel like Heat and Team Secret, of course, is indeed going to be our very first game of the day. But let's head on over to Group C.
Oh my.
Cole. Talk to me about this one, because I feel like this is where everybody's eyes, minds, hearts, everything is going to be focused. F16 versus Furia.
Oh my goodness, what a mechanical exhibition this series is going to be. Both of these teams, you know, they are absolutely styling and they feel so at home in front of the crowd and on that stage, knocking down teams like FaZe and Semper. Huge results.
I mean, Semper, FaZe, two teams coming into this event that favored the crew battle format. We knew they had a strong 1v1 and 2v2. I mean, FaZe should have the strongest 2v2 team at this event.
Well, got first
killer at
ones,
AJ,
yeah.
and then first killer for ones, yet they couldn't take down the F16 team. So this group is definitely the scariest group, the most stacked of them all.
And then obviously we had the Orlando Pirates and FaZe Clan as well. But let's go ahead and take our look at our Group D. Falcons and Dignitas were two of the teams that Johnny in particular was like, this is pretty much already decided. These two teams are the ones to keep an eye on. What do you think?
I mean, I believe this is going to be our penultimate match of the day later on, so everybody make sure you tune in for that one. It's going to be on that main stage, and I have heard some things about Team Falcons when they play in Saudi Arabia that people just go wild. It's crazy. They have so many fans that want to see them do well. And I mean, Dignitas, what an opponent for them.
Oh, I mean, this format was made for both Dignitas and Falcons. Definitely the two strongest teams in the group, but the rest of the teams in the group will be looking to get as far as possible, try and earn a bit more prize money. But I think it's going to be so tough for them to face the loser of Falcons versus Dignitas in that lower bracket final to make it to top 8. So this was a tough group for everyone except for Dignitas and Falcons.
And again, shout out Gaming Gladiators getting that first series for themselves and for their region. It's a beautiful story.
And obviously on the side of Renegades, we had kind of seen the disappointment in their faces yesterday as they were walking through the studio after that unfortunate loss. Whether or not they'll be able to bounce back today, though, is a whole other story. So let's go ahead and take a look at today's schedule, just so that everybody knows what games are going on, when, and also where. So over here on Stream A, we have our Team Secret versus Heat matchup. And then following that, we're going to end up having Anchor versus Rogue as well. How do you guys think? Any games in particular that are kind of really standing out to you?
I mean, of course, we saw only Group A and Group C yesterday. To be able to watch all of Group B today, we'll get to see these players on the main stage for the first time. So there's going to be a lot of learning what these players are like if you weren't able to watch the B stream. I think for us, it's really a question of which of those lower bracket teams can step up, get used to the format, because Endpoint and Space Station is going to be a real tough match to take down in Group B.
We've also got Rogue, who don't have their favoured 1v1 player in Aqua. He wasn't able to make it, unfortunately. So they're playing with a sub. Going to make things more difficult for them, but they did start off well yesterday.
And as we take a look at the other side as well, we've got All Mid versus O1 Esports. We did mention them earlier. Team Falcons versus Dignitas. Guys, I don't know about you, but I just feel like there's so many games that my brain cannot like handle this amount of excitement over Rocket League.
I would say if anybody else is thinking that same way, just keep an eye on Falcons versus Dignitas. That is our star performance today. All the other games are well worth watching as well, but that is the one to really sort of, you know, pin your day on.
The upper bracket final in each of the groups will be one to watch. Of course, Team Falcons Dignitas will be that of Group D, but we'll be seeing that lower bracket unfold and which of the teams will try and take on the loser of that upper bracket match.
I'm certainly excited for all of these games, but as we did mention, yes, we have 10 games going on, but that is only over here on the A stream. On our B stream, we also have an additional 10 games going on as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at the B stream schedule over there. Detonator versus Complexity, I mentioned this yesterday, should be relatively comfortable victory for the side of Complexity, but who knows? Maybe, just maybe, Detonator might be able to pull a little surprise out of the bag.
I mean, against Luminosity, Detonator looked pretty good. You know, they got themselves in the lead a couple of times in the 3v3s. They brought it back in the 2v2, if I recall correctly. So Complexity, they're not going to have it all their own way, especially after losing to Guild yesterday. So again, you know, opportunities for a potential upset there.
Yeah, Complexity probably wanted to be in that upper bracket final with either Guild or Luminosity coming out on top there. So I think Luminosity Guild are the favourites in that group, but whichever one loses that upper bracket final is going to be scared at the prospect of Complexity coming through that lower bracket, or any team that's able to beat them.
Well, as we take a look at our second page of games, I feel like there's just too much Rocket League for anyone to kind of handle at this moment in time. But we've got the FaZe Clan versus the Orlando Pirates. I will not be doing my pirate impression once again.
Yar?
Why does everyone say yar? It's R. No?
Is it not of a Y? It is of a Y, isn't it?
I would abstain.
Yara or
I would
Ara?
normally abstain from the Y when talking about Pirates, but they'll be up against FaZe Clan. And I think all of that group is ultimately leading up to whichever of F16 and Furia comes out on top there is going to be one of the favourites going into the top 8, because this group is going to be the most stacked group we'll see. throughout today. And the winner of that shows they are triumphant of the group of death.
It's definitely the standout match right there. F16 Esports, they're a team that I think have won the people over with that performance against FaZe Clan yesterday.
But what do you think about Furia? Do you feel like they'll have the support of the crowd here and there? I know yesterday it was definitely being drowned out by the support that everybody else had for the other teams. So
Well, I mean, people like Furia across the world because obviously we like the underdog story of the non-North American European team.
Very mechanical as well. coming from South
Entertaining.
America. Yeah, exactly. They are born entertainers, but I think against the home crowd, I think they'll be favoured.
Against
there.
F16, no chance. Maybe against the North American team, they might get their love.
well, it is almost time for us to get things started. You folks at home do most definitely not want to miss this. We've got a banger opening ceremony. We've got banger games. We've got amazing hosts. You don't want to miss this. It's going to be Team Secret versus Heat. We are back once again right here with Gamers8. Everybody, absolute pleasure to be back once again. Like a Renegade Master. I did it, Greg. I did it, Greg. A very, very big throwback. Basically the first ever event that I had done. I was really nervous, and I was with Gregan on the segment, and I don't know what happened to me. I just came out
I couldn't
with...
stop laughing.
I mean, there is a team here called Renegades from OCE, so
There
maybe
we go.
they're your team.
There we go. It was
them.
calculated, most definitely. Over here, you can see Team Secret warming up in the Players' Lounge, getting prepped, primed, and ready. Talking about the Player Lounge, more specifically, by the way, can we just appreciate how amazing it was? As soon as we walked in, everyone was like, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. They're stacked to the brim with snacks. They've got everything they could possibly need. Amazing stuff for them. But heading into this matchup, how do you think Team Secret are going to be looking to approach this game?
Well, Team Secret unfortunately haven't got their main roster here. Math not able to make it out, so they've got a sub over from Crew. So they're going to be a little bit weaker in their threes game, which is something we've seen from them recently has elevated. And then with ones, they haven't really got a stand-up ones, but I think Knight's going to be playing for them. So for them, this is definitely going to be a tougher competition than we might expect from them considering their recent 3v3 performance.
Yeah, I think Team Secret will be a little bit frustrated after yesterday. That 3-1 defeat versus Rogue was not the same Secret that we saw back in London when they obliterated Team BDS to start off Team BDS's downfall. I think the fact they don't have a ready-made 1v1 player is a big problem. It's also interesting that normally with these crew battles, whoever does the 1v1 will also be involved in the 2v2. But for Team Secret, they had their other players involved in the 2v2. So just mixing things up as much as possible, letting Sad and Drafinio play there. So maybe that will shift today after nothing really happened against Rogue yesterday.
And we're going to be on the main stage, so it's going to be a whole different environment for them. Obviously, the teams will be watching on main stage today with the teams that were playing on the B stream yesterday, so it's a whole different environment. And for these guys, you know, they've got a bit more experience playing in a bigger arena with RLCS. It's still not with a crowd, but they're definitely more used to that environment than their opposition will be.
Yeah, that's a good point about there not being a crowd back in London. They didn't reach the crowd stage, so hearing people cheering probably for them, I imagine, will maybe change things for better or for worse.
Now, do you guys think that they might not have performed as well as they possibly could have because of the sub situation?
Oh, 100%. We've seen it with all the teams that have brought in replacements. It does make it a lot tougher when it comes to synergy, especially in the 3v3. When it comes to 2s and 1s, obviously a lot of players here aren't used to performing at a high level in 2s and 1s, unless they do show matches or whatever it is. So having that sub come in, unless they're the 1v1 player, the value of them is not going to elevate the team. It's most likely going to hinder it.
Especially after that team bonding exercise that was London as well, with Math in the team, where, as I said, they beat Team BDS and they would have felt top of the world, we can do anything, and suddenly it all changes.
Yeah, and you can see the roster here. The stand-in player being Drafinio, which is a crew player. Come on over. We've seen it with quite a lot of the teams here. Any player who wasn't able to make it easily substituted in with a player from a rivaling team.
I mean, he's not a bad substitute to have, to be fair. I mean, crew, they're in that battle in South America for top 1, top 2, top 3 with Furia and Secret. So if you're going to bring somebody in, you want it to be him. But yeah, as you say, Gregan, still much more difficult.
So who's going to be the player to really keep your eye on throughout the duration of this match?
For Secret, it's normally Knight. Knight is their stand-up player, the young 15-year-old coming in this season for South American RLCS.
All right, well, I think it is almost time for us to get stuck into our very first game with our team walk-ons, which, by the way, take a look at those videos because they are incredibly epic. The very first game of the day over here in day number 2 of Gamers8 is indeed going to be Team Secret taking on Heat.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the Gamers8 Rocket League competition. My name is Banks and I'm your host alongside Fancy. And after today, each of our teams will have committed and had a taste of what it is like to compete on the main stage right here in Riyadh.
أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور حياكم الله معنا ونورتونا في اليوم الثاني من معرض جيمرز 8 أكبر معرض للألعاب والرياضات الإلكترونية في العالم. اليوم في اليوم الثاني راح نشهد إن شاء الله جدول الخاسرين من كل المباريات ومن كل الجروبز اللي موجودة معنا، وبعدها راح نعرف مين الفرق اللي بيستمرون معنا إلى البلاي أوفز ومين اللي بيوقفون، وبعد اليوم بعد راح نشوف كل الفرق المتواجدين معنا في الرياض اللي بيتواجدون معنا إن شاء الله في المسرح، وراح نشهدهم إن شاء الله مع بعض في مباريات البث المباشر.
Today also marks our first rounds of last chance matches. That means that today we're going to have the lower bracket.
لكن اليوم إن شاء الله زي ما ذكرنا راح يكون عندنا اللور براكت اللي بتكون هي الفرصة الأخيرة لكثير من الفرق إنهم يستمرون معنا في البطولة أو إنه بتنتهي مسيرتهم الآن.
Tensions could not be higher right now. We have $2 million on the line and also the chance to be the first ever Gamers8 champion. So the matches are definitely going to be intense today.
كل الفرق اللي موجوده معنا اليوم راح يكون عندهم الفرصه الاخيره انه مو بس انهم يشاركون معنا ويكملون البطوله، ايضا بيكون عندهم الفرصه انهم ياخذون اكبر قدر ممكن من جائزه $2,000,000 اللي بتكون الجائزه الكبيره للبطوله كامله. زياده على كذا راح نشوف ايش اللي ممكن يقدمونه في مبارياتهم في البلاي اوفز، ومين اللي بيتاهل معهم ومين اللي بيوقف.
So, let's get started. Let's welcome onto the stage your first competitor of the day, all the way from South America, Team Secret.
تيم سيكرت تواجد معنا اليوم على المسرح، وهذا أول ظهور له معنا في بطولة جيمرز 8 الروكت ليج، ودنا نشهد كلنا نشوف الفريق الرهيب ايش ممكن يقدم في المباراة، لكن خصمهم خصم أبدا ما يستهان فيه. رحب معنا أعزائنا الفريق أعزائنا الحضور والمشاهدين بفريق هيت.
Remember, one of these teams will be sent packing today. This is their last chance in this competition, right here, right now. So, we're going to throw it back over to the analyst desk.
هذه زي ما نذكركم اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، كثير من الفرق واحد منهم فريق هيت او فريق سيكرت راح تكون فرصتهم الاخيره انهم يشاركون معنا في البطوله، وبنشوف من اللي منهم بيستمر ومن اللي منهم يوقف. لكن لا نطول عليكم، خلونا نروح على طول عند المحللين والمعلقين نتكلم عن المباراه اكثر وندخل نشوف المباراه.
It is indeed going to be Team Secret taking on Heat. The real question is, can they bring the heat, Gregan?
I mean, this is going to be the first team we send home, and it's unfortunate we have to send either of these two teams home. It's been a tough day. The format really is tough on a lot of these teams. You know, even if you get that first victory, you get sent down to that lower bracket. So I think really we've got to look out for Team Secret and Heat. Which of them is able to step up now that they're in their final chance?
I mean, Heat have already got themselves a victory at this event. They beat Anchor yesterday in the lower bracket, so they have that winning experience. But I don't know, from what I saw from them against Space Station, I'm not sure it's going to be enough, especially in the 2v2s and 1v1s. Actually, in the 1v1s they're good, or Raziers, but the 2v2s they didn't seem too strong with, so I do fear for them in that regard.
We'll see.
Yeah, so obviously the winner of this matchup will indeed progress on through to face off the winner of Anchor and Rogue. So what happens if we end up having a Heat Anchor matchup?
I think they'll be very happy. I think they will be over the moon if they can come up against a team that they've already beaten a little bit later on in this lower bracket. I mean, that's the sort of experience that you have to take with you.
Yeah.
Think, yeah, we're beating this team. We can do this. And you have to sort of grow with that belief. It's very difficult to do. You know, it's very, very difficult to do, but they've got a chance.
This lower bracket is full of teams who are having to sub in players,
Yeah.
not in the way they want to. You know, every one of them has not got their original starting roster. You know, we spoke about Rogue. They've lost out on Aqua, who's their star player. And obviously we spoke about Raziers, the 1v1 player coming in for Heat. You know, Heat competed in the online qualifier, did amazingly well there as Juicers, but they've lost Morksy and Juicy, brought in Raziers. I mean, it's just the format now is not in favor of their 1v1 and 2v2 preference that they had in that qualifier.
But this is their home ground. I mean, when they were Juicers, after qualifying for Gamers 8, the first thing they did was made an RLCS regional. So they are used to bringing on that momentum and making the most of it.
Well, I feel like for a lot of these teams heading into a tournament as big as Gamers8, we've seen it happen with the Endpoint, with the Archie. We've had loads of teams having stand-ins and subs left, right, and center. How much of a detriment do you think it actually is going to end up being, especially when they start facing off against those kind of national players that are, you know, native to Saudi Arabia?
Well, I mean, I spoke to the Endpoint guys when they had to bring in Archie for RLCS Spring Split. It was a whole lot of challenge around getting warmed up, getting the tournament experience with the new player, as they were so used to playing with Seiko. Suddenly bringing a new player, and it's tough to adapt. And these players have to do that at an event, playing for loads of money in a country a lot of them haven't ever been to before. It's a whole new experience, and so there's a lot of factors they have to get used to.
Well, I am ready to dive into our very first game of the day. I know you guys are just as excited as I am, so I'm going to throw it over to our two amazing casters that are going to take us through the first game of the day.
Thank you ever so much, our wonderful desk. I'm Stumpy, joined by Johnny Boy. Happy days. We're back. We're going to be kicking off this wonderful Gamers8 Rocket League tournament here for you today. And it's a pretty big match. You know, we start off with the big ones. It's an elimination match.
Yeah.
Everything is on the line between Secret and Heat.
Yeah, I think this Heat team could make a run here. It's a lower bracket, quite a long one for a group stage, because the 6-team lower bracket does not actually help teams very much who have gone through that upper round one and then fell down into lower round one. They've got to start all over again, even though they've got one win in the uppers. That's, you know, great practice for the stage, but it's a long way back. And this team, I think, one of the teams that have the better chance of doing it in this group. I mean, the other competition in this group, in my opinion.
Group.
Yeah, it's one of the tougher ones to predict as well, because you've got Anka, who didn't really show up yesterday. They've got a lot of potential. Rogue as well. We're able to get a win versus this Team Secret lineup. They're down there. So we're going to be seeing these teams facing off against each other. One of those 4 teams, Secret, Heat, Anka, Rogue, can make it through to play against the loser of Endpoint Space Station for a qualification to top 8.
Terrifying spot to be in, where you know that above you is going to be 2 of the best teams over in North America and in Europe, respectively. So. Yeah. Tough time ahead for them, but we have seen crazier things happen. These lands can really churn out ridiculous results, and certainly Team Secret and Heat are hoping that they won't be our first team knocked out of the competition, because that's where we're starting today. It is yesterday, you lose, you get another life, but here you have no such fancy. So how are you feeling about Team Secret here? Because, you know, they came into the London Major, they were doing a fantastic job, they managed to knock down BDS, which maybe wasn't quite as spectacular as we thought in the end, considering what BDS were, but they still had a great showing. Very much the South American #2 team, but we were chatting before, not really built for this format.
Yeah, I don't think they are one of the teams that have improved. Given the fact that it's crew battles, I think just straight up 3v3 would favor them, as it does for many of the other teams here. Like Heat, I think, are one of the teams that do benefit from the crew battle format. I think they're going to be the favorites here. 3v3 is a must win for Team Secret.
Yeah, 3v3, vital for the teams that don't have those 2s or 1s specialists, as we are in crew battles. Game number 1 is going to be a 3v3, as is games 3 and 5. If we get there, Drafinho, the man new to this roster, on Team Secret, opening it up with just 13 seconds gone, and in very good spirits by the looks of things too.
Yeah, good beat, but Razier's bumped out the way by Sad. Key play there, that's Raziers, who's going to be the 1s player for Heat. That's the real problem that Secret have got today. I don't think they've got anyone at that caliber. Oh, they just narrowly miss out on conceding. Risky kickoff went against them, but the post had their back.
Going back to the format talk, games 1, 3, and 5 are all going to be 3v3, and then the losing team from game number 1 is going to be picking the game mode for the game number 2, either 2s or 1s, and then the mode that was not picked there will be then our game in 4, if that is where we end up. And a shot from Foris, Heat level it up.
Another great assist. We had the off-the-ball assist for the first goal of the game. Now it's a very active assist from Raziers, just drilling the ball downwards towards Faris, who bangs it into the bottom left corner. Raziers, you know, we talked a lot about him as a 1s guy coming into this event, but yesterday he really showed up in every single game mode for this team, and I think he was a large part of why they were able to take down Anka, a tough Middle Eastern team with a ridiculous comeback. Oh, hold on a second here. Well, Raziers is on the score sheet, but defensively, that has to be a massive blunder from Team Secret.
I don't think he expected to be as it bounces. Oh, he thought Drafinho was going to get the touch, and instead he was then caught completely off guard. Couldn't get the touch himself, jumps thinking the ball is suddenly near me, and it just goes over him. Raziers, I don't think he expected to score there, but he'll happily take it. And what a vital bump off the kickoff.
Yeah, key play there is a chance to come back towards Secret. Nice little cut of rotation there from Raziers. Narrow miss on the follow-up, but that actually just gave Raziers another shots on net. Brief 3-on-1. Faris manages to stop all of the attack that was coming towards him there, staying safe in the process. Is Raziers going to be able to block this one? He does. His defense looking pretty good for Heat at the moment. Like we said earlier, if Team Secret don't win this first 3v3, they're in a lot of trouble in this matchup. 1v1 is going to be heavily Heat favored, 2v2 as well. Heat came back from a massive deficit yesterday against Anka to win. Every 3v3 is key for the Brazilian team.
Bit of keyboard and mouse action as well.
I love that.
In the bottom right corner, just seeing different play styles here. It's not just control a game.
That's sad. And I mean, that's actually the player sad, not sad to see.
I mean, as a KBM player yourself, that would have been brutally harsh.
Yeah.
To be putting down your own. The Heat with 2 minutes gone. Currently leading versus Secret. The number 2 SAM team having, as we said, a great appearance over at the Spring Major, wanting to continue that through before they make their appearance at Worlds. Lots of red controllers we're seeing too. Certainly some style choices, but from the backboard, Team Secret trying to get another clear away to force a counter-attack. But Heat, that pressure really starting to build.
Yeah, Heat are quite calm here. I mean, in the qualification for this event, they really did impress in 3v3, and even without their star 3v3 player Juicy, who could not make the event, they're still looking so solid. The rotation's been impressive. The vibes seem to be good. They did lose to Space Station yesterday, but that's appearing to be one of the tournament favorites after a very strong showing on day one. So really nothing to be too sad about there. Some people would call Heat the favorites to make it out of this group, depending on how well Endpoint are playing today.
Yeah, interesting place to be as well, because they're not exactly, you know, your top teams that are making it through to big events particularly often. They might have a good run every now and then, but you know, the fact they're here, the fact that they've gone through already, they're in the lowers, but having a good chance to fight it out against one of the top teams in SAM is fantastic for them. Heat continuing that push, but Secret have had a few looks in themselves. Raziers attempted to go for a double touch. In the midfield, it can be caught with a shot, giving away a little bit of possession, but Drafinho can't get the clear, so Faris moving in, pinched wide. Parker to shoot, but saved away by Knight. Down into that back corner, but you see the conveyor belt of teeth from Heat.
Yeah, it's a lot of space in the midfield for Secret, but they've yet to really connect the dots together and find those passing plays. Heat, again, just sitting very deep with their third man, so hard clears are not going to be a problem for them. That's a little bit more creative from Secret, looking for the lob pass into the middle. Once again, though, Heat are just getting behind the ball. They're 50ing effectively. They're staying in control of this game. So it gets a bit desperate for Secret. With only a minute left now, it is time to really start throwing the mechanical plays forward. Backboard again defended well by Heat.
Secret continuing that push though. See Sad just missing out on a little bit of boost. Can't quite clear it away. Faris and Raziers both committing on that ball, but Drafinho, no time, and Knight had an open net to shoot on, but again, the ball flying towards him unexpectedly. Could not get a good one out of it. Drafinho goes high towards Sad, and Knight with a backflip. That was a chance.
Yeah, they really piled on the pressure well. Their boost, for a moment, I think ran down to just 3 boosts for Raziers, none for Faris and Parker. They're right now on 0 boost as well. Boost's really been a problem late in the game for Heat. A Secret up the pace. It's the passing plays, failing to connect in the key moments.
I mean, if you've got all the boost in the world, doesn't matter if you can't score. I'd rather have more points, to be honest. Parker can't quite get that ball flying down past Sad, and so the right wall is where this final attack will fall from. Still has his flip, can just not quite squeeze it underneath Raziers. Final 5 seconds. Knight into the corner. Oh! Chance to shoot. Drafinho, though, could not take the opportunity. Great defense, keeps Heat in that winning position, and game number 1 falls their way. So Secret have the choice of either 2s or 1s for game number 2.
Yeah, it's got to be 2s, surely, with Raziers, a 1s specialist. One of the, I wouldn't call him absolute top tier, but on his day, he is top tier. So less of a consistent top tier player. You know, if we're talking who's the best 1v1 players in this tournament, you've got to say Abjack, you've got to say Jorias, TRK, Khaled, First Killer, AJ, Rawas yesterday we saw putting on a great showing. Daniel, these are players who have shown over long periods of time that they can really show up when it matters most. And, you know, shout out to players like Jan and Fahad as well, putting on, I think, game of the day yesterday on day one with a stunning 1v1 matchup. Raziers is almost there. He's good enough to beat anyone in this tournament, but he is a little bit susceptible to upsets. If he's not feeling confident, then he might, you know, lose the mechanical ability and start to play with a bit more nerves. But yeah, I don't think they're going to pick to 1v1 into Raziers. He's just too good.
I love seeing the music choices from the players as well. Just listening to something in the background, keeping them going. Whenever I play Rocket League, I'm quite weird. I don't listen to music. I have a stream on or like a video, but I think I just get bored with music. It's not for me.
Maybe you need to find some new music, new playlists.
Yeah,
so send Stumpy your playlist suggestions so you can.
Please do.
Oh, look at this. You're joking. They've picked
You're kidding
once.
me.
Hold on a second here. This is crazy.
Your entire talk, Johnny, nonsense. They don't care. Knight, he fancies a scrim with Raziers.
Well,
good on him.
Yesterday, Secret were sent into the lower bracket round 1 by Rogue as Knight fell 10-4 to Taroko. And hey, it's not looking too good at the start here. I want him to, you know, show us that this was a great decision, but honestly speaking, I think this is a big mistake. I think 2v2 is the way to go. Raziers is just on some different level right now. Knight struggled against Taroko yesterday, who I'd put to Raziers a whole tier above Taroko in this tournament. At least, you know, minimum 1 tier. This is questionable. I'm so surprised to see 1v1 get picked, and I'd be amazed and impressed beyond belief if Knight can win this. He's tied the game though. Fair play to him. Saw the early challenge coming and popped it over the top.
I mean, yesterday, mate, we spoke when it was Snowy and Fahad. They picked it. They went for it. Orlando Pirates fancied it. It's a 6-4, still lost out, but maybe Secret are thinking that they can change people's minds and perceptions about this tournament.
Well, there's no doubt that Knight is ridiculous mechanically. If he can just pop off and start banging in aerial after aerial, it's going to be tough to defend against. There's no doubt about that. But whether he can get into that zone where he's just, if he can get into free play essentially and start scoring at will, that remains to be seen. Raziers, he's the one in free play right now as he Calypso Knight once again.
Unbelievable, manages to take it off that right wall, or that left wall rather. And then we see the ball just go onto the stomach of his car, getting that flip reset. The block nearly coming out from Knight. Just not quite, and Raziers managing to take that lead. Maybe they'll just trade goals this entire series, but kickoffs, Johnny, are one of the biggest things in 1v1 that people certainly overlook.
Yeah, I think right there, after the goal, we had one of the cameramen on stage was actually looking for the reason why Team Secret picked this matchup. He couldn't find it, so we're back in the game now. He are going to be delighted with this. They brought Raziers in for this reason, and he is starting to dominate not just with the aerial plays, but the challenge game as well. He just says, Knight, I don't think you've got control of that ball, and I don't think you're going to get this across the box either. It's the little things like that that are really going to be Raziers' favourite. Those little awkward moments, the parts where the game slows down, grinds to a halt. If he can just keep the pressure up, Knight is in a world of trouble.
It's an unbelievable shift going from a 3v3 into a 1v1 versus an incredible 1v1 player. It's a different game. We're going for an air dribble. Oh, I get him. I thought he had the contact, but no.
What a save by Raziers. Well done tonight, not to overextend, but Raziers already stolen the boost away. This is the continued problem with going completely all in almost for an air dribble bump, but Raziers misreads that bounce off the crossbar. He's got the backup plan though. Boost stolen again, Knight's down to 7. Raziers actually taking away the mid as well. He's just controlling every play right now. This all stems from that air dribble bump save. He's had full control since then and breaks down the defense. Knight was able to delay the inevitable, but not for too long.
That entire play culminating from that boost steal in the corner about 20 seconds ago, where he was able to steal it away. Then you see Knight having to just hold back a little bit, can clear it into a corner. Then the boost is already gone from there. Ball finds itself midfield, boost stolen again, and then it's just a case of speed. Raziers has to keep that ball fast. Raziers Knight cannot get back in time.
Poor guy, Knight, just when he thinks he's going to get the mid boost and possession, Raziers just darts in front of him with a speed flip and takes that one away as well. Saw the position awkwardly from Knight and just flicks it over him. Oh, poor Knight, man. I mean, he's not getting a chance here. Raziers is just dominating every possession play. He's giving Knight no space when he's on the ball. And it really shows that Knight is not sure how to defend against this. Raziers is comfortable on the ground. He's mechanical in the air. And he just poses so many threats when he's on his game. He's a real problem for anyone. The volume of shots he's putting on this net is going to give anyone in the world trouble.
And Braziers as well, he's controlling the pace of Knight. This entire game is dictated by him. The fact that he was able to slow Knight down and did not let him challenge it properly, despite, you know, trying to go for that fake challenge. Going to the sky, though, he can then take it low, maintains that dodge, can then wave dash it, does just manage to squeeze it into that right side. And it's 6-1, approaching the infamous Brazil with less than half the game gone. Currently on track for a 12-13.
This is going to get ugly. This if it keeps going like this,
it's going to get ugly.
It's going to get very ugly. I mean, a 5-goal lead in ones, it can happen. Something we saw it yesterday a few times where, you know, a player might be trailing by 2 or 3, and at that point you're forced to go all in, and you might just concede more, but you might as well.
Brilliant.
That's a good bump. Well done by Knight. He failed with the first shot of this, but he still trusted his ability to land the air double bump. He's on the board. You know, I'm not really questioning his offense. I think he looks threatening, but Braziers is just such a more capable defender that it's just overall going to be too much of a problem. He's just got too good of a kickoff repertoire. He's too much control in the midfield. Knight has got such a long way back.
And keeping that shot so slow and floating means that the path that Braziers is going to take to save it is much more predictable. He's able to lure him into that line, can get that bump, better than doing a fast air dribble bump. Instead, though, Braziers immediately, 10 seconds or so from that kickoff, you can see him take the ball low.
They're getting warmed up for the 3v3. They're like, well, okay, we're going to need to get ready.
Yeah, you know what, lads?
Teammates are in free play like, we're so sorry for you, man.
Imagine sitting there as Knight, you're like, right, you know what, he's running away from me, I can get these 5 goals back. Turns to his left. Guys, what do you... And they're coming, they're chatting, they're doing their own thing.
I mean, it's, sometimes it would be the done thing to, give a little bit of input on, okay, maybe this is the kickoff strategy to go for, maybe this is the defensive or offensive strategy to go for. 1v1 is the most coachable game mode because when you're playing, you don't have a moment to really stop and think about strats. You just have to go on instinct most of the time. But if you got a teammate over your shoulder looking at what you're doing, saying, actually, I think this will work. Maybe this will work in defense. Maybe you could try this kickoff. It could be helpful, but I think they know that this is just not a matchup. He can win. Braziers is just playing out of his mind right now. Still though, 6-goal comebacks can happen in this kind of time frame.
And Knight did just get the mid boost, and as soon as he gets it, he can go for something a little bit more special. The fact he can pick that up and send Braziers into his back corner, puts him on the back foot, something that Braziers is rarely doing. A wonderful flip reset, rockets it off the nose of his Octane, bringing it back again to that 5-goal deficit. And we saw just in the previous goal as well, Knight, he gave up one by trying to go for a bump, but on the ground, not a bad idea whatsoever. But don't get too obsessed with that mid-boost, Knight. Don't go too out of position for it, lad.
Braziers is really masterfully controlling the play here. He came away from that kickoff with no boost, but he just stayed on the ball, managed to manipulate it into a position where he can get 100 boost without ever conceding possession. So little things like this is really helping Braziers control the game. I mean, if you switch the positions there, easy to see Knight being the one.
There we go. There's another one.
Hold on. I think he's going to catch up with this. Knight is back within 4. And if he can keep winning kickoffs, or at least staying in the game on the kickoffs, he's got a chance. This is the key thing now, is can he get control of the game? Can he create those opportunities? Because when he's creating chances, he's clearly a great scorer.
Yeah.
The problem is that he doesn't get enough of these chances.
They managed to outspeed Braziers in the corner, and that opened up that backside. But Braziers taking that fake kickoff, then gets possession of the ball in his back left corner. We've seen this left ball be so dangerous for him previously. The musty flick can't quite find its way in this time, but sending that central, Braziers takes it into his back corner. Knows that Knight is not nearby to challenge because boost has been burned. And seconds ticking off that clock. Braziers very happy with this position, can get another goal from it as well.
Wow.
Great play. Not only does Braziers secure himself his 9th goal, but he also burns vital seconds off that clock to shut down the comeback from Knight.
Well, I really don't think Knight has played this one too badly defensively. It looks pretty bad because he's conceded 9 goals in under 4 minutes. But if you look back at the start of this game, he was trying to shadow, he was trying to defend on the goal line, and it just simply wasn't working. Braziers was taking his time, so he was just flip resetting on him every time. So what Knight has done is he's decided to play a bit more aggressively in defense. The problem is, he's against a world's class ones player, so as soon as he makes that switch up in defense, Braziers sees it coming. He starts playing the ball much more quickly, starts flicking it early, and that he's countered Knight's adaptation, and it really just prevented any opportunity for Knight to come back.
That's something that these top ones players can do as well. We see the adaptation that apparently Jack, Joris, Khaled, all the guys you mentioned earlier, that's what they can do. They read the opposition and they want to get control of the game. Sure, they might give up, 4 goals early on against an unknown opponent, but you absolutely bet on them to understand where that comes from later on. And Knight, again within 4, but with 26 seconds, remarkably unlikely unless he gets a string of wonderful kickoffs.
I really love that play from Knight. He faked the demo, and that actually forced Raziers to turn away from the boost. Raziers knew that if he went for that boost, he's going to get demoed. So Knight actually didn't oversteer for it, though. Stayed in a position to grab the boost and set up a goal-scoring opportunity. It's just such a long way back, though. He's making great plays in offense, but Raziers is just too good. He puts in the 10th goal.
Lovely.
It's a landmark as he confirms the win beyond the remaining shadow of a doubt.
Manages to also, on that air dribble, knows that Knight is coming in. If he sends that ball high, it does not matter where Knight finds it, because he does not have the speed to get up to it. Sends it up for the backboard touch. Wonderful play around what he is considering at this point, I'm sure, just a bit of a nuisance in the way. The dummy on the practice pitch.
Credit to him. This is a tough matchup. We knew it would be a tough matchup, but what bravery from Knight, whether it's his team saying, do you think you've got a chance here, or whether it's his idea, that takes a lot of guts to go in against Raziers and just give it a go.
Yeah.
I mean, he probably knew that he's a massive underdog here, but credit to him. He showed that he can attack well. He can score against a world-class ones player 5 times. Really, for him, the problem is just managing the positioning in the midfield, trying to space effectively to put pressure on his opponent. Raziers really just put on a clinic there of controlling the game, and he defended to such a high level that even though Knight was very good when he can get up close and personal, Raziers didn't even let him get there. It wasn't about the saves for Raziers. It was about challenges.
Yeah.
It was about pressure. It was about forcing Knight to concede possession before the shot was even created.
So with that 1v1 win and a 3v3 win earlier on, where all 3 players were hanging out on the pitch, that is going to guide us into game number 3 with a 2-0 advantage for Heat. We are going to be playing some 3v3s. If it goes to 4, we're going to be seeing a 2v2 take place. But you've got to look at Heat and think they are in a brilliant position to knock Team Secret out as our first team eliminated from our Gamers8 tournament here in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia. And progressing on to the lower semi-finals is a brilliant place for Heat to be, because any win you get, you're securing yourself more money.
Oh, yeah. And big prize pool jumps here.
I think it's about $10,000 more you get per win in these early stages.
Madness.
Also,
Madness.
To lose, if you lost and then lost again, you still get $15,000.
Oh my goodness.
It's unbelievable. Then you get a single win. Cool. Here's another 10 grand. It's an unbelievable number. The winner of this tournament, I know we're jumping ahead to Sunday, gets $500,000.
Love that. Love that. Could, yeah, definitely use a bit of that myself, but unfortunately we're not able to partake in the prize.
Too old, mate. Too old.
Way too old. We're like more than double the age that you
Please
need
stop.
to be to start. A little bit of an update for you guys as we get into our second 3v3 on the A stream. B stream has Complexity leading 2-0 over Detonator. However, Detonator actually held the opening game there to a 1-goal difference, 3-2 in Complexity's favor in the threes. In game number 2, Shad Raisbull actually needed overtime with 3 minutes and 57 seconds to take down Burn and Mikan. So massive play by Detonator. Complexity have shown up as a world-class team at this event, and Detonator showing that they've made such strides recently and continue to impress, even in a group that is so tough for them.
I mean, Detonator, they have proven that APAC is here to play. They've proven that they are here to take series and to get some games, and the entire region must be incredibly proud of them. And Sad doing the exact same for South America. A mistouch in the corner by Faris, and Sad can just shoot on that vulnerable net.
It looks like all that free play practice as Knight lost the 1v1 has gone in their favor. It is confirmed now that Complexity have won against Detonator. Detonator eliminated, but putting up great matches against Luminosity Gaming, holding them to very respectable scores, and now holding Complexity to respectable scores. Fantastic to see, and great team. Looking forward to seeing what they can do in the coming year, in the next season. Looking at how much they've improved in such a short time. APAC, not long until that region will also be taking series on a world stage. I mean, APAC South did this weekend.
Yeah. Minute and a half gone, and Team Secret still riding high off that Sad goal from Faris' mistouch. Parker, though, trying to redirect it off the backboard. Knight has to jump into action. flying down the pitch now. Raziz challenging to the ceiling. We know enough about this man to know that he'll get it away. Gets one touch over the second. Drafinho, though, the new man on the squad, is able to clear it back into that orange half to the ceiling. And Parker is the first and only man to it. So a lot of space being given so far to Heat by Secret.
There's a big chance for Heat. Looks like Parker just had to fly straight to the ball there. No reset available on the ceiling. Secret will be delighted to see that. Less variables to consider. Remember that we called Heat the favorite after winning game 1, but it's not over. It's 2v2 game 4, regardless of what happens here. So I think that's a much better matchup for Team Secret.
Yeah.
They just have to play perfectly from here on, and if not, in the mid-game of game 3, Faris shoots low into the open bottom right corner.
Yeah, the double commit on the challenge leaves Drafinho completely isolated in the net, and his momentum is taking him towards that goal. So may as well go up for the in-and-out save. Faris sees that, goes low, cannot get the save away. About half the game left now. Heat bringing us even, and with this game win, they will be moving on. But they do need at least one more goal. A great chance, Parker able to shoot, but saved away yet again by Team Secret.
Yeah, I wish Sad probably wished he had a bit of boost here. He still gets the top corner shot off.
0 boost, no problem.
No big deal for Sad with the pre-flip. How much do Team Secret want this? Can they dig deep here and get themselves into a position where they can really threaten this series? You know, at least with the early pick of 1v1, should they continue to win here, they're going to have a ton of momentum built up by the time they get to that game 5. Heat look so consistent, so organized in 3v3. Brazier is a recent pickup for the Parker Faris duo. They look like they've been playing together for much longer.
Chance for a shot. Drafinho there going wide with it. Knight chance at double, but instead sends it back to him. Drafinho up incredibly early, a pre-jump perhaps. Good confidence coming out from Secret. They know that their speed is one of their biggest assets. Sad catching it, catches Drafinho off guard. Drafinho going for one bump, but doesn't end up going for Raziz, who can just sit in there and clear that one away into the corner. Raziz then carries it on with 100 boost too. He's still threatening. 2 players coming on to attack him. Drafinho does get that ball away as well. Parker just can get out the way of Faris. On the backboard, a minute remaining. Falling dangerously towards that orange net as well. Knight is up, backboard again. This is a couple of chucking it at the backboard, seeing what happens. A big pinch coming out. Sad able to double tap it away though.
Yeah, well dealt with there by Sad. It looked like the hard clear nearly caught him out of position. I would have really gone against the run of play. Team Secret have been...
Another double come in.
They've been advancing here. They've been pressuring, but still struggling to get that finishing touch.
Brilliant.
Heat put together another great assist. Faris with the finish. How about that from Raziers? A little bit of a slowdown in the pace and then accelerates.
Love that.
The double tap backboard pass. They lead with 38 seconds left.
Wonderful movement from Raziers. Again, controlling the game just as he does in 1v1. Slows that ball down, forces one member of Secret to come into attack. But they're wanting to attack themselves. Can't get it past Faris this time. A wonderful play from Raziers. Just really has been the MVP of the match so far. Normally goes to the guy who does the 1v1 anyway, because they literally win a game for their team, which is pretty good. Sad tries to find Drafinho off receiving it from Knight initially. Final 15, Faris pinches into that back corner. Parker will be first to it, but Sad can't quite get his own touch. High by Drafinho, but floating is entirely up to Raziers. Seconds counting down. Heat can see that lower semi-finals approaching them. Catches it around one player. That is far. Sad needs to get some magic, is unable to make the touch. And Heat, congratulations, will be moving through in our lower bracket.
Heat still looking scary. They look very effective in threes, beating a world's wild card team there. 2 3v3s in a row, and also a little bit of 1v1 action in the middle. You know, if it went to 2s, I think they'd still be comfortable. So this is a team that looked great in this lower bracket. Anka and Rogue are the next teams up on stream here. The winner of that will play against Heat. You know, looking at what I'm seeing here, I think Heat are the favorite in either of those matchups. And after that, they'll be playing against the loser of Space Station Endpoint. I'm going to guess Endpoint. I could see Heat going all the way here. They look like they've been made for this format. And, you know, credit to them in the threes, making Team Secret look second best.
And if you make that lower bracket run, you are through with, firstly, a lot of money. Don't quite know how much, but I'm going to say lots. Oh, Johnny boy, I can see him scrolling.
Oh, we're scrolling.
What a guy.
$95,000. Not bad.
That's
Not
what they're
bad.
aiming for.
That's a nice 45k jump. So, you know, if you make it out of groups, you just get $15,000 each.
No
bonus.
problem. Happens sometimes. That's what he's going to be aiming for, but there are a lot of teams that are standing in their way. As he said, there's Rogue and Anchor coming up. Fantastic stuff. But we have an interview with some winners coming up. Banks, who have you got and what they're saying?
رجعنا مرة ثانية أعزائنا المشاهدين في المسرح مع أحد من أعضاء فريق هيت بعد فوز كان جدا قوي، وكان سؤالنا له الأساسي اللي هل كان عندكم تصور أنكم بتفوزون بهالقوة وبهالسرعة 3-0 ولا لا؟
First of all, thank you. And I would have never thought to win that easily. It was just incredible. We're playing on another level today. It's just insane.
هم جالسين يلعبون في طريقة جدا رهيبة، هم قاعدين أصلا يتدربون عشان اللحظة هذه، هم قاعدين يقولون إنه عندهم الفرصة إنهم يفوزون على الفرق إذا هم بتلوا على نفس الكونفدنس هذه.
We've switched around your roster slightly since Gamers Without Borders earlier in the year. So how has the new dynamic been around, you know, your new teammates?
بعد ما خلصنا من Gamers Without Borders البطولة اللي أهلتهم إلى Gamers 8 تغير الروستر تغير بسيط، فهل التغير البسيط هذا أثر عليهم مع أعضاء الفريق الجدد ولا لا؟
Okay, yeah, I'm just ready, I guess. We are ready. We're ready to like win today, to qualify.
إحنا ما عندنا مشكلة مع التغييرات هذه، وبالعكس إحنا جاهزين إننا نتأهل إلى نهاية البطولة.
So you're still not quite out of the woods yet because we still have a few lower bracket matches to go before you can get into the playoffs. So as long as well as what you've been focusing on, I just wanted to ask you, have you been enjoying the change of pace by having this crew battle format during this tournament?
حبينا نسأله عن الفورمات الجديد اللي قاعدين ناخذه في البطولة اللي هو الكرو باتل فورمات، هل هو شيء تغير يعتبر إيجابي لهم ولا سلبي؟
Let's say it's something new with the format. I really like it. It's like something else. It's not only 3v3, it's 2v2, 1v1. It's like everything together. And yeah, since I'm like, I would say once main, I really enjoy this format. I'm really having fun.
بالعكس هذا الشيء من صالحي أنا لأني أنا متعود على الفورمات هذا، وبالعكس أنا أحب إني ألعب فيه وأفضله عن الفورمات الأساسي اللي كنا نلعب فيه في Gamers Without Borders.
Well, Raziz, thank you so much for joining us on stage for the post-match interview. Good luck with the rest of the lower bracket, and I hope you guys make it into the playoffs. Give it up one more time for Heat.
Thank you.
We're going to be throwing to a very quick break, so please do not go anywhere. We have plenty of Rocket League action and loads more elimination matches coming right up after
لا
this.
تبعدون أعزائنا المشاهدين، راح يكون عندنا دقائق بسيطة ونرجع لكم في المباراة الثانية في اللور براكتس، وبعدين بنعرف مين الفرق اللي بتستمر معنا ومين الفرق اللي راح توقف مسيرتها في Gamers 8.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
have it. Heat managed to successfully win out that series 3-0 against none other than Team Secret. Is that a little bit of a surprise for you? Do you think it's expected of the caliber of a team like Heat?
Well, the biggest surprise was 1v1. What happened there?
Me and Johnny were literally saying, can't wait to see this 2v2. It's going to be a great 2v2. It's going to be wonderful, you know, because they're not going to go up against Brazil. You're not going to pick it to face off against Brazil if you can...
They've chosen
wait,
one.
Wait, it's just night. Are they just accidentally only queued one in? Yeah, they just fancied it. Fair play tonight. I always respect that. So with yesterday, you know, with Snowy going up against Fahad as well. Just fun to watch. He got it handed to him, ultimately.
10-5 as
Could
well.
get a reverse sweep, though. If you get that ones out the way, you then get the momentum, winner threes, winner twos, winner threes.
But twos is their stronger mode.
But then they've got that in the momentum.
But they just lost it.
Yeah, what kind of momentum is that?
No, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, ones
It was
and
a
twos
risk.
don't matter if you don't win your threes game, and they lost 2 threes game as well, and that is just credit to Heat coming in here, bringing in Razirs, mixing up the team, and that allowed them to play at a level I didn't expect to see from them. And you heard from Razirs' interview, they're impressed with the way they're playing, and it is all thanks to the way Razirs has fit in and created so much offensive pressure.
I mean, let's bear in mind the fact that we don't really see Heat or that roster take part in like regional events very often. We don't see them at this level. And then they're taking down, sure, not in a pure 3v3 tournament, but 2 games out of 3 going to 3v3s. They took down Sam #2 team. That is a gigantic achievement. It's incredible for them. And they're sort of a bubble area 3v3 team. It's so much fun to watch. I've been incredibly impressed by them. Heat, they've got a tough road ahead of them though, because it's going to be Endpoint or Space Station. It's rough.
Faris and Parker played well with Juicy in the 3v3 during the online qualifier. We were wondering whether Razirs would be able to come in and fit in, but he really stood out in the 3v3 as the creative player, the one who could create the space for the team. And I think this is exciting about a lot of these European teams at this event who we haven't seen get major success getting into the top 5, but they have that ability to upset in the 3s, and then with the 2s and 1s, that's going to really elevate their game mode here.
And on the side of Team Secret, would Knight typically be the kind of person that you would opt to put into a 1v1 situation? Obviously up against Razirs, potentially not. You wouldn't even do a 1v1 in the first place, but making the best out of a bad situation.
Well, none of them are 1v1 players. That's the thing. Like, it's kind of, you're sending one of your 3 lambs to the slaughter. Which one do you think can survive it the best? And ultimately, I guess Knight was their idea, or Knight, you know, said, I can do this, or his teammates, we don't know. I'd like to know that. I'd like to know why that decision was made.
I think Knight is the strong 3s player in the team, the mechanical one, the one who's got the most potential in 1s. And I think they're trying to go down the raise ball route of, you know, you're good at 3s. Let's see if we can chuck you in and maybe see if you pop off in 1s.
Which again, I respect. I do really like that.
But of course, it's not in their favour at this event to not have a 1s player, where you can see Razirs being brought in as the sub for the other side is a great option because it does elevate their ability in the extra game modes.
Okay, well, was that kind of like an expected performance from Razirs, or do you feel like you could have done a bit more?
I would say it was expected, but maybe not to that level, right? Like, we expected him to be the star player. We expected him to be one of the best players in the lobby, especially when it came to 1s. But I don't know if it was expected for him to play that well and look like one of the stronger players in this group.
3s.
Especially in 3s,
in 3s was the one where I thought, you know, obviously he's incredible, but he is the unknown factor with Faris and Parker, who have had that history together. The fact that he fit in so well and then took it on his shoulders, the entire team needing him, win that 1v1 please, does it, gets double digits, no problem. So yeah, great for him.
I mean, Razirs missed out on some RLCS tournaments because he was with BS Plus competition. Do you remember they had the didn't sign up for the RLCS shenanigans, which meant we didn't get to see Razirs as much as we wanted to.
That is the biggest oof.
Yeah.
I see your frustration.
Just didn't click sign up. Anyway, it's not about them. Razirs, you're great.
Yeah, look, I don't want to dwell on this too much because I'm sure there's someone out there who hates that we're talking about this.
Sorry, BS Plus.
They were boot camping. And they didn't play in the RLCS, they were boot camping before.
And
as someone who has signed up for many RLCSs, it's very hard to forget it, but it's easy to make those mistakes with admin. So unfortunately, we haven't get to see Razirs in the past, but we get to see him here at this event.
Well, obviously now Heat, after winning that game, will be facing off against the winner of Anchor versus Rogue. Which of these 2 teams do you think will ultimately end up facing off against them?
Good question. I think this group we've mentioned is the group of subs. You know, there's lots of rosters who've not got their main starting teams, who are unsure as to how they're going to play. Anchor having 2 subs, so very different to what we saw in RLCS. But they're going to be up against Rogue, who've lost their star player Aqua, brought in Zanil. And I think it'll be solid, but I don't know if they're going to be at that same level we expect to see from Rogue in the region.
Then Anchor bringing in Twiz from Veloce, an amazing sub. Veloce, a fantastic team, recently picked up. He's come over as, you know, as an on loan or just a we needed a player. Going through the Middle East region in the RLCS, he has been absolutely wonderful to watch so far. I think this is an incredibly interesting matchup, considering that they're going up against a rogue team that are very knowledgeable about how to play at LANs. You've got Gyro, who has been around the scene for a very long time, has won LANs previously, has done an incredible job, you know, with the peeps well back in the day with Retals, and it's going to be interesting to see how Anchor approach that, because they're going up against a veteran, and that really can be a big impact for these teams. Will it be enough for Rogue to take it? I'll wait for you to ask me about my predictions.
I won't ask you just yet. For the folks at home, if you're wondering who on earth are Anchor, well, we're about to let you know. Check this out.
الشعور جميل جدا اني انافس بطولة كبيرة في افريقيا عالمية. شيء كبير للميدل ايست ان راح نمثلها في دولتنا وراح نبذل اقصى جهدنا ان نحقق مراكز كبيرة. ان كلنا ننافس على هدف واحد ان نمثل السعودية او الريجون نفسه بافضل شكل يطلع. تنظيم جميل وحطوه في فندق فخم مرة وكل شيء كان كويس موفرين للاعبين. فالكون أدى أداء كبير في الميجر، يصير كل طموح كل فريق عربي إنه يحقق زي ما حقق فالكونز وأعلى.
The fact that it is an ambition of many Arabic teams to kind of aspire to be at the same level of the Falcons. So to see so much representation, especially here at Gamers8, it is honestly truly amazing for a lot of these teams. Do you feel like the dream is within the reach though? Do you reckon the Falcons will be able to be taken down a peg or two?
This is the Middle Eastern's year. Like, this is the first year they were competing in RLCS. I said very confidently at the full major that I thought at the time Sandrock Gaming, now Falcons, could be the world champion at the end of the year, and they've shown that they are capable of making finals on a global level. And I think for the region as a whole, they're seeing this as we now have a route to compete against the rest of the world. Events like this give them that opportunity to gain experience, and we're going to be seeing 3 Middle Eastern teams at Worlds with 2 in the wildcard and Falcons in the main event. This is the start of their generation where they're like, right, we have a pathway, we have a journey that we can make to the top.
Well, on the side of Rogue, you gentlemen need to talk to me about the players we should be focusing on. Who is the kind of go-to player for the side of Rogue?
Good question. Aqua, but he's not here.
Yeah, Aqua, it's a bit of... We keep talking about super subs, and we keep saying, you know, how influential they can be. Unfortunately, Rogue aren't able to have their star player here. Aqua, a very young player, just was not able to attend. Instead, they've got Zanil over from Torrent. Again, another fantastic player. It's going to, I think, personally, it will come down to Taroko. I think Taroko, he's going to be there for their 1v1s. He's going to be the player who's going to, I assume, be taking part in a lot of the 2v2s. I think it's going to rest a lot on his shoulders, and I think they are very, very good shoulders to rest on.
Yeah.
I mean, you say about Taroko resting on the ones. They chose to put Taroko in instead of Aqua for some of the online qualifiers. So
that's how strong he is.
Yeah, he is a great ones player, very unique and a very safe ones player. Looks to play the challenge game, simple Rocket League, which can work against a lot of the lower ones players here. It won't work when you start coming up against the likes of the Falcons players, Dignitas players, or Rawas that we saw. But yeah, it will work against some of the lower end.
Well, let's find out what they had to say about this upcoming matchup and how they're feeling generally about Gamers8.
Being in Riyadh is pretty insane. It's been a while since I've been to a LAN. I'm just excited to get playing. What we've done to prepare for this tournament, we've been scrimming a lot, and honestly, we've been doing interchanging game modes, so we've been doing 3s, 2s, then 3s, then 1s. Mainly focusing on 3s, but we still wanted to practice our 2s and 1s aspect for this specific tournament, and I think it's helped a lot, and we've been grinding a lot of ranked, and I hope it shows. We want to place well in this tournament, and we have to communicate to each other how we want to play and just be on the same page, because we know that we can compete with the top. We just have to show consistently. With the stand-in, it's obviously pretty difficult. We got him last second, but I know Zanil's a really good player. I know we can do well with him. He's a really good 2s player, and I think he'll fit right in. I think our strengths lie in probably 2v2 because me and Zanil, we're going to be playing it, and we're both top 2s players, and Zanil, he won one of the most like competitive 2v2 tournaments with Cheese, and I think that he's very talented. I think I'm pretty good too. Obviously we're good at 3s, but 2s is the main focus for this tournament.
Well, there we have it, stating that Zanil is one of the top 2s players around. Would you kind of agree with that statement?
I would, but me and Gregan, as soon as Gyro said in that interview, hey, we're going to be having, you know, myself, Gyro, and Zanil playing, we're both like,
because normally when you got the sub in, you have your 2-3s players who are used to playing together play the 2s. But this, I think, one of the few teams that have brought in a sub specifically for their 2s ability.
I mean, he said that 2s was a focus of this tournament. I mean, it's mainly 3v3, just pips out the 2s and the 1s, but the fact that you're going to be mixing it up with your sub that you don't play with regularly, I hope it works out.
I mean, perhaps they grind rank together in 2s all the time, because a lot of these players aren't used to playing 2s in a high-pressure situation. They're mostly used to solo queuing or queuing with a friend in 2v2. So maybe there's a synergy there, Gyro and Zanil, we haven't seen so much of. So exciting to watch them in 2s.
What happens if they end up winning that game and then they get thrown into a 1 situation?
Well, Taroko.
Bring out big man Taroko. No problem. He's been resting. He's been in free play. He doesn't care. Yeah, fair play. I love that. I like it, just mixing it up. You get a new person in. Yeah, I'll play 2s with them. We're both,
share the pressure.
Yeah, we're both top 2s players. Let's do it. No reason why not.
Well, really quick, before we throw over to the walk-ins, what is your prediction? I'm going to start with you first, Stumpy.
I've genuinely changed my mind.
After hearing that?
I honestly, I really admire that. I think that's brilliant. I'm going to go Rogue. And I want them to win the 2v2.
I mean, I'm just going to go Anchor, but mainly because I feel like the home field advantage is going to work in their favour. It's going to scare the Rogue boys.
Well, I'm certainly excited to find out. Let's throw it over to our stage for the most epic walk-on in history. This is going to be Anchor taking on Rogue, and our 2 fabulous casters, Johnny and Cole, are certainly excited for this one.
Tough. There's like, the timing is all over the place on the desk, where you got like,
أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، زي ما احنا عرفنا المباراة الأولى ايش كانت نتيجتها 3-0، كانت سريعة الهيت، لكن المباراة الثانية بتكون مباراة جدا حماسية ما بين فريق أنكا وفريق روج. زي ما احنا عارفين فريق أنكا خسر مباراته في الأبر براكت، وبعد ما خسر مباراته هذه قدر ينزل للور براكت، لكن الآن عنده فرصة إذا فاز على روج يرجع مرة ثانية ضد فريق هيت، نحاول نشوف إذا هو بينتقم منهم ولا لا، ولكن المباراة بتكون جدا حماسية صراحة. لكن لا نطول عليكم أكثر من كذا، رحبوا معنا بالفريق الأول اللي بيكون متواجد معنا على المسرح، أنكا اي سبورتس.
Thank you so much, Anchor. Please take to your positions on the side of the stage and face inwards, please. And now time to meet their opponent, one of the longest standing organizations in the RLCS since May 2017. All the way from North America, please welcome to the stage, Rogue. Thank you so much, Rogue. Please take to the side of the stage and face inwards against your opponents. Right, we have our next match of the day, another elimination match. Please remember, if you are watching at home or if you are here in Riyadh, that this is an elimination match. One of these teams is going to go home, so it is all on the line. So, time to go over to the analyst desk to break things down.
مباراة جدا حماسية أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، لأن زي ما احنا عارفين بما أننا في اللور براكت ما عاد صار في فرص ثانية للفرق. في حالة فريق أنكا انتصر روك بيقولوا مع السلامة، في حالة روك انتصر معناته أنكا ما راح يقدر يكمل معنا البطولة. مباراة فعلا شد للأعصاب بشكل مو طبيعي لكل الفريقين، فخلونا ما نطول عليكم نتوجه على طول عند المحللين ونكمل نسولف عن المباراة.
All right, boys, that was an epic walk-on, but I need you to talk to me a little bit more about this Anchor roster. Give a little bit of context for the folks at home. What should we realistically be knowing about the likes of Anchor?
I mean, they came through the Saudi E-Leagues. They were 5th after qualifying for this event. They were one of our invited teams. They only managed to take a game off the lowest seeded team coming into this, unfortunately. But I mean, the fact that they are here with that home crowd is going to give them a big advantage. And it's also, they've got a Veloce player. I can't really go much more than that. They are stronger by having him. They are a fantastic team. Twiz is a brilliant player. I want to see mostly how he does.
Yeah, I mean, the Veloce team going to be one of the wildcard teams from Middle East, going to be competing in Fort Worth coming up. But yeah, having Veloce player in is always a good sign. I think for these guys, it's really about whether they relax on stage and play confidently and comfortably. Because it looked like, to me, Rogue seemed really comfortable on that stage, especially Gyro. He seemed to be lapping up the crowd.
He was waving. He was having a good time. They're so nice in there.
They are lovely.
As well, you walk in and everyone's like, hello. Hiya. It's great.
I love how you're like playing up to the camera now as well. That's the kind of thing we want to see.
Hello, Jib.
Please someone clip that. That's probably the most wholesome gif ever. But on the side of Anchor, talk to me a little bit about how their prac schedules might have ended up looking heading into a tournament like this. Because obviously ping diff, built diff, it's all pretty much the same thing at the end of the day. But for the side of Anchor, would there be any sort of difficulties they might have faced along the way to make it here to Gamers8?
I think the fact that, you know, they're having to, if you're scrimming, generally this goes for every single MENA team, you're scrimming with European teams and you're on 100 to 130 pings, something like that. It does make it harder compared to Rogue, who are based in the US, which is one of the strongest regions in the world, have been the strongest region in the world historically. You've got a lot more options, a lot more teams to play. A lot of the bubble teams as well are really eager to learn. However, in MENA, it always boils down to Falcons. They bring so much through that region. There is a huge wealth of talent that they can all learn from.
Yeah, I mean, you say about practicing, I think the biggest question for all the teams in this lower bracket is how much have they got a chance to practice with their substitutes? You know, we heard in that video that Zanil came in quite last minute for Rogue. I wonder how long ago Anchor knew they're going to be playing with these 3 players and if they've ever had a chance to practice with them. Ultimately, the best practice these guys will have will be in the tournament so far on that stage. Unfortunately for Anchor, it did not go well before, where Rogue have got a little bit more of a warm-up having had 2 matches now in this tournament.
I think at the very least, though, right, they would have run a few games with them. Maybe necessarily not pracs, but they would have been able to play some Rocket League with the players that they're picking up at the very least. So at least you kind of know what you're getting yourself into. You know of the capabilities of that player and what kind of play style they end up adopting.
I mean, they'll all play together as well. When you're playing ranked, you're not necessarily always with your teammates. You'll do mix-ups. You'll do 6-man, so you're queuing with anybody else who is in the region. They will all play with each other, I'm sure, very frequently. It just comes down to, you know, the fact that Rogue have had to travel. They've had to travel to get here. That's just one of the issues with having a tournament that is not in our standard home bases of North America or Europe. Whereas these guys, this is, you know, they're from the same country. They are from nearby. They're able to travel much later. They'll be in familiar surroundings.
Well, I certainly mentioned that Johnny and Cole are going to be really, really excited for this matchup. Johnny and Cole, I want a prediction out of the two of you. Take it away.
Oh, thank you so much, Rusty, throwing us under the bus there. I mean, I think that the people who were watching Anchor yesterday against Heat would have been slightly disappointed, and from what you've told me, they're much better than the performance yesterday. I'm going to go with them just about, but first your prediction, and secondly, for those who were disappointed with Anchor yesterday, tell them how much better they actually are.
Well, I'm going to go Rogue. So actually, no, I'm not going to tell you how much better Anchor are, but no, I will. So Anchor, they kind of tossed a 2v2 yesterday against Heat. They were up 6, what was it, 6-2 or 6-1? It was some absurd score yesterday with 2 minutes left, and Heat came back to win it. So that was, I think, the moment where the series just went away from them. They're 6-2 up, and then they lose 7-6, or was it 5-1 up? I forget the exact score, but they were really, really ahead in the 2v2 against Heat. I think Anka's best game mode is the 2v2. Tellum is a monster. He's one of the best twos players in the world. But you know, Rogue brought in a twos specialist as well. They brought in Zanil, he is a twos grinder in North America. If you watch North American pro player streams, you'll see Zanil going up against them constantly, and that's something that Rogue are going to use to their advantage. They got Taroko for the ones. I've got to lean Rogue here because this is the group of subs. You know, a lot of teams bringing in subs players, and I think Rogue have just adapted better to their substitute Zanil than Anka have, bringing in actually a full team of subs. You know, Suspect, Twiz, Tellum, their individual teams in RLCS, all looking very good, but together they've yet to click.
But they are going to improve as this tournament goes on, and I'm sure the 3v3 is where we'll see that the most as Swiss charges down that 2v2 main Zanil so quickly. I love this crew battles format. There's so much growth to each and every series as it goes along. A quick fire start in the 3v3 sees Anka with plenty of pressure. Gyro for Rogue coming in. Gyro, who just looked happy to be there on this stage. I believe it's his first LAN since Season 8, and he was loving it waving to the crowd.
Oh, it was awesome to see Gyro, former LAN champion, DreamHack Montreal 2019, and he's using a lot of that experience in these kind of settings. He knows that it's important to just enjoy yourself, and we've seen that more than ever this season of RLCS with so many young players, so many young teams. Well, I thought Suspect's got a 1v1 play, but the ball gets away from him. Zanil deflects it safely into the back corner. A decent start here for Anka, though. They're looking quick, looking deadly. We all know what damage MENA teams can do with the 50-50s. Phoenix, everywhere you look in this region, we've been spotting them on the way from the hotel to the venue every single day here. Just Phoenix all over the place. That's a great demo. That's an open net, and it's Tellum with the opening goal for Anka.
The style as well, just slamming those brakes, the ball goes in. And what I'm loving about Anka so far is that team synergy is pretty much there. Every time one of them has the ball and a chance to go for a solo player or an edge ball, his teammates are driving around him and creating space, going for bumps or demos, or even teeing them up for some more of these air dribbles. So any slow starts they had yesterday, they lost 5-0 to Heat in the 3v3. Those days are well and truly behind them based on the start as Gyro comes in, but can't quite put it away, and Rogue have had 1 or 2 misplays so far, which is letting Anka come in, getting more and more pressure, but Rogue survived this attack.
It's a much more confident opening game from Anka. They nervously fell to a disastrous scoreline, like you mentioned, 5-0 versus Heat in their first stage game. So far, significantly better performance. It's the off-the-ball plays. Tellum's looking to get back to this. He doesn't have to. Twiz stuck around after the demo. That's the second goal this game, where Twiz has just gone for the demo in third and left it open for his teammate. This time it comes right back to him.
Pure pace is all there from Tellum to get that second touch over the top of Gyro, who to me is standing out a little bit as somebody they are targeting in defense. Anka seem to definitely have the pace of this game in the palm of their hands. Tellum goes into that one with Gyro, and Rogue, you know, we want to see more from them. They did have that great start against Team Secret, beating them 3-1. It was a nervy beginning in the 3v3, beating them 1-0 in overtime. So we've shown that they can dig deep and fight through. But they need to show a lot more than they are right now, because Anka, they look by far and away the better team in the opening 2 minutes.
They really do, and this is amazing to see. You know, we only saw 2 3v3 games from them yesterday. The first was a 5-0 thrashing against them. The second one did go to overtime against the same team. So looks like that second game is more of an indication of what to expect from these players who, like we mentioned, have got good results individually on their separate rosters. Suspect from Kings Esports, Twiz, going to be at World's Wildcard with Veloce. Tellum, he's the guy who's been with Anka with lots of different rosters throughout the season. He's always been the star player for that team. And, I'm sure we're going to see 2v2 from him at some point. I think either one of these teams are going to pick twos if we go into that, which we will after the opening game here.
That's a much better passage of play here from Rogue. They're starting to find each other. It's Rogue who wants to put that one into the top corner, not quite able to, and more great defending from Anka. But in the end, they do both charge into the same ball. It's like double commit. It's going to give some space, but that space just ends up falling to Tellum. You can see him there, staring intently. And to get back into the play as soon as possible. Tellum again, but Zanil nips in. And Zanil is getting a lot more involved in this game. He's starting to be the man who's looking like he could be the difference for Rogue.
Yeah, not too much time left for Rogue. You know, it's a fine time to be working with, but given how difficult it's been for them to get past the midfield defensive line of Anka, 50-50 is not really a way through any of the Middle Eastern teams, so that sends them into the air, and with the speed that Anka have defended every single aerial offensive play, Really makes it difficult for Rogue to find an opening. Passing play could be the way, but the shot's off the inside of the post, and follow-up is blocked well by Twiz, just lunging in the way.
Good charging down there from Twiz to keep Anka with this 2-0 lead, and now Tellum is going up to the sky. Twiz trying to beat him for pace, Taroko, but Taroko was there. A chance for the Zanil, if he can nip in here and do something with this ball. It's charged down again so quickly by Twiz. Anka showing they can defend as well as attack. Twiz up now. The pace that they're showing for these breaches is ridiculous, and it's going in off poor old Taroko.
Twiz with a ceiling double and a little bit of a dunk on the end of it as well. He's straight up to that and knew exactly where it's going and crushes Zanil on the back wall. 3-0. It was statement game here for Anka, who struggled in the opener yesterday.
I tell you what, I can't wait to see this Twiz guy at Worlds in the wild card. He looks like the best player on the pitch right now. A couple of massive saves, and then the pace to get up for that one, to really force the own goal from Taroko, who was the unlucky player in the wrong place at the wrong time. They want more as well. Anka really feeling it now. Any early heebie-jeebies just disappeared from them. Tellum almost gets done there, but Jared doesn't do it.
And, you know, don't forget, he's going to be playing at the World's Wildcard with certified land boy Senzo as Tellum rolls in another easy goal. Rogue really falling apart here. I think they know this one's over. It's going to be 2v2 up next, I imagine, unless Taroko's fancying his chances against, I think, Twiz, although I'm not 100% sure who's going to be playing the 1v1s for Anka here. I know Twiz usually kicks in and around top 100, top 50 in ranked, so he'll be a tough matchup. I think very even matchup there for Taroko. Yeah, well played, Anka, in this game. This is a massive turnaround from yesterday. They had a thrashing against them and overtime, and now a comfortable win. So a bit of everything in the 3v3 so far this tournament.
You learn more from a loss than you do for a win. I think that's what Anka is showing off. You know, they really had to have that baptism of fire yesterday, and now they're showing how good they really are as the seconds tick down, but it's not going to matter. Anka have just pulled away from Rogue in pretty much every way. Sometimes you see a 4-0 and you think, oh yeah, you know, a 50-50 had it gone the other way, a boost steal had it gone the other way, it could have been so different. That was a genuine 4-0
yeah,
from a team who was superior.
They weren't counter-attacking an overextending team. They just kept pressuring Rogue the entire game, breaking them down, beating them to the ball, being stronger in the challenges, and just letting their mechanics do the talking. Really nice teamwork as well, though. You know, they weren't double committing all that often, and when they do double commit, they're so fast to recover, it doesn't really matter. So now the question is over to Rogue. What matchup do they choose? They didn't get to choose a matchup yesterday because they won the first match of the series against Team Secret. We don't know what they prefer. They've got Zanil, the twos specialist, and himself and Gyro were able to win yesterday in twos. They've got Taroko. He's undefeated in ones so far this weekend, 1-0. Could go either way here. I
mean, he absolutely smashed Knight for Team Secret yesterday. It was 10-4, and he was, I think, 5-0 up in about a minute. It was a complete dominant performance there from Taroko. So he's had some good experiences over here at Gamers8 in the 1v1 capacity. This is whether he backs himself to go up against his opponent.
I think, you know, against most teams, I think Rogue would pick twos because Taroko probably doesn't put himself up there with the very best in the world, and it's so difficult to hang with the gods of 1v1 these days. But I think versus Tellum, Twiz, Suspect, they could be thinking about 1v1 here, knowing that, likewise, they don't have a god tier ones player. They've got a very capable ones player in Twiz. You know, Tellum is, I think, probably very handy in the matchup as well because he's such a good twos player. But I'm very curious to see what Rogue pick here. I think if it was me, I would go with ones, but it is ones.
I thought I saw two things disappear, but it is the 1v1. Taroko, he backs himself against Tellum. Does that surprise you?
Yeah, I thought, you know, I wasn't 100% sure. I thought Twiz, but I know Tellum is very, very mechanical, and he's also very positional. He knows how to space opponents off the ball. He's, you know, an expert in 2v2, but unlike a lot of other twos goats, he is so mechanical. So this is going to be a banger of a matchup. I think I'm going to lean towards Taroko because we've seen what he can do so far this weekend in ones. He's shown up against Knight. Tellum could really send Anka into a phenomenal position here. If he can somehow win this, then I think Rogue are going to struggle to come back.
Well, so far Taroko is just trying to deal with the Anka danger, but he won't say no to that free goal.
Yeah, easy for Taroko there. Lovely pop over the goal. He knows that's not going to be an immediate threat, but it's an awkward ball. Tellum doesn't have any pace in the ball to work with there. He's got to generate all the power on the clear himself. You saw that when he went for the dodge to clear the ball, he ended up missing it. You know, if Taroko hits that ball harder, then all Tellum has to do is get a glancing blow. So lovely little lob by Taroko into an awkward position to get the opening goal.
He's got that save as well there from his own back wall Tell him to go around, get this boost, but that's good play from Taroko, just going for the quick, easy shot, and that's what Taroko does so well, the simple stuff to perfection.
Yeah, bang from Taroko in the back corner. Absolutely no time wasted there. Confident open net across the field. Talem leaning back in his chair there, thinking, uh-oh, maybe this isn't going to go as well as I hoped. But we don't get to see another look at this 1v1 matchup in the group stage. Don't think we will throughout the tournament again. You know, stylistically, Taroko seems to be quite comfortable right now. It tends to be the very aerial mechanical players that give him problems. With the grounded guys he can hang with. That's a fantastic save by Talem, though. This look like Taroko's going to go up by 3.
It was a great recovery from Talem. Looked like he wasn't able to get the flick, and now he has the chance to control it, but look how easily Taroko reads what Talem's going to do. A couple of little bites at the opponent from Taroko. Wants to get Talem out the way, but Talem manages to avoid this one and get the ball with some control and some boost in the center of the field now. Charging forward. Does he go for the bump? Yes, he does. Taroko somehow still manages to get away from it, and that was a horrible position for Taroko to be in.
That was honestly quite a good bump, but Taroko is defending brilliantly. He's going to get back for another 50 here. Triple save from Taroko. Air dribble bump, high flick, and then the recovery to block the following shot. And there's no way that Talem's getting back for that one. He really went completely all in there, thinking that the third shot would be the good one. But Taroko just standing strong against every kind of attack.
Taroko is just an absolute robot. He always does the right thing. He is laser focused on doing what he needs to do to just block these more mechanical players up against him. And Talem is, you know, it's only 3 goals in a 1v1. It's not too much, but he's looking like he's maybe starting to get a little bit frustrated here. He does go up again. Taroko with more brilliant defending. Talem, can he squeeze this one in? Taroko, no, stays grounded for so long. And Talem had committed, and this is going to be 4.
Yeah, Talem's just not playing the way that I think most players beat Taroko. You know, whenever I've seen Taroko struggle, it's against players who aerial with flip resets every single attack. You know, Taroko's ground game and his defense is phenomenal, and you've got to get him out of that comfort zone. Talem is not doing that right now. He had the option to go for a wall play there. Instead, cut in field and once again struggles to get the ball past Canadian Pro.
And he's more than capable of doing that as well, Talem. He can do whatever he wants on the pitch. He's just choosing to stay down low and play Taroko's game. Taroko will say thank you very much. 4 goals now the lead. We have had comebacks from here, plenty of them at 4. Talem in the air, he wants to get over the top of Taroko, but again, opts to go to the floor, and Taroko is just not falling for it. Maybe he can get this one over Talem, but Talem has the ball control now.
Yeah, Talem kind of let the ball get away from him there. It wasn't a perfect setup with a reset. This is his best chance of the game, and again, Taroko dives in the way of it. Talem not reading Taroko's position very well, and Taroko's up 5-0. He looks so comfortable in 1v1, making this pick look like a genius move by Rogue.
I mean, this is the same thing that happened tonight yesterday night. He was trying to go to the sky, he was trying to stay down low. Nothing was working against Taroko. And I mean, when you're a mechanical player, it's one thing to do it online, but when you're on a stage and you're up against someone who is just consistent and will block you every step of the way, that pressure can really begin to make you struggle.
Yeah, these are very strong positions for Talem. He looks like he will finally get one through. Opened up an angle with the dribble here. That really compromised Taroko's position, who couldn't get close to the ball before the shot was being threatened. Talem quickly converts his first goal of the game. Unless he keeps up that kind of clinical finishing, there's not going to be a chance to come back against the efficient Taroko.
I mean, Anka did have that 5 or 6 goal comeback against him in 2v2 yesterday from Heat. So Talem is going to have to look at that and be inspired, but Taroko is still having control. That's a good save there from Talem. He gets some boost and get himself back on the ball. He's got the 100. Taroko should have that in a relatively safe place, as long as nobody dives in too aggressively. Talem thought about it, but wisely turned back just to get some neutral play. Time is relatively on his side right now, especially if he can get one hit, but Taroko with more brilliant defending. He can block it from the sky as well, Johnny, and he's going to score.
Yeah, Talem is like, he's tried the correct thing here. You know, he's transitioned to more of an aerial game. I think that's, you know, the right way to play against Taroko, but the execution's fallen apart. You know, that was somewhere between an air dribble demo and just a direct shot on target. It was neither in perfection. I think that's been the issue for Talem. He's just barely losing control of the ball with his air dribbles right now. He's not feeling comfortable right now in this matchup. He's had so many chances, but Taroko's saving pretty much all of them. Talem, look at his slot, the near post shot. That's denied as well. The ever-elusive Taroko stays safe from every demo as he continues to defend and annoy Talem for consistent time periods that, you know, many other players would fall apart.
Taroko's recoveries are so good as well. He always seems to land with his car facing the ball, so he can just carry on driving forwards and regain control. That's why he seems to be the recipient of the ball every time Telem does have a shot. Can he do something different this time? Now again, Taroko is just reading everything that Telem is doing, and he's stealing the boost as well. In the corner, can Telem get round for a shot?
Okay.
Yes, he can. 1 minute, 4 goals.
Yeah, so Taroko, for the second time this game, knows that the demo is coming in the back corner, but Telem still managed to get a trip on him. Even though Taroko jumped there, Telem was able to slow down the landing of his opponent. He's winning so many kickoffs that he's still in this. You know, he's getting chances. That's the key to comebacks in ones, is getting kickoff possession. And there's certainly been enough of that, but even now that's going against Telem. Taroko doesn't even have to score here. He just needs to play for the clock in the midfield. That's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to try and waste as much time as he can. He gets another goal with a mind game. And Telem with a little self-soothe there as he scratches his eye. I think he knows not only is the game over, but he's certainly been embarrassed in this 1v1.
Yeah, that might be the moment where any fight from Telem seems to just dissipate. And Taroko is going to run away with it. 5 goals the difference now with 47 seconds left. And the way that goal went in, it's a painful one to concede. It was sort of, it was a mind game, but it wasn't a complete and utter fake. Half of that was Telem tripping himself up at the near post. Again, maybe a goal here will just give him slightly chance, but yeah, the body language, it doesn't look ideal. I think this one's gone.
That was Twiz looking on, thinking, okay, next, I'll go next. Next 1v1 if they've got one. I think we're going to see Twiz step in because Telem's giving it a go here, but Taroko is just so solid. He's very, very informed for this match. Clearly, he's been putting in the work to get back up to his best in 1v1. You know, more recently, online in show matches and tournaments, he didn't look at this level, so massive credit to him. He's really stepped up here. He's playing fantastic Rocket League.
And I mean, in this format as well, you're going to have a 1v1 powerhouse to stand a chance, as Telem can't quite get that one on target. You think of the teams that are favourites here. You know, you've got Dignitas, where you've got 2 players, plus Scrub really, that are sort of top-level 1v1, as that one almost gets its way in. Falcons, of course. You got pretty much any of them are amazing. Anyway, the point I make is the top teams, they've all got great 1v1s. Taroko can't get it in. Telem's having fun. That's what we want to see. We've got the backwards wave dashes coming out, but this one will be a point on that scoreboard to Rogue, 8-2.
Yeah, great pick there. Makes a lot of sense in this matchup. They know that Telem and Twiz, you know, they're definitely players who are willing to get into the 1v1 and give it a go, but they're not top tier ones players. So Taroko steps in and says, guys, I've got this. Doesn't matter who they put out against me. I'll handle it. So he's tied up the series for his team. They're going to re-go at 3v3. Can Telem get his head back level? You know, this is the interesting thing about 1v1 being picked so early, is now Telem's got to switch back to 3v3 mode after getting destroyed. He really demoralized. Every attack that he threw at Taroko just got easily saved. Every time he tried to do something, Taroko's like almost just looking at him thinking, why would you do that? I'm just going to take the ball and put it in your net just because you're out of position. So yeah, Taroko doing what his team needed him to do. Stepping up big. Now, ball's in Anka score, mainly Telem. You know, can he rebound? Can he go right back into that 3v3 game mode? But they dominated in the opening game of the series.
That also guarantees that we are going to have the 2v2, and after Telem was just not in the match at all there in the 1v1, I wonder if Suspect will be tapping on Twiz's shoulder saying, hey, get me involved in this
no
one.
way. No. Telem's going to come back for 2s, I guarantee it. It's going to be Telem Twiz, but I think if we do see another 1v1 from these guys in the tournament, after that from Telem, I really don't think he's going to fancy it again. I think he's going to say, Twiz, your turn. Listen, I've taken my go. Listen, I've done my punishment.
I've got Taroko.
You get in the lobby. Who have they got up next? Actually, it would be Raziers if they make it to the next round. So yeah, Telem's going to say, listen, I want nothing to do with Raziers.
Yeah.
Twiz, that's your problem.
Yeah, Twiz, quickly go home and grind some 1v1s. I'm out the game. But the game will continue in this series, and it is 3v3, which was a little bit closer earlier on than the 1v1 was just now. It was Anka that managed to win it. They played really well in that 3v3. They have to make sure that after that 1v1 dominance from Rogue, they don't let themselves go within their shell too much. They play the same expansive Rocket League that they played in that first game, and they keep that synergy, keep that trust in each other, because they were the better team by a long way.
Yeah, that's a nice little confident play by Telem. Less so by Twiz immediately afterwards. Really going to be looking at Telem and Anka under a microscope in this game. See how is the regain after that tough loss. So far, so good as they get right back to pressuring their opponents. That's a lovely first touch by Twiz.
Whoa.
Almost dunks in the rebound as well. He's left it open for Telem, who goes right through Rogue for 1-0.
The man you want to see score the goals as well, Telem. That's exactly what he needed to get himself back on fire and feeling it. Just a relatively simple finish, but he still had to put it away underneath the despairing dive of Gyro as well to give Anchor a lead. And they're continuing the way they started game one, looking like the better team in 3v3, keeping all the pressure, but passes, these little passes that they're getting the ball to each other in Rogue territory. And Rogue are really struggling chasing Shadows.
Yeah, counterattacks have not really been threatened by Rogue. I think we're looking at a team that are playing very defensively right now, and you know what you want to pair up with a defensive lineup is just one player who's willing to linger upfield, looking for a redirect, being a passing opportunity. Oh, goal by Twiz. Miss came through in the backboard. Rogue with a bit of a mistake, but Twiz was there to punish it.
There are about 4 passes as well, passing out of their own half. Anchor right there. There was a lovely linking touch to send the ball to the Rogue territory. Then the assist from Talon wasn't too bad either. He had a few decisions to make. You know, does he go solo? Does he put it to the side and try and go up the wall? Instead, he went for the quick pop onto the backboard. Of course, it was the right decision when you got finishing like that from Anchor. They could go again here. Here's Twiz to get the flip reset. Oh, not quite. Taroko. He can just boot that ball away to buy his team some time.
Yeah, is it Taroko to the rescue for Rogue once again? Not yet. We see Telebyte playing his teammate there with a little bit of a floor pinch clear. That's going to give Rogue another opportunity, but there just doesn't seem to be any spark in their offense right now. There's no creativity. They just are so limited for options. Another attack grinds to a halt, and it, you know, on the contrary, when you see Anka move forward, they have so many threats. They're threatening demos every single attack. There's the solo play threat, clearly. And like you mentioned, the passing plays have been a factor in this second 3v3 as well.
Here goes Suspect. His turn to take to the skies. Wants to get involved in the party. Knows that he probably won't be involved in the 2v2 when it comes to it. So wants to make his mark on this series. But it's been saved well. And Gyro now going down the right wing. This is where Rogue want the ball in Anchor territory. But it's going to fall to Twiz. He's up. Can Taroko get there in time? He can't. Twiz keeps control of it. Gets the floor pinch. And I think Gyro is very grateful that Zanil was behind him.
I mean, where is the life from Rogue? Anka passing the ball around them right now, dusting them to every play. I mean, Rogue have got backboard and goal defended, but once again, no option lurking downfield. It's just a lob ball towards the net that's so easily defended by Anka, who move right back into offense. As Rogue need to step up in creativity here. I think they need somebody to do what Twiz was doing in game one, just really getting active in the final third, being a nuisance to play against. Because, I mean, Rogue, they look like they're rotating well around each other, but they're not making life hard for Anka at all.
This is where they need a player like, oh, I don't know, Aqua, who wasn't able to come, but he is the man they look forward to for making that change and being that burst of energy in the normal, everyday 3-3s that they play. But this is not that, and this sees them 2 minutes left to be able to get a couple of goals. They have to get something going, barely taking any shots for all the ball they've had in blue territory. Zanil, what can he do with it? That one's charged down by Twiz. Taroko to the backboard, but I think there'll be a player. No, there's no one defending it, so the backboard is a little bit empty here for Anka. Is the pass going to be there? No, it's not. Again, it's quite a loose touch, a loose pass that goes nowhere. Gyro's trying to pre-jump that. It's not working. Nothing is working for Rogue right now. Anka, this is... Their game one performance was explosive. This is just pure professional.
Yeah, once again, the 50s for the MENA teams are just way too strong. There's just something in the water here. These guys are just simply built different. One 50-50 win, another 50-50 win, and a goal. Rogue probably thinking, what are we supposed to do? How are they just flipping into the ball better than we are?
I just want to see somebody just like try and take complete control of this ball for Rogue. Go solo 5 times in a row. Maybe it won't work for any of them, but the challenge game, it might fall to one of his teammates. It's just that they're not attempting anything beyond, as you say, Johnny, as Twiz sinks another beauty, basic rotations.
What a comeback by Anka. Talon pops it off the corner wall into the middle. Twiz is right there for the reset double. They're making Rogue look like amateurs here. Second 4-0 lead in 3v3. And you mentioned the lack of Aqua, but we're not talking about rookies here. We're not talking about players who haven't had success in RLCS Season X, who haven't had success in the 2021-22 season in North America. Taroko and Gyro have seen plenty. Zanil's one of the up-and-comers, but you know, I'm thinking I've got to see more from Gyro here. Taroko, known as a defensive player. Zanil coming in, I'd say the same about him. You know, Gyro, he's been that active player in the past. I've seen him really be a problem for other teams, but today, there's just not enough of that spark. There's not enough of that creativity and that aggression from Rogue. And I think Gyro's the best man for the job. He's got to just get up there, trust the 2 defensive rocks that he's got behind him to have him covered. Let's take a few more risks because Anka just they don't feel threatened right now.
No.
They're just comfortable.
And there's also no bumps, there's no demos, there's very little movement off the ball. This could be a chance though. Here's Zanil, but it's closed down really well again by the Anka player. Tell him, what can you do? From the skies, he goes to the backboard. Can he get the finish? You know, of course he can. Of course he can, Johnny.
Yeah, we saw the early challenge here from Gyro because he's probably worried about sitting back and getting bumped, but Tellum just goes over the top of him and slots the automatic rebound there from a tight angle. They've managed to one-up their 4-0 game one somehow, yet to concede against Rogue, and they've put 9 past them. A lot of talk about coming here to the Middle East and seeing the 2v2 and 1's expertise, but this is a 3's masterclass from 3 players who have just come together for this event itself.
And it will keep them in the event as well. So, I mean, it's early days here, but the crowd will come through the door as they did yesterday as the day goes on. 10 series of Rocket League just on the A stream, and this is only the second of those. So when this place is more full, you are going to see a whole load of people cheering for Anka if they can get one more game from this remaining 2. It's 2v2 up next, and do you back a big step up from Tellum this time?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we saw Tellum slotting right back into 3's, no problem at all after losing 8-2 in the 1v1 game 2. He just gets right back to it, just crushes it in 3's. I mean, all 3 of them, they look like a real unit here today, which is wonderful to see after the struggle they had getting swept down to the lower bracket in Group B yesterday in their opening series on stage, or on the B stream, I should say. What a regain from this team, showing real guts and determination in front of the home crowd. I think they win the 2v2. I really do. Even though Zanil stepped in here as a 2's expert for Rogue, I think Rogue just look outpaced. They look lifeless. And Gyro and Zanil were probably going up against Twiz and Tellum here. I think they're outclassed mechanically. I think that Anka just looks so much more confident right now. Unless Rogue can really come up with something special, I don't see them winning the 3v3 either, if it does go to Game 5.
They need a complete reset, basically, Rogue. Going into the 2v2, even though, as you mentioned, Johnny Zanil, the 2v2 master, the man that was brought in for this precise moment with Rogue needing a game in the 2v2, this is where Zanil has to step up, and he will be with Gyro again. I mean, you were saying you wanted more from Gyro in the 3v3. Maybe this is the chance for Gyro to be forced to get more involved, to have to. And if they can get that, and they do somehow in the 2v2, then the 3v3 has a brand new version of Gyro, and Zanil feeling a lot more confident. So you can see how the momentum could quickly shift in this series, but the favorite in the 2v2, and of course the favorite in the series, has got to be Anka.
Yeah, nice little kickoff strat by Anka that's been shut down straight away by Gyro. Back right kickoff there from Anka. It's usually a surprise to see at that angle, and that's a careless shot. Not really a threatening shot there at all. It's just a pass to a goalkeeper at best and complete conceded possession at worst. But once again, Gyro's able to come away, dispossessing his opponent, fakes off the goalkeeper. Tellum just backed off here, manages to deflect it towards Twiz.
Not looking too troubled though, Anka, despite a couple of early pot shots here from Rogue and from Gyro in particular. I want to see a little bit more from his shooting, just taking that split second when he has it. You know, you're playing with a new play, you've brought a sub in, maybe the communication isn't quite there, but you have to learn it pretty darn quick over the course of this 2v2. It's still Rogue with a lot more ball control, but Anka, when they do take a touch from that midfield, it does seem much more incisive. It seems that every clearance they make is a pass to a hopeful future attack.
It is worth mentioning, I think Zanil might just be having a bit of a, lack of confidence today, because we do have Taroko coming in here. We talked about Zanil as coming into this team as a 2's main. Well, no, maybe not a 2's main, certainly a 3's main, but
I didn't even notice.
Expert, but yeah.
Do you know what? I was just, my brain was saying it's Zanil. Oh my goodness, yeah, okay.
We talked about him so much in this build-up, and it's, they mentioned by Gyro in the pre-match interview, they brought in a 2's expert, but after that really confident performance in 1's by Taroko, I'm not surprised to see him demand to be thrown in here. He's been the player for the team has looked himself today. He always defends in 3's. So, seeing Rogue in the back foot, not unusual for Taroko.
Well, here he is doing a bit of defending up against Tellum. Twiz is coming in. That's a decent challenge there from Gyro. We'll tee up Taroko to beat Tellum for pace. Good stuff. Now here is Gyro, wants to just squeeze this one into the corner, and Gyro definitely seems to be the sharpshooter of this new Rogue duo. Wants to be at the end of every pass and take these shots, but what a redirect that is onto the crossbar from Twiz. Lovely effort.
And a nice bump on the exit, steals the boost away from Gyro. Taroko's going to try and buy Gyro some time here to pick up some small pads, which is happening off screen right now. And Rogue just looking to absorb this pressure. Anka are piling on them. Oh, what a dunk! It's 1-0 Rogue! And Taroko continues to be a problem for Anka today. Tellum He must be getting flashbacks to the 1v1.
I love that reaction as well from Gyro. He turns to his teammates. There's all smiles, there's happiness from Rogue. These are the little moments in a series that can make a team begin to believe that they can get back into it. Just a simple goal, but it's one that Rogue will feel like, you know, they really earned. It was the challenge game. It was a brave attack there from Taroko, and he's going again, wants to get a perfect 50-50 up against Telem. But Telem wins a couple, and now Gyro is heading back to his own goal. Can Twiz wrap himself around this one to get it towards the net? Not quite, but a demo comes in. Taroko should be able to respawn in time to help out Gyro in defense.
Yeah, it was a great play there by Telem to go past both Rogue players. The shot proved to be just a bit too tough of an angle for Twiz to score. He's now lost control, though. Made something off it, though. Landed on top of the incoming Rogue player, so backup plan successful as Telem now looking to back pass, but it's intercepted.
Surely
and Taroko looks to roll in a second one. He does. He gets the first with a dunk, the second with an interception. Taroko is inside Telem's head.
I feel like when Anchor go to sleep tonight, they will have nightmares of the big, powerful octane of Taroko. He is just everywhere, charging everything down in these smaller games. He is the difference between these two teams. It's simple goals, it's good decision-making, it's solid 50-50s and challenges. You don't always have to score double flip resets. And Taroko's proving that time and time again. But Anchor, they've got these mechanics. Twiz, he's going to leave this one to his teammate, but good speed again from Gyro. He stepped his game up. Now can he get the flick into the corner? He goes for it, almost over the top of Twiz. But Twiz, beautiful recovery to get not just one, not just two, but 3 touches, including the dunk.
This is something from Rogue, and really Taroko,
again,
the guy today with the 1v1 win, and now 2 goals in the 2v2 that proved to be the difference. This is where that defensive strategy, the defensive lineup of Rogue's going to thrive, because Anka will be forced to overextend, they'll be forced to commit, and they don't look comfortable. Twiz now drives under the ball, trying to chip it up. Taroko's all over him. Taroko won't really be taking any risks here. He's just trying to knock more time off the clock, just like he did in 1v1. He's waiting for the overextensions, and unlike threes, you don't have that third man. When you overcommit, it's big problems for Anka.
A bit desperate as well, that attempt at the demo from Telem. It never really seemed like Taroko was going to be in trouble. Taroko also stole a boost earlier, and since then, they've been pretty boost-starved of the Anchor players. We're now in the last minute of this one, approaching a game 5. He's looking more and more at the likely outcome right here. Taroko with the snapshot. Again, not trying to be too clever. Doesn't have to go for the air dribble, just knows that booming it to the backboard, he can then get himself in the way with Gyro behind him just to take those few extra precious seconds off this clock. Anka needs something quick. Could this be it? No, again, Taroko somehow gets himself in the way. Telem with an attempt. Can Twiz turn around? No, he can't. The pass isn't quite there despite the demo. And now it's Anka for whom nothing seems to be working.
They know they've got to just throw everything forward here. Anka leaving caution to the wind. It's just not working. Rogue, solid at the back.
In each other's way.
They're going to pick up a third goal here as Anka try to force something. They just get in each other's way in the midst of the chaos. We're going to game 5 here. And what a ridiculous situation. If you asked anyone in the Rocket League scene before this matchup started this weekend, okay, we're going into game 5. One of these teams has won both of the 3v3s, 4-0 and 5-0. Yep. The other teams won the 1v1 and the 2v2. Everybody would say, ah, well, it's probably the MENA team winning 1s and 2s. They can't play 3s. Only Falcons can play 3s, but it's the complete opposite. I can show that they really can play 3s, but Rogue have got 1s and 2s on lock to a much, much higher level than they did in qualifying. Taroko with a big step up here today, getting his team into game 5 with the help of Gyro in the 2v2.
Okay, now is time for a really important team talk for Rogue, because yeah, you know, the first couple of 3v3s didn't go too well, but thanks to some brilliance from Taroko in particular, they have got themselves to a game 5, and game 5 always hits different. The pressure is extra. Both these teams are on elimination game. You know, perhaps their opponents, Anchor, play a little bit more defensively. Perhaps they play differently. Perhaps Rogue get an early goal and gain some momentum. Anything can happen over these next 5 minutes, and Rogue, credit to them, they have made the most of this format. This is a great advert for crew battles right here. The fact that one individual has, you know, supplemented the 3v3s to bring his team, drag his team to this point.
Yeah, and you know, looking at how that 2v2 matchup went, I've got to think that...
That was the problem. That was the issue. It was a bit too high. Now it's lower. We've got Zanil back.
Zanil's, he's in the right angle now, so he's just worry about the camera angle in-game, out of game. So important. It really is a big deal, you know, playing in a different setup where there's just simply different distances to work with. But you know, I've got to give Taroko so much praise because I think even if Twiz plays that 1v1, I don't think it matters. I think Taroko beats him today as well. He just looks in such great form for this event. You know, we heard from Gyro that they've really been practicing the 1s and 2s, and of course when he says that we've been practicing the 1s and 2s, he means probably Taroko's been practicing the 1s. I don't know, maybe they've all been switching it in and out, giving it a go, getting everybody involved.
Scrimming Taroko, playing certain play styles, you know, air dribble bump against me only, I'll learn to defend it.
Definitely.
Perhaps.
I mean, they've clearly prepped well for this. Taroko's ready for any game mode, but Anka have been by far the better 3s team today. 4-0 in game 1, 5-0 in game 2. Non-stop pressure, absolutely no danger from Rogue being presented. I think Gyro's got to step up, but it's Anka already. When I say Gyro step up, I just want to see him in the offensive half for no reason at one point in this game. Get Anka thinking twice before advancing.
Yeah, go for the bumps as well, and that's what Gyro is doing. Look at him cutting across, leaving Zanil to head back. That is the Gyro that we want to see. And Rogue maybe just in the ascendancy right now. They have the belief, but Anka, they can turn that against them so quickly. Twiz beats Taroko to the ball there. Tellem is in there as well. Zanil with decent defending at that near post, but can he get control of the ball after? Yes, he can. Taroko's behind him. Gyro on the floor, Zanil over the top of one of them, wants to get the dunk on the second one, not quite able to do it, but this is a very different looking Rogue as far as 3v3s go.
Anka have been flawless so far in 3s, but how long can that continue? How many times can they lose to Taroko in another game mode before they do get tilted, before they start to doubt themselves? Rogue advancing. Once again, that's calm play on the backboard by Tellem, and Rogue are definitely stretching themselves here for shots that don't really look that likely to end up in the goal. They're kind of just clearing the ball across the box here, looking to starve the boost, but didn't work out. Anka managing the boost very well.
Lovely play from Gyro there to get himself not just the first touch, but also plonked to that backboard. Able to clear it away now. That was all from that good first touch that he made earlier. Now we can try and tee up Taroko. Up against Tellem. Taroko with more good pace. The thorn in Anka's side since the start of this series. Zanil wants to get a second touch, not quite able to do it, so Suspect is going to come in. And Anka are just about starting to play their way into this one. Certainly a lot more even than it was in the first minute and a half.
Taroko's sent the ball forward once again. Every time he's touched the ball, it's gone far. Continues to intercept so often, and Gyro's looking for him in the infield now, but it's Twiz with the interception. Tellem flying after it, but Zanil will clear it on the backboard. Suddenly out of nowhere, it was the counterpunch from Anka that looked like a great chance.
Taroko's touch is not the one he wanted. He can only skim it along for Tellem to do some fakes in the air, get the flip reset. Gyro, who has stepped up so much in this series, got a really important touch there to see it away. I thought for sure that one was going to nestle into the back of the net, but now it's Zanil. Past one player, around the corner as well. Almost a demo there from, I think it was Gyro and one of the Anka players. He definitely is searching for these more, trying to affect and influence the Anka rotation. And I'm liking what I'm seeing from Rogue.
Big chance. Little half volley on target. Well timed by Zanil, but defended also. We're seeing defense from Anka. We didn't get a chance to appreciate their defensive rotation in the earlier 3v3 games. It's looking pretty solid, but the offense, nowhere to be seen compared to games number 1 and 3. That's a big chance. It's top corner from Gyro. 1-0 Rogue, their first goal in 3s, but the most important one.
And a lovely finish as well. Tellem, just a bit of a missed touch. There was 2 goalkeepers though. Gyro was in so quickly. Had to sacrifice his car to get there, but it was more than worth it to give Rogue just a taste of making it through in this series. I mean, we were already talking about Anka playing later on in the event. It seemed that certain that Anka were going to take it, but Rogue have completely turned it on his head. Might get another here, but Suspect doing some good defending, and now Tellem can go solo.
He's being challenged early here. That's the correct play there from Gyro, just getting it out and stopping him immediately. And again, Taroko now takes his turn. They're challenging before the last second. They're not allowing Anka to just set up shop next to them. Take their boost constantly. Zanil with a key pickup there. Otherwise, they would be stuck in defense for a while. Lovely manipulation on the challenge game there from Tellem, but once again, it goes nowhere. Rogue have completely revitalized their 3s game.
Lovely play from Zanil as well. That charge down in the air, a great challenge, making it so that Anka are pinned back. Can they get that pass out? There's a fake there from Gyro to leave it to his teammate Zanil. A chance for Twiz. That one's going over onto the backboard, and Twiz then gets an extra touch. I'm not sure Anka needed him to get it. I think Suspect and Tellem were desperate for that ball, but not to be now. And here comes Zanil. Could sink it. He does sink it, and it's 2-0 to Rogue.
Zanil is here. He's had a quiet day. watching Taroko and Gyro play the other game modes and sitting in defense, but now he moves forward and hits a confident shot in the top shelf. After all of Anka's work earlier on today, it doesn't matter what the aggregate scoreline in threes is. They trail by 2, and they've barely got more than a minute to work with.
What a turnaround this has been from Rogue, but Anka still have time to get themselves back into this game and maybe force an overtime. Talon is going to have to do something with this ball, but Taroko again, so quick in the challenge. Means the Suspect has to just do everything he can to get it. He can. Gyro's already up, but he's been dodged by Suspect towards Telem. This is a good play from Anka right now. Can they get the pass? The final touch they need? No, they can't, because who is there intercepting the passing opportunity? It has to be the Canadian on Rogue.
Taroko has been the difference in this matchup. What a comeback, what a performance from him. Every time Anka go ahead by miles in a 3v3 game, Taroko bounces back. But now here's a big chance for them. Suspect goes right through Gyro, but Taroko's there. He's wasting all the remaining time. Anka have got nowhere to go now. They just have to commit. It's into the middle, but it's saved by Gyro. That might be the game-winning clear.
Well played, Gyro. Just has to keep control of this ball. Just has to stay behind it. It doesn't matter if Telem's coming in. The seconds they're disappearing, the chance is going. Anka, they had everything in their hands until Rogue showed how good they actually are. They are going to take this series by 3 games to 2. The Champions Field victors are Rogue.
What a game, what a series. Not just from Taroko at the end there, but from the full team. They realized that they were just completely stuck in defense. They weren't fighting for that midfield. They weren't challenging the Anka players early enough. They were just conceding the midfield, conceding so much space, and they're getting dominated in 3v3. So big time step up there. We asked for Gyro to get more active in threes, play more aggressively, and that's what he did. And Zanil as well, after looking shaky early on in the series, sent the second goal in to just really seal it. As from that point onwards, Anka looked so lost. At a 1-goal deficit, the heads are still in the game, and they're still, grinding out those goals like they did in the first and third games of the series. But after Zanil banged in a second, you could just see the heads go down, and it's a shame for them. It's a tough loss, but clearly Rogue were more prepared for this format.
Yeah, and Rogue are going to go on to play Heat, who played so well earlier on against Team Secret. That'll be a really close one. Some good 1v1 players in there. Raziers against Taroko is going to be very exciting. Looking forward to that one indeed. But I mean, we love this crew battles format. That was a great example of how good it can be.
Oh yeah, you mentioned there Heat, the next opponent for Rogue. That's going to be up on stream next. I think I'm going to pick Heat there because Rogue, they didn't wake up in threes for a while, so I'm leaning Heat in threes, and then 2v2, I think that can go either way. And Raziers, I'm putting him ahead of Taroko in ones. Great stuff from Taroko there, but there's levels to ones.
Well, there we go. We went all the way to a Game 5, and to hear the thoughts from the players, here's Banks on the stage.
Welcome back to the main stage. I'm joined by Gyro from Rogue. Congratulations for winning that match. You're one step closer to fighting your way out of the lower bracket. So I just wanted to ask you, obviously we're on the main stage now, okay? The pressure does get a bit higher. Did you feel it, or do you feel like you and your team coped well?
معنا احد اللاعبين من فريق روج موجود معنا على الستيج بعد فوز كان جدا قوي صراحه. 5 مباريات كانت جدا حماسيه، لكن بنفس الوقت حبينا نسال اللاعب سؤال كيف احساسه على المسرح مع الضغط الكبير اللي قاعد ممكن يجيهم داخل المباراه.
Honestly, I think the first game we were pretty nervous. I think all of us were pretty nervous. And whenever we got into game 2 and I saw Rocky took the ones game, we were just like really excited. I think we were all pretty nervous. It's Zanil's first land, so I felt like I had to calm him down a little bit. But he popped off in game 5, and honestly, I think Rocky was feeling good. Like games 2 and 4, he pretty much won us those games. So yeah, I think we're getting used to it now.
قاعدين يتعودون شوي شوي على انهم يحاولون يحسنون مستواهم في المسرح، خصوصا راكي في الجيم الثاني والجيم الرابع ادى اداء مره كويس في المباراه، وزياده على كذا اللاعبين يعني شوي شوي قاعدين يتعودون اكثر، يتاقلمون على الاجواء اللي موجوده معنا في Gamers8.
Well, speaking of your teammates, we know that Aqua joined your squad earlier this year. So how has that changed the dynamic of your team?
كيف تغير الفريق بعد ما دخل اكوا كلاعب جديد معهم في راست الروج؟
Well, Aqua's a more aggressive mechanical player, and obviously Zanil has really good mechanics, but he prefers to be more passive, and I think that means that Rocky and I can be like, all of us have the same amount of offensive pressure, and yeah, I think he fit in really well. He has good comms, so I'm just happy to have him.
اللاعب جدا كان تواجده مع الفريق مثالي بسبب انه الاجريسيف بلايز اللي ممكن يسويها موجوده عند باقي اعضاء الفريق، والشيء هذا سمح لهم انهم يلعبون كلهم بنفس الطريقه بشكل افضل.
Well, next up is another elimination match, and it's going to be against Heat. So, do you feel like you guys can adapt on the fly, or do you just stick to your game plan that you go into each match with?
هل المباراة الجاية ضد فريق هيت اللي بتكون جدا قوية وصعبة بيقدرون انهم يسوون ادابت البلاي ستايل حقهم، ولا بيكون نفس البلاي ستايل اللي هم يلعبون فيه بالعادة؟
Honestly, we've scrimmed Heat and we play them a lot in ranked. I think we're pretty even. We might have to adapt a little bit because European and Middle East teams play way different than NA. But I think we're going to do good against them. I'm pretty confident, and honestly, it's just going to depend on the twos game to us.
فريق هيت البلاي ستايل حقهم متعودين عليه بما انهم كلهم من نفس الريجن، لكن بنفس الوقت اذا واجهوا فرق من ميدل ايست او من الريجنزات الثانيه هو اللي ممكن يكون صعب عليهم، وقابلوهم كثير في السكريمز وقابلوهم كثير في الرانكس، فاكيد انهم بيكون عندهم فرصه انهم يؤدون اداء كويس معهم.
Well, Jaro, thank you so much for joining us on stage. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament, and best of luck in your next match, which is coming up very soon. Please put your hands together and give it up one more time for Rogue. We're going to be throwing to a very short break, but we are going to be coming straight back with your next elimination match of the day. Don't go anywhere.
راح نروح فاصل بسيط اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، وبعدها راح نكمل اللور براكت في كل جروب ونشوف من اللي بيتأهل ومن اللي بيوقف.
ended up going the complete distance, all 5 games in that previous matchup versus Anka and Rogue. Rogue ultimately winning that one out 3-2. Now, one thing that I have to ask you guys is the fact that, you know, Anka, particularly when it came to their 3v3s, were looking incredibly dominant against the likes of Rogue. Was that kind of like an expected result from your perspective?
No, not at all. I thought Rogue would have the edge in 3s, and I thought Anka would win 2s, and then 1s would be closer, but, you know, maybe Taroko. That's why I said Rogue would win. I thought they were going to maybe win 2 of the 3s in the 1v1, not the way it went.
Yeah.
So, really, really weird series. The result was what I expected, but to get that result was not at all how I expected it.
Yeah, Rogue at the end finally working out the 3v3, but it was a close game the whole way through. I think the different game modes worked in favor of the teams. Very differently to what I've seen in other matches. Both 2s and 1s were won by Rogue, where we're frequently seeing 1s or 2s being favored for one of the teams, and then the other team takes the other match. So Rogue seeming to be better in the non-3v3 game modes.
Yeah, they've done this twice. They took every game mode yesterday as well against Team Secret in their opening match. They went 1-1 in 3v3, and then they won the 1v1 in the 2v2. So they're actually undefeated right now in 1s and 2s for the, well, except for their loss at Senate lower bracket, of course. But you know, outside of the endpoint series, they're looking good. They're winning every 1v1 and 2v2. It's 3v3 that seems to be their weakest game mode.
And obviously on the side of the 1v1s, we had Taroko most definitely stepping up to the plate. The score in that one was 8-2 in favor of Rogue. Now, Taroko, typically speaking, would you consider him to be a standout 1s player?
Well, I wasn't sure coming into the event because I've seen Taroko, you know, be a top-tier 1s player in North America in the past, but more recently, he wasn't at that level. But like Gyro said in the interview, they've been really grinding every game mode, trying to best prepare for this format and best prepare for this event. So to see Taroko show up in a much more impressive 1s form, it makes sense. That's what Gyro told us was going to happen, and it's something we've seen from him in the past.
And they said Zanil was kind of brought in knowing he's great at 2s, and then when it comes to the 3s, that's where we start to question how are they going to play with a sub coming in. And I think knowing that they're 3 solid North American players, they will eventually work out the 3s, but for them right now, they are working it out as this tournament goes on. So maybe the further they go, the better their 3s will get.
And on the side of Anka, we did already touch upon the fact that they were incredibly strong when it came to their 3s. The question is, why do you think Rogue were kind of lacking when it came to the 3v3s? Because at one point, it was actually 5-0 in favor of Anka.
Well, I think, you know, Rogue, when they're playing with their star player Aqua, you know, not to take anything away from Zanil, who's an up-and-comer, a great potential for North America, Aqua is just something else when it comes to offense, and without him, their offensive firepower seemed to be non-existent, and they really struggled to create any kind of threat, and with that being the case, Anka just felt so comfortable, like sending everybody forward, and they're just playing super aggressively with no concern for Rogue counterattacks, which were never present. So, you know, I think it's up to Gyro. I've seen him be that guy for other versions of Rogue and other teams in the past. He's been, you know, first man, second man. He's got to do that, because I don't think Zanil or Taroko are comfortable being the aggressive player.
Yeah, do you think any of these teams head into the matchup, though, knowing that their opponents have a stand-in player and kind of try and abuse that factor?
I think there's a lot of teams at this event with stand-in players. There's going to be that whole variation of not knowing what teams are against. The advantage we've got with the Rocket League compared to a lot of other esports is all the players play a very similar play style.
Yeah.
And there's kind of a limitation on how much a player can be hard to play with, because everyone has to rotate in a similar-ish way. It's not like in complicated 5-person teams where you've got strat books and everything. Player can fit in a lot easier, and it's more about the individual talent. And so that's where we're starting to see the 2s and the 1s really shine in the teams which have those stand-ins.
Yeah, I'm curious to take a look at our bracket, though, and see how everything has ended up panning out. Because right now, we are indeed going to end up having the Heat versus Rogue matchup. Boys, how do you think this is going to end up panning out?
Well, it's a great matchup on paper, because Heat coming into this, they've lost their star 3s player Juicy. He's not here. Rogue coming into this, they've lost their star 3s player Aqua. So we got 2 teams who are trying to make it work. And like we've talked about, Rogue brought in a 2s player because they already had Taroko for 1s, and Heat have brought in a 1s player because they didn't have one. So both teams have really done a good job, I think, fitting the blanks, and that's why they've made it into this round. But Razir's Taroko looks now like a great matchup, but given that the fact that Taroko's playing really well. Coming into this event, I would have said Razir's easy, because I just hadn't seen anything recently from Taroko. But after what we've seen from him at this event, I think Taroko's going to be competitive there. I'm still leaning Razir's. Taroko looks good. And
we've all seen the North America and Europe 1v1 scenes have stayed apart for so long. And events like this really give us the opportunity to see them match up against each other. And Razir's is a player who's played against the best 1v1 players in Europe and the Middle East. but to have this cross-seas match, this is going to be exciting. We've not seen this before. Hopefully we get to see the ones game.
Well, on the side of Heat, obviously them previously having won 3-0 versus the likes of Anchor, but then ending up losing 0-3 versus the Space Station Gaming, I think we should check in with them and see how they're feeling about this matchup.
That's actually a hard question. I would say could be us. The players don't know how we play, and yeah, we're just like a solid team overall. And since we only practiced for 2 weeks, it could be like a little factor that we just don't care and just play, while the other teams are like actually really focusing and they're like thinking about more stuff than us.
Interesting stuff there coming out from their team. What do you guys make of that?
I mean,
confident. He's always confident. I mean, Raziers knows he's here to play. He's looked good up until now as well, so I think he's got no reason to lack confidence, especially in his own, not just one's ability, but twos and threes. Really been a standout player and proved himself as one of the up-and-comers in Europe for 3v3 as well as 1v1.
I mean, this event as a whole for Raziers is a great CV maker for him in the future. He's going to be looking and going, everyone, look at me. I have a good resume of competing on a massive stage for a load of money. Get me into your team. We can do well in RLCS next season. And that's the same for a lot of these European teams that haven't made it into majors. They're looking to use this as experience.
Well, I certainly know that we've been talking a lot about the business side of things, a lot about the analytical side of things. So let's check in with Rogue with some fun content this time around.
I'm really excited to be here. It's been a while since I've been to LAN, and honestly, just the energy and being around all my friends, it's just going to fuel us so much. I'm just really excited to play.
I'm going to do it, boys. I'm afraid, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to put you on the spot. I need your predictions.
Easy. It's
easy.
Heat. I've got to say Heat. Rogue looks shaky in threes, and Heat have got Raziers. So when I'm leaning, already in favor of Heat in 3v3, and they've got, I think, the better ones matchup, it's tough for Rogue. It really is. I mean, they barely scraped through that matchup there by figuring out how to beat the opponents in threes. Yeah, I've got to say Heat, they've simply got, I think, best chance of winning 4 of these games.
So I have a question. Considering the fact that they had lost 0-3 versus the likes of Space Station, was that expected from your perspective?
Well, Space Station just turned out to be one of the best teams. I mean, we knew they were going to be one of the best teams coming in, and they proved it by 3-0ing Heat. I don't think that's a bad result by any means. I think Heat still, for me, could make the run. Rogue playing spoiler here, I think they're the underdog, so they've just got to try and keep using Taroko as much as possible, just getting Taroko's backpack, see how far he can carry them.
The main factor for Rogue here is they have just come off a win, so they're going to be feeling good, especially as they finally got the threes down at the end there. So they have won 1s, 2s, and now 3s, so they know they can win in all the game modes. I just think if it was a level playing field, Heat would take it over Rogue just. But maybe that factor of Rogue coming in with the momentum, feeling good. Yeah. I reckon Rogue are going to take it to game 5, but it still is going to go to Heat.
Oh, okay.
I got you there, I got you.
Oh, well, we agree.
I know that Johnny had previously kind of bullied people into their previous predictions. Well, thankfully, I don't know whether or not he's done that this time around.
No, I don't take Johnny's word too seriously. I have my own opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, very good, very good. The question is, though, do you think we'll have Taroko coming out once again for a 1v1 situation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably 2v2 because they just won that as well. So I think it's going to be the Taroko show against, the Raziers and Taroko. They're the main characters here. But it's about that difference in threes for me.
Well, they're coming off the back of a victory, so I'm curious to see whether or not they're as warmed up as you guys seem to think that they are. There is only one way to find out. This is Heat versus Rogue.
Welcome back to the main stage where the elimination matches just keep rolling out. Now this next team, they've only played very recently on this stage and it looked like it was smooth sailing. However, are they going to be able to keep up that kind of dominance against a team who is also coming off the back of a win? Only time will tell. Please welcome back to the stage, Heat.
فريق هيت وصل بالمسرح بعد مباراة كانت جدا قوية لهم وخلصوها 3-0، لكن بنفس الوقت خصمهم تو جاي من فوز وقدر يخلص 5 مباريات كاملة بيست اوف 5 وقدر يفوز فيها بالنهاية، وجايين يكملون مسيرتهم في اللور براكت إلى النهاية. أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، رحبوا معنا فريق روج.
Both teams fresh off a win. Are they going to be able to keep up that kind of pace and make it through the lower bracket and into the playoffs tomorrow? Once again, only time will tell. So I think it's about time we start this match and throw back over to the analyst desk.
هيت وروج كل الفريقين فايزين المباراة وجايين من فوز جدا قوي صراحة، لكن بنفس الوقت واحد منهم بيقدر يستمر معنا وواحد منهم بيوقف مسيرته معنا في البطولة الآن، فخلونا نشوف مين اللي بيقدر يكمل. بالتوفيق لهم كلهم على طول مع المعلقين ونكمل المباراة.
Well, it is indeed going to be Heat versus Rogue in yet again another elimination match. Today is jam-packed with all these eliminations, and the pressure is most definitely weighing in on all of these players' shoulders. But coming off the back of a victory, both of these teams should theoretically be coming into this feeling relatively confident.
I think the way Rogue walked out there, you could see they're enjoying the crowd. I think Gyro in particular seems to be getting the crowd behind him, a lot of cheers. I think Rogue definitely are going to have the most positive effect from that previous victory because they seem to be enjoying the environment the most.
I mean, I think Gyro just saw that Taroko doesn't smile, so I'll smile for both of us. He's doing a double wide smile to make up for the fact that Taroko is just a machine. He's been formed somewhere just to play this event and win every 1s and 2s game. It's really interesting to see the different demeanor of certain players. Some players trying to really get excited and absorb all that crowd energy, which is really actually extremely loud in the venue. You can definitely see some videos on social media about this event, and you'll hear it there.
Yeah, I think the big thing now to look at for this match is, yes, they're looking to get into that top 8, but every game now is earning them more money in this massive prize pool. And for these guys on Heat, this could be the biggest amount of money they've ever played for. I think it will be. Definitely, they're going to go from $25,000 if they lose to $50,000 if they win, and the potential to earn more.
Yeah.
So they might be thinking a little bit about that as they go into this game.
I gotta say though, I'm a little bit disappointed we've not yet seen a Conor McGregor walk out on the stage.
Yeah, they're all very tame, aren't they? They don't want to take any risks walking out. I mean, we are known for some famous walkouts in the past, especially with London back in the day. Maybe we'll have to rely on Renegades later on with CJ.
Yeah, that would be a show.
Wait, Johnny, real quick, give me a Conor McGregor walk impression.
No chance, absolutely not happening, no.
I'm definitely going to make you do it after this segment.
No,
we'll do it off camera and then decide whether it's worth it.
We're going to practice that before we come on and completely get it wrong.
Can't throw him under for that one.
I don't know, I'll consider it. But guys, Heat versus Rogue now. This is going to be an intense matchup. Do you feel like potentially one of these teams will be feeling the pressure more than the other? Or do you think they're both relatively on the same page right now?
It's got to be Heat. Like Gregor mentioned, this is a lot for them to be playing for. This is a huge opportunity. I mean, for both these teams, they don't have Worlds or Wildcard prospect coming up, so it is the biggest event for them in a while. I think Heat have the nerves.
All right, well, let's find out what our two casters, Cole and Stumpy, think of that one. Sorry for throwing you under the bus again, Cole.
Well, if Cole is being thrown under the bus, I'm going to be right there with him. I'm back. Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Cole, predictions. Johnny said it's Heat. Easy for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it'll be easy for them. Rogue have proven they are tricky customers when you think you got them beat against Anchor earlier on. But frankly, they really weren't that great against Anchor earlier on either. So Rogue have a lot that they can step up against. And Heat, they just seem to be able to take it to these so-called better teams. They were doing it in qualifiers as juicers. They're still doing it now. They've got Raziers in, a wonderful 1v1 player. They will be very confident going into this one. They just keep taking those Ws.
Yeah, I mean, earlier on we saw Heat go 3-0 versus Secret, a massive result for them, taking down the SAM #2 team, and ultimately, at the start of the competition, beating Anchor 3-0 as well. So if then you're looking at them comparing how they both beat Anchor, bit closer on the side of Rogue. So interesting times. I've got Heat as well. I think that the 1v1, the 2v2 is a lot better.
Can I just say, poor old Anchor being used as a yardstick. They are so much more than that, all right?
They're a benchmark. How's that?
Okay, that's better. I'll give you that one.
Phew.
But yeah, we are going to go into this one, starting as ever in the crew battles with 3v3. And this, you would think, is where Rogue really needs to set a marker, because their 3v3, their opening game against Anchor, absolutely atrocious. They lost the first 2v3 4-0, and they were second to every loose ball. They weren't as good mechanically. They were just the lesser team. They have to not let that happen again against Heat.
Rogue are wanting, though, to double their money, get the win, see if they can get that $50,000. It's a massive task for them because Heat are going to be standing right in the way. The immediate shot coming out from Rogue as well.
Yeah, decent start here for Rogue, looking a little bit better than before already at this point. Against Anchor earlier on, they'd already been outpaced to about 5 or 6 loose balls.
Interesting when we were talking before the series started as well with the whole Zanil. Is he in for the 2v2s? Is he there, you know, just to fill in the numbers for the 3v3? What did you think in that previous series?
I think that he would be expected to go back into the 2v2. He just looked like he's lost his confidence, really. I think the whole of Rogue had. So they went with the more experienced players. They went with Gyro and Taroko because they know they can put in a solid performance in a 2v2 in pretty much any capacity. And yeah, it made sense, but Zanil in the final 3v3, in that deciding game, he looked back to his best. He was making some solo plays, he was getting some quick recoveries, he was linking the play, scored a lovely goal, if I recall correctly, as well. So I'm sure in the 2v2s this time, we'll see Zanil say, okay, boys, I'm back and I'm ready. But what a pass that is from Varisa Razias. Oh, and it's saved well.
Good push coming in from Heat and onto the open net, just a smidge wide as Zanil can clear it away with the help of Parker rather, passing back to Razias, the 1v1 man who absolutely blew myself and Johnny away earlier. Parker unable to get that one central, and so Gyro can carry on down the pitch. I saw Gyro this morning. I met him at the Omelette Bar.
Oh, lucky you.
Yep. I said hello. He said hello. And then we went our separate ways. I didn't stick around to find out.
Did you not?
No. I should have done. Maybe I should have done, but no. He had a nice healthy breakfast. The man is prepared for the day.
Good man, good man. That's why he's so happy and wavy and smiley and happy is Gyro as he takes this touch off the backboard. He's got Taroko to his right, who's dodging some demos, showing some quick thinking feet right now. And Gyro carries on with it round the corner. Good play from him all around. Razias here. Wants to get past Zanil, but can't do it. Good to see Zanil so far forward up against Heat because he was so defensive earlier on.
Faris on that left wall attacking in the corner, but Gyro with no boost just sends it high, and the pass central from Parker only goes as far as Taroko. 50 boost for Zanil, takes to the skies, tries to get that flip reset, goes to the ground instead, pinches wonderfully in front of the net, absolutely outplays every defender on Heat, and Rogue with first blood.
Zanil shows his mettle right now, look at that, fakes the flip reset, then gets it round the corner for Taroko, who literally cannot miss. And Rogue take the lead in the 3v3, and they are looking really good right now, Rogue. They're looking much more balanced. Earlier on, they were so much more defensive. Now, they're actually showing that they can be an attacking threat. Zanil is demanding that ball, which is what we want to see from him, because you have to remember, you know, he's making a statement in his own career as well, being brought in as a sub. Right now, Rogue back to their defensive ways as Heat come forward. Faris to the side. Wants to get this boost as well. No, he leaves it, in fact. Parker to the center, where Zanil is already waiting. Gets one touch, wants to get the second, the dunk. Zanil is just so involved.
Good shot attempt from Taroko. A Canadian man that we saw pop off the previous series. I spoke to Cole when it happened. He was like, you watched the previous one? I said, yep. We were both like, Taroko was sick. We were like, yep. He's the man, tries to dribble it round the pass side of Parker, but the post thwarts his effort. Pinches to the center, Razias never cleared that one too far. And the touchdown, Zanil doubling up the lead for Rogue in this game number 1.
The real Zanil is well and truly here, up there on the recipient, as the recipient, should I say, of the little quick infield pass there from Taroko. Good control and decision-making from Rogue yet again to double up their lead with a couple of minutes left, and this is the exact start they wanted against Heat, who, you know, they're only involved in these 3-0s. They won 3-0 against Anchor, lost 3-0 against Space Station Gaming, and then earlier on today, they won 3-0 against Team Secret. So, you know, history would have it that if Rogue take this first game, they'll be in a really good place in this series.
I wonder where Heat will take the matchup as well, because clearly their pocket rocket is Raziz. He is the one. He is, you know, their ones player, someone who is also formidable in twos if Reese and Park, you know, want to be split up. But if you pick ones, you've got Taroko. Like, it's not just one of the easy picks. You've got somebody who is also absolutely sensational. I would put Raziz ahead of Taroko, and hopefully Johnny Boy isn't screaming at me from backstage, but I put Raziz a little bit ahead, so maybe losing this first game might just put them onto that opportunity to pick ones and carry on in a way that they'll feel more comfortable.
Taroko, who so far has had a 10-4 victory and an 8-2 victory in the 2 1v1s that he's had. So he is really feeling these solo duels that are so involved, but it will of course be up to Heat. I reckon they would still back Raziz against Taroko, even though Taroko is in such fine form, because he's such a good 1v1, right at the top of those leaderboards, and not bad at 3v3 either as he gets a flip reset. Faris is going to have to come in against Gyro. Look at this from Taroko again. That is what Taroko does so well, nipping in when it matters, and it always seems to cause goals for Rogue.
I saw him get a couple of those runaway opportunities where he intercepts and gets one more little touch to squeak it around the side of the opposing players. 30-second left, that's 3 goals for Rogue. Fantastic first form in this initial game in our lower semi-finals. Winner going on to face it off against the loser of Endpoint versus Space Station. So very much not all clean sailing here. 25 seconds remain. Rogue wanting to burn the time off the clock. Zanil up, does not get any contact, but doesn't matter. You got 3 goals.
Once again, Taroko, look at his score there, 584. He is just involved in everything good that Rogue are doing. But it's Zanil that's sort of drawn my attention a little bit. Not because he's been the best player on the pitch by any means, but just because he seems so much more involved. He's wanted the ball, he's getting bumps in demos, and he's showing a bit of expression right now. As Parker comes forward, it's not going to matter anyway, even if they do score. This one is going to hit the floor, and it's going to be 1-0 Rogue.
Rogue looking pretty elated. Just, yep, fair play. We got it. We managed to squeak out the 3v3. And a lot of these teams, you look at the specialist teams where these are kind of soft specialist teams where you have Taroko, who's very good at 1v1s, but also is fantastic at the 2s and 3s. Raziz, very good at 1v1s, but also pretty good at the 2s and 3s. You see them just being able to switch it up, and you know, you're not going to think, okay, one will always win those 3v3s, it's going to go to 5. It could very much go either way. And as Johnny Boy taught me yesterday, it is very much not impossible to win 3-1, where there's a 1v1 in that second game.
You're proud of that, aren't you?
Very proud. Very, very proud. Johnny Boy was wrong, and I was correct. I would like to see a 1v1 between these two teams. I want to see Raziz versus Taroko.
Do you reckon that's what Heat will be thinking themselves as well? Do you reckon Raziz is so confident, even against Taroko, that he is putting himself forward? He is volunteering, because if he loses the 1v1, all of a sudden Heat, who are the team, the little plucky team that keep on beating teams ahead of them, they need a reverse sweep against Rogue. It all comes down to this 1v1, if that is their choice, and that is a big statement to make.
I would say that seeing as earlier on he beat Knight 10-5, that's a great launching point for him. That's the only 1v1 he has played,
10-4.
however.
10-4 it was, wasn't it?
No, it's 10-5.
All right, I'll trust you.
No, it's Taroko that won 10-4.
Oh.
It was Raziz that won 10-5.
Sorry, it's because Knight loves losing and conceding 10 goals.
Dare you?
I was so confident.
And we do get that 1v1. Raziz fancies his chances against the mighty, mighty Taroko.
I mean, I can't see either of these two players scoring 10 right now.
No.
Taroko, what offensive 1v1 player, will just be looking to frustrate Raziz. Can it happen? Raziz is a player who every now and then can lose his confidence and lose his form, even in the 1v1 game. But with Taroko giving him freebies like that, he will be feeling it.
You call it a freebie, but look at how much he was chased down. Raziz bumps in initially, tries to wiggle into him, prevents him from going to that corner boost, forces him to get an awkward touch off the side, and Raziz can clean up. Brilliant pressure play by Raziz, and potentially going to be going on, starting as he means to go on with that sheer pressure, winning the kickoff. Neither of these players realistically. The mid boost taken by Raziz though, and that back corner boost, but a miss leaves Taroko with an opportunity to shoot, but him being low and takes into that back left corner.
Raziz doing so well to keep so much boost in the tank, but almost Taroko still manages to get it past him. And just keep an eye on Raziz. Throughout that entire defensive phase, he never went below about 30 boost. Only now has he used the rest of his 100, and he's stolen some more there. So great recovery play. Taroko struggling to get himself involved in this 1v1 so far, just trying to keep Raziz at arm's length, but he's a very experienced customer in 1v1s, and he'll know that There's a long way to go yet as he takes to the sky over the top of Raziers, almost, but well defended.
Lured into that air dual bump by Raziers jumping, wanting him to take to the skies, then immediately goes back down, forcing Taroko to waste a little bit of boost. Knows he was not going to be getting anything from it. A great demo. Raziers opens up that net, and the dribble can find its way in. The ball on top of his car, easy as you like.
So far, Raziers, the favourite, is showing why he is that. The decision-making quality. Gets his boost as well, just in case the spawn had to come. He'd have been completely okay there, Raziers. Getting that one in for a couple of goal lead. And he's had to do some defending, Raziers. It hasn't been all his own way. But he's done everything else of him really well.
And then we keep an eye on that kickoff. Raziers going for the wave dash kickoff, can then tap it to the side and gets his back corner boost. Taroko, though, can flick high, but with not too much boost to his name again. He has to try and steal that corner.
More good defending again from Raziers. Taroko, he's tried an edge dribble bump, he's tried a flick. Neither of them have worked, so maybe I want to see just a clean challenge game from Taroko. Just charge his way into it, see if he can win the loose ball, because these solo plays, these mechanical plays, not quite working. Raziers so good at defending against him, but down the other end, he's also pretty good in attack. Gets a tap on Taroko as the ball nestles home.
The fact that Taroko was retreating in such a straight line compared to the ball, any touch he gets has to be towards the side, and getting bumped by Raziers as well stops all of that backwards momentum. Able for the ball just to fall over the orange line on Aquadome in our 1v1. And Raziers, a 3-0 lead over what looked like a fantastic ones player, but as it is in 1v1, many a goal will be scored across this match.
Raziers is he's not falling for Taroko's tricks right now, and I think I want to see Taroko play a little bit more expansively himself, because Raziers is feeling it. And what I love about that shot there is that even though it didn't go in, Raziers still managed to cover the rebound. And another save again from Raziers there. How does he continue to keep this ball out of his net? Is he going to score it down the other end? He's got the flip reset, but no goal, just about.
Just that turnaround from Raziers, managing to get the save. Taroko shooting wide on that one, wants to, you know, learning from maybe a hero of apparently Jack, missing those open nets. Raziers in the center, just go for a flick over the top. Again, sent high by Taroko in a fantastic position, because then he can immediately shoot off the back of it. Brilliant play. Knows that Raziers is going to be a little bit low on boost, sends it high, knows that boost is incoming, and Taroko can read it. Fantastic self-setup.
Yeah, basically faked the boost grab, or let Raziers get it and just went for the ball. And it was a nice, clean finish from his own side there from Taroko. Does get himself back into this one, and will be very happy about that. The kickoff goes pretty much in his favor. He will have control of this ball, and a couple of boost pills to his name as well. Raziers is using all of his, just trying to keep as much as he can. Let's have that one, but he's in his own corner, so can't do too much with the ball. Taroko, do you dive in? How safe are you going to be playing? Because Raziers, if you're too passive against him, he can flick it over you in an absolute heartbeat. Brilliant. And that is what's happened right there. Taroko was trying to find his moment, never did, and Raziers punished him.
Forced sideways as Raziers is just able to carry on pushing gently down the pitch. Taroko faking to go for that boost grab initially, wanting Raziers to flick early so then he could return and save it away. But with the fake comes a little bit of a misread. Taroko with ball control but very little boost, and Raziers also on quite little boost, only managing to pick up 2 pads. Good stationary movement from him. Now with 100 boost in the corner, Taroko though has 100 to defend with. Raziers has to go high, does not secure a great flip reset, but taking out of that challenge, Taroko takes it low instead. Wants to go for a hook shot, fakes the hook shot, sends it high, and then the boost steal. This is where so many 1v1 plays start from.
And Taroko, can he get it past Raziers? No more good defending. So difficult to get the ball past. Seems completely solid.
That could have been in.
It could have been in, Raziers. Come on, Sam, what are you doing? But he did put a bit of pressure on Taroko. Now he's wave dashing his way across the pitch. Keeps the boost. Taroko just wants to tempt him in, wants to force him. Does manage to go underneath him, and does manage it. And Taroko, he's keeping this one close.
Luring in Raziers as well with that challenge. Goes for the initial hook shot, wants Raziers to jump off the wall. He doesn't, so he knows this. Only one place he's going, he's going to be jumping down to challenge Taroko, therefore taking that low challenge. As Raziers takes the high road, squeaks underneath, gets the tap in. Really nice movement from Taroko, but still has to make up 2 goals in just over 1 minute.
Oh, I think that boost grab went to Raziers, which could be a goal for him.
Yep.
That was a mad dash to that side boost. Whoever got it was probably going to score, and it ended up being Raziers. Look how close it was.
Bumping him away as well, yeah. Just managing to squeak underneath, 1 pixel ahead, and then 3 goals ahead after that play.
So Taroko is going to have to do it all over again. Get himself back into it, force somehow his way past Raziers. Kickoff could be a good opportunity for him. He will win the boost. No, he's missed the boost. Oh, that's frustrating.
Challenge.
Which means he has to give complete control to Razias, who just pops it high because he knows that Taroko is on another straight trajectory to his goal. Brilliant gamesmanship and theory crafting there from Razias.
Sending that high, Taroko knows he has to challenge it at some point, but Razias being able to... Basically, he doesn't even need to go for that challenge. The seconds are ticking off. There's already a 3-goal lead. Razias doesn't really lose anything for going for that challenge. No different kickoffs happening. Taroko managing to land nicely, but Razias again on the floor. The mid boost is calling. He knows he has to jump. He jumps out the way of the bump, and instead Taroko hits the ball on the other side. An own goal, but crafted by Razias' brain.
Yeah, that lovely little touch there, and then I want to believe that Razias meant that. Did it on purpose.
Yeah, he did.
Lined his car up to force the own goal.
Yeah, I think he did, absolutely. He jumped out of the way of the demo. He knows that, well, where else is Taroko going to go if he wants to have full speed to hit me? He's only going to go into that ball. That was fantastic play. 5 goals separating them now as well. Lovely wave dash fake into then the flick instead. I love that Taroko goes up, leans a little bit to the left. See it in the cell, lean a bit to the left.
Oh.
Gonna wave dash.
That's right.
Nope. Manages to flick it over.
That's leaning to the right, you silly Billy, not the
Okay,
left.
well, he leaned to the right instead, but the exact same theory.
Well, he's now got 30 seconds for 4 more goals. He needs all these kickoffs to go his way. Maybe he needs to show a little bit more creativity as well against Razias, but Razias just takes him off the pitch. And he's going to be able to burn these seconds off to guarantee Heat getting back into this series. No matter what happens
Well, the musty.
Can he get a beautiful musty? Not quite. But it's not going to matter. This has been a really good performance from Razias. I mean, Taroko, he has been so hot in these 1v1s.
Yeah.
And pretty early on, Razias just said, you haven't got a chance, mate.
To shut him down is very, very impressive. And to have a 4-goal lead as well, it's not going to be 10. It's going to be 10 in total for both players. Heat, because of Razias taking that game number 2. And now, because we enter into an odd-numbered game in the series, we are back to 3v3.
And I think the Heat will be not too worried about the 3v3. I mean, Rogue did play the better game in game number 1, but it was by no means a complete divide between the 2 sets of 3. This is a series that Heat will be thinking they can win. They have been taking 3v3 games. They've not just been relying on Razias or their 2v2 either. So, yeah, I mean, I want to see them really put Rogue under pressure. Rogue struggled earlier on against Anchor when Anchor were teeing each other up for air dribbles. You know, they were going for bumps, playing in front of the ball, playing with full confidence. I'm not sure we saw that from Heat. We have seen them play better threes. If they do that in this game, then they've got every chance against Rogue.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be, ideally, a closer one for Heat. But, I mean, Rogue, if they can shut them down in the 3v3, and if they can win all of the 3v3s, then... because of the nature of the format, they're going to be taking home the series and heading into that lower bracket final with double the money.
Exciting times for these two teams. I think there's a really sort of balance point in this series right now. You know, Razias did what had to be done against Taroko. There's still pressure there in a 1v1, and he was able to deal with that. But as we head to DFH, it's going to be 1-1 in this series. And Heat, yeah, I mean, I want to see how Razias, if he can take that momentum, he's now completely warmed up. Will he be able to be a difference maker between these two teams?
Well, that's something that the 1v1 does. It's almost like a palate cleanser in the middle to then get you excited then for the rest of the course. You've got yourself a bit more energy, you know your individual ability, and now your teammates are back, and they have got your back. Now it comes down to whether that momentum can carry through for Razias. I would say... theoretically, but let's see how it is in practice.
Oh, he has a pass there into the infield for Parker. Zanil watched it all the way and got the save, but Faris is coming. Zanil again with the double save. Razias onto the backboard, and that's exactly what Rogue wanted. So brilliant defending right there from Zanil, the defender, the new player, the 2v2 expert, stands up in threes.
And that back line, it falls down to Heat to have to defend that ball away, manages to get that rounder's gyro into the skies. Razias again manages to maintain one of his flips, but does not want to use it just yet. Taroko beating out one of the Heat players into the corner. Parker can't quite get the double, and so a double commit for Rogue falls down past Central, but Faris finding nobody.
Razias made the right choice, I think, not going for that. All Rogue players were planted exactly where that pass was. Maybe the backboard would have been the better play, but for now, Heat are able to keep up this pressure. Rogue penned back. This is looking more like how things looked against Anchor, with Heat having all the play. But that touch from Zanil could be enough to break Rogue through. Faris goes in for this one. Razias there. And he's going to slow things down, and he's going to take control, and he's going to get the flip reset, and he's going to get over the top of 2 of them, but not quite the 3rd, and that ball just deflects away into the corner.
90 seconds having elapsed. Nobody taking the lead just yet. The right-hand wing, though, is going to see a little bit of action. As Taroko passes to Zanil. Oh, and Gyro unable to connect with that ball in the midfield. Raziers with 80 boosts. Sees one central, but he also sees his name up in lights. Parker changes the spelling. He's there instead.
Yeah, there he was, Raziers. He faked it. He made everyone think that he was going to be able to get this double tap, but the angle was a little bit too much. That doesn't mean that Zanil wasn't watching him the whole way, though. And then from his blind spot, in comes Parker to give Heat the lead in this 3v3. Bearing in mind they didn't score earlier on in the 3v3. It was 3-0 to Rogue, and it was a comfortable 3-0 as well. So that goal could do a lot for the mentality of Heat.
Yeah, big opening goal. Raziers wants to get another goal on top of the 7 that he's got so far. Wasn't able to get it in that time. Zanil air dribbling. Faris just takes a bit of a weak shot towards the net, sent high again. Raziers to assist and carry and catch, and a flip reset. Goes low with it, and typically you see it go so high. Sometimes there is a little bit of power on the way.
Yeah, I don't think he intended to hit that one with his wheels to get the second touch. I think it died somewhat, and Rogue are very grateful for that, but a massive chance to go 2-0 up for Heat goes begging, and now Rogue coming forward. There's a demo in the corner. Taroko has a flip reset of his own, wants to go under. That touch from Raziers is really awkward for Reese, and Parker are drawn out of line, and there is Zanil, and this is a good game of 3v3.
Almost felt like that floating ball lasted an age, as Gyro had to stop, wait, and just not get in the way of Zanil shooting on the open net. A drawing goal for Rogue. Approaching halfway in this game, and very much a hair's width between them.
Yeah, this is exactly how Rogue want to play it. They don't mind giving more pressure to their opponents, as long as those counter-attacks are working, and that's exactly what happened. Heat was stretched to defense going for these double commits, which you do not want to do in front of your own goal line, especially if you both miss it, that's for sure. Taroko wants to get the ankle, can't quite. Zanil comes in, though. It's closed down by Faris. Taroko does have Gyro in the center. He tries to tee him up, but the pass is a little bit lofty, a little bit loose. It does fall in the end to Taroko, who tries to fake out. Heat not falling for that one at all. They let him do his thing, tucker himself out, and then they clear the ball.
Neither of his teammates were there either, though. I think maybe wanting to fake that one away and then have somebody come in from his team to shoot, but just not on the same page. Faris to receive, sends it, but look at that interception by Gyro. Brilliant speed. Able to clear that ball into the corner, though, and Parker taking it to the midfield with 20 boosts to land and challenge it again. Good demo. One of the players from Rogue. Back right corner sees Faris versus Gyro. Gyro is the benefactor of that ball this time. Parker takes to the ground. I thought he'd take to the skies, but instead getting one bump on Zanil. Parker to flip round. Raziers, though, out of the shadows, able to attack.
Good read from Gyro. Didn't fall for the old quick-fire passes that Heat were throwing on, but here's another one for Reese here. Wants to have been ahead of Taroko. Rogue more pen back than ever, and they're not going to get a block to that one, and Heat have the lead.
That's a little bit spicy. Parker managing to connect on that ball from the half volley, snipes it across the net, and then matter the speed from the man below. He was not able to make contact. 90 seconds remaining. Heat with the lead. This will put them 2-1 up in the series, and then we'll be seeing a 2v2 in game number 4.
This is where Rogue's playstyle can really work against when they have to force a goal, especially when Faris has a chance for a flip reset. Raziers winning that race
lovely.
So easily, and what a pass across the line it was.
Absolutely sensational play. Just Raziers knows he can't go for the shot. He cannot get that angle. At least the safer play was to pass it off to Parker. Does so, drops it down, and 2 goals separating Heat and North America's Rogue.
Parker is going to lose this kick off to Zanil, and Gyro just for a second looked like he could do something with it. In the end, it's just over the top of Faris, but he will have time to recover, as thankfully for Heat, he went very, very slowly, and they can indeed take more control. Raziers to the back wall. Faris was coming in there for a second, realised he couldn't get it. Now it's Rogue with a little bit of control. They need this ball to stay here for a little while, but the demos aren't helping.
Good bump.
And that touch over the top is going to set up Parker. Can he beat Gyro? No. Good save from Gyro.
Dive from underneath in the blind spot. Able to save that ball away. 40 seconds remaining. 30 boost. Raziers to pass central, but Gyro intercepting, slowing that game down for his nose. If he goes to the challenge, then the ball gets into a dangerous position a little bit sooner, so why not leave it? But a long shot from the crossbar. Taroko sniping from his own half.
An absolute banger there from Taroko. Look at the power he got on this one from this pass from Zanil. Full pace. It was only 78 kilometers per hour by the time it reached the goal, but I think off the edge of the car it was a lot faster. Off the crossbar as well, taking off some pace. And now we have 29 seconds for Rogue to try and eke their way back into this one, to climb Heat Mountain. Parker sends it long, so Neil needs to take control. His touch isn't perfect, but he will be able to get a second one. Again, his next touch isn't perfect either. He's staying in front of the ball. Taroko's pass, though, a little bit loose. This is where Rogue needs to be precise, and the precision is not quite there. 10 more seconds to make that change.
Chance for Taroko to seal Rogue's fate potentially into that game number 4. Midfield, though. Good challenge from the blue side in Heat. It's going to be dropping, and Gyro, all his team rests on him. He's not able to handle it, and Heat send us to game number 4, and a 2v2 approaches. My question, Cole, Zanil?
Yes. Surely Zanil will play this one. I know that Taroko's been playing brilliantly, and Gyro stepped up for the 2v2s when Zanil was struggling in the last series, but this time, you know, you've brought a player in for his 2v2 ability. You know,
they said they're focusing on 2v2 as well in the interview.
So it's very strange to then not bring him in for it. I think right now, Zanil, you know, you're coming here to prove that you are capable of being a pro player. Every one of these players at this level has to have that ego, that self-belief. Even when things aren't working for them, you miss 9 times in a row, you say, yeah, I'll be the one to get the 10th. As soon as you lose that, it's just not going to happen. So Zanil, if it's up to you, you have to be making the choice to play right now.
The vibe's clearly good as well over on the side of Heat. They're all giggling. We're having a good time. Do we see anybody greyed out just yet? Not yet. Not yet, everybody. Don't worry.
Speaking of being greyed out, over on the B stream, G2 have lost 3-1 to Complexity. So they've made it over here to Saudi Arabia and won only 1 series against Twisted Minds. It was Complexity 3, G2 Esports 1. Despite G2 getting game number 1, the 3v3, after that, it was... yeah, 3 wins in a row for Complexity.
Eliminated in 13th to 16th. G2, one of our major champions. After having a disappointing London appearance on the B stream, they fell to their death, finishing 1 place ahead of Detonator, Team Secret, Twisted Minds, and Anchor. For here, on the main stream, we've got the 2v2, Raziz and Parker versus Gyro and Taroko. No Zanil present, and Raziz is showing his presence.
A strange decision in my opinion, and Raziz, he is just so good when he has this much time on the ball to the ceiling, smashing that ball into the top corner. And look at that, I love that goal explosion, the eagle flying out of the goal, and he are looking very confident right now.
They need to win 1 more to send Rogue home, and yet another North American team taking the tumble. Taroko tries to flip reset it, but Raziz is there to read him. Parker to the ceiling in his own half, and Raziz actually leaves Taroko just to attack that because it's not in a threatening position. These land 2s are so interesting to me. I love watching these. Like, just, it's such a fun mix between the 3s and the 1s. There's different styles that you go for, different combos change up how the game is approached entirely.
And it's also a good snapshot into these teams as well. Who's feeling hot, who's looking confident, and who's starting to struggle. And so far as Heat, they're having a lot more control of this game. There's slight hesitation, though, from Raziz. He's going to let Rogue win that challenge pretty cleanly. Raziz had to get back. Gyro's there, wants to get the ball, but not quite able to. Now here's Parker slowing things down. Is there going to be a teammate flying in? He's desperate for someone to. Here's Raziz. It's a little bit too late, though. Gyro had managed to get back in time to leave that 50-50 just full to his teammate. Now Parker's closed down by Gyro again. Gyro's definitely in chase mode, which is what we want to see for Rogue. Involved as much as possible. Raziz gets his flick reset. Taroko should be okay there, but there's a demo. That's a massive demo, and there's going to be a goal. Surely no. Taroko on the goal line manages to get a huge block. And now Gyro again. Challenging pass for Raziz. Taroko there. Good close down from Parker. Raziz, is he going to be able to turn this one on target? No, he can't. There was a clear path to the goal, and Raziz, who's been playing so well in this series, couldn't quite take it. Will that shake the mentality of Heat at all, or do they step straight back up? Taroko into the center. Parker is already up for it. Gyro is just waiting for this ball. Gonna have to be waiting for a while as Parker sends it high and Taroko gets involved there in the 2v2. But now Gyro comes in. Is there gonna be a chance for a Rogue finish? Not quite this time.
2 minutes elapsed in the 2v2, sent long into the midfield, and Gyro again. His interceptions have been magnificent. We've seen him all over the pitch in the previous game, and Parker with a loose and floating ball. Raziz is nowhere near that.
Yeah, not quite good enough from Parker, but the finish from Gyro was not easy by any means. Didn't have too much goal to aim for, and had to aim for it quickly and powerfully. Did exactly what was needed from him to get Rogue straight back into this one. 1-1 now. Oh, that could be a
That's
chance
not
though for
great.
Heat. Parker, can he get round the ball? Yes, he can. The quick lead return to Heat.
Brilliant catch from Parker as well. He was low on boost as it just bounces off that side wall. Being able to catch that and tapping it in. That's that finesse, being able to take the touch down. It's like when you see a footballer, flies towards them and they just catch it so wonderfully with their foot.
Beautiful play right there from Parker. And he's got the ball again. He's going round gyro. Wants to snap this one into the center, I think. His touch was a little bit loose. Couldn't quite decide whether he wanted to go for the snapshot there or the pass into the middle. I think the pass would have been the play. Obviously in 2v2, infield pass is even more risky than in 3v3, so you really have to be certain. So if you're not, I guess he made the right choice in pulling away, because he knows that when Raziers has a chance to go solo, he can get it past both these rogue defenders.
Taroko opting for the pass in that situation, and Parker taking the ball away from Gyro, wanting to return the favor to him, but with Gyro 50 boost, sees the goal. They flip reset though, as Raziers into that back right corner. Only 26 boost, delays his dodge to flick it over the top, but Taroko read him perfectly. Just this time, instead of that 1v1 they faced off against earlier, Parker was there for the save.
For the first time in this game, Heat with some consistent defending to do, as Rogue seem to have pushed this ball forwards, and they're getting some boost deals too, so Heat are a little bit starved. 32 and 23, the boost numbers that they've got, but that infield pass can change everything so quickly, and suddenly, Gyro is doing some defending. To defend well, Gyro. That's a lovely first touch.
Bumping.
Taroko, what are you going to do? He just stays grounded. Really well played there by Taroko.
Classic Taroko as well, like
Yeah.
not wanting to take to this guy. Instead, fancy staying on the ground. Parker able to shoot. I like that idea from Parker. You missed the ball, get the man. Why not? 90 seconds left. Gyro can't get it past Raziers, who is going to attempt to get it past Taroko with no boost. Taroko is in very dire situation. Raziers get it central. Maybe Parker should have stayed a little bit closer. Could have seen a goal in his future. Instead, it's Raziers on that back line with 100 boost though. Can just send it high. Can he get this ball away? Now, again, intercepted by Taroko, dropping it down. Raziers able to challenge. Only 60 seconds left.
Ooh, that one could be going all the way in. No, Gyro was able to get back on time. I think it was off target anyway, actually, but the bounce looked really dangerous.
It's exciting, though, isn't it?
It is exciting. That's 2v2, mate. Every touch is exciting. Look at this one. Wow.
Ooh, that was awesome. Gyro, can he get another fantastic touch? Of course he can. Raziers into that corner again, wanting to get the pinch, but instead it just falls to Taroko. But his continued pressure in that 1v1 style is going to give Heat that sheer possession.
Rogue are on the cusp of going out way earlier than they would have wanted to. They need to turn this one around. Taroko tries a desperate shot. Not quite to be. This one is more defending needed from Gyro. Raziers there into the middle. Parker is wrapping around this one. Taroko, can he win this one cleanly? He can. But Raziers in the perfect place yet again. Heat are starting to feel it. The time is ticking away. Rogue desperate for that equalizing goal.
They need it in the next 10 seconds, otherwise Heat, European team, knocking out a North American. 5 seconds remain. Parker onto that side wall. Raziers just backs off. I love that idea because Parker can challenge. Passes it over to Raziers. Taroko unable to move in the way of the ball and the ground. And that is Rogue falling prey to Heat. And the lower bracket run continues as they also double their money.
Congratulations to Heat. Happy days all round. This is the team that couldn't even make RLCS regionals until they did the Gamers Without Borders qualifiers. They used that momentum to make it to their first RLCS regional in spring. And since then, it's been up and up from them. They've got themselves an org. They're now an established team. You know, Raziers comes in. They're doing some great work with him and getting better in the threes as well. Huge, huge win here for Heat, who just keep on beating teams that should, on paper, be beating them.
Not a great round for North America, and I don't want to keep, you know, ragging on them, but that was G2 gone, as we mentioned earlier, and that is Rogue gone as well. So now only 3 teams remaining from North America: FaZe, Complexity, and Space Station Gaming. So if you're a North American fan, keep your eyes peeled on the rest of this broadcast because it's going to continue to be intense. But Heat, I'm so impressed with them. I really like their team dynamic.
Yeah, exactly. It looks very good indeed. You know, they've got their trusted 1v1 and around that, playing around him so well indeed.
Yeah, we can hear what the winners have to say with Banks.
Back so soon. I'm joined once again by Raziers from Heat. I mean, congratulations, I've got to say. 2 down, 1 to go. You've got 1 more match that you're going to have to play in order to get out of the lower bracket. How are you feeling?
صراحة بعد المباراة اللي هم لعبوها أدائهم كان مرة كويس، رجعوا على طول بسرعة وفازوا مباراتهم، لكن بنفس الوقت باقي لهم مباراة واحدة فقط ويخلصون من اللور براكت ويرجعون مرة ثانية إلى الوينرز براكت في البلاي أوفس. كيف شعوركم؟
Thank you. I'm really excited to play, like now even more, and I'm just gonna say the same thing I said before. We're going all the way, baby.
بعد ما خلصنا المباراة وفزنا فيها وأنا مرة متحمس إني أكمل مسيرتي في البطولة وبالعكس إحنا مكملين إلى نهاية الخط.
So you're going to be facing the losing team from the upper bracket, okay? That means you're going to be going up against either Endpoint or Space Station Gaming. Do you have a preference to who you go up against?
بعد ما تخلص مباراتهم الأخيرة في اللور براكت راح يرجعون للبلاي أوفس وبيكون ضدهم يا إند بوينت أو سبيس ستيشن، فمين اللي تفضل إنك تلعب ضدهم؟
Yeah, I really want to play Endpoint because well, we already played Space Station and yeah, it didn't work out that well. So I guess we have better chances against Endpoint. So yeah, I'm hyped.
لعبوا ضد فريق سبيس ستيشن في أحد مبارياتهم وما كان أدائهم كويس، لكن إند بوينت عندهم فرصة أعلى أنهم يفوزون في المباراة، فهو يفضل إند بوينت.
I mean, either way, best of luck. We're going to be seeing you on this stage again very, very shortly. But I just want to ask you about your experience so far, because you've been playing in the B stream yesterday. Now you're on the main stage. How has it been, like, for you personally? You know, what's the experience been like?
حبينا نسأل اللاعب عن شعوره انه بالامس كان يلعب مبارياته في البي ستريم، لكن اليوم في البث الاساسي على المسرح وقدام الجمهور، فايش الفرق وايش الشعور اللي مختلف عن امس؟
It's just undescribable. I don't know what to say. It's insane. Everything is insane. This whole week was insane. I love it here. Nice.
جدا مبسوط بتواجده معنا، وبالعكس حضوره بالستيج خلى الموضوع يكون حماسي اكثر، ومره مبسوط انه متواجد معنا.
Well, Raziz, we can tell that you're hype. We hope the rest of your team feel exactly the same way. Please give it up one more time for your winners. It is Heat. We're going to be throwing to a break very, very shortly, and we're going to come back to the main stage where we're going to continue all these incredible matches. And actually, we're going to have an upper bracket match that's going to be very tasty, so we'll see you in a sec.
راح نروح الآن فاصل بسيط أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، لكن بعد الفاصل هذا نبي نرجع للمباراة الأخيرة في اللوزرز براكت اللي بنشوف إيش اللي ممكن يأتي فيها المطاف، لكن أيضا بيكون عندنا اليوم أحد مباريات الأبر براكت بتكون مباراة جدا جدا حماسية، فلا تبعدون خلوكم تابعينا لأن اليوم بيكون عندنا شيء مميز.
Well, Heat have well and truly set alight the hopes and dreams of Rogue, and unfortunately now Rogue have indeed bowed out of the competition. But Heat, there's still a chance for them. They're still in the running.
Yeah, looking really good in this format. The 1s and 2s, they've got it down, and they're finally getting those 3s down now the Razzirs is in.
I was about to say, the 3s look really good. Razzirs is looking really comfortable in that slot, and coming into the entire event, they definitely expected him to clutch up in those 1s and 2s. But, I mean, with how he's playing in 3s, he's certainly making a mark and saying, hey, you know, all the teams out there, watch out, because I'm going to be a threat for all of Europe to watch out for.
Yeah, at the start, Rogue looked solid in the 3v3, and Zanil in particular stepped up. That pass was amazing into the center of the back wall. But it was the fact that they just couldn't get those 1s and 2s, and that really knocks the momentum out of you in the 3s, and that's where Heat started heating up.
I will say I was impressed overall in this tournament with Taroko. I think Taroko's caught a lot of flack in the past and took the brunt of a lot of criticism for failings of the teams that he's been on, especially on Rogue, but clearly he's been grinding a lot, and while Razzirs was just a little too powerful for him in the 1v1, his defense was immaculate in the 2s and 3s, and he was a threat consistently in the midfield. I was impressed overall with Taroko's performance.
And 1s is starting to become a really important factor in pro play. We've heard how Raiseball has improved so much just from his 1v1 journey, and how so many of these young players coming through made their first progress through the 1v1 show match scene, and it's in particular prominent within the Middle Eastern scene, and it's why they're so confident against the rest of the world despite never competing against them.
Obviously, we had seen Razzirs really shine, not only in this 1v1 situation, but also in the previous game as well. So do you feel like that might have been potentially why he was pretty much on fire in this game as well? Maybe had a little bit of extra preparation time heading into that game? It was a lot more fresh for him.
Yeah, I mean, momentum means so much to a team when you build the confidence and you believe in your own ability. That can do so much for how you approach the game. It changes the way you approach Rocket League, and Razzirs has clearly built up that confidence, and well-deserved as well, and I think that's dangerous for any team that Heat play against.
Yeah.
They gotta watch out for Razzirs. He's been absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, getting that MVP, well-deserved. He's going to be consistently the MVP for Heat every single time they win, just because of how important his 1v1 and 2v2 ability is to their success. When it comes to 3s, I mean, Parker and Freeze, they're doing great, but like Razzirs is just standing out in every game mode, which makes him so valuable.
And we had spoken previously about how Taroko was one of those players to keep an eye on, especially when it comes to the 1v1s. Did you kind of anticipate and expect for Taroko to potentially try and put up a little bit more of a fight? Or is it just Razzirs doing just Razzirs thing?
I think Taroko would have to play well above his station with how Razzirs had been playing. Taroko's a solid 1v1 player, no doubt about that, and was clearly grinding 1s. That's probably the best he's looked in that game mode in, I mean, we haven't seen him that often in it, but he looked better than I even anticipated him to. Razzirs is just that good at 1s. I really didn't expect it to be that
so
close.
Comfortable. Every time he's got the ball in his control, he seems to be executing like it's never going to go wrong, whereas you can see the question marks were there for Taroko whenever he got the ball. He's like, is this going to work, or is this going to put me on the back foot? Do I take that risk? And that just comes with the experience.
Yeah, I think it's the hesitancy that often holds back a lot of players, a lot of teams as well. But let's go ahead and take a look at our Group B bracket and see how everything has ended up faring up for all of our teams. Obviously, Heat continuing to progress on through to the tournament right here, but what I want to talk to you guys about is the fact that next we actually have Endpoint CEX taking on Space Station, and you know, the loser of that game will ultimately end up going up against Heat in this situation.
Yeah, and with Heat off the back of 2 wins today, they're going to be going up against a team who's lost, so they're going to have that momentum, so we might be able to see a big upset there, but really it's this upper bracket match between Endpoint and Space Station Gaming that we all want to see. Space Station, one of the favorites for the tournament, one of North America's last hopes in this whole tournament.
They're dropping like flies.
They are dropping out, and they've got to go up against Endpoint, where, you know, Endpoint recently have not had the strongest performances.
Yeah. Obviously, following their performance at London, the real question is, what kind of things do you think they might have changed heading into Gamers8?
Well, I mean, 1s. They got Relating Wave.
They got Relating Wave.
Is that enough to beat
excellent.
Daniel?
And he's also in 2s. I mean, Relating Wave has always been the anchor of Endpoint, and hopefully the grind has been going well for them, but I do think Space Station's going to be a tough out. Interestingly enough, for Heat, I think they want Endpoint rather than Space Station, because if Space Station fall down, Space Station are a very resilient team. Yeah. They're very good at bouncing back. And I saw Arsenal tweet out today that he's going to play 2s today with a frowny face. He doesn't like playing anything but 3s, but Arsenal is so good. And I'm kind of worried for Endpoint if Arsenal's on the pitch in these other modes.
Well, I mean, we saw him backstage. He's feeling it today. He's feeling comfortable. And you got to remember that Endpoint are the team, like you said, who have the less resilience when it comes to losing. They seem to struggle once things go wrong. And that's where this format is so important, that you have that ability to bounce back, because you might go into a 1v1 game that is just near impossible for you to win because the opponent is at another level. And I think that might be the case here. I genuinely believe Daniel is at a level where I can't see Relating Wave beating him. And if that's the case, they have to accept they're going to lose at some point and be able to bounce back from it.
Unfortunately, obviously, if Space Station do unfortunately lose versus Endpoint, it could spell disaster for Heat, especially considering the fact that it will end up being a rematch between the two teams. We saw them face off against each other previously, and Space Station had managed to successfully win that game 3-0. So I think for Heat, it's definitely going to be spelling out disaster for them. Hopefully, it doesn't come to that. I don't know who I'm rooting for, guys. I'm kind of in a tricky situation right now.
I mean, for me, I think that the favorite here is Space Station. They're the strongest 3-mode team in this matchup. You have Daniel in 1v1s, and while Daniel has not been in peak form lately, he's still going to be extremely solid in 1v1. And honestly, Arsenal in 2v2, I don't think I can pick against Arsenal.
I mean, we're talking about 1s and 2s a lot here, but of course 3v3 is the prominent game mode within this crew battle format, and Space Station have a better record in 3s as of late. You know, in London, Space Station were winning games where Endpoint literally didn't win a single game. They went 0-6 at the event, so recent history favors Space Station.
But it is a different event, it's a different atmosphere, and for Endpoint, they've kind of gone through this story before where they either disappoint in a regional, they disappoint in a major, but then everyone forgets about them, they don't expect anything out of them, and then Endpoint come right back, they get top 4, they get top 2, and so I'm kind of thinking that that might happen. Endpoint always find a way to bounce back, and if they do win this series, it's going to be in the 3v3. That's where they have to be successful, because I think they're outmatched in the other modes.
Well, I think we can speculate and theorize as much as we want over here on the desk, but I think the best way to probably do this is to hear from Endpoint themselves.
We went through a very arduous process of getting here, because like we were meant to play Gamers Without Borders, then we didn't play Gamers Without Borders, so we were very much on edge of what we were doing, and so to finally be here and for it to be as good as it is already, like we're just loving it, to be honest. The key to us performing as good as possible is communications and just nerves. Because it was our first LAN in the RLCS with Archie in the previous major, like there was a lot more nerves than we were expecting, because every one of us had LAN experience, but we hadn't had it with each other. So I think that caught us off guard. It kind of threw our comms off a little bit, and I think that's now going to not be such an issue in this time around. Our expectations coming into this tournament are to do as well as possible. Obviously, we want to win. We always want to win. We understand that we may not be the strongest 1s or 2s team, but because we are quite a strong 3s team, we're hoping we'll be able to carry that to a very far point in the tournament. In terms of preparation for this event, we haven't done much, I think, specific, like targeted preparation, because I think with 2s and 1s being the not main focus, you can still win a series with 3s. We made sure to maintain our 3s ability and hope that we can get a win in 2s and 1s here and there.
It's hard, dude.
Metza coming in with the...
Just pulling a Metza there. Just ignore me. Don't mind me. I'm always flaming and memeing all of these players. So.
It's great. He's getting a little more personality over the years. And, you know,
more comfortable.
Look, in London, I taught Metza how to dance, and he's got moves.
He can move. To dance.
Absolutely, yeah.
What kind of dancing are we talking here?
It was simple moves. You gotta start simple. It's just
like ballroom.
A little slide.
Oh, okay.
You know, like, just like get him moving, because he wouldn't move before. But I was like, Metza, you gotta move a little bit.
I was worried about you dancing then, and I remembered I've seen you dance. You can dance. I don't know why I was so worried for you. You can dance.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe you can teach Johnny Boy a thing or two later on.
I'd love to try to teach Johnny Boy how to dance. That sounds like content.
He is a wooded man. There's no chance.
Speaking a little bit
speaking of dancing, there's a man who can dance.
So Space Station definitely bringing all the moves to the table here. Talk to me about this lineup, boys.
Well, it's all about Daniel on the pitch and the other boys off the pitch. You know, the personalities of Retals and Arsenal definitely come through, and when they're really feeling it, you can notice how much it brings up Daniel, makes him feel confident, and this is a really nice LAN roster, which we were hoping to see all the time after they got Daniel.
Yeah, and it's funny too, because Arsenal, when he's feeling it, he's loud, he's energetic, he's bouncing in his seat, and if you ever watch Arsenal while he's playing and he's got that energy, he's like doing this with his head, and I'm like, I don't know how you keep your brain straight, I don't know how you play the game as well as you do while you're doing that.
Maybe he's listening to music?
Maybe.
Yeah, he might be, yeah. I mean, his energy is absolutely amazing, and it absolutely helps Space Station keep those vibes up when they're playing well.
100%.
Well, let's go ahead and hear from Space Station this time around. See if we can see some head bobbing the whole way through.
It's super exciting for us to be in Gamers8. This is a tournament we've looked forward to for quite a while now, and I'm just excited to be here. Stepping into Riyadh, I haven't been anywhere in my life other than Europe and North America, so it was a whole different experience. The heat wave that hit, it's awesome. The hospitality at Gamers8, we couldn't ask for much more. This is the best player care we've ever had at any Rocket League event. We've been in a little bit of a slump the last few tournaments. London could have gone a little bit better. We want to win. That's our goal at every event, and we're feeling pretty good. The Gamers Without Borders win was actually our only win as a team so far since picking up Daniel. This format is heavily in our favor. Daniel is one of the best ones players here, and then me and him as a duo are also one of the best twos teams here, so it's definitely a format we have to take advantage of. Daniel's young. He'll only get better and better. He's only 15, so we don't expect the world out of him. We know how good he is. Everyone knows how good he is. We're just here to prepare him. We have one of the biggest fan bases in the game. It comes with its benefits. It also comes with the cons. A lot of pressure, especially on Daniel, a 15-year-old kid who got plopped into a team with one of the biggest YouTubers and a team that's been at the top forever. So he's just had a ton of pressure on him. He's dealt with it really well. If I could pick any team that I want to play here, it wants to be Falcons. It's their home turf. They beat us in London. We want that rematch.
Gotta say, I love the fighting talk. They want a rematch, they want redemption, they want their shot at proving who the better team is. Do you reckon they could do it?
I think they're one of the favourites for the tournament to make it quite far. I mean, this group, they're definitely the favourite of this group going forward. I don't know about once they start facing off against teams like Falcons, you know, that's going to be a whole different challenge. There is some strong competition, especially when it comes to 1s and 2s for Daniel to have to deal with.
Yeah, I think we're always talking about Daniel, and we're always talking about Arsenal. And Reddles, the thing that people talk about the most with him is, you know, his talk, his mouth, and his confidence. But he's also really quietly consistent. He's not going to wow you with crazy mechanics, but he will always get to the touch. He always seems to have a good mind for how to win those 50s, and he really helps facilitate the success of Daniel and Arsenal. I don't think we talk about that enough. Reddles has really taken a back seat to the stardom of his two teams.
The moment they brought in Daniel, he started improving because he had that inspiration, and that's so key with these young players coming through. Rettles has matured so much as a player, but now his gameplay is starting to mature with that inspiration from the young talent with him.
Obviously, Space Station had kind of mentioned that they didn't have the performance they were kind of hoping for, wishing for over in London. Obviously, Endpoint are kind of in the same situation except times 10.
Yeah.
So for Space Station, do you think they'll be heading into this game feeling and looking pretty confident?
Well, I think absolutely. I think so. Yeah. I think they are the favourites here from North America, just because the game modes go in their favour. And I think them saying they underperformed at London, they went to Game 7 in both of their crowd day matches, and they were the only ones that they lost. Like they played well. It's just they missed out narrowly on making it through to the next stages.
I mean, you're the one that always says that in order for you to play well, in order for you to be a top team, you have to believe you're a top team.
Well, let's find out whether or not they believe with Endpoint versus Space Station.
أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، زي ما شفنا مباريات اللور براكت من كل الجروبات قبل شوي وإيش كانت نتيجتها، لكن الآن جاء الوقت المناسب أن نشوف فيه المباراة الأبر براكت الجروب بي، مباراة جدا قوية ما بين فريقين عالميين. راح نشوف مين اللي يتصدر منهم ومين اللي بيقدر إنه يكون السيد الأول في جروب بي، ومين اللي بيكون اللي خاسر اللي بينزل اللور براكت، وبنشوف مسيرته إيش بيكون عليها. بالتوفيق لهم إن شاء الله. الفريق الأول اللي بيكون معنا إن شاء الله في المسرح في المباراة اليوم راح يكون فريق Endpoint.
please welcome their opponents to the stage. They have placed in the top 5 in the last 2 majors they have competed in, and with arguably, and I'm going to say arguably because I don't want Twitch chat to come for me, the best Rocket League player in the world, Daniel. Yeah, let's find out, shall we? Please welcome to the stage, Space Station Gaming. So this is going to be our first upper bracket final of the group stage, and I think we can already tell this is going to be absolutely incredible. So to break everything down before we dive into this match, I'm going to throw it back over to the analyst desk.
اول مباراه ابر براكت راح تكون معنا في البث الاساسي. بالتوفيق ان شاء الله لإند بوينت وسبيس ستيشن. كلنا عارفين ان المباراه بتكون حاميه واحتمال نشوفها توصل للجيم الخامس. بالتوفيق كل الفريقين ان شاء الله. خلونا نروح على طول عند المحللين والمعلقين نشوف ايش عندهم يقولون قبل ما تبدا المباراه.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. What an epic walk-on. I feel like every single time a team walks out and we see that hype video, I'm getting more and more hyped about it. I gotta say, I'm learning a few moves from a lot of these players as well. We got the gun fingers going on, we got the Sadu.
Yeah, Sadu, bringing it back, and a lot of pointing, lots of different types of points too. It's not just one point, you know, one's coming up here, one's coming from over here. I'm like, we're really getting all the different angles on the pointing.
Yeah, I mean, I got to shout out to Banks there for getting the chat riled up.
Oh, they were not happy.
they were not happy when that came out. But, I mean, it is true. Daniel, at times, has been arguably one of the best players in the world. And I think definitely he had a lot of hype around him, so he had to perform at that top 5 player in the world level. Otherwise, everyone was going to be disappointed.
I mean, his debut back the whole way in the Winter Major, he wowed everybody. Everyone was wondering, there's no way he's going to be that good. He's going to fall under the pressure. He's a rookie, and he doesn't have it. He doesn't have the ice. And then, well, he got top 3, and he definitely was the main star of Space Station doing it. Kind of has regressed just a little bit, but we're talking about a player that was in peak form, fallen down a little bit, and he's still considered one of the best players at this tournament.
Now, gentlemen, I have to ask you, okay, Space Station have pretty much had a flawless run throughout the duration of Gamers 8, winning 3-0 in all of their matchups thus far. Whether or not they can do it against the likes of an Endpoint, is that a question mark for you, or do you think it's definitely doable? 3-0.
I mean, in the online format, they were great in the crew battle, and I think the 3v3, if anything, favors them at this tournament because they are one of the strongest 3v3 tournament teams here. And I think that really brings out the best of this team that's worked together for a while now on how to play their threes the best. I would say this could be a 3-0. Genuinely could be a 3-0 against Endpoint.
I think Space Station are trying to make an argument that they are the most consistent North American team. They might not be the best team in the world. They haven't really done enough to prove that, but they've gone farther than every other North American team almost every time. And even in this format, they're still successful. And so against Endpoint, I just think there's too much firepower on Space Station in all 3 modes. I think the format really favors them.
Now, obviously, Endpoint have indeed been seeded highest. They've only managed to play 1 game here at Gamers 8. Do you feel like that might put them at a slight disadvantage as well, heading into only their 2nd game of the tournament?
I mean, both of them are coming off of confident 3-0s in the upper bracket semi-final. This will be a chance for both of them to have a challenging matchup. And I think that's the exciting point. When they're up against it and they've got a challenging opponent and they're thinking this is our chance to, you know, maximize our money, they're going to have a lot more pressure on them, and this is where the pressure really starts to kick in.
Yeah, it's where they thrive. It's their bread and butter. Reynolds is so comfortable in that situation.
All right, well, there's only one way to find out whether or not they truly are feeling comfortable, and that's by throwing over to our 2 casters.
It is time to dance. Endpoint, Space Station Gaming, spot in the top 8 on the line as we finally reach the end of the road in the upper bracket here in our group stage, and we're going to finally put a team into this weekend's top 8. Super.
I feel like dancing's the theme of this this matchup here. They're talking about it on the desk. They're going to talk about teaching Johnny Boy. Right before we came down here, I ran into the SSG guys before they walked over to the main stage. I come in, Reddle says he's feeling good. As he's telling me he's feeling good, I look behind him, and Arsenal's in the back, music blast and just dancing away. So, I mean, dancing seems to be the theme. It looks like Space Station's feeling good. You know, the desk kind of hyped it up there that they might be the favorites here. Endpoint gonna, you know, they got to find a way to try and take a little bit of that happy energy out of the SSG boys.
Well, neither of these teams have dropped a game in this event up to this point. So both having pretty easy 3-0s. Endpoint saying after their victory, you know, hey, it just kind of felt like business as usual. You know, Archie scored a couple banger goals, but otherwise they just kind of showed up, dominated against Rogue, and moved on. Space Station 3-0 victorious over Heat, who is waiting in the lower bracket for the loser of this. Tricky thing about this format, you got to play immediately after if you drop this series. So you get to hang around out there, you get to think about your loss for maybe just a few minutes, and then you're right back at it, and we'll see if that has any kind of mental effect on the teams. Ideally, you avoid all of it as we head through the wormhole over towards Manfield. Let's kick it off here in the upper bracket finals.
Opening kickoff, going to be a nice drop back over for Arsenal. Brings it forward through that first corner and tries to battle Archie for the ball, and solid defense there on that near post from Endpoint to kick things off.
So no early kickoff goal to start things off. Things don't go from bad to worse for anybody as Archie now trying to weave his way through, not happening. Daniel down in front. Arsenal will pop one in, going in behind the defense, back where it came from, and just less than 30 seconds in, it's SSG on top.
Nice little break check, kind of chip there into that upper right corner. Play goes exactly to plan. Space Station up 1-0 early here. Endpoint gives up the first goal.
We've constantly said about Arsenal, when he gets going, when he's got all that confidence flowing, it's like having a fourth player on the field. He seems to just play a little bit faster with a lot more energy, and he doesn't seem to lose any 50s. He gets the early goal here. Could be bad news for Endpoint, who, as mentioned, didn't take a single game at the Spring Major in London, but here they've been flawless so far. Relating wave out of the corner. He's got Metsonoris looking for Archie. I have to imagine Archie's going to factor into this in a huge, huge way. Might play at least 2 out of the 3 formats for Endpoint. He played the 2s yesterday with Relating Wave. And talking to Eclipse before their series yesterday, he said, look, Archie's going to tell us who he's going to play with for the 2s. They kind of make that decision on the fly based on how he's feeling, but Archie's going to be the guy if and when they end up in a 2v2.
I think on the other side, we just automatically know, since, you know, in the interviews, Reynolds just basically said, here's the game plan. You want 1s, you get Daniel. You want 2s, well,
you get Daniel.
You get Daniel. That's going to be the play. We're going to come through. He says that him and Daniel have been playing really well together, so they'll be coming through playing the 2s. So I think we can at least know exactly what to see out of the side of SSG. We don't have to speculate at all.
Had to win a shootout yesterday in their series, did SSG in the 2v2 matchup. Went 4-3, but they did get the dub as part of that sweep. Here goes Reddles trying to get the double, and the angle blocked off, but there's Daniel to clean it up. Reddles and Daniel connect for a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, the effort here from Reynolds gets 2 to jump. It takes them both, and Relating Wave just not going to be able to get back in time. Leaves a nice, open, easy net for Daniel. I mean, you can make the net a lot harder for him as well, and it's probably still going in. It you know, it's Daniel.
You see the men standing behind the teams for Space Station Gaming, of course, Chrome, and the Welshman Eclipse for Endpoint. 2 of the smartest in the business, and certainly with Chrome, a lot of respect around the scene. Arsenal lining one up, trying to leave one for Daniel. Didn't work out. Reddles throws one central, and, well, Daniel was in the area, but they do not connect this time. Reddles with the demolition. That disrupts Endpoint's counterattack efforts. And more zone time for SSG. trying to pin Endpoint down and not let them onto this half of the field, as they've just done, only temporarily.
It feels really like Endpoint can't maintain that possession. The touch is just a little too rough or not quick enough for the pass, and that lane getting cut off, and they continue to give up possession, not finding ways to keep that close. They need to find a way to do that to facilitate themselves downfield. They continue to lose it in the midfield off of those touches.
Metsonoris doesn't have anybody forward at all. You could even see Archie and Wave were so far back. Now they're both starting to creep up, but SSG has possession, and more importantly in this situation, Arsenal had it for a moment. Now Daniel just gonna lob one across. He'll eat the demo for his efforts, but there's Reddles. Nobody central there. So we've seen a lot of infield passes that haven't found the mark because there hasn't been a mark to find over there.
Yeah, it's been coming out of both sides. I mean, really once into the offensive third, SSG obviously is getting the job done, coming through the corner or getting two to jump on that last play, but the midfield is a bit of a mystery to both teams at the moment.
See a shot of the stage just a moment ago. Of course, set up for multiple different esports events here as part of the weeks-long festival that is Gamers8. Here goes Relating Wave, looking for an equalizer, and the pass just too strong. Couldn't catch up to it. Metsonoris unable to keep control. He'll at least get one centered, but again, cleared away. The passing accuracy has not been there for either side, or in many cases, maybe the pass has gone where it's supposed to, but there's just been nobody there for it. Metsonoris. Kind of a nice doink, and it leads to that from Relating Wave, and they've got one back on the board.
Talking about the midfield passes kind of coming through and nothing really coming for it. Not necessarily an infield coming from the sidewall like we were talking about earlier, but right through the midfield and just right on the money with that doink, right off that backboard, and a nice cleanup for Metsonoris as the speed is just a bit too fast for the Space Station defense to get there. And then the kickoff going to go the way of Daniel here. Dropped right down onto the nose of Reddles from that touch from Archie, and they will maintain possession for a moment, and that's going to be an immediate recovery goal from Endpoint. They're going to tie it up 2-2. I say recovery. No, it's going to be their second in a row. They're not recovering from anything. They're just setting that up. Good infield pass. Archie's there this time. Finally, the infield play works out.
Yeah, Relating Wave running interference across there. Even if whether he makes contact or not, it's going to cause enough of a disruption. As a result, tie game, just like that. SSG head's got to be spinning just a little bit as Reddles got a demo. He couldn't get control here. Arsenal has to come up and support, but Archie's got it away. Now Reddles with time expiring. Tried to go underneath Metza. It's still dangerous. Relating Wave will drop it away. Arsenal waiting, and he got it up the wall just in time. Drop down for Daniel, and the shot blocked away. Right at the last second, we go to OT.
OT here in game one. This is definitely one of those ones where Endpoint needs to win. As the desk was saying, we kind of alluded to it. They need to win these 3v3 series, or the matches in these series, because the 1s and 2s, I do believe, favor SSG, and they will be the favorites moving forward right now as they are up 1-0 in the series. 12 seconds into OT. Arsenal sinks it.
Yeah, not a good touch there, just a giveaway, and Metsonoris didn't have enough time to react. It's a game winner for Arsenal as SSG moves to 2-0 in overtimes in this event. They clinched the series with an OT winner yesterday on the B stream against Heat. Now they're up 1-0 here going into what I would have to imagine would have to be a 2v2.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, I'm holding up the twos on my hand here. They can't see it at home, but that has to be it. You can't think that you're going to go in and take out Daniel in the 1v1. You have to assume that your better chances in that 2v2. You know the 1v1's going to happen at some point, though. It has to if you're going to get this done. So at some point, somebody's going to have to play him. You don't want to do that now, though. You want to try and get the 2v2, get that W there, then look at the 3s. Leave the 1s for later. Deal with that problem when it's forced upon you. Don't give it to yourself right out the gate.
And we'll see exactly who will get grayed out here. Will it be Relating Wave or Metsonoris that ends up playing alongside Archie? We could be pretty confident that even though Arsenal scored 2 out of the 3 for SSG, that you have to imagine it's going to be Reddles and Daniel up against Archie and X, which we're about to find out as soon as we get into our second game. So we can see Relating Wave in free play at the moment. That might suggest that Archie's going with Metza.
Could be. I'm just sitting here getting distracted by that centerpiece of the stage constantly.
The stage is fantastic.
This thing right here, when you're sitting in that arena and somebody scores a goal and it explodes the huge, like, 30, 40-foot tall player onto the screen is so cool every single time. We will get the twos. It is Reddles and Daniel versus Archie and Metzenaris.
So going with Metzenaris today as Reddles. Opening drive sent away by Archie. Had to know Archie was going to be the guy for endpoint here. We talked about it earlier. No wrinkles thrown into the plans at all by Eclipse and endpoint. Up high, and Reddles couldn't connect there as Daniel maybe more ambitious than anything else with that sky-high ball. Now Reddles for himself out of the corner. Got the shot by, and it's Reddles scoring first.
Nice little off-speed touch from here out of the corner to himself, where he just kind of pulls back and drops it just around the outside of Archie, finds the inside of that right side post. First goal goes the way of Space Station here once again, much like it did early in game 1 in the 3v3.
Metzenaris. Again, endpoint not out of this by any means. An early goal. They came back from it earlier. They forced that overtime, and it's anybody's game at that point. But another quick overtime for SSG, and you can tell, you know, they have this constant attack mode that they do not really sit back on leads, as Archie will answer right back. Metzenaris kind of put him to sleep, and then Archie put it away.
Gets past Daniel in that first initial pop, and then looks like he's going to soft drop it in, which causes Reddles to have to respect it to play that touch. Can't find it because it never comes to fruition, and that just opens the net right up. 1-1 here, only a minute into the game. We've got 2 goals on the board. Make it three. Reddles going to go ahead, just fake that one by and slot it in nice and easy.
So it's SSG just after the first minute, opening up a lead again. Couple goals out of Archie, 1 out of Relating Wave for endpoint. Arsenal had the 2 goals in game 1, including the overtime winner. Daniels added 1, and Reddle just got his 2nd of the series. Here goes Archie. Got Metza to his left, and Reddles just right there to be a pest. And Daniel sends one across out of harm's way. You know, for both of these teams, of course.
What a 50.
You know how good they're going to be in twos, but SSG, as the desk alluded to, just seems to be on a different level when you consider all 3 formats.
It's one of the ones where you favor them in all 3. This is one of those ones where they do have that slight edge, I believe, on every single format. And when you have 50s like that in the setups, when you're just winning those touches in those battles, it's going to go your way when you can take those fights time and time again. Flip reset and a challenge there momentarily out of Daniel. Reddles will end up picking this one up off the sidewall, looking to do it himself. It does get cut off as Metzenaris finds it right above the crossbar.
You know, SSG content to play a high-scoring game where, you know, they kind of throw caution to the wind when it comes to twos. They feel like they can outscore probably just about anybody. Here goes Daniel. He's a big reason why. He's got Reddles all the way across and never got the pass away. Metzenaris quickly in his face. So now Archie's got to think about when to turn. This goes away, and he picked his spot perfectly.
Daniel, obviously out there on that left side, playing, waiting to see if that one comes across, was able to read the lane well. A good 50 comes through for Archie. You can then try and put it up above the defender. Daniel able to wait for that, comes back out for the challenge and sends it high. And a good challenge here thus far from SSG there. Puts one across the net and just not going to be able to go through. Defense there.
Reddles way at the back, nursing a 2-goal lead as Archie's coming on. Halfway mark gone by here in game 2 after SSG got an overtime winner in the first threes game. And you have to imagine that does not sit well at all with endpoint, because you feel like they've got to win the threes if they're really going to have a shot in this matchup, knowing that the 1v1 is looming, and you know you've somehow got to get around Daniel. Sure, someone like Razebull could come out of nowhere and do it, but are you going to get that kind of production out of Relating Wave, for instance? Really tough to be disciplined in all 3 formats, as both Wave and Daniel are. As that shot goes a little bit wide, and Reddles just hanging around, doesn't have a lot in the tank. Didn't have anything in the tank at the moment, as he's trying to find anything, and he does.
I mean, sometimes you don't need anything. You just got to play the ball. Just because you're boostless doesn't mean you're useless. You got to stay in the play, and he's able to get a good 50. To be fair, I hadn't thought about that. I think that is exactly where I picked that up. It was probably Subi and Rivals when I heard that.
Oh, how about Daniel? Unbelievable! He just did that.
Of course he did. It's Daniel. Why wouldn't he do that? Perfectly slotted under the bar. Why not just use the mechanics, take a tough shot, and just place it oh so perfectly?
That's routine for him. It's unreal. Quick cheat off the kickoff as Metzanorris is there, and he goes right under the ball. Mistakes that they cannot afford to make as a team right now. Down 3 as Metza ranging back, and probably as a team still reeling from the display put on by Daniel just now. He's got time to grab boost and ball. Got around Archie, and just about got around Metzanorris as well. Well, Reynolds goes right by the ball. Doesn't really matter. They got the 3-goal lead, but you make a mistake like that in the corner, you run the risk of at least giving a team like Endpoint just a little bit of hope in the closing seconds here.
It was a good effort there from Reynolds as he worked his way down the field. In the end, though, the double team on that back wall, able to read it, and Daniel just puts a heater on net, comes off the sidewall, perfectly placed shot once again. 29 seconds remain here, up by 4. This one definitely going to be going the way. I'm just going to call it here. I don't think that you're coming back from 4 in 29 seconds.
Hey,
is it mathematically possible? Is it mathematically possible that it could happen? Sure. Is it gonna? No, it's not going to happen here. So Space Station going to take this one. Now all of the pressure starting to push harder and harder on the side of Endpoint. They now have to come through in the next 3v3 win. And if they do, what's waiting for them on the other side? Daniel in a 1v1, which is going to be the true test of, can this happen? If the win's going to happen, it now has to go through Daniel in a 1v1.
Well, the only drama here now is, will we see a Brazil? Is Space Station Gaming up 5, 20 seconds left. Reynolds got a lane, but there is Archie to meet him. Daniel trying to do it himself. Look, he is human after all. Metzanorris try to get one for the road. Archie will score with only 7 seconds left, but now as this series shifts back to a 3v3 in game 3, you know, you look at Endpoint and you look at Relating Wave, who's been in free play all this time. All the pressure's going to be on him now, because you have to imagine they're going to him in the 1v1 if they get there in game 4. But he's also got to step up in a big, big way. He had a goal in game 1. He may have to be the catalyst that gets the ball rolling here as Endpoint tries to reverse sweep their way into the playoffs. Down 0-2 in the upper finals to SSG.
I mean, there's only a few tougher teams that I think that if we wanted to look at it, say that it could possibly be a harder road to try and reverse sweep here at this tournament. Daniel is definitely going to be the problem for them if they do get to that 1v1. There's a couple other teams that would have players playing at that level, but there's only a few that I would hold in that same regard as Daniel here.
11 goals between the 2v2 games that SSG has played so far at Gamers8. And now, of course, they know they're done with 2v2 for this round. We go back to 3s where they've outscored opponents 8-4. It's been a little closer, especially when they had a tight affair with Heat yesterday. And you have to imagine, for Endpoint, you look back at that result and go, okay, if Heat can get these guys on the ropes and threaten to beat them, surely we can. But having lost a couple in a row, and maybe the doubt creeping into your mind and the prospect of having to play another match right after this, you know, it's a tough mental barrier to overcome. We constantly hear players say, we're not thinking about the next one, we're only focusing in the moment. Players lie, okay? Like, they can say all they want, that they're focused in on the present moment. What's waiting for them on the other side of another L here has got to be looming. Relating Wave back on the pitch as we're into 3s mode again for game 3. SSG 1 win away from punching its ticket into the top 8 this weekend.
And a little bit more dancing as a victory if they get this one done. I imagine Arsenal will be vibing out a bit more. This one here, Reddles in the corner. Daniel come through, pick it up, and look to facilitate a play downfield, and he'll just float it all the way, and it comes off the post and easily cleaned up by Reddles. That one almost in himself, but hey, it works as a pass too. He may have been shooting, but sometimes the best passes are just near misses.
Reddles and Daniel both continue to just light up the scoreboard. 5th goal of the series for Reddles, 5th assist for Daniel to go with 3 goals of his own. It has been dominant since that overtime winner from Arsenal. As the demo comes out here, now Archie lobbing one high to the backboard. Arsenal couldn't get to it, but he does get the follow-up. And that's great defending there. Not trying to do too much, realizing that he can still make a play on the recovery. He does so brilliantly. Reddles and Daniel, boy, everybody just jammed up in that corner. Opportunity for endpoint, and they can't take advantage of the kind of tight-knit positioning of SSG.
The floater in the midfield just can't seem to get anything going on the side of endpoint. A couple soft touches here, and it just can't really get a read on the ball. They had that miss on that last one, but you know what? It doesn't really matter what I have to say. All that really matters is that, as I say it, they figure it all out. Metzenaar sets himself up, throws one down, endpoint ties it up, 1-1.
Metzenaar with his first goal of this series came at a good time when they were down with their back against the wall. And he's charging through on the kickoff here. Arsenal's going to beat him with that back corner boost and the ball. And Daniel just lob one downfield, keep them honest, as Metz is going to lob it right back. And Reddles patiently waiting. Just not a lot of urgency out of endpoint. They're not a team that's going to just throw the sink at you. You know, they just kind of sit back and almost wait for something to open up, and that just doesn't happen against Space Station.
Now, Space Station's not here to just kind of let you have a chance at the ball. The speed on these players, they're going to be in your face every single time. You're never going to have an easy touch, an easy look at the ball. Another one going to float in to just a wide open net from Reddles. Straight downfield, sets it up to himself, recovery to the wall, and just bangs one down.
You know, Reddles has been a force for sure. Daniel doing his part as well. Arsenal, he's there. He's just big vibing at this point, watching his team do a lot of work. Lob one in here. Arsenal couldn't get a touch, but it didn't matter. His defensive presence enough to disrupt the efforts. Now Reddles. So you can see the focus from Metza Norris. There's going to be no panic on Metza. No panic from endpoint. They're the epitome of calm almost at all times. But sooner or later, urgency's got to kick in. Got to find a way to get multiple goals in a row here against SSG, or their upper bracket run will come to an end. And again, they'll have to turn around immediately and face Heat with a spot in the top 8 on the line.
Opportunity there for a moment for endpoint. They get these touches and they get the ball in front of the net, and it just seems like that next man isn't quite there, doesn't have the read in the play, doesn't necessarily know where that ball is going to get placed, so he can't commit for it. And again, you're talking about they're kind of waiting for things to happen, but then when those moments do happen on the offensive end, the other player isn't there to strike.
Here's Arsenal again, looking for more, and again blocked by Archie. Relating wave has to throw one to the corner under immense pressure again. SSG swarming. Arsenal got around one. Reddles there, and he'll slot it under the bar. 3-1 SSG.
Great little beat here from Arsenal. That touch right there over the top of Metzenaar to just play it straight up into the ceiling, and that read coming back down. Great play from Space Station, just finding ways to facilitate each other, find ways to just beat the defender time and time again.
Slater again continues his reign of terror, and then this shot just a little bit high and wide. So not everything he touches turns to gold, but pretty darn near. 3-1 the lead, but we saw endpoint score a couple quick ones late in game one. The other threes match up. Got to channel that same energy here as Arsenal and Daniel combine on a defensive clear. Now it's Reddles for Daniel. Arsenal's there as well, and it just goes wide. More time wasting from SSG as they continue to pepper the back wall of Team Endpoint. Metsonoris just couldn't get there in time. Didn't have a lot to work with, and as a result, that shot going wide as well, and time running out on Endpoint now, down to 45 seconds, and another clearance makes things even tougher for the Europeans.
It hurts to see those moments there. You talked about it earlier, they're kind of waiting for something to happen, and in the moment that happens, the wide open net, the floated ball on the opposite end, and Metsonoris just doesn't have the boost, can't get the speed to get there, and that's just got to be oh so frustrating when you're in that position.
Lots of high-octane upper bracket matchups on tap today, but this one clearly going the way of SSG as the final 10 seconds will wilt away. Reddles still got it. Daniel, a heavy force. Arsenal, a defensive wizard. And Space Station Gaming are through to the top 8.
Man, I walked in, I was talking to them for a brief moment, like I said. They looked like they were feeling good, said they were feeling good, ready to go and play, and they showed up in form here against Endpoint. They go through. Endpoint will have to go down to face Heat in their next series in the lower bracket.
Yeah, that Endpoint having to play immediately after is going to be a different look when we constantly see in double elimination brackets in the RLCS. You always go with that upper bracket matchup early, then the team drops down and they get to wait for another couple games to be played. Here, you go right from having a shot at going through to dropping down to the lower bracket where, yes, they do still have a shot at getting through into the top 8. It is still just one win and you're in, but now they've got to do it coming off a loss, coming off a dominant performance from SSG up against Heat now.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where your mental's not necessarily in... It's not going to be a good spot if you take a loss no matter what.
Right.
But a loss like that is going to be a really tough one. And in this format, having to bounce back, as you were saying, you don't get that time to kind of recover, recuperate. This is a true mental fortitude test. This is one where you have to bounce back.
Well, SSG are through into the top 8. Barney standing by with the victorious winners.
I'm joined by Rettles from Space Station Gaming. Congratulations for the win. I mean, it was definitely a hyped up match and you guys looked extremely comfortable, not only due to how you guys were playing. Arsenal was wearing slippers. How comfortable were you?
راح نسألهم عن راحتهم في المباراة لأن صراحة فريق سبيس ستيشن أدوا أدائهم بشكل مخيف قدام فريق Endpoint اللي كانت المباراة متوقعة أنها تكون أصعب بكثير.
We're feeling great. Crew battles is our format. Daniel, as you know, one of the best 1s and 2s players in the world, along with 3s. He just does it all. He's super easy to play with. As you saw, 2s.
الكرو باتلز فورمات هو الشيء اللي هم متعودين عليه واللي يحبون يلعبون فيه دائما. بنفس الوقت اللاعبين اللي معهم من افضل اللاعبين بالعالم وبالعكس هم ما عندهم مشكله انهم يلعبون في الفورمات هذا وادائهم كان فيه مره كويس.
What were you anticipating that match to actually be like? Like, were there any surprises along the way? Or, you know, 3-0 is obviously an incredible finish, but was that what you were expecting?
هل كان توقعاتكم في دخولكم للمباراة هذه انكم تخلصونها نتيجة 3-0 بالسرعة مع انه كان فيه يعني تخوف كثير انه ممكن فريق سبيس ستيشن ما يقدر يجيب النتيجة هذه؟
It's all love to Endpoint. I love all 3 of them. Great players. However, we're the better team. 3s, 2s, 1s, you name it.
ممكن فريق اند بوينت هم بالعكس هم حبايبنا وحنا نحب نلعب معاهم دائما لكن بنفس الوقت سواء كانت المباراة 3-3 2-2 أو 1-1 حنا دائما بيكون الفريق الأفضل.
I mean, confidence is key, and you clearly have bags of it, and that is absolutely incredible. You actually got to compete now on the main stage because you were on the B stream yesterday. How has it been? Did you absolutely love it? And how does it compare to other LANs that you've competed at before?
المباريات السابقة اللي لعبتوها في البث المباشر بالأمس كانت كلها في البث الثاني وليس البث الأساسي، فاليوم تواجدكم في البث الأساسي، تواجدكم أيضا في المسرح قدام الجمهور، إيش رأيك بالشعور مقارنة في الإيفنتات الثانية اللي حضرتها؟
We live for the main stage. Even before Daniel, me and Arsenal, we're LAN players. This is what we do. The older guard is usually the better players on LAN, and we're here to show that. We think we're the best team here.
يقولون حنا الفريق الافضل اللي موجودين في البطوله، زياده على كذا حنا بالعكس جايين عشان المين ستيج وتركيزنا دائما يكون على المين ستيج وحنا جينا عشان ناخذ البطوله بكامل.
Well, thank you so much for joining us in this post-match interview. Best of luck to you guys for the rest of it. But you're the first team to qualify for the playoffs, so congratulations. Bags of confidence, like I've already said. Rettles, thank you so much. One more time, Space Station Gaming. We're going to be going over to a very quick break, but be back soon, please, because we got Endpoint trying to stay in the competition once again. It's going to be an elimination match up against Heat. Don't go anywhere.
فاصل بسيط اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، وبعد ما نخلص من الفاصل هذا راح نشوف اند بوينت يلعبون ضد فريق هيت، هل بيكون عندهم فرصه انهم يستمرون في البطوله ولا هيت بيكون عندهم رد ثاني بعد خسارتهم ضد فريق سبيس ستيشن؟ توفيق لهم، فاصل بسيط ونرجع لكم على طول.
Well, we did start to theorize whether or not Space Station would be able to do it, and they've only gone and done it. They've managed to qualify to the playoffs already. Unfortunately, this places Endpoint in a little bit of a tricky situation now, you know. It's a make or break it situation for them now, going up against the side of Heat.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where I wouldn't necessarily say that it's a massive issue had it been a close series, had it been kind of like we were talking about at the end there, if it was the RLCS format and you kind of get that little bit of a buffer in between, go back, talk about what went wrong, but you don't really have that kind of time. Now, you've got to, it doesn't matter. That loss happened, cool, this is what was wrong, cool, that's great, move on. Focus has to be on Heat now and start game playing.
Yeah, and it's tough to do that after getting dominated so thoroughly as they did. I mean, Arsenal did work in the games where he had to, 1 and 3. those 3v3 matchups, but Reddles and Daniel were just way too much for Endpoint to deal with. And you could see the mechanics on display, especially from Daniel. I think it was a double flip reset. I'm pretty sure he got both before ultimately scoring the one that just wowed all of us.
Yeah.
And I think it left Endpoint stunned, and they were just never able to recover.
And I think especially in that 2v2 there, we certainly saw Archie show us that pop-off potential. You know, he was defending an awful lot of goals. He managed to score a couple goals for his team as well. But bringing it back to the very first 3v3 that we had, in that overtime game, it looked like it was so like doable for the side of Endpoint. But unfortunately, ultimately, I think it was like 12 seconds after overtime had started, they managed to actually score the goal. So Space Station successfully took that game there. But heading over into the 3v3s, the last game that we had, Space Station obviously winning that one as well. Where do you think it was that Endpoint were going wrong, heading into the 3v3s in particular?
They just didn't have an answer for Reddles and Daniel in particular. It's just, look, mechanically, SSG was way too much. Reddles was playing on a completely different level, and you know, sometimes when we look at SSG, we kind of figure, okay, as Reddles goes, so too does SSG, because if he has a bad performance, it's tough for Arsenal and Daniel to kind of pick up the slack, but he was undoubtedly the MVP here. 7 goals from 13 shots. Didn't have to play a whole lot of defense because SSG, thanks in large part to Reddles, was constantly in Endpoint's face, and they were, I think, a little too passive throughout that entire series. That does not work against SSG.
Yeah. I think it's safe to say that Rettles was well and truly the driving force behind them. See what I did there? I made a Rocket League pun, guys. There we go. I'm here all week. Okay, taking a look at our Group B updated bracket over here. Obviously, Space Station, congrats goes out to them for successfully qualifying, but the lower bracket is now where we're at. We have Heat versus Endpoint. So it's definitely going to end up being a tricky situation for the likes of Endpoint, but Heat, obviously they've not come into this necessarily looking the strongest, looking the best. We wanted to see a little bit more out of them, and obviously in their previous game, losing that one 3-1. Do you think Heat have what it takes to take on the Endpoint boys?
Oh, absolutely. I think Endpoint, remember, they've played as many matches today as Endpoint has in this tournament now. And they are certainly warmed up. We saw how they performed earlier today in both of their series in all formats. And Raziers has it. So, I mean, this is a tough battle now for Endpoint. It would have been tough not coming off of a loss, not coming off of a dominant 3-0. But now, oof.
I mean, this is a closer matchup, right, than the SSG matchup was. I mean, but at the end of the day, if we take it down, the 3v3s are going to be closer. We go and we look at the 1s, though. I start looking at Heat. We look at the 2s, I start leaning to the side of Heat. And do I think that Heat can take at least 1 out of 3 games in a 3v3 off of them? Yeah, I think they could. So I'm probably leaning Heat here on this one as well. I think this is going to be a really tough situation coming off of that loss going into this for Endpoint.
All right, so is your guesstimation as well, Stacks, that Heat might be able to take this one versus Endpoint? Because elimination game now, the pressure is weighing in on the Endpoint boys. They've not necessarily had the best of results recently, so they've certainly got a lot to prove.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that I'm going to say that I think Heat actually gets through. I think coming into this particular event with the different roster that they had to put forth without having Moxie as that 1v1 specialist, well, they added Raziers, and that's pretty good. So even though it's not quite the same team that qualified here, it doesn't feel like they've missed much of a beat.
Well, I'm curious to see whether or not the Endpoint boys are able to make some noise. I know certainly in London they weren't able to do it, but whether or not they can do it here in Gamers 8, right here, right now, it is make it or break it, and they're taking on Heat.
Welcome back to the main stage where our final match of Group B is about to take place. One of these teams is going to be sent home, and the winner will go through to the playoffs and stay in the running for that $2 million prize pool. So I'm going to introduce back to the stage. Please put your hands together. From the UK, it's Endpoint.
بوينت وصل للمسرح، وزي ما احنا عارفين هذه فرصتهم الأخيرة انهم نبي نشوف اذا بيستمرون في البطولة. لا توهم طالعين من خسارة 3-0 كانت قوية ضد فريق سبيس ستيشن، لكن بنفس الوقت خصمهم ما يستهان فيه ابدا. نزل اللوزرز براكت وقدر يكمل الى اخر مباراة، فهل عندهم فرصة يستمرون ولا لا؟ خلونا نرحب فيهم في المسرح، فريق هيت. They've done it twice before today. Can they do it a third time and remain in the competition? Like I've said before, the loser of this match is going home. So, to take us into this one, I'm going to throw it back to the analyst desk. راح نشوف وش اللي ممكن يقولون المحللين، لان صراحه صعب جدا تحليل المباراه هذه. فريق اند بوينت تو طالع من خساره، هيت جاي من فوز، لكن بنفس الوقت هو خسران يوم ينزل في لوزرز براكيت. فبكل الحالتين ما ندري ايش بتكون النتيجه حق المباراه. ورانا مباراه حماسيه، اخر مباراه في جروب بي، فخذونا نتوجه على طول عند المحللين ونرجع لكم في بدايه المباراه.
This is it. It is a make it or break it situation for the Endpoint boys. For the Heat boys, I feel like the pressure is definitely weighing in on their shoulders. I feel like I'm saying this time and time again because I cannot stress enough, with a $2 million prize pool on the line, you cannot afford to make any sort of mistakes. I'm curious to know whether or not that's going to be a conscious thought on the minds of these players, or whether or not it's just focusing on the bragging rights, focusing on the victory, and focusing on really well and truly making a name for yourselves. And in the case of Endpoint particularly, that shot of redemption.
Yeah, we're constantly talking about a team's X factor, and a lot of times it'll be a player on the field. In this case, I think it's Eclipse, and I think if that thought is something that is healthy for them to have, then yes, they'll have that in their minds. If not, Eclipse has kind of trained them to only worry about what they can control, and what they can control is right in front of them. They got a series with Heat. Yes, they just came off a loss. That doesn't matter. They can't go back and change that. They can't retroactively DQ SSG. So you've got to deal with what's in front of you. And I do think that they are quite capable of recovering after a loss like that. And I think that they can manage, especially in the 2v2. And I think that's where they're going to have to kind of make a big difference in this series.
Do you think they'll actually be able to kind of reset again, reset their minds, get back into the mentality of, we need to win this game? Or do you think that they'll just be full tilt after that game?
I think that there's enough experience on that team playing at LANs, playing in these environments that they can. Is it going to be what happens? I'm not sure. It's going to be a tough situation. Heat's had the moment to also expect this. Heat has probably been expecting to see Endpoint come down and lose that match to SSG, which means while they've been sitting there waiting, they've had time to prepare. On the other side, Endpoint has not. That could play a factor as well. So maybe the mental doesn't play into it, but then the preparation then comes back in, which then kind of gives that edge back, at least in my mind, back to Heat.
I saw this video, right? Now tell me whether or not you think this would work out in the case of Rocket League players, okay? I saw this video about mentally resetting after something negative happens in your life, either in-game or outside of game, whatever. Give yourself 5 minutes to be angry, complain, whatever, about whatever it is that has bothered you, okay? After those 5 minutes, your time is up. No more complaining about it, no more kind of thinking about it, nothing like that. And then by that moment in time, you know, you can't change the past. I'm curious to see whether or not Endpoint are able to do that. So I'm going to throw it over to our two casters to take us through this elimination game.
Well, they had a little more than 5 minutes to get reset, Greg. And, you know, if that was me, I'd go into like a break room if I could, you know, where I can break stuff. Somewhere I'm not going to hurt anybody and just go absolutely wild, get it all out. I mean, physical exertion helps.
It does help a lot. I think going out for a wander, getting some fresh air, every player finds their own way. And I know that Endpoint have a performance psychologist who supports them in that kind of stuff. And I know I've seen on camera those players taking moments to deep breathe, center themselves and focus on the next game. And of course, with the 1s and 2s, it will give a player or 2 players a chance to refocus, ready for coming up to the 3s. But for those players who are doing 1s and 2s, there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders.
Well, they've ran into a hot lower bracket team in Heat. Raziers has been the story of this team, and not only in 1s and 2s, but also looking really good in 3s. Endpoint certainly going to have their hands full, and I'm not sure we would have said that at the beginning of this event. Probably would have said Raziers definitely has the advantage in 1s, but 2s and 3s might be a little closer. Now, I mean, you and I were talking before, I think we're kind of flipping the other way.
I think so, and I think the momentum is a massive factor here. Heat are definitely experienced now on the stage. They're feeling good. There's less pressure on their shoulders because they haven't got that big name behind them that everyone expects so much of. They are the team here, you know, just relaxed, enjoying the experience, and they're exceeding everyone's expectation. But they're going to be coming up against Endpoint now to see if they can take it in a best of 5.
Only 5 games to figure it out. First game, 3v3. And if you are just joining us, well, it's a fun format. Loser gets to pick either 1v1 or 2v2. Game 3, we'll go back to 3v3. And then if we do end up playing a game 4, it will be the mode that wasn't picked earlier on. So I know that might have been a lot for those of you just tuning in, but just watch and you'll learn. We're underway.
This is the first game we'll be seeing a team go home and a team make it the whole way through. Up to this point, it's either been one or the other. This is the most vital game of the groups. We will be seeing the final team from this group make it into the playoffs. Will it be Endpoint? Will it be Heat?
What a story for Heat, making the final bracket into the playoffs, where I don't think a lot of people really gave them much hope, especially with the amount of talent that's here at this tournament. Endpoint already facing a little bit of pressure early on, forced out the ball in the corner. Raziers and company trying to get set up, but they get pushed back as Endpoint still actually not able to get the clear out. Heat just diving forward in front of the box, and
opportunity.
The transition, actually a perfect bounce, and flips off the ball. Might have been a chance there for Endpoint.
Relaying Wave's definitely the player we want to be watching. He was not selected for the 2s in the first match we saw earlier today with Space Station. Wondering whether he's not feeling so confident today, and that shot there, definitely something to be looking out for. But it is Archie, that player we always expect to come in and carry his teams in those moments where it's needed.
Endpoint right back in the blue half. Also getting the boost taken away from them, starting to get depleted in that department. And Faris went for the bounce shot, but well defended, and another clear for Endpoint.
A little bit of back and forth at this stage. Of course, the 3v3 being preferred for Endpoint, I should imagine. They've mentioned how 2s and 1s isn't game modes they've been putting a lot of time into. We mentioned Raziers on the other side being the 1v1 player to watch out for, and their 2v2 has been incredibly strong as well. So Endpoint really need to be focusing on this 3v3 right now, as it could dictate the whole series.
We've also seen teams, when they go to the 2v2, a lot of teams been switching it up, but Relating Wave actually catching Heat out with an open net. Endpoint getting the first goal.
Yeah, just a misplay there. I think Parker missing the shot point blank range, and Endpoint well aware of the counter-attack there. Metza looking to play bump upfield, opening up the freest goal of Relating Wave's tournament.
Nice work there from Metzanaris. Thought maybe it was caught out, didn't see on the back end of Metzanaris getting that last defender out. But for that 2v2, like I was saying earlier, we've seen teams like really switch it up. No team has really stuck to one duo, unless you're talking about a team like F16 or really F16 are probably the only ones. We've even seen Space Station switch it up with Arsenal playing 2v2. I'm curious if Endpoint do the same, because their 2v2 duo didn't work out against Space Station.
I think it's one of those where you choose what you think is your best duo and stick with it until it's not working, and then it gives you that ability to switch it out. And of course, Endpoint's didn't work, so they will potentially look to mix it up. But it's often that one player, and in this case it's Archie on Endpoint, who'll be dictating who he wants to have as his teammate to have the best result possible. Close range, Metza getting it away.
And he gets the clear as well, has the double lined up, almost nailed it. It was taken away. Endpoint, he gets set back up. They've done a great job keeping Heat off the board, and Archie puts another one in. Endpoint, a nice lead.
Yeah, Archie taking that for the side for himself, gets the boost off the ceiling, in full control of that ball, recognizes the mispositioning in defense, finds a gap through, uses that ceiling reset to send it to the far post.
Now Heat, to find a way to respond, they started out ultra aggressive, diving almost at every single touch in the blue half, trying to keep Endpoint off balance. It's almost worked a couple of times. You've seen Endpoint get a little starved on boost, but then doesn't matter when Endpoint get that one touch that gets the clear away from their rotation, and that's been the difference early on. But plenty of time for Heat to get set up here. Endpoint still hanging on defense. The Relating Wave bailed out by Archie, and they're cleared out again.
We know Endpoint are a top 5 European team when it comes to threes, one of the only teams to consistently make it out of their region to the majors. And yet they're up against a team that's, you know, barely scraped into the top 16 of Europe. Only recently in the spring split have we seen these players really making waves, and it was this format that favored them so much, the 1s and 2s. And that's why we really need to see Endpoint sweep the 3v3, as the 1s and 2s area is where Heat tend to favor their game plan.
That's where momentum could switch real quickly, so Endpoint want to make life difficult for Heat, but that's a great pass down to Parka, who hit it on the right side. Nice placement.
Yeah, that little drop down to the left there by Raziz. Beautiful, takes 2 players out of the game. Relating wave unfortunately jumped with Archie, which gave Parker the small window of opportunity to shoot it. It had to be good, and it went top right.
And a small chance to get a tie game. Plenty of time on the clock to make it happen. Heat win the kickoff. They approach this from a corner. Endpoint, for the most part, besides that double commit, have been really difficult to break down their defensive structure. It's always had a fail-safe after fail-safe. And right there, it's been hard to get that 50 out. Endpoint get the clear. Maybe another goal. There it is. Archie delivers another.
Wonderful communication there. Just from our point of view, couldn't tell whether Relating Wave was going to go for that ball or the bump. But of course, Archie knew the whole way. There was no attempt on the ball there. Coming in, cleanly taking the shot, confusing the defense. And that's the kind of synergy we expect to see out of a top 5 European team.
This is where Heat are going to be tested a little bit more. Endpoint, one of the tougher opponents that they've had to face in the tournament.
Ooh, kickoff goal.
There you go. Faris picking up the kickoff goal and completely nullifying that 2-goal lead.
Yeah, something Endpoint tend to struggle with. They have a very aggressive kickoff style, the Chi coming in quite close, and if that ball pops out awkwardly, it could lead to a quick goal, and Heat do punish them for that, going up now, leaving 1 goal the difference. 1 minute left.
This time the kickoff goes Endpoint's way, shot right on target. Nice little dash to get back to that ball, and a little whifty on the ground. Love to see it. Endpoint forced back to their own half. A nice clear from Heat, but Endpoint really just re-kidding. They all needed boost. They all got boost. Heat constantly pushed back to the board. Not able to get those consecutive touches. There's a little control and a good midfield challenge. Puts Endpoint out, had to reconfigure the rotation. But again, the ball just boomed back to the other half, Greg, and is Endpoint content to just boom it until the time runs out.
Yeah, these situations are dangerous for Endpoint, but you can see Mets are still maintaining 40 boost, and that's really where that class comes in at the top level. Not wasting any boost in those moments can really stop the counterattack from forming, and it's going to be a run down the clock moment now. Final 10 seconds. All Endpoint needs to do is hold out now.
I get another clear. Wasted more time. No touch there. Up high again, Endpoint have this one in hand, unless Heat have some magic. They get a big clear, but there's Archie to kill it. Oh no, it's caught again. The 0-second drill.
No
Here
way.
he comes off the ceiling, taken away across the corner. Archie diving in front, but it's still in play. Heat back around the corner. Braziers pops it up. He had no boost to chase it. Endpoint finally kill it, and a scary moment ends with victory for Endpoint.
Great patience at the end there from Archie, but fair play to Heat to keep that up for that final moment. Only 1 goal the difference in the 3v3. We need to see a convincing victory from Endpoint across the board with 3s. So I'm sure Heat are feeling fine after that. They know they now get that momentum shift in their favor, going for the favorable game mode. I suspect we'll see 1s here to try and get them the confidence with Raziers, but equally 2s is a strong game mode for them, especially after what they saw with Endpoint against Space Station.
Yeah, I think both options are valid. You can save that 1v1, have it in your back pocket in case things go wrong in the next 3v3, or you can try to put Endpoint in the grave early, force that pressure, because it does not feel good going down 0-2 in the series every single moment. High pressure for them. I was impressed with Heat's ability to come back. It can be very easy to lose control of a game like Endpoint were trying to pull away.
And what we noticed with Juicers in the online qualifier, now Heat, obviously it's a slightly different roster, but 3s was their weakest area. They didn't tend to win 3s every single time, and it was very much the game mode they needed to win 1 of to make it through. It was always the final time they played 3s, the game 5, that they came through and clutched up with the 3v3. So they might lose the first 3v3, they might lose the second one, but they tend to have this ability to download their opponents in 3s. So right now, they're going to be focusing on this 1s, they're going to be focusing on the 2s, but never count them out of that final 3v3 once they've learned their opponent's style.
And 1s and 2s for other teams in this tournament has gotten them that edge. Even if you do have to play 3v3 games, those 1s and 2s games absolutely have made the difference. Will it make the difference here? for Heat, it is going to be 1v1. Raziers versus Relating Wave. We'll see how Relating Wave can take. What do you make of this matchup, Gregan?
See, Relating Wave is the inferior 1v1 player by quite a margin, but it's one of those hidden 1v1 players, Relating Wave. He has put a lot of work into his 1v1 ability, and a lot of people don't know about it. He grinds the ranked leaderboard, but it will be tough for him to come against a player with so much class, skill, and experience playing in high-pressure 1v1s.
Raziers just has immaculate control. A lot of the 1v1s he's played, even today, it's simple flicks, but he gets the catch so fast, and those flicks come out with a lot of speed. It can catch a defender off guard. It certainly caught many defenders off guard today. Here, just a testing flick, grabbing the boost as Relating Wave looks for a way out.
He's got a lot of boost and a good amount of control here, and this is really the difference between Raziers and most of his opponents we've seen so far. Is Raziers in space with the ball is dangerous. His opponents don't know what to do, and that's an example just there. Relating Wave giving up the ball for free. But there's so much creativity on the side of Raziers, looking like he's going to go high and just pulls out completely, letting that ball dribble its way in.
And Relating Wave has to cover, what, 3 different options here? You think he can shoot that ball right center as he's underneath it, or he can drop it straight down? There really has to be patience, and sometimes you almost have to guess when he has that much space to do what he wants with the ball. That's a tough spot for Relating Wave to be in. Got to win on the kickoff, though, and might get one back. Nice shot there from Relating Wave on the side.
Give him some confidence here. A strong kickoff, definitely for sure. Gets the boost and then reads the attempted touch past him by Raziers. You know, this is something we see a lot out of the high-class 1v1 players. They are happy to take control of the ball on low boost, knowing the kinds of decisions you need to make at that level. But the problem is if they get hard red like Relating Wave just did there, it is a almost guaranteed goal on the counter-attack.
Raziers, well, his kickoff, I was watching earlier with Johnny Boy, watching Raziers, and he just was glowing about Raziers' kickoff ability and his ability to switch it up, read the opponent.
Good aggression.
Keep him on the rocks. As it looks like Raziers was almost on the rocks. Relating Wave got the boost. This is looking like a good possession. You can keep the pressure up. Raziers doesn't have a lot of boost in the tank. Well, he just got the spawn and got the 50.
You say about boost, though, that is a strength of Relating Waves. He's not wasting a huge amount. You know, he's keeping it as high as possible. Will often catch his opponents off guard by keeping 20, 30, 40 in the tank. But it's these moments where it's so tough to defend against Raziers. Once he gets that dodge in the air, there's so many options he can take. And Relating Wave just not quite able to read it the last moment there.
I mean, as Relating Wave's coming back, Raziers knows that he has to go leave for boost. Gives himself a little bit of space. Doesn't give Relating Wave an easy cut in. Forces him, again, to have to cover those options as he goes to the air. Makes the shot too difficult for Relating Wave to save. It's a nice one off the bar, and Raziers takes it right away.
Control.
What a cut.
You can just see even there, like the difference between making a save and making a save and gaining possession. That's the real class Raziers is showing there. And this is an opportunity here for Relating Wave. Not quite getting the flip reset, but it works in his favor as it fakes out the defender. He goes low, gets the 50-50. Not quite what he intended, but it works out on this occasion.
Sometimes you take what you can get. Raziers coming off the side wall there ended up being completely in favor of Relating Wave, even if it isn't what he was going for. Raziers was in the perfect position for Relating Wave to go for that 50.
You can only get away with so many of those. You know,
probably only one against him.
Yeah. If you're not doing what you're intending to do when you get these outplays, it can often backfire when they go wrong. But on this occasion, the mistake from Raziers as he mischallenges Relating Wave, allowing him to push the ball down the line.
Yeah, I was hoping to bump Relating Wave off the ball. Would have allowed him to turn right back around and take a quick shot on the net. Play that usually works, but his car got tipped up as he flipped into him, and he wasn't able to really make contact on Relating Wave.
Both faking. Relating Wave quicker to react, and he's going to take control. Takes it to the right and takes the lead for endpoint.
I can hear it in my head. There are levels to this right now. One player tries to go for the fake. Usually when they go for the fake, they want to play the ball to the corner. You get the boost, you get to play it up the wall. But the best counter to that is to fake it yourself. And Relating Wave was just closer to the ball. Raziers had to respond.
Yeah, so Relating Wave going ahead for the first time here. And I definitely think Raziers has been the more convincing player, but sometimes all you need is good challenge game, good efficiency, and mistakes will come from your opponent. And the unorthodox nature of Relating Wave's 1v1 ability is giving him favorable situations. But on this occasion, the shot from Raziers just going wide, still got the pressure. He's going to send it central, and Wave's going to send it away.
Raziers saving his dodge, was not going to flip into that unless he knew he was going to get a solid 50 on it. Conserved his boost as well. Did Didn't need it. He's got that corner now. Excellent control there from Raziers.
Oh, this is good boost control, though, from Relating Wave. He had 100. He's going to get the counter-attack here. This should be open for him.
Wow.
And that was just from the boost management. He was on 38 boost when it looked like he was on next to 0, which allowed him to race to that 100 boost, turn in for that challenge aggressively, and get the counter-attack, forcing Raziers away from the play. And now 5-3 for Relating Wave.
So much of 1v1 is trying to fake your opponent out, not just on a challenge, but also with, like you were saying, like how much boost you have. You're always looking at how your opponent is moving. What kind of options of attack or defense does he have? Relating Wave feigning how much boost he has. Raziers trying to work on that information, and oh, Raziers just stays right on the ground. No dodge needed.
I was about to say Raziers needs to start opening up some space for himself. He has looked the dominant player with space and possession. And right there, you can see the fear from Relating Wave, trying to close it down early, trying to catch his opponent off guard, but Raziers completely predicts it, takes it low towards the net, and that's going to be frustrating for Wave. He's done so much work to get in the lead, and it's instantly gone.
We'll play it back to the corner this time. I don't think he's very comfortable on the kickoff against Raziers. You can understand why. A much safer play to take that ball to the corner. But Raziers survived the initial attack here from Wave.
Another goal opportunity.
And bait him in. Didn't get him early enough as he wanted. Wave's going to get the clear back.
Yeah, you can just see those kind of shots. They create a lot of pressure. They put your defender out of position and opens up opportunities like that. A missed opportunity again from Raziers. A little bit of inaccuracy is plaguing him right now, and it's giving Relating Wave free possession back. And possession is the key here for Relating Wave, as he's not going to hold it for long. And Raziers is going to finish this one off, putting it back to 5-5.
Oh my, this is turning into a match. Relating Wave able to get those counterattacks early on, got himself a lead, but then Wave, that's two challenges where he just kind of takes a poor angle at the ball, thinking he can swipe that ball quickly from Raziers, whip it back around. He doesn't want to give Raziers the ability to recover quickly on those touches. So taking that quick challenge angle could allow him to do that, but he's missed it twice.
You can just see there Archie warming up in free play, ready to come back in the 3v3. We said threes was the most important game mode here, as ones and twos would be near impossible. The Relating Wave proving us wrong here as we are coming into the final minute. Raziers getting back into the lead, 6-5 the score.
Relating Wave getting baited up here a little bit by Raziers. Nice little pop-up in front. You see Wave as he turns across, trying to get up the wall, just kind of took himself out of position on the play. Raziers kind of got a freebie there.
Just a few poor spacing moments from Wave, and I think it's actually catching Raziers off guard early in this game because he wasn't expecting to have those opportunities, was missing out on shots, getting frustrated, taking a shot when it wasn't quite ready, where he's cottoned onto it now. He can see when those moments are coming, and he started punishing, keeping control of that ball, and a few safety goals here for Raziers could be useful. A great challenge, that's going to bobble off the crossbar. Raziers going to finish it off. Every goal now is going to sting for Relating Wave.
Not a bad idea here from Wave. You can squeeze that ball if you can get just a little lower on that challenge, but just had better momentum and better positioning behind the ball. Raziers might put this out of reach for Wave. There is some time left. See what he does on the kickoff.
Yeah, a few kickoffs have gone in favor of Relating Wave. This one not so much. It's going to be Raziers coming in with possession and a bit of space. He's just going to waste some time, take this back. This is mature 1v1 gameplay.
He'll let Wave come up, says, you come challenge me in the corner. That's more time on the clock. He does get the 50, but he's got to chase this down again. It gets demoed. Wave just needs to score with time. He's got to be quick about it. Sees the spawn. Goes for the shot, but Raziers quickly back on the spawn. Wave gets the rebound off the post and out. That's going to do it. Wave knows it, and he tie up the series. Their 1v1 king getting them the tie.
We've got to shout out Relating Wave, though. A strong performance from him. Unorthodox playstyle, something Raziers had to try and work out. And eventually at 5-3, when Raziers finally clicked on it, he recognized those small windows of opportunities where he had to do the simple stuff right and opened up goal after goal for him. And he did eventually win 7-5. But Relating Wave we'll have to be proud of that, right?
I think so, yeah, absolutely.
No expectation. I mean, he shouldn't be frustrated at that loss. Maybe the fact that he was ahead quite near the end, maybe that will plague him. But now we go back to 3v3, endpoints favorable game.
I've probably got to have him pretty nervy knowing the type of opponent you're up against. There's still more than a minute and a half left. You're up by 2, and you're like, God, Raziers could score like 8 more goals. And I got to hold him to 2. And, I mean, that's just how strong he's been. Raziers continues to keep heat in series. And now we go back to the 3v3. Greg, and where do you think Heat have to improve here because they started out really hot, really aggressive. It didn't really work. Endpoint had strong defense overall. How did they crack through that?
Well, I think Endpoint are known for their structure. You know, they have a solid game plan where each player works around the others. You know, they're very aggressive, charge down the player, get those bumps, and it opens up the space for simple team plays. On the other side, we've got a very mechanical team. We know they're mechanical. We see Razir's in the 3v3 before, where he's come out with some amazing plays. And I think what we need to see is more solo plays from Heat. Rather than going as a team trying to set up team passing plays, we need them to break down their opposition, grind them down a little bit more in the neutral game, and that will open up opportunities for individuals to come in and finish it off.
Endpoint were free to just boom the ball down the other half of the field on almost every Heat attempt last time. So we'll see if Heat go a little more solo heavy this time, or if Endpoint get another quick strike. Saved. Archie already in the air, another pot shot, rebound goes straight down, pass in front to Archie, denied again, right off the side, in front of the net, redirect back, and that's a goal for Heat.
What a save, sending that so far down the pitch, off the back wall here from Archie's shot. Ooh. And you can see Parker landing from a previous attempted block. Excellent clear, right in the path of Parker. That's going to be the counter-attack Endpoint would hate to see. You know, they normally have such strong structure, but in that occasion, a passing play turned into an overcommit. And we see Heat go ahead.
Not bad ideas from Endpoint. Mets getting under on the reset. And man, it will never not be silly to me to watch Metsa go for those flip resets in that car. That's the most ridiculous car I've ever seen, and I love everything about it.
Yeah, mostly we see Octanes, FedEx, occasionally a Dominus or a Batmobile, but rarely do we see this car. I actually can't remember the name of it.
I'm not even going to attempt.
I did look it up at one point, but you know, you guys will know the car if you've played with it before. Not many of you will have. But obviously, Mets are a big fan of it. I think it has the Octane hitbox, so it is purely an aesthetic thing.
I'm sure no one in chat's asking what that decal is. Relating Wave gets the clear back over to Mets. And that's a perfect bounce for Wave, but it was denied. Archie in the air as well. Another non-touch. Off the side wall. Heat get a little bit of space, but it's Endpoint's ball. Sending it back to the orange, cut off. This time Heat getting in the middle of those passing lanes. Archie having to force his way through. But it's a little bit of a battle for Endpoint. Not having as easy as a time on those passing plays. Another one pinches up. Heat still in position on the third. They were just out of boost, but they all picked up canisters. Endpoint still somehow to push them back to the third.
Heat are charging down these attempts so frequently and getting there early, which is key to closing down a team synergistic playstyle, one with passes. If you can charge down a pass as a one player to take out two, it's a massive trade in your favor. I think we need to see a little bit more solo plays here from Endpoint, breaking them down and then ending with those bump plays, you know, the stuff that opens up space without actually going for the ball.
They're certainly going to need it with how well the net minding has been from Heat. Well-placed shots from Endpoint, but well played on the defensive end from Heat. They're still working by the midfield line. Endpoint starting to run out of resources, but Relating Wave denied. Again, the defense coming up big for Heat.
Just reading everything at this point. Heat, obviously a newer team to the higher level of Rocket League, but a very mechanical one. So they do have that ability on the interactions to come out on top. Just a little bit of chaos can be their downfall, but Endpoint right now not able to outplay the mechanics of these individuals as we see that ball go away. Faris just sending it wide.
You saw Faris almost hesitate for a second, thinking maybe it's going to bounce on the inside, bounce back into him, trying to keep himself in position for both options, but Heat haven't given up. Here comes another one off the backboard. Two touches, the change up, and it's bounced off the ramp. Still they're pressing, diving forward. They got another touch out. Heat continue to press. That one back over to the corner, and it's taken away. Faris couldn't quite get the 50, and Endpoint survive.
Archie going for that ball high in the air, 50-50s. It's going to go middle, Relating Wave beating the final defender in the middle of the pitch, but a backboard defender will send it away. Oh, the low fake Faris here going to be swatted away, and that's the teamwork we like to see from Endpoint, covering each other's gaps and making sure no one is left hanging alone.
Endpoint really got to keep their eye on Faris. Several times now, he's gotten through a defender, through a cheeky fake with his aerial play. Archie moves his way around. He's going to get a boost steal for his effort. Relating Wave next up. Two touches in front that actually took away the ball. Another demo. Here come Heat, but it's taken away with a beautiful touch from Metsonoris.
Metsonoris rarely fake challenges. You can see they're coming in with such momentum as the final player. If that goes wrong, that's a goal, but on this occasion, it does catch the player off guard, and Heat don't get the counter-attack. But there's 1 minute left here. He are still 1 goal up. An early lead has been maintained for this whole game. And this would be the most important game of the series, as we know 1s and 2s is in their favor, but 3s should be Endpoint's game mode. They need a goal now.
But Heat looking to make it unwinnable. Off the ceiling, no touch. Metanaris just gets to the ball. He had no boost. Archie a little off the play. Both Heat players have to race back now as Endpoint. Get a few more tries at the ball. Archie gets the boost steal. Got the challenge, but Mets has to wait. Gets frozen on the third. Archie swings right back around. He's got Wave on the wing. Off the backboard. Shot! Goal!
Archie off the ceiling. Mets are teeing it up. What a first touch from Archie. Takes out the backboard defender. Relating Wave delays his shot attempt. The final defender comes lunging in, and that puts Endpoint back in the game.
And I feel like I'm about to sound like a cheese when I say that started the whole way back like 25 seconds ago when Archie pushed the ball into the orange half. He got that initial boost steal. Metanaris gets a crucial 50. Archie just turns right back around, sets all of that up right afterwards, and facilitated the tie game. And now they're gonna keep pressing. Metanaris taking the ball away back to the corner.
10 seconds left here. Norris, the facilitator for this team, looking to do so once again. Relating Wave with a bit of space. Sets up Norris. High off the backboard. Shot opportunity. Just sent wide.
It's still up.
It's still in the air.
Oh my goodness. Oh, he missed it. And they survive. We go to OT, Greg, and I thought that was in.
Heat just managing to get that one away at the final moment. Every shot coming from an awkward angle, so lacking the power needed to secure the goal. But Endpoint have finally awoken in this game, and it's surely them in the overtime. Mets are sending it high and wide.
I thought maybe he would have had it, but it was so fast off the backboard. Heat, they don't get the counterattack. Not the best touch, but a demo might get Endpoint the chance to get the 50. Back in the corner, not a favorable bounce. Almost going disastrously there for Endpoint. Like you were saying earlier, losing here for Endpoint would almost spell disaster. Now they have to survive in overtime. They fought back, they got that game-tying goal. Almost won it at 0 seconds, but here come Heat in front of the box. Endpoint's defensive structure has to hold firm. The brick standing, but Endpoint continue to be battered. Heat trying to push.
Endpoint are one demo or one good touch away from conceding in that moment, but the reads from them as players of what's coming at them has allowed them to clear that ball away. But the interceptions in the midfield from Heat just to keep that ball in. The Endpoint half has been so key to keep this pressure on, but Endpoint, barred down and away, managed to escape.
Heat get the catch. Another goal, but it's taken away over to the side wall. And Heat love to press on those 50s in the corner. Faris, no boosts. The rest of his team are kitted up. He just needed a 50. He didn't get one, but Parka just launching, again, testing that Endpoint backboard, which has been stalwart so far in this overtime. Now Endpoint, the other way, taken away again by Faris.
This ball is just bouncing around, neither team wanting to take any major risks. They know counterattacks have been so vital in this 3v3 game mode so far between the two. No one wants to overexert, no one wants to waste too much boost. People keeping their boost as high as possible. But at some point, someone's going to have to try something mechanical, something a bit riskier to open up some space for their team.
Archie got a good 50 in midfield. Might be a chance here as it's sent across. Metsa up next. Killed the ball for Archie. Wave also waiting in midfield. That's a nice high ball by Heat. Forces Wave to wait, but he gets a great touch. Forcing the last man of Heat up. Feeling the pressure, Wave doesn't get a touch. Metsa's next up. Here comes Metsa off the back wall. Tough 50 to make it happen. Archie misses the ball. Relating Wave coming up, waiting, and he might get caught out. It gets pushed up, still in danger. Here come Heat. Shot way too light, and Metanaris plays it away.
Yeah, Metanaris just fading back on the far side of the pitch, able to read that play the whole way. A powerful shot there would have been unsavable, but it was a tough angle. And now we're going to see Endpoint trying to create some pressure here. The high touches from Heat have been excellent, able to beat out the Endpoint players and win those 50-50s, but a miss could be all it takes, and Heat win 2-1 in overtime.
Oh my goodness, Heat enact capital punishment on Metanaris' mistake, and Endpoint eliminated Heat to the playoffs. Razier's?
Not yet. We got
Not
a
yet?
2v2. I know we assumed.
Oh no!
I know we
assumed.
We assume the 2v2 is likely to go in Heat's favor.
I was so hyped.
But we have said before this series, 3v3 has to go 3-0 for Endpoint. Otherwise, this Heat team is going to struggle in winning the series, because 1v1, 2v2, it's only 2 of the 5 games. So we do need to see now Endpoint steal a game back in 2v2 where they are the unfavored team.
I was just so excited that whole overtime. It felt like we played 2 Rocket League games, Gregan.
It did. I mean, we knew coming into this that 3v3 was vital for Heat, and they've just done it there. So the game is now in their favor. They go into this 2v2 as the favorites. Potentially, this is where we start to see that star power from Archie come out. Can he go into this game and really say, I need to win this now because my team needs me?
Does he pick Mets this time, or do you think he goes to Relating Wave? With how Relating Wave played in the ones, and honestly, with how Wave played overall in 3v3, for my mark, I think you got to pick Relating Wave here.
Well, I think off the back of their previous performance as a pair, I think you go, let's try a different one next time. And especially, I don't think it's healthy to make a rash decision just off that Metza mistake. But, you know, Metza did make a vital mistake, which lost them that overtime right there. So the confidence will be higher in Relating Wave, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, I think more so with just how he's performed overall in the series. Met's only 1 mistake from him. Obviously devastating to have your mistake be what loses the game. Not the series. Game number 4 underway, and it might be over after this 5 minutes. Can he continue to deliver in the 1s and the 2s? They took the 1s, Razier's 7-5, and now Razier's and Parka trying to get it done and send Endpoint home.
Yeah, Relating Wave did get selected by Archie here. I wonder if that was Relating Wave saying, I can do it. You know, I played well in the 1v1, let me have a go at them. You know, these guys will have come across each other in ranks so much, and this is a very international tournament, but for the European teams, they are used to playing 2s in the same lobby throughout that ranked leaderboard. All of these players grinders, and at this point, we'll see whether they can turn it into a high-pressure performance.
Sick attempt there from Relating Wave. Archie getting the challenge, got another 50. Relating Wave trying to crash the corner. He will at least steal the boost out. Crucial, because Parka now on small pad game. Sears nonplussed. With no boost, he's able to pressure Endpoint back to the corner. And that's all important in these fast 2v2 games, is who can force the other to waste all of their boosts faster. That's really what a lot of these come down to when it feels pretty even. Get the ball high and away. Can you force them to use their boost to get to the aerials? Can you have enough threats where Razier's pushes it downfield? Get a boost steal for his effort.
Good bump away there. Archie not getting the ball, but gets the player, and that's often enough. And bumps are such a vital part of 2s, as you see this opportunity open up for Razier's off the back of a Parker bump. But unfortunately, Parker in that situation did have to retreat and get boost, so not able to clean up. But recovery speed is so important in 2v2. You need to be able to make touches that are not only threatening, but allow you to come back in and gain value off the ball with the boost steals, the bumps, and maybe sometimes even those little tip-ons.
Kind of like what Razier's did right there, using the neutral hop, get speed down to the ground faster, and then demo the player in the corner. They don't get anything out of it, but it's just that threat. The fact that Razier's can go to that, his recoveries being so clean. 2 demos means no goal. It's pushed back out to the wall.
Razier's with space in the 1v1 is a scary prospect, and on this occasion, 2 players able to swat him away. The first one can not even have to worry about playing that ball. They can go for the bump, and that's what happens there. Archie now low on boost, has to defend against 2, and he gets bumped out of the way. Razier's gets the free goal.
Nice play there from Parka. Got the control, flicks it up, and makes himself the enforcer on the play. An excellent approach with where Archie was sitting. Easy decision to take to demo him out.
Yeah, Archie just driving in an odd direction. Not going to be able to defend the 2v1 very well there. Parker making it simple. Put it high, get rid of the defender. Opens up a free goal for Razier's, but a kickoff, a great place to come back, get a goal, as you see. Relating Wave now still with possession. Quickly closed down by Razier's. And we said this is so important for Endpoint now. They lose this, they are out of the tournament. They win it, they get 1 more chance at 3v3 where they are the favored team.
Good speed from Relating Wave, but he couldn't get to the touch. Forces Archie to come back. Actually, Archie managing boost very well on that opportunity. Now he's got a full tank to go forward. Got the reset, but couldn't get the power. Heat able to protect their boost as well. 50 just goes clean through. What a win from Razier's. Parker goes for the fake, but Archie able to respond, and now he gets the ball right back. He's got enough boost. Can't bump Parker out of the way. Parker doing great work, shuffling Archie out of the play.
Yeah, Parker really facilitating Raziers here, just coming in, disrupting that ball, opening up space for his teammate. That's all you need to do when you've got a 1v1 player on your team. And on this occasion, the patience from Raziers gets a shot on target. Archie clears it away, but Parker, as the second player, able to read that clear and keep that ball in. No threats here from Endpoint. They haven't seemed to look like they're going to score at any moment. A very neutral, heavy game going in favor of Heat on just one occasion. Endpoint need to find something to break this team down.
Archie also defending against that possible bump, trying to keep himself away from the path of the attacking car. Been able to defend that twice now. He's gotta have to expect it every time. Wave. Get the favorable bounce. Raziers just gets in the way, wins the next 50. Wave forced back. Much a non-touch, and ooh, Archie. Maybe he didn't want that touch. Maybe he didn't think he had something there, but either way, it gives them control and drop down, and Parka gets the 2-goal lead right in front of the box.
Yeah, that first touch off the wall, great to set up the flip reset. Relating Wave needed to get something on that ball to send it away as it left Archie flat-footed on the goal line. And the flip reset did nothing, and that was the hardest thing for Archie to read, as that ball bounced behind him, putting Heat up 2 goals. 1 minute remaining. 2v2, a very easy game to come back in. There's a lot of space for these players, especially around the kickoff. But this kickoff goes pretty neutral. It's going to be hard now for Endpoint. As another goal goes in, Raziers all the way along the pitch, and that's almost definitely going to secure it.
They are about to do it, Greg, and Endpoint in danger of being eliminated, and Heat continue this impressive lower bracket run and are starting to get some people talking. Raziers has certainly been a talk of the tournament. There's been several players that have been the talk of the tournament. Raziers has been one of those players. But Parka, like you said, a great facilitator. Endpoint trying to come back, but Relating Wave, I don't think it mattered how many flip resets or challenges he got there. Nobody was getting by Raziers on that play. 4 goals and a victory lap around the pitch.
Relating Wave trying everything he could there to find a goal quickly off the kickoff. They have to take risks at this point, and a 2-goal miss leads to the counter-attack goal for Raziers. And as you mentioned, one of the great 1v1 players in this tournament, but it's that versatility from some of these 1v1 players that makes them stand out. The ones who are able to compete in the 2s, the 3s, and really carry their teams and be so valuable. And this victory lap continues for Heat.
So now my question for you, Gregan, is on a scale of 1 to Falcons, what's the threat level of Heat going into the playoffs?
Well, they're an unknown entity. You know, we don't know what they're capable of fully in 3s, because they're getting better as the tournament goes on. We know the 1's threat is there, not the most threatening of 1v1 players. We know their 2's gameplay is great, as you can see here. But it is that 3s that's getting better, the more experience they get. And we know that they are now going to be making it into that top 8 and being guaranteed a minimum of $95,000 on their first big tournaments in Rocket League history.
That's got to feel great. So it's like a 6 on the 1 to Falcons level, right?
Sorry, I should have given you a Scoville rating.
I need, yeah, exactly.
Very spicy.
Oh, you know what? How about, yeah, 6. Raziers said it. There you go.
Yeah,
6 goals. Threat level 6.
Threat level 6. That is a scary threat level, and it is Raziers who is 5 of those 6 threats, as he has been the 1v1 monster, unbeaten so far. Relating Wave came close, but again, it was that 3v3 that defined the series. We knew 1s and 2s would go in favor of Heat, but we knew the 3s needed to be perfect from Endpoint. It was not. Heat will take it in match 4.
Threat level 7, just for good measure. Heat popping off. And wow, what a story going into the rest of the tournament. It's going to be tough in the playoffs. We still have lots of teams to collect to get our top 8. But Heat, I don't think would have been in many people's prediction brackets at the start of this tournament. They've played excellently, and they definitely deserve that minimum $95,000.
Oh, 100%. And this must be an amazing first experience for them. You know, to make it to this event through that qualifier, well deserved. They played amazing online, and they've now got themselves into that top 8 out of Group B. We'll be seeing more Group D action later on.
We will. Group D coming up really right, I think, at the next match we start on Group D, so that should be quite exciting. Group A and C going on over on the B stream, so if you're curious what's going on over there, it's twitch.tv/gamers8_B, not regular B, _B. You know, you got to hit shift on your keyboard and the big line.
I think they know.
Do you know?
I think they know, Jorby.
Okay, all right. I wasn't sure.
They're not your grandparents. You're not explaining it to the
well,
to the older generation.
You
right
never
now.
know with Twitch chat. Man. You never know. Yeah, but excited to see Heat, and I'm excited to hear from Heat down with Banks.
Parker, I am running out of questions for your team. You've been here 3 times. I have to say, congratulations. It was touch and go for a second. The 1v1s, when Razir's managed to pull it back, that was, I think, the turning point in this match. I mean, how are you feeling?
ودنا نعرف أكثر عن شعور اللاعب بعد ما صارت النتيجة غير متوقعة أبداً. حرفياً خلصت الأسئلة اللي موجودة عندنا نسألها الفريق إيش ممكن يسوون في باقي البطولة.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. We didn't think we could make the playoffs because we had a really hard group and we are playing with Razir, which is a sub. So, but he's cracked in once, so he's helping us a lot. He's winning everything, so shout out to him, and we're gonna try to win again.
حرفيا كانوا ما كانوا متوقعين انهم بيطلعون من اللوزرز براكت اصلا، لانهم ما كانوا متوقعين انهم بيقدرون يكملون في البطوله، لكن كل مبارياتهم اليوم طلعت فيها بانتصارات، وحتى هم يلعبون في لاعب احتياط مو لاعب اساسي اصلا، فشات اوت للاعب صراحه، واداؤه كان جدا كويس، وبنفس الوقت احنا متوقعين ان نقدر نكمل في البطوله افضل.
I mean, as you said, Razir's has been playing absolutely incredibly, but as this crowd builds in this arena, do you feel, as the atmosphere increases, are you feeling more pressure, or are you just getting more confident from the energy?
قاعدين نشوف ان المسرح كل ما يتعبى اكثر واكثر من الجمهور، واصواتهم كمان قاعده تعلى، وكل مره هم يلعبون فيها نشوف الجمهور يصير اكثر، فهل تحس انه بيكون ضغط اكثر على اللاعب انه ما راح يقدر انه يؤدي اداء كويس بما انه عليه ضغط كثير، ولا انه ما عنده مشكله يتاقلم مع الاجواء؟
Yeah, this is our first time on a stage like this, so it's obviously really stressful. So I don't know, we take it as like an advantage from having the crowd, and it's insane. I don't know.
هذه أول مرة يلعبون فيها على مسرح بهالحجم، وبنفس الوقت هم منضغطين منه، لكن بنفس الوقت يستعملون الشيء هذا كفائدة لهم أكثر من أنها تكون مضرة، وقاعدين يحاولون أنهم يستمرون على نفس الوضع.
Well, you can breathe easy now. You've made it to the playoffs. You had a difficult journey all the way through this lower bracket, so congratulations once again. So what's been the best thing about being at this LAN here in Riyadh?
من بداية البطولة هم خسروا مباراتهم ونزلوا في اللور براكيت، لكن قدروا يستمرون إلى نهاية الجروب، وبنفس الوقت يفوزون فيه ويتأهلون إلى البلاي أوفز، فشعور كان جدا رهيب أكيد بالنسبة لهم، لكن بنفس الوقت إيش شعورهم في تواجدهم هنا معنا في الرياض في المملكة العربية السعودية في الإيفنت؟
The first thing I want to say is that when we came first there at the hotel and stuff, like the treatment we have is absolutely crazy, and I can thank every like Saudian people, and it's just.
حاب يشكر كل السعوديين اللي رحبوه فيهم في الهوتيل، وزياده على كذا زي ما تقول الضيافه اللي جته وجت فريقه كامل في الفندق او حتى في باقي البطوله كانت جدا جميله، ويشكر الجمهور على النقطه.
Well, Parker, we wish you continued success for the rest of the tournament. Can't wait to see you in the playoffs tomorrow. We hope you keep winning. Please, everyone put your hands together one more time for Heat. We're going to throw to a very quick break, but don't worry, we're going to come back and we're going to be commencing Group D. So I hope you're ready for some absolute banging matches right here on the main stage.
لا تبعدون أعزائنا المشاهدين، الجيم الجاي راح نبدأ فيه في جروب دي، نحاول أننا نخلص اللور براكت كامل ونشوف مين الفريقين اللي راح يتأهلون سواء من الأبر براكت أو حتى من اللور براكت. بالتوفيق إن شاء الله لكل الفرق المشاركة معنا، راح ندخل في فرق جديدة وكلنا متحمسين إيش ممكن يقدمون.
بترجم راب يعني ملوك الصين دي مترجمة كلها في قاعدة واحدة. في كام مترجم راب مصري؟ واحد بس، مارو ده البادي معاه في الميم تيم على فكرة. رايت that's must يا برو.
مين ده يا جدعان؟ كوتش مش هلعب معاه. مين ده اصلا؟
كابتن الفريق، فاهم؟
عشان فاهمين الصين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك الصين ببلاش.
are officially halfway through today's games right here at Gamers8, and unfortunately, Endpoint have just met their endpoint and have been eliminated from the competition. Meanwhile, we've got Heat most definitely and certainly bringing the Heat into this lower bracket, winning that game out 3-1. Looks like both your predictions were correct.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that the mental effect of dropping from that upper bracket was going to be a factor. We know endpoints struggle once they start losing, and we could see that Heat were getting better and better as they went through that lower bracket. So all they needed to do really was get one 3v3 win, and they would almost guarantee the series, because 1s and 2s is too strong from them.
Yeah, Razier's, the expectation coming into that was that the 1s and 2s was just going to go that way. We weren't, I think that went exactly, though the 2s did start off a little shaky, the recovery was there. Getting that 3s win was, as soon as that happened, that was it. That was the end point. I'm going to arguably say to you that I feel like the 1v1 could have been won by endpoint.
It was close.
Because it was 5-5 at one point, right?
It was 5-3 to end.
Right, and it was within the last minute that we saw Raziz pull off 2 incredible goals and ultimately take that victory for himself and his team.
Well, the thing about great 1v1 players is they download their opponents, they work out what they're up against, and Relating Wave is a very unorthodox 1v1 player. He makes a lot of weird touches, mistakes, conserves a lot of boost and catches you off guard. The moment Raziz tuned into that, he just started scoring and scoring and scoring and turned it from 5-3 down to a 7-5 victory. And that's the tough thing. You've got a best of 1, but even just within that 5-minute game, there's enough time for these top players to learn their opponents and take the game.
Yeah, you started seeing him kind of work his way around in those battles that happen in 1v1s. You're racing down the sideline, he's shadowing you down into the corner. He started finding ways to kind of work his way around that defense and find those opportunities. And at that point, the ones just completely shifted the other direction.
But I do agree with you. At one point, I was thinking, wow, Relating Wave is going to take this. And then that completely threw out the whole 1s and 2s is guaranteed for Heat idea. 3s, of course, game 3. We knew that was the moment. That was the moment Endpoint were out of it, because they needed to win all 3 3v3 games, and Heat just showed that they have that ice.
They definitely stepped up to the plate, to say the very least. I'm just so incredibly disappointed for the side of Endpoint. You know, this was supposed to be their redemption game. This was supposed to be them kind of proving to everybody at home and everybody here as well that London might have just been a one-off for them, but unfortunately, they weren't able to do it. They weren't able to close that one out. But for the side of Heat, I got to say, Raziz, incredible performance from him, incredibly consistent player as well.
I mean, you want to talk about picking up a sub, and the super sub of the tournament right now is Razier. He literally has like shown up, and they were saying in the interview, I mean, Parker was talking about it. He was like, yeah, we picked this guy Razier's up to come in, and you know, we just kind of hopped in, and Razier's been like, come on, guys, let's just go ahead and run the bracket.
Well, he must have exceeded their expectations, because there was no expectations for them. You know, these were a team that we weren't even expecting to do well in the online portion. It was only the fact they had that Moxie 1v1 potential that made them scary. So when they came here without him and without Juicy, arguably one of the best 3s players in that team initially, it was like, oh, what's going to happen now? And Raziz has just come in, shown he can play on land, shown he can clutch up in the 1s and 2s, and has consistently pulled off those MVP performances for this team.
Everybody knows how much I love a good theory. So let's theorize for a moment.
That's news to me. I know you're a theory crafter now. That's great.
Now you know. If you didn't know before, you know now. I'm going to theory craft with you. What would have happened if Raziz was not here? Do you think we would have had as good of a performance out of them as we have done so far?
Well, if it was Juicy, who was the original roster, then they would have struggled in the 1s. Probably not the 2s, because they were still solid in 2s in the online portion, but yeah, I think it would have been a tougher time for them in 1s, and so they would have had to have relied on their 3v3 performance, which would have made them a more balanced team, but right now they are that scary, we have to win 3s against this team currently.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where, yeah, it would have, I don't know, I think that still would have been a tough matchup. I still think that would have been, that could have gone either way in 3s still. I almost want to say that having Razier's just made, I think it looks like a stronger team with Razier's on it.
Yeah.
I want to see him challenged, though, with some of these top 1s players like Daniel, for example, or Raiseball CRR, or even some of the Falcons and Dignitas players later on, because right now he has been the best 1s player in every lobby he's been in, but that's not going to be the case the whole way through this tournament.
Well, obviously now Heat have indeed qualified through to the playoffs to be joining the side of Space Station Gaming over here in our Group B. But as you did mention, Greg, and whether or not he's able able to keep up that performance, especially when the pressure is on, is a whole other ballpark. It's a whole other story. But I know, like, one thing that really stood out to me is the fact that even the Heat players themselves were saying we weren't expecting to make playoffs. So at that point, as soon as you've got it in your mind you're not going to be making playoffs, you have nothing to lose. You're going to be making those risky plays. You're going to put yourself in tough situations. You're going to be taking those risks, and ultimately it's really paid off for them.
Yeah, you can see here Heat making it through that lower bracket. They did actually play against Space Station earlier on, but got 3-0 swept, never getting to play the 1v1 with Razirs versus Daniel. But them making top 8 is huge. That's $95,000 guaranteed for them, and it can only go up from there, which is by far the most prize money these guys will have ever won. I mean, just looking at Razirs, for example, his amount of prize money he's ever won in his total career is 13,000. So to then get a third of 95,000, he's over tripled. This is unbelievable for these guys, and to get this experience out here, treated the way we've been treated out here, this will be an experience they'll want to remember for the rest of their careers.
And what a way to do it as well, as a sub, right, here at Gamers8. It's honestly phenomenal stuff. Taking a look at our Group A upper bracket, though, Guild Esports successfully winning versus the side of Luminosity. I know, Greg, and yourself, you definitely saw that one coming, right?
Well, I thought Guild were the favorite between them and Luminosity. You know, they've got a much stronger crew battle team, especially when it comes to 2v2. Near unbeatable, Sierra and Dorito actually won 1-0. That would have been a close old game there against Luminosity. But then when it came down to that lower bracket, we called it earlier, didn't we? Complexity going to be making it through against Luminosity, and that game has just finished 3-2 in favor of Complexity.
You know, I was watching part of the game. I was standing down there with the players. I was actually standing behind Guild while the Complexity Luminosity game's going on, and it was the loudest scream I've heard out of a team yet. They scored a goal, and it was 3 different players yelling 3 different things, so I have no idea what was actually yelled, but it came through as just a giant ball of energy just rolled down the hallway. It was intense.
I gotta say, I don't actually think words were being formulated. All I heard was like "R," like an awful lot. It was almost like they were trying. Yeah, they were trying to do the pirate impersonation. I'm telling you, man. But taking a look at the team right now, making their way towards the venue. Coming up next, Gregan, we have All Mid versus 0-1 Esports. How do you think that one's going to end up going?
Well, I think All Mid have a very similar story to what Heat did in the online portion of the fact that they weren't a top 3s team, but they managed to make it due to that 1v1 player coming in. For All Mid, it was Chronic. For Juicers, which are now Heat, it was Morksy. So All Mid now need to prove themselves with a different roster on this LAN stage. I don't know if they can make that same run Heat did, but it needs to start here against the local team 0-1.
Well, we've not actually had a chance to watch All Mid fight it out, duke it out for a spot here at Gamers8. So let's go ahead and learn a little bit more about them.
Now that we're actually here and everything's been great. The city's amazing. The weather's a little hot, but you get used to it. But everything's been incredible, unreal, to say the least. It's unreal. I think we're coming into this a little bit of an underdog, but just because of that, I don't think we should go for like a lower tier performance. I think our goal is definitely to get out of groups. I know it's going to be hard. We've seen our groups, we know who we play, and we got some tough opponents. This might sound counterintuitive, but I think our inexperience might catch some people off guard. We might be a little. Maybe some people might be expecting us to be a little bit nervous, and I think if we can get in our zone really early and not show any nerves and play confident, play how we normally do at home, and bring that into this like LAN environment, I think we can catch a lot of teams off guard and, take some early games, which in turn can help us get that series. Falcons, yeah, they got home field advantage, man. The crowd would definitely be against us, but I think that's also what makes me kind of want to play them. I mean, they're so good. They just got second at London. They look like a really cool team. They're nothing like any team we play in the States, obviously. So I really hope we can play the Falcons. That'd be really fun. I want to at least get top 16, but just because I want to get top 16 doesn't mean I want to stop there. Like I said before, I think if we can make playoffs, that'd be huge for us. But I mean, we're going to take it one game at a time, and we're here to win, so we're gonna do that.
All Mid there stating that, you know what, them being the underdogs, them being the unexpected opponents of many of these teams might actually end up working in their benefit. What do you make of that?
I mean, unexpected play style, but we don't know what they're capable of, I guess.
To be honest, it's one of the more interesting theories I've heard. Our inexperience will catch you off guard.
Yeah,
that's a new theory.
That's a new theory. It's I guess we'll get to test it and see if that's actually going to function here.
It might end up being a theory that ends up working out for them, but how about on the side of 01 Esports? What can you tell me about them?
Well, they came third in the Saudi E-League behind Falcons and F16, which is definitely two of the strongest teams in this whole tournament, so they've got a lot to prove still as the third strongest team here from the Middle East. Zazonix, AMS, and I can't actually remember the pronunciation for
Mosin
is a strong lineup. They are 3 highly ranked players, so they'll be good in the 2s, and they are aggressive, fast-paced team, which I think is what All Mid was scared of when they're talking about the Falcons. You know, that aggression is hard to play against.
Well, let's go ahead and find out a little bit more about All Mid's opponents.
صراحة نحس نفسنا نقدر نتطور أكثر وأكثر فهذا اللي يخلينا يعني مع بعض طول السنين هذه، فإن شاء الله نقدم مستوى يعني أحسن أكثر بالأيام القادمة إن شاء الله أو بالبطولات الجاية. إن شاء الله نقدر يعني نجيب مركز كويس أو نحقق البطولة، فهذا اللي جالسين نحاول نسويه إن شاء الله. الأفريقيا صراحة أحس تتنافس يعني مع بعض، يعني ما أقدر أقول توب 2 يعني الفريق هذا كلها نفس الأفريقيا، بس أفضل تيم غالبا فالكون هو أحسن تيم. البطولة هذه أتوقع أن أكبر بطولة صارت، فإن شاء الله نقدر يعني نجيب مركز ونصير يعني ناخذ راحتنا بالبطولات الجاية.
Indeed, the fact that they've pointed out maybe if we get a good enough placement, this will help us out in upcoming tournaments. And I love that. It's not a matter of, okay, we're going to win. We're going to win this tournament. There's none of that arrogance. There's none of that, you know, extreme levels of confidence. It's all about improving at the end of the day. So before we get things started, gentlemen, you know exactly what time it is. Give me your predictions.
Would you like to start?
Absolutely not.
I mean, I think this one's a pretty easy one to call. Now you're not feeling confident. You're like, hang on, how do you know? How do you know?
All right, well, if you guys don't want to make a prediction, that is absolutely fair enough. It is the side of All Mid taking on 01 Esports. Let's find out who's going to take this.
أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، خلصنا من جروب بي، ولكن جاء عندنا آخر جروب راح يكون متواجد معنا في البث المباشر في الجروب ستيج اللي هو جروب دي، وكلنا نعرف الفرق اللي موجودة فيه جدا جدا ثقيلة. وأول مباراة في اللور براكت راح تبدأ الآن. جايكم من نورث أمريكا أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، رحبوا معنا فريق أول ميد. Now we have to meet their opponents on this stage. Ooh, they're making their debut in front of their home crowd. Yesterday, they took a loss against Dignitas, so can they turn it around and fight their way through this lower bracket all the way to the playoffs? Please welcome to the stage 01 Esports.
Right. Let's kick off Group D with a bang, shall we? Over to the analyst desk. Let's go.
جروب دي بيكون جدا حماسي وفريق اول ميد وزيرو 1 كلهم جايين يبغون يفوزون يعوضون خسارتهم. خلونا نروح استوديو تحليلي ونرجع لكم على طول في الجيم.
Well, we end up having our Middle Eastern team versus our American team. This is going to be one heck of a showdown, elimination game, of course. Gregan, I know you mentioned earlier that you didn't necessarily want to do a prediction, but I'm going to put you on the spot now. You're going to have to, cough a little something up.
I want to do a prediction. I was just trying to see whether Super realized how easy it was. We did just have a little chat while introducing the teams, and we're both in agreement. This is an obvious one. We haven't revealed yet which one we're going to go for because we wanted to keep it exciting, and I think it's super obvious. So let's do another 3, 2, 1, you know? So
well, count me in.
Yeah, we'll say it at the same time, right? So it's 3, 2, 1, 01 Esports.
I mean, you didn't even say it.
Yeah,
wait, what?
I mean, it's all mid. It doesn't matter if I say it at the same time. The 3, 2, 1, I got paused there, I got caught up, but I had to, you know, I wanted to hear the wrong response before I told him.
There's no way these guys can beat 01 Esports. They're strong, but they're not at the same level as a third strongest team in their region.
Look, sometimes the NA gut just kind of tells you what the right answer is going to be, and you got to follow it.
Well, I got to be honest, Greg, and you did say the other day that you wanted to root for Guild.
Yeah, but that was my heart. My heart versus my brain. I never listened to my gut.
You didn't. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
I like food, my gut, we're friends, so.
Right, so everyone who's watching at home, if you want to listen to the American here who's listening to his gut to support the American team, or listen to
like food
to the brainy guy using his brain who believes these 3 players here are going to come out on top. The Middle Eastern teams have shown that there is depth at this event, and this is the 3rd strongest team coming out of the Middle East, and they're going up against, I mean, where would you rate all mid in North America?
Oh.
So you can't count that high. That's how far down they are in North America.
We're going gut at the moment. It doesn't necessarily mean I'm going off of previous.
We're talking like 9th to 10th.
Yeah.
So around there, maybe even lower on a bad day, maybe a bit higher on a good day. But we're not talking the same level as 01 Esports.
I want you to actually talk to me about how you think this matchup is going to end up panning out. Do you think we're going to end up seeing a 1v1, or do you think they'll look to opt for 2v2s?
I mean, it's hard to say at this stage because, you know, all mid, their lack of experience is going to catch 01 Esports off guard, and I think that's...
he is also functioning off of his gut.
I mean, all mid earlier on, they did lose to Gaming Gladiators, so they were part of history, losing to APAC for the first time, and it was the 1v1 that came out from OSM, I believe, which came out on top against Angel. So their 1v1 isn't necessarily too strong. OSM a great 1v1 player too, but they lost in the 2v2 as well. So I don't know where their strength lies when it comes to the 1s and the 2s placement. They need to rely on this 3v3.
It's in the inexperience that catches you off guard. I don't know why you did not catch on to that.
I don't know where your delusion is coming from here. Of course, at the other side, 01 Esports did lose to Dignitas, one of the strongest teams in this tournament, especially around this format. It was quite a destruction there from Dignitas, but that's nothing to be too disheartened by because it is Dignitas and they're amazing.
Okay, so do you reckon they've got what it takes to bounce back even stronger?
I mean, of course. They beat Renegades, lost to Dignitas. I think that's a fair sort of summary of where they land in the landscape.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a fair landing spot for them. I don't think anybody going into that was saying that they were going to have expectations of them to come in and crush Dignitas.
Yeah.
And
so
I think
all mid, we're lacking experience there. We're lacking a good result yet from them. They need to prove themselves here, otherwise the doubt continues from me.
All right, well, I want you two to actually talk to me about the lack of coaches that we're seeing here. Obviously, one of these teams does indeed not have a coach present. How much of an impact is that ultimately going to end up having on the team, do you think, Gregan?
I think it puts a lot of pressure on the players to communicate maturely and talk themselves through the tough decisions like 1s and 2s, and also keeping their mental strong, especially after a loss in a 1 or a 2s. That's a lot of pressure for an individual to take. So there's going to be a lot of teamwork required here, but of course all mid have a coach wandering behind them. They're going to have that support. They're going to have that reset ability through an external voice.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of only time will tell. I know Stax and Jorby are particularly excited about this matchup, so I think they're ready and waiting to take us through this game.
There is a lot to learn here. There's a lot of stuff that we got to figure out between 0-1 and all mid. First of all, I got to figure out what he ate before this series because he has been jumping for the last
That's why I can do it.
5 minutes.
I'm not using my gut.
I've used my gut, as y'all can tell. So here we are, 0-1, all mid. A lot of unknowns here. A lot of questions need to be answered by these players on the field. We talked about, or they talked about on the desk, the inexperience of all mid. This is by far the biggest event that they've taken part in at all, and traveling all the way across the world now in hostile territory here, facing the crowd favorites.
Especially when you consider how they got here. In the qualifiers, they had a 1v1 specialist in Chronic. Chronic had a lot of games where he was the guy who got them those 1v1 wins. When all mid were pushed against the back wall, I guess, if you will, Chronic was there. Well, now they don't have Chronic.
Exactly.
But 0-1 do have a 1v1 guy in AMS. And I don't know if all mid have the weaponry needed to take them on. I'm kind of siding with Greg in here. I don't think this is going to be too close.
0-1 has had the choice after a loss of what format to play twice. They bounced back after falling in game 1 to Renegades. They went with AMS in a 1v1, a tightly contested 1v1 against Fever. We'll see who gets the choice after game 1 here. We're underway. All mid and 0-1. Loser is out of Gamers8.
That's what we were saying, or Greg and I were saying in the last series, how Endpoint, they were outmatched in 1s and 2s, and so the battle has to be won in 3v3. I think the same holds true here for all mid. If they can catch 0-1 out and find their way in and get a 3v3 victory, then they can start to rely on that to win the series. It will be tough, and maybe they have a chance in 2s, but it will be difficult. This 0-1 team, saw them against Dignitas, and I don't think that really got a true inkling of their power. Third in the MENA region, and Falcons made everyone in MENA look small during the season. What a save!
Flitz and Zazonix almost got caught up in a Rule 1. They decided to forego that out of the corner.
They're playing 2v2 later.
Of course.
Maybe not.
We haven't seen a Rule 1 in this entire event, have we?
That's true.
That is weird.
Well, I mean, it doesn't happen that often, does it? I don't feel like it's once per tournament. Probably like
but with so
0.6
many
per
games,
tournament.
I mean, by the end of this, we'll have played, what, 36 matches?
Decent amount.
Get down to the top 8? Wild that we haven't seen one yet.
Just wait till we get to the best of 7s.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, there's still plenty of time. Imagine when the stakes are at their highest. That's when we have one. Flitz dispossessed here by Zazonix. And AMS battling in the corner there as Angel tried to bring one across. Now Flitz looking for help. Finding very little there as here goes Mohsen. And the shot blocked away at the last moment by Angel.
I was getting scared when I see Mohsen have a flick. Really powerful. Also really effective in 2v2. Mohsen will stop the ball in front. Set it up. It's been fairly even so far. Neither team really gaining one advantage over the other, but 1R starting to push down the field. Even the clears aren't working out entirely for all mid. They didn't get midfield control. You saw them forced off the boost, and they're starting to run out. 2 players on 0, just picking up a canister as Angels. So that's going to help them out, but they need a clear to complement that boost. And they're not getting it. Getting stuffed on the back wall, getting chipped off the play, and even there, sending 2 players out works out for 0-1. Clear over to the corner, but can they actually get possession? That's the trouble right now for all mid.
We're seeing one near miss, and that's been about it. Not much threatening on either half. Both teams kind of in that feeling out phase, waiting to see if anybody's going to make a mistake that they can capitalize on. So far, has not happened. Flitz, the midfield boost, then turned away. Then he jumps in on the attack, and now AMS will have it coming back the other way. 0-1 trying to get it out of their zone. They do, and AMS jumping in front. Clever play, but still nobody forward as all mid able to clear the zone, at least for the moment. And there's another clearance coming out from Angel after Flitz fell away from the play.
All mid continue to be forced into these booming clear situations. It's been difficult to actually find each other in space, see them having to react to 0-1. It's always 0-1 in control. Even they're swinging around, they need the bump. That's the best defensive play that all mid have had yet. And breaking through the midfield line is Kiri. It's about that follow-up touch. And where's the midfield presence? Flitz has to come back, and they got to start again from their own wall. I think maybe it was Angel who came on the far side, left the play for that, or not the corner boost, but one of those canisters. Doesn't hurt all mid here, but they're certainly reacting to 0-1 right now. 0-1 have had better control of the ball. All mid have gotten those clears. They're starting to get challenges, but it's been a battle to move to the orange half.
Statistically, all mid has technically been the better team in threes. 1-1 and a +3 goal differential. Remember, they played Gaming Gladiators 0-1. They won their first match and then ran up against Dignitas, and they dropped a game 7-1 in that series in threes. So their numbers significantly skewed, but they are 1-3 in the format. The only win coming in their victory over Renegades. It was the second 3v3 of that series. They returned the favor, shutting out RNG. 20 seconds remain here. Mawson's shot easily deflected away by Kiri, and he'll carry up to the side, looking for help in midfield, and again, there just isn't much there. So he brought it down to ground. Mawson deflects, now Flitz. Can't get one central, got a demolition at least. That opens up a window of opportunity for all mid to try and steal one at the last moment, but Mawson avoids contact, and then we'll bring this to ground. We go to OT scoreless.
That was stoicism there from Mawson, preventing what would have been a bump on the backboard. He avoids it, protects the ball to go to OT, and now they've won the kickoff as well. All mid, they've played defense for basically 5 minutes. They had a couple of chances there at the end to push 0-1 back, but losing that kickoff in the overtime, that's enough to kill all that momentum you built up to that 0-second moment. Clear here, Mawson there to kill it in midfield.
Deep into the corner, and again, launched away. Ams to the corner again. There's just almost no effort to actually score until there. Kiri's shot had a lot of pace, still dealt with. Flitz trying to go in behind Mawson, but had support. And now Angel, this will drop down and sent away by Ams. More importantly, finished away as Zezenex trying to fall into position here, find his place on the pitch. Another clearance coming out, and Zezenex thought about it, but Flitz will dance around him. Mawson's right there, and still just nothing brewing for either side.
Interesting little wall dash pass there from Mawson. I don't know if he got it enough power, as much power as he was hoping on that, but a very interesting play nonetheless. Here come all mid and almost snuck it into the post. The thing about these tight games is you can lose control for the entire game, but you get one solid counterattack, one solid shot on net like this, and you will win the game! Kiri wins game 1 for all mid.
Kiri with the OT winner after nearly 90 extra seconds. And it's all mid that takes control in the series, and now for the 3rd time in Gamers8, 0-1 will have a choice, and we mentioned earlier on against Renegades, they opted for ones. Ams held his own against Fever, though Fever certainly put up a fight, but then against Dignitas, they went with 2s, presumably because they didn't want to deal with Jack or Jorius in 1s. The problem is they had to deal with Jack and Jorius in 2s.
Yeah, it's a weird strat. Didn't work out well for them, did they?
No,
all mid is a much different opponent than
Very.
Dignitas is, and I think that, you know, you could go for the same strat. You save Ams for the 1v1 later on after losing this game. Get the 2v2 out of the way. I do think 0-1 are a stronger 2v2 team. Mawson and Ams link up all the time. Watch these two play together. They can be absolutely disgusting. As far as all mid, I mean, which way do you go here? I think Kiri has played in 2v2, I think, the most. I think in qualifiers, it was always Kiri and maybe Angel sometimes. But I'm curious what pairing they go up with. I'm pretty confident 0-1 are going to go Ams Mawson, though.
Well, I imagine 0-1's just going to go with 1s here and send Ams and just say, all right.
Right, I was assuming it was 2s. You're right.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, my strat's great. You should go with that.
Well, let's see. We saw the scoreboard briefly. It is 2s. So, and it is Mawson, and I believe they went with Ams. So you have Ams and Mawson going to work. It was Zazonix and Mawson when they played twos against Dignitas, and I believe against Renegades as well. Here we go. Mawson, oh no, it's Mawson and Zazonix.
Oh,
so there you go.
Zazonix coming in, all right.
So Ams will sit on the bench and presumably come out if a ones match is needed. Meanwhile, Angel and Kiri, where it was Flitz and Kiri in the previous 2v2 against Gaming Gladiators.
Flitz, very solid compliment to Kiri in 2v2. But I am surprised they haven't gone Mawson, Ams, and twos. What a flick!
Hello.
Oh, Mawson. The control on the sidewall here, just perfect. Puts it up over the defender. He can't get there. He literally just hopped over him like he was, I don't know. This isn't like Mario. I don't know. What did he hop over him like?
I don't know.
Nothing.
We'll come up with it later.
We're dropping it.
Yeah, we'll come up with it later. So, Kiri looking for a quick answer off the kickoff and instead had to back off, let that ball get away just a little bit too far. Mawson up high and Angel's got the clear. Of course, this crowd was waiting for something to cheer for, and 0-1 has finally given it to them. So this goes all the way across. Zazonix is there, but so too is Angel. Angel had to do a lot of work there. Zazonix trying to make him burn all of his boost, and nearly succeeded.
Yeah, but 0-1, they got full tanks, and they even get the free ball in midfield. Just using those air dribbles to their liking. Nice little catch and maybe a feint on how they're going to approach it. See him maybe go for the pass, maybe he cuts back in for the challenge. It is all mid, having to respond. Maybe having to rely on those counterattacks as well. They got the one to win game number 1. As long as all mid keep it close, those counterattacks can absolutely be the difference. Get the boost steal, but all mid, Angel wanting to pull off the play, maybe force a bad touch, but instead he's just given up possession. Popped up in front and it's taken away. All mid, not gonna take every challenge. It's been good defensively so far. Kiri also punching one player out. Flitz gets challenged in front and maybe he can get it out, but a good recovery, but a better shot off the post. Not good enough.
I was about to mark down a goal for Kiri, who'd been playing very well the majority of opportunities in that threes matchup, eventually the overtime winner. Has had a couple decent looks here in the first couple of minutes of the twos matchup, but still all mid trails. Kiri has to go right back to work. Gonna need a lot of help out of Angel here. Again, the combination of Zazonix and Mawson, so difficult for a team like all mid to deal with, unlike anything they're used to seeing, and they said as much during the interview before this whole event. They said, yeah, all these teams from the Middle East are unlike anything they usually face, and Zazonix will score here, as it just looked like Mawson had them all mesmerized.
I mean, he changed direction right in front of the net. All mid, you got to be thinking Mawson in the corner. He sees Zazonix there in the third, thinks, okay, you got to respect the pass. You can't go out, get that challenge too early. He's frozen on the goal line. And then Mawson makes it really uncomfortable by changing direction. Be like, no, I'm going for the shot. And then left it open for Zazonix. And an easy goal, really. I mean, Mawson, 2 now excellent goals for 0-1. That's a nice carry, but just not enough on it.
And then this pinch is all the way downfield. Angel's going to be in a real awkward spot. Zazonix just tracking this just ahead of Kiri. Mawson up, but a little too slow as Angel had the read. Advantage defender in this case. But Zazonix right back down to the blue half of the field. And again, every time this ball repelled, it makes the task for all mid that much tougher. It makes the mountain that much taller to climb, as they've got a big one in front of them right now. 90 seconds left. Down 2 goals now, and not many real good looks at the 0-1 net, either in the threes or this twos game.
I mean, this is kind of what all mid, I mean, at least you should have been expecting against 0-1. You have to, that's why we were saying the threes were so important for all mid. They have to clean up those 3v3s, because 2s and 1s are going to be difficult. You do not have the advantage in those modes. 0-1 are showing you why right now. Mawson doing an excellent job setting up Zazonix. That's a nice 50. Set things up. It's wasting more time on the clock. All mid just haven't had a lot of offense. Maybe one air dribble, maybe a flick, maybe a feint. Does get the 50 out. This could be a chance for all mid. Lets the touch drop down. What does Angel have here? Nothing. 0-1 hanging on here on the defensive half, and even that touch right there just sent to the far side by Mawson.
Down to the final 30 seconds now. Mawson just going to burn a little more time off the clock. All that possession for 0-1 means all mid has to do a lot of extra work just to even have the opportunity to erase a 2-goal deficit. It just feels like 0-1 holds all the pieces right now. No boost there spawning for Kiri, so got to stick with the 60 he had. Doing as much as he can.
There you
and
go.
He set up Angel with 8 seconds left. Kiri made something out of not a whole lot.
60 plus boost, no problem. Stacks gets underneath, kept his dodge at the last possible moment, and a wonderful passing play to beat out the defense. You bought yourself 8 seconds here. Haven't had a lot of offense, comes down to the kickoff.
And they go with the fake, but Angel didn't get it cleanly. It went out to the side, but way too laterally, and then the demolition will kill off any of all mid's hopes of tying the game as 0-1 ties the series. And then we go back to threes, where, I'll be honest, it certainly was not the most exciting matchup. It was not fast-paced at all. It was, a lot of back and forth. Not a lot of physical play either. It didn't feel like the field opened up. Everybody was just kind of cluttering spaces, and well, we went scoreless for another 90 seconds into overtime before Kiri ended it. So I wonder if there are going to be any adjustments, if either team decides to change anything up to maybe try and open up the field a bit and open up the scoring.
I think it's an easy adjustment for 0-1 and 3v3 because, again, all mid, their only success has been on the counterattack. Not even just in threes, but also in twos. That last play was a counterattack, and then they couldn't win on the kickoff. I think they've been weaker on that front. So if, or for 0-1, you have to limit those counterattacking opportunities. They've done so for the most part. All mid are probably going to get a couple of chances at it. So you just got to be aware of the rotation. You don't want to position optimistically. 0-1 played solid in the twos. They played really well in the 3v3. It was a 0-0 overtime. I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up going that way again. Maybe you do open up the field with some more demos. Maybe you continue to facilitate Mawson, who I thought looked good in both modes so far. We'll see. 0-1, it could be in a really good spot. You win this game, then all mid are forced into the 1v1, and I think that it might all but assured give 0-1 the advantage into moving into the next stage of the bracket.
You almost feel like now all mid has to cash in on 3v3s every chance they get.
Every time.
Because you look at the matchup of AMS versus any of all mid, and you go, advantage 0-1.
Loss.
So here we go. We'll see if all mid can indeed make it a pair of 3v3 victories and again enter the driver's seat in this elimination matchup, the first in Group D today.
You saw already all mid tried to get more aggressive, and last man had to make a stop. He does. That's what I wanted to see from all mid, getting more aggressive in the midfield, starting to challenge these balls, not letting 0-1 come into your half for free. They haven't really gotten completely boost starved on a lot of these pushes. They were very willing to let 0-1 come forward. They weren't netting a lot of success that way. It made the midfield really hard to contend. They can be more aggressive. We already see some demos, all mid, putting more pressure on right now than they did in all the 5 minutes of the first 3v3. And here's another shot, puts it up high. Does he get a second one? It's taken away.
This is, I mean, you can tell from the interviews, not the most confident team at this event, talking about all mid. They understand where they are in the pecking order of all these teams, especially from their own region, North America. Smolson's going to clear this one away. But they've been given just a little bit of hope. With Kiri getting that overtime winner in game one, they kind of survived their first test, and that gives them a lot more room for error as we go into the rest of the series. And then, look, ones is ones. It's just mano-a-mano at that point. You give them at least a puncher's chance to maybe force a fifth game if they need to.
I mean, how many NA teams at all mids level would dream to be at an international LAN with this caliber of competition? It may be a crew battles format, but you're gaining so much experience by playing all these different teams. And all mid, while they do know where they stand in the pecking order, they've still putting up a valiant effort here against 0-1. And it's been close, Stacks. And, you know, we were feeling, or at least Gregan was feeling, and I was kind of inclined to agree that it would be 0-1 all day, but it has been close. If it does come down to the 1v1, if All Mid can't win this game, then that might be what sends them home. But if they do win this 3v3, then they put the game in the hands of that final Game 5 3v3 if they can't somehow pull out a victory in that 1v1. Oh, Mawson knows it, and he's going to deliver the first goal.
How does this go through? Just clang one off the crossbar and force it through. Kiri got a piece of it, but it just wasn't enough. Mawson, second goal of the series. And if the first game is any indication, that might be enough. All Mid now has to change it up just a little bit. But if you think that this All Mid team, now granted, this is all online before, but if you think they're not capable of punching way up above their head, just ask NRG what they think of All Mid as a team. I think they still see him in their nightmares occasionally, as Ams will lob one forward, and here's Angel to try and start a counterattack. You wonder how many more opportunities All Mid is going to get at the 0-1 half of the field. This is one here. Skier's got one demo. Could not get Zazonix. May try and get him coming back, but instead Zazonix quickly out of the zone. Kiri did get another demo, and maybe it's enough to slow down the attack. Nice. But there's Ams, they missed it high, and a big break for All Mid.
That could have been even deadlier if Kiri hadn't have stopped, slowed down on that 50 while that shot was coming. It was going to be hard to find the net. It was well covered. Done by All Mid. In this position again, facing all this pressure from 0-1. They need to find that game-tying goal. 0-1 flying in front of every challenge. They've got protection of the boost. Ams gonna win that touch and a miss off the backboard. Nobody was expecting it on 0-1, and All Mid are thankful for it.
All the way across, this goes a failed pinch effort. Could be costly. It was. They tried to pitch it downfield. It turned into utter disaster, and Zazonix made him pay.
Almost picture perfect on the placement, but Zazonix, he bent the frame a little bit to make that one work. And that, it's gonna be tough to come back. All Mid's offense, they've tried the demos, they've tried the physical game. Flitz has had a couple of nice tries in front of the net. All Mid are trying to switch it up when they do get possession of the ball, but they just cannot stop this high-flying attack whenever 0-1 march down the field. And here's another one. The net almost caught out open, but it's taken away.
This looking very similar to the series with Renegades from 0-1, where they get shut out in the first game, 1-0. They come back with a shutout of their own in the second 3v3. Something has clicked now for the Middle Eastern squad. It's Angel trying to get the counterattack started. Flitz was there for the pass, and then he wasn't. Ams with the demo, and Zazonix isn't going to get there for this pass, so Mawson has to go all the way back and stop a quick counter from Flitz. Opportunity again for All Mid, but that pass just never gets down there. Kiri's waiting on the ground. Got to be a little more aggressive. You hear it in like youth soccer all the time. Go up and get the ball, and it just hasn't worked out for All Mid, waiting for it on the ground.
Someone put a wheel up. They need to score with time left, and there's not a lot. It's that one blocked again every single time. Pass in front, another shot, bounces off the corner, another shot, a goal, and 8 seconds left. This is the exact situation they were in the 2v2. They score a goal, and they have 8 seconds.
Unbelievable. Oh, I hope the kickoff is a lot better in this instance than it was before. They went to the fake kickoff, and it fell flat on its face. They got 8 seconds. Kiri will take it. Flitz went after Zazonix. They'll get the shot away, and it's saved by Mawson with 3 seconds. Down to 1. No time on the clock, and 0-1 has a 2-1 lead.
That was a beautiful touch to end the game. Saw both defenders sitting in midfield, knowing you need a hard touch, but one that's going to hit the ground, not the ramp or the wall. And 0-1 kept saying it over and over. Going to say it again. All Mid needed to win that 3v3. 0-1 only one game away from eliminating All Mid, and we will go to 1v1. It's Ams and likely Angel. That's who All Mid went with last time they played 1v1.
Yeah, Angel falling to OSM, a 6-5 scoreline. I mean, both these players played tight 1-goal games, with Fever from Renegades putting up one heck of a fight against Ams in the previous round yesterday. We'll see how things go this time around, and do they, again, go with Angel. This is, of course, where all mid really suffers because we talked about it earlier. Chronic was the one who got them here with stellar 1v1 play.
Yeah.
And now you got to call on Angel, Flitz, or Kiri to come up with an answer, most likely for AMS, as we get set for game number 4. And it could be the last game in this tournament for those guys, all mid.
I am curious how all mid will approach this 1v1. We'll figure it out as soon as we get into the game. But for AMS, I mean, in 0-1, you got to feel it, right? The writing feels like it's on the wall. And again, with all mid, just their story to get here, impressive. This is a team that they don't make regionals. They don't even make regionals in their own region. This is the number 3 team in the Middle Eastern region. And as this tournament has shown us so far, Stacks, it's that while Falcons might be 9 for 9 in MENA regionals, the teams they were beating weren't that bad. And if anything, only adding an exclamation point onto Falcons and how impressive that really may turn out to be. All mid, it's an uphill battle, to say the least. I think we haven't understated that at all. And let's see, AMS just gonna drop down on the reset, give himself the quick recovery. Another catch. Angel stays close, didn't have a lot of boosts, does get the canister. Angel just having to weave around AMS. And he does win a big 50. He might get the first goal here. Excellent job there from, oh, he left it. Tried to get back into position. I think Angel knew it wasn't on, but also knew he couldn't get a good read on the bounce. And so tried to put himself in position to withstand the counterattack. AMS gets there in time though, and that might be the first for AMS. Angel diving back. And a good bounce so far in the first minute. Angel making some smart decisions when things aren't necessarily going perfectly for him. Having to dodge the bump, and he gets that one as well.
We've seen so many of those air dribble bump attempts. We saw 3 in a row yesterday. The one finally worked out for Jan. And an incredible comeback as AMS has broken by this time. He got by Angel, and AMS finally breaks the scoreless deadlock.
Yeah, perfect half flip, landing off the ramp for AMS. Angel probably expecting maybe he plays shadow, like I could carry this ball. Maybe he tries to play it out to the corner, but no, AMS takes the smarter decision there. He's shaded by the ball, so Angel can't see him. Back, or half flipping right into the ball, perfect 50.
This very low scoring series that it's been, we finally get to the 1v1 where AMS is the only one on the field for 0-1. That's his first goal of this series. And it puts 0-1 in position now to advance to the second lower bracket round. The winner here. Oh, AMS, hello! Where in the world was Angel going? Wherever it was, they forgot to take the ball with them.
Oh, you see Angel cut in, knowing AMS has a couple of different options. He can go for the hard shot. He can go for the fake. He can go for the hard cut. I mean, AMS just had all of the length there. Angel coming from the far side of the field, and you just have to cover too much. It's a good kickoff from Angel if he can get back to the ball, but good recovery from AMS back to the corner.
Boost over ball there for Angel after he realized he couldn't get the ball cleanly, then obliterated, taken off the field. Quick respawn, but just not enough. Spawned across the way, at least had a good look at the whole field, but AMS just held everything there, and there was no contest.
Yeah, valiant effort from Angel there. It potentially savable, but like you said, you have to come full supersonic at the ball when you're coming off the spawn there. Angel cuts in, and AMS beats him on the far side of the net. We're seeing the difference here between Angel and AMS as he wins another kickoff and he gets another goal. There's just too much power, too much in AMS' arsenal for Angel to deal with. It's been such a strong ground game overall from AMS. That's really been what's killing Angel, is the quick ground game from AMS. Angel trying to dive in on those challenges hasn't worked out.
So AMS firmly in control. Angel has not been able to fight back just yet. Had a decent look very early on in this game, but you'd have to wager, what, 80% of the possession has just been dominated by AMS. Doesn't have possession this time, only because just deleted off the field for a moment. AMS just gonna watch here as Angel drives in and Picks his spot, easy stop. Angel tries again, going up high, high risk play, and then came to ground, couldn't keep possession, just tried to get way too fancy, and now Ams is just gonna burn a little time off the clock before finally scoring.
Yeah, a little bit of friendly BM. To waste time on the clock, it's not BM. But Angel, I like the approach that he had. You saw him come down and force Ams into a touch that he couldn't immediately recover on or send towards the net, go to protect the midfield boost, and give himself another chance at it. He has to be mechanical in that situation, taking the ball up the wall. He couldn't make contact, but everything leading up to that last moment for Angel was well set up. He just couldn't deliver the final blow.
Angel will score here just inside 2 minutes. We saw a comeback of 4 goals from Jan yesterday, and maybe just a glimmer of hope for all mid as Angel finally gets one on the board.
Ams hasn't been completely dominant on the kickoffs. Angel has won a couple of them, so it's absolutely winnable. But then Ams getting to the kickoff forces Angel back, now having to wait for Ams off the ceiling. A good block, he might have to break, but Ams' recovery's fast. Angel knew he had to shoot it hard, and he got the perfect touch. There it is, Stacks.
Yeah, what a stop right in front, right in the dead center of the net. And you can see just hammering down on the boost to get forward as quickly as he could to finally get that shot away just out of the reach of Ams. But the importance there for Angel, there could not have been even a half second of wasted movement or satisfaction in making the save. It had to be immediately attack mode, and this time he kind of hesitated, and Ams made him pay for it.
Ams left that ball for Angel, let him hit that into a bad situation. You see him fake the challenge, and that gave him a perfect read on the ball. He got the bounce, got Angel to bite, and that's all it took to take that back. So that momentum immediately stuffed for Angel. Nice play from Ams. It can be so easy to let the momentum swing outside of your favor. But then those switch-ups, that's why those mix-ups and having so many tools in your arsenal makes it hard to come back against 1v1 players like Ams.
And Angel, just a missed opportunity here as he couldn't get to that high bouncer, couldn't jump on it in time to maybe keep it down, keep it manageable, and get control. This goes to the corner, and not likely to score from there, but certainly gave it the old college try. And now Ams just back in control. And every time, maybe sense that Angel's confidence waning a little bit more, realizing he's got to come up with something truly special. Went with the low 50, that didn't work out. So it does go to the corner, and Ams right back in position, blocking that shot effort.
Good effort here from Ams in this 1v1. Angel, he had some solid opportunities. He even had a chance at a shot earlier that he just ended up missing. He rushed his opportunity earlier on, but Angel wasn't without his tries, and Ams gave him a couple of different looks. Angel bit on too many of them, and he is gonna pick up a goal here, but 16 seconds, 3 goals, really talking about getting it out of reach unless you're immaculate on these kickoffs.
Yeah, it's gotta be the 3 best kickoffs of Angel's life here.
You gotta be able to read where Ams is going with the ball. You gotta know how to flip into the ball. Do you flip? Do you try to play it safe? I don't think you can play it safe on the kickoff.
He tried to play it slow and hope that Ams would roll it into him. Gotta at least get one netward, and he landed on top of it. And then Ams with the bump there, almost like a little, well, you know, nice try. It didn't work out. Ams will look for one more for the road. He won't get it, and that will do it. 0-1 survives and advances, and we'll wait to see who wins coming up next between Renegades and Gladiators, and maybe another shot at Renegades would certainly be favorable for 0-1.
Absolutely. Looked really solid overall. They had downloaded all mid in that second 3v3. I mean, really, I thought for the 5 minutes besides the overtime, 0-1 looked like the stronger team, but just lost in that overtime counterattack. Other than that, though, really good stuff from Ams. Not trying to force anything too hard, not trying to do anything too cute. No nonsense, no business game of 1v1. And 0-1 moving on in the tournament, and another North American team knocked out.
0-1 Esports, 0-3 in game 1s. hasn't mattered as they at least survive here. And now they await the winner of Renegades and Gladiators. And, you know, I like their chances against either of those teams, certainly because they've already beaten Renegades. And then, you know, you look at the rest of Group D and you go, could we have a Falcons 0-1 matchup?
It might. I mean, look, this is Falcons tournament. And Falcons, it doesn't really matter. I mean, they're 9 for 9 in the regionals, and I don't think 0-1 has gotten that many wins against them in those regionals. And we know how strong Falcons are in terms of 1s and 2s. So if we do see that matchup, it would certainly be an uphill battle for 0-1 as it was for All Mid here.
AMS with 6 goals in the 1v1 secures it for 0-1. They are with the winner of Renegades and Gladiators. That match coming up next, right after this.
Esports have indeed managed to successfully close out that matchup. It was indeed a 3-1 series to them. I need to draw your attention, though, to that very first game, because the pacing of it was incredibly slow. We ended up going to overtime before scoring the very first goal of the game. Why do you think that might have been?
I think it was just the team settling in, you know, first time on the stage. It's quite a lot of pressure for these guys. And I said 0-1 with the stronger team. And if you're ever going to catch a game off of the stronger team, it's always going to be early on in a series when the nerves are kicking in, you to settle them down.
Yeah, especially mechanically as well. You see so often even these players who are incredible, can do anything they want with a Rocket League car. They'll miss the ball, they'll make mistakes, they'll just completely drive past it. And it's when you're up on that stage, it's a completely different world. And as you mentioned, they're new to it as well, especially with the home crowd behind them as well. It adds pressure, but in the end, it got them over the hump.
It sounds like me whenever I play Rocket League, to be honest with you. And I don't even have a crowd watching me, okay? So credit to these guys.
Warm-up game, isn't it?
Warm-up game.
First game doesn't count. That's what
First
I say.
session doesn't count. First year of your career doesn't count. That's what I say. First decade, nothing.
Is that your excuse to be
Yep,
bad at
I'm
Rocket
sorry
League?
about first decade, it's fine.
You could have gone pro if you just committed a bit harder.
Sorry that I had a full-time job back in 2015,
pro
Gregan.
if you didn't have a knee injury. It sounds like that classic football line of
Oh,
every
yeah.
guy ever.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I had trials at 01 Esports, but yeah, I got injured.
Yeah, it was a good shot there from Kiri, though, to win in that overtime. Catching the defense off guard, you can see how much
look
it
at
means
that.
to them. I did have a little look to see where they land in North America. They are a 16th-ish in the spring split. You know, there's a lot of teams with a similar amount of points, and they barely scraped into the regionals time after time in North America. This format was meant to be their format, but a very different roster we're seeing here to what we saw online.
Yeah, and that's happening quite a lot just because, you know, the logistics of actually getting to a different country are always more difficult. But Ulmid do walk away with $15,000, not too bad, for a trip to beautiful Saudi Arabia and the chance to experience playing on stage, doing what you love doing and coming up against some of the best players in the world. I mean, Ams, his 1v1 performance, it was really good. And there are just endless numbers of brilliant 1v1ers from the Middle East, it seems.
And that's because they had that period of time where they couldn't compete in 3v3 tournaments against the rest of the world like RLCS. So they didn't have that consistent 3v3 challenge. So they used to go to ranked twos. Show matches was their main way of competing. So many of these have been formed through the show match era of their careers that now when there's a competitive tournament with ones in, they just flock to it and smash it.
Would you have said that Ams would have been the player to keep an eye on?
Oh,
especially during the 1v1s?
Always, yeah. I think the 1v1 players across all of the Middle Eastern teams is going to be the ones to watch. But I think that it was interesting because I think they played different two players in the twos.
Yeah, I said on the pre-show that was quite rare, I think, on behalf of Rogue. But actually, there's a few teams now that we've seen that do have different players doing twos and ones. Maybe it's to keep them fresh. Maybe it's because every game mode is so different to the others, and it's more proof and further evidence of that. But one way or another, it worked for them, so who are we to question their decisions?
Taking a look at the amount of shots and saves from Angel. 16 shots, 14 saves. That in itself is surely a huge, huge achievement. Granted, they didn't end up winning that game, but ultimately, that's some of the impressive stuff.
I mean, when you're up against Ams in a 1v1, you're going to have to be doing a lot of work on the goal line, and that's what we saw. I think conceded 6 overall anyway, so despite being doing some goal line heroics, you're still just going to get your goal line peppered and concede a lot.
And that's the 1v1 way. The stats are going to get inflated for those 1v1 players because a lot more goals, a lot more shots, a lot more saves. And at the end of the day, the 2v2 was a big swing factor for them. It gave them that the momentum going into the 3v3. The 1v1, I think, was kind of already set before the series started. We knew it was likely to go in favor of AMS, but yeah, 2v2 was a strong performance.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket once again, give you guys at home a little bit of an update as to what you can expect, who's going to be facing off against who. We do indeed end up having 01 Esports going up against the winner of Renegades and Gladiators. Obviously, that's going to be our next matchup coming up over here on the A streams. What do you guys think? Who do you think they'd have the best chance of facing off against and winning?
This is such a tricky one because Renegades have a lot more experience. They head to most majors. They weren't at the recent major in London, but they have, I believe, been to the other two and have made Worlds as well. So they'll be there in a few weeks' time with the absolute best. Gaming Gladiators, they've had to do it the slow way in APAC. Yeah. You know, they didn't qualify, their region even didn't qualify for the first two majors. Not till the spring major did somebody from APAC South make it in Gaming Gladiators, and then they got that first game. So it's exciting times. And now the first series yesterday as well. So a team just full of momentum and joy against Renegades, who were a little bit beaten up after yesterday's performance.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators from APAC South with OSM as their coach stepping up, who is a notorious ones player. So having that 1v1 presence does give them that advantage in one of the game modes. It was the fact that they stepped up across the board and managed to get that win against All Mid. But in fact, the other side of the upper bracket, it was Renegades who got knocked down by 01 Esports. So if they do win this series, they'll be going for that rematch against the opponent that sent them down to the lower bracket.
Well, before I give a pleasant introduction to Renegades, Greg, give us your best Australian accent.
Oh.
Go on, do it, because it's really good.
It's not going to be the first time I've done it on camera. I do it all the time. I've done it before, and CJ wasn't happy. So sometimes
CJ wasn't happy.
No,
CJ's never happy.
Sometimes
He's
it
got
slips
this
out.
reputation of being
I can't help it.
lad.
Sometimes when I'm with the boys, I just kind of start speaking like it, you know.
It's really easy. But I mean, now you put us on the spot. Take it away.
Take it away, Jasmine.
I'm not going to do an accent, but let's find out what Renegades are all about.
Feels amazing to be here in Riyadh. Obviously, a tournament sort of come out of the blue, and it's pretty exciting with a different format like 1v1 and 2v2. So, yeah, really exciting.
I think really, I mean, it's a different experience. First time in Saudi, it's amazing. But like you said, the format, I think 3v3, 2v2, 1v1, it's very new.
Yeah, I think given the nature of the format, that's it's got the twos and the ones. I think it's really, I guess, an unknown how any team's going to go. So I feel like there's not really any pressure on any team. It's just going to be, whoever adapts the best to the format. Whereas if it was just a standard threes, you probably have a bit more experience to rely on in that respect. So I don't know, we're just looking to have some fun and see how far we can go. I think we're probably just lacking that international experience, or just the international reps, being able to come overseas and play against the best teams. Play in the servers that are a bit more populated and there's better players. So the more we can do that, the better we're going to get. I think we're probably the thing we're lacking is that consistency, and just because we only get to do it every few months. So the more we can come over, the better.
I don't know if there's expectations per se. I think, especially coming from OCE, and the competition isn't as high, I guess. We just try and have fun. We play our best, and we get the results when we do have fun because we play our best that way. I think we have shown some results, like against Furia. We got their number all day, and I think we can take it to the EU and NA team someday.
Definitely Furia are our rivals, and we like it that way because they haven't beaten us yet. I think it's like the OCE versus SAM rivalry has always been a thing because we were sort of the first two regions that were added to the RLCS outside the big boys. So having that rivalry with SAM will always be that thing. No matter how well each region's going against other regions, it's always this we feel like they're our brothers, in terms of the region, and yeah, we have good fun with them.
I mean, I hope we can keep playing Furia, but they're not gonna beat us. We got to sweep all day.
Fever's out for
sorry,
it.
I didn't see you there. I was impersonating Renegades.
Can I just say, what a lot of people don't realise was that wasn't actually their voices, it was Gregan dubbing it.
Yeah.
So brilliant work, mate, brilliant work.
I was doing my Tasmanian accent for CJ, and then I sort of changed it up a bit. I can't do the different ones. Cammy's from New Zealand, and I can't do the New Zealand accent. Whatever, I don't know.
I mean, fair enough. You guys gave it a solid attempt, but
yeah,
those walk-on videos are kind of like little hype videos as well. Are always amazing to see what the players and the team in general are kind of thinking and feeling heading into that matchup. But we did indeed hear Renegades say that it's all about having fun. They did mention that the competition in their own region isn't necessarily of the greatest caliber, which I think is really interesting considering the fact that they're focusing an awful lot on the side of Furia. They're not even facing off against them.
Well, that is because their most famous results. For some reason, whenever Furia go far in a major, Renegades beat them in group stage, often 3-0. No one quite knows how it happens. I think it's because they miss the ball a lot, and Furia just don't expect it.
Yeah, they don't have to do it.
The Renegades, they sort of excel in that chaos. But they are good players as well, don't get me wrong. CJ, one of the old guard of Rocket League, and Fever, mechanically, he is up there with their best.
Yeah, especially Fever. He's one of the young players coming through, and we're seeing the young players in OCE really shining. KC Pioneers, another OCE team, full of young players doing amazing work. And then on the side of Power, they got Amphis who came in. So it's all about young players coming through in OCE.
Well, I'm curious to hear a little bit more about what you guys think about the side of All Mid. We've spoken an awful lot about Renegades. Now chit-chat to me a little bit about All Mid. Actually, you know what?
Gaming Gladiators. For this one. We just saw All Mid.
Did you see All Mid? Never mind. It has been a very long day. Okay, so let's check in and find out some more about the team.
It's very exciting. It's been a breathtaking experience coming from the Riyadh airport, going into Riyadh city. Everyone, even on the car, was looking outside and they were just in awe. It's a brilliant experience to be here. In the last tournament, we're kind of looking at it as a learning experience. And ahead of this LAN, we're looking to do even more damage, considering the format is playing to our strengths in 1v1s, 2v2s, and 3s. We're looking to do some damage. We're looking to get a couple of series done and hopefully qualify. At the moment, I've got quite the history of 1v1s, and Max and LCT play a lot of 2v2s as well in their own region. So I think it only plays to our strength that we're doing different kind of playlists, because I think other teams are mostly focused on 3v3s for the most part. It's always a tough thing being from the APAC region, considering that this is pretty much the only region, along with South Africa, that doesn't have practice against the main region like North America and Europe. So it's obviously going to be very tough for us to overcome that, but I do think there's a lot of people that are going to be underestimating us from this.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know about you folks at home or you guys here on the desk, but I'm a little bit disappointed that they weren't actually wearing gladiator outfits. I feel like that definitely would have had...
I mean, the budget stretches far. We've got all these lights, we've got AR, but they just didn't have the extra 50 quid they needed at the local dress-up shop.
I feel like it instills fear in the hearts of your opponents, no? Is that not how it works over here at Rocket League?
Well, I mean, they are from a region that's normally not that feared, but now they've got that win under their belts. They are a team to worry about. OSM coming in as their coach, incredibly proud of these players. He's worked with them for a long time now. It must be amazing for him as well to get a chance to compete on the stage, especially as a ones main himself.
Like so many as well, representing their region. We've got LCT, the first player from Indonesia to make it to the RLCS. Abs Crazy unfortunately couldn't be here. Recently represented India for the first time though in the RLCS at a major as well. So yeah, just like so many teams, they are representing, flying their own flags, and that's what we love to see.
I feel like Gamers8 is obviously a huge opportunity for a lot of these teams and regions, a first time for many as well. So what do you think their chances, realistically speaking, are going up against the likes of Renegades?
Well,
Renegades are still favourites.
I think so.
Would you agree?
I think, to be honest, if you took this first win away, they should be favourites against Gaming Gladiators. But the fact they came off that, they're feeling confident. You know, Renegades tend to have a bit of an underperformance here and there. Renegades are the favourites, but it's not impossible now.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think that 1v1 OSM is a fantastic play. He's an old school 1v1er now, you know. He's been that wonder kid, but Gaming Gladiators, you know, they are there with their coach/sub in OSM, and he is bringing them experience. He has had so many 1v1 show matches over the years. You know, I'm sure he's been to LANs as well and competed at the very top. And he's got these two players with him that they seem to trust each other. You know, they've broken through in APAC, and now maybe they can break through here as well.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators look good in threes at RLCS, but they just have that typical newer region issue, which is they don't have the execution, the consistency, the structure that other teams have. So there's a lot more mistakes, a lot more gaps in their rotation. But then that's also true of Renegades to an extent, just on a slightly higher level, a higher working level.
And if there are any mistakes, Renegades genuinely love it. Keep an eye out for them missing the ball and then somehow scoring. It's not even an exaggeration. They say it themselves. It's very effective in that region.
Yeah.
Do you think on the side of Gaming Gladiators, they'll kind of opt to go for that 1v1, given their coach's history, or do you think they'll try and play it a little bit safer in a 2v2?
100%. The moment they can get OSM in there for the ones, that's their best chance of getting a game. For 3v3, Renegades have way more experience, are a higher working team, and obviously having a sub in for threes has shown to be not the strongest way to play threes in this whole tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Fever in the 1v1 against OSM will certainly back himself to do that there. And my mind's going blank, can't remember what series it was, but there was one earlier where the 3v3s were completely dominated. It was whoever Rogue played, my mind's gone blank. But they struggled in the 3v3s. Then in the 1v1 and 2v2, Taroko for them just brought them right back into it. Yeah. And they ended up winning that 3v3 in the end in Game 5 of the series. So it can completely change how a series feels.
I feel like we've constantly seen the super sub power coming out throughout all of the games we've seen so far. So the question is, do you think that we're going to have another super sub situation?
I mean, I think so in the sense of OSM will be the strongest player on the team potentially, just due to the value of having a ones player in this format. But I do think Renegades are just that bit better, that it's going to be tough for Gaming Gladiators to utilize that super sub momentum. They got that win, that rare win for the region, the first win, but I think that was against a weaker performing team with all mid, coming from North America as one of the sort of 16th in the region kind of teams.
Just saying that Renegades, when I saw them yesterday after they faced off against 0-1, they're normally so bubbly even after losing. I mean, it's no disrespect, they are used to losing. They come to these events, like, they say it themselves.
Mate.
It has to be said, they say it themselves, right? And normally, even after they've had a tough loss, they come off like, yeah, we played really well, what a laugh, what's the local sightseeing?
The joke is get CJ on the desk, because you know that he's going to lose early on in the tournament to the point we get him on the desk.
But they seem down, is the point I was making. Yesterday, they did seem a little bit low, so maybe that confidence is depleted.
They did seem a little bit sad, but I did kind of pitch the idea to CJ about joining us here on the desk. He wasn't opposed to it.
I mean, he never is. He knows that the desk is where he truly lies in the finals of a tournament. He always makes the finals because he makes the desk.
He comes to these esports events and he has a whole slew of suits with him to wear for each of the days. Exactly. He's got a whole sort of setup with him.
I did kind of wish him best of luck, and then at one point he was like, surely you don't want us to do well if you want me on the desk. And I was like, I've been like 10,000 IQ'd now. Good luck, but also I hope you do badly. So I don't really know whether or not I want them to win this game. But quickly, give me your prediction heading into this game.
Renegades?
Yeah, Renegades. I'll go Renegades 3-1. I'll give Gaming Gladiators the game.
Let's go with that. 3-1, give them the ones.
Yeah.
I would like to make a prediction, but at the same time, I don't know whether or not I want Renegades to win purely based on...
What does your head say? What does your head say?
I don't know. My gut is not saying anything. My head is not saying anything. My heart
don't listen to your gut. Supersonic has well and truly proven that is a bad place to listen right now.
I have no idea how on earth your gut can tell you one thing, your mind can tell you another, and your heart can tell you something else. But all I know is that I am well and truly excited to jump into this next matchup. It is indeed going to be Renegades taking on the Gaming Gladiators. The swords are out, the hats are on. Not literally, mind you, but I'm certainly excited to see some quality Rocket League.
Welcome to the main stage. We have got a good one coming up for you next, I promise you. I have the pleasure for introducing to the stage the top team from Down Under. Winners of the RLCS Regional in Oceanic Region in winter. Please welcome to the stage. Put your hands together for Renegades.
خصمهم في المباراة خصم أبدا مو بسهل. جروب دي زي ما احنا عارفين موعودين بمباراة جدا قوية فيه، ولكن خصمهم جدا مميز. جايينكم من ساوث أفريقيا. أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، رحبوا معنا بفريق جيمنج جلاديترز. Group D kicked off with a bang. 0-1 Esports are already through to the next round. But let's not forget, this is an elimination match.
It is going to be an incredible one, and we cannot wait to get things started. So, who's going to be joining them later on in the lower bracket? Let's find out. Throwing back over to the analyst desk to break it down.
راح نشوف اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور مين اللي بيقدر يستمر ويكمل مسيرته في جروب دي ضد فريق 01 اي سبورتس، ومين اللي بيقدر يكمل طريقه في البطوله، وايضا مين الفريق اللي راح يوقف مسيرته بعد المباراه هذه. كل الفريقين موعودين مباراه كويسه، فخلينا نشوف ايش اللي ممكن يقدمونه. فاصل بسيط ونرجع لكم على طول مع المعلقين والمحللين في المباراه.
Well, I mean...
Well, I've learned a thing or two from CJ, swinging around left, right and centre.
Yeah, he was confident on that stage. You could see him standing proud at the front. And honestly, of all the teams to stand opposite, some of them are quite menacing. Against Renegades, you'd just be laughing.
I'd be
I
giggling,
really
yeah,
would.
you know, especially when they sometimes have to come out and look all serious and sort of show their muscles or look mean or whatever. If CJ's there with a little cheeky grin. No, exactly. If he's there with a little cheeky grin, yeah, as you say, you're just chuckling.
I mean, these guys are notorious for every event doing a little hotel tour where they walk around and they somehow make everything, even the most minor of things, funny. They'll look at a little cup and they'll be like, oh, mate, little cup on the side, love that. And then you'll find anything they say funny. They must have great vibes when they're on that stage, and so we'll be looking forward to seeing them giggling their way through the game.
Do you think it's the accent? I don't know what it is. As soon as I hear the accent, I'm like, oh, I can't
imagine
help
they're
but
actually
smile.
real fans of that cup and they want to share it with the world. We're there pointing going, ha ha ha, the Australians said something funny. And they're like, no, but look at the cup. It's like,
Let's go.
Oh, bless you.
I can't help but smile every single time I see them play and I hear them talk. It's just the cutest thing ever. But heading into this matchup, Renegades taking on the Gaming Gladiators. As kind of scary as the team name does end up sounding, realistically speaking, are they someone to be feared? Are they a team to really, a force to be reckoned with?
they're a team that are learning. They're a team that have pretty much made APAC South as opposed to APAC North be respected as the APAC region to be. And now they're a team that are here and they've got their series. Like, that cannot be overstated enough, that when you have beaten one team, they beat All Mid yesterday, you can beat two teams. And Renegades are beatable to them. Renegades should respect them, not quite fear them just yet, but this is by no means a gimme for Renegades.
But it does come with a little shiny asterisk of it wasn't quite the full APAC team. You know, we've got OSM coming in from a Europe region, who's their coach, who's a one's main. It's not in the normal format, so it's not quite the same effect. Obviously, it's still incredible performance for them, but I don't think it's going to hold that same weight that it would if it was in RLCS. But it's, like you said, it's still a
if you
win.
were their coach and they said, yeah, we've finally done it, we've won a series for our region, we're so proud.
Well, no,
we should be there going, well, actually, it doesn't count the same.
No, it doesn't count, but
substitute.
the coach isn't going to go, if you guys won, because he is one of the players. He's going to go, well, it doesn't really count because I'm playing. So in that situation, it isn't quite the same.
All right, well, let's throw it over to Stumpy and Johnny to take us through this Renegades game. I want to hear your accent.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. It's very, very appreciated of you. I am Stumpy, joined by...
I'm Johnny.
Nice, we love that. We are here and we're going to be covering the Renegades matchup versus Gaming Gladiators. It's going to be intense. It's going to be a knockout match yet again. And Johnny, all on the line, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, Renegades have really got to prove that they're here to play, because they're up against a team that going into this event they would probably feel extremely confident against. But after seeing Gladiators take down All Mid in the upper quarterfinals, they're probably looking across the stage and thinking, wait a second here. We've got a real series in our hands. That man in the middle, OSM, really giving a new angle to this
Unbelievable
team.
player.
Yeah, the 1v1 mains have really turn this tournament around. And OSM right now, I'd say he's more of a freestyler these days, and this is not a disrespect at all, because a lot of you who follow this guy online will know he is a freestyler more than a pro player these days. But his team needed him to step in. He stepped in. He got on the grind quickly after finding out he's going to need to play, and he's got his level up to a very impressive standard.
Got the first international win for APAC as well whilst at it, which is an incredible feat. So congratulations to Gladiators, but they did fall to Falcons. That is where we find them here today. And now against Renegades, who earlier on they fell to 01 Esports. So we'll be able to take it against another region.
I think for Renegades, they more than anything just want to prove that they're better at threes, because this is a World's wildcard team. They're here to really like work on their threes, and oh, that maybe could have been a better shot. It looked like it was an attempted goal off the underside of the bar, not a pass off the crossbar. You know, ones and twos are probably going to be the matches that Gladiators will have the best chance in. Renegades are a team who've beaten Furia multiple times on LAN. They've really caused problems for teams like Endpoint. They've beaten Endpoint on LAN. You know, they're a problem on an international stage. But look at this. Maxiu with a dead ball 50. OSM follows up.
Dropping that so nicely in front of the goal. You can't miss that at all. It was Cammy just having to turn, going laterally with Maxiu coming straight down on him. The ball stops, gets tapped in, and Gladiators with that early lead. And what a glow up APAC has been having as well. Going from scoring, you know, some goals, then going to getting a game, and then taking a series in less than a year. It's been such an incredible journey to watch.
And you know, this is just the beginning for these guys. It's been wonderful to see. Same thing with Sub-Saharan Africa. I mean, they also were able to impress already in this event. They're still in this on the B stream today. All of the other regions closing that gap every single time they play.
Minute gone and Gladiators with that 1-0 lead, hoping that they will be able to get another one because they've had some good extended pressure for a little while now. I love seeing those face cams in the bottom corner as well, where you can see just how intense these comms are. Fever, a man of few words, but with a lot of talent. Kami moving down the pitch, manages to get a bump on one player. Fever again into that ball. A newer man into the OCE scene, but has done an incredible job since joining the Renegades. And OSM, what magic is he going to be able to conjure up? That ball dropped into the midfield by Kami, sent high, intercepted by LCT. Great positioning from him. Maxiu, though, relieving a little bit of pressure, sent long again by Kami. And although there have been a few chances for the Renegades, Gladiators holding on to that lead.
A very composed performance so far from Gladiators. Continue to rotate around each other. CJ with the angle double goes wide. That's a great chance. So what a pass. Kami's all over it. 1-1 Renegades.
Absolutely selfless play in that back corner. CJ leaves as Fever takes control of the ball, chips LCT. Maxiu did not see Kami awaiting central. The pass in, leaving the net vulnerable. A drawing goal with 2 minutes gone.
This is what Renegades really want. They want to get as many goals as possible. I don't think they're even going to be happy with a 1-goal lead here. They want to be fighting, like I said, with North America, with Europe, with South America, obviously with MENA as well, after their recent line performance. But here's APAC South sending them another message. It's Maxiu off the center ball.
LCT taking a sec to stretch his hand out after watching that, as OSM punts it central. A touch does come in from Renegade's defender, but unable to keep that ball out. Great team play on both sides now, but Gladiators taking that lead.
They look very organized. They look very confident here. It's wonderful to see from a team who no one was expecting much of in this event, especially after seeing the group draw. I mean, every group here stacked beyond belief, but they're facing up against some real talent, and not just in the extra game modes here, but in threes. Taking it to Renegades repeatedly.
And Rocket League is so global nowadays. The fact that we're not just looking at North America and European teams. We've got 2 EU teams and 2 NA teams out already, and that just these guys are fighting to continue through their individual brackets. It's amazing to see, and you know, it's not just so Anglo-centric anymore.
And, you know, we might be talking in the distant future about NA and EU being the underdogs, looking at other esports.
And I mean, NA's already a minor region, so.
No, for crew battles, possibly. We'll have to see how well Space Station and FaZe can go, but yeah, Renegades currently struggling with Gladiators. It's been an end-to-end matchup. Here's Kami off the backboard, defended well by LCT, absolutely launches a half volley wall clear.
Punted onto that backboard, but Fever able to receive as nobody from Gladiators was there to get the double touch opportunity. CJ taking a close touch, but manages to fling himself away from that ball. Has to work back into the center, but with no boost, Maxiu has to get away. OSM in that iconic car, rocking it in the middle of the field, looking a lot like a watermelon flying about the pitch. Gladiators still with this lead. 80 seconds remaining. Will Renegades be able to continue their push or just sneak a cheeky counter goal?
I talked to CJ in the run-up to qualification for LAN, and he said that he and his team Renegades, oh, hold that thought, Kami's just equalized from the edge of the box. This looks like a miss came through on the back wall. Demo landed as well. Kami snipes it. LCT got a touch, but not enough.
Yeah, it was that movement across, and the fact the ball goes behind him means he's not able to quite flick it far enough behind. Even if he gets a better touch, it's not going to go above the goal. Maybe a double tap opportunity for Renegades, but a leveling goal for them. And bear in mind, the loser of this will be picking our next game mode out of 2v2 or 1v1. We'll get into who we think is going to be stronger in each of them a little bit later. But OSM onto the back ball, great clear away as well. Pinches it to the side and maintains control, but with no boost, he has to forfeit that ball. Good chance from Fever to score. Kami into the center from CJ. Again going for a chance, up for the double touch, but LCT swipes in the way of that shot. 30 seconds left, still 2-all.
Renegades starting to get a good rotation going here. Gladiators hang on, they break free. Gladiators boost is extremely low at the moment. They're just picking up small pads wherever they can. There's a couple of hundred spawn for LCT and Max at the same time. Much needed. Now closing seconds. Still, Renegades with the better half of the game. Gladiators, another demo. Impressing in this opening game. They're maybe going to be the team with the last chance. What can LCT do with this? Knocks it towards Kami. It's dealt well with, and now should surely be overtime.
Oh.
Think it's bouncing, but just. Gladiators extend, but not too far.
Brilliant opportunity there for Renegades. A bit more juice on that, and you would have seen us going into a Gladiators deciding match between those twos and the ones. Into an overtime. Renegades with the first bite of that apple. Are they able to get a shot off? Technically, yes, but Kami forcing LCT and OSM, the three-letter twins, to go for that ball. Maxu over towards the side where Fever is waiting and lurking. Can he get the double? He does get the block from OSM. Now Kami on the left wall. A couple of fans sitting in the audience having a great time. Hello, we see you waving. You're right. 30 seconds gone in the overtime. With Renegades a couple more chances. That does not mean that they're the dominant team, though.
Still a very impressive game one from Gladiators. Everybody knows they've got a chance in this series, but 3v3 is expected to be Renegades' favored. Right from the get-go, it's Gladiators who have been leading, Renegades who have been coming back. Well, the Renegades have kind of figured out a good way to spread the pressure here. Now the center ball comes through, it's wide open for Kami, and they do confirm that 3v3 win.
You could really feel the opportunity as soon as LCT and OSM, again, the three-letter twins, competing for that ball together. Kami just has to wait central. CJ, he gets it in the middle. The goal is happening. And so, Renegades taking game number 1. The choice falling to the boys over on the orange side. Johnny, are you feeling 2v2 or 1v1?
Oh, this is a 1v1 every day of the week. OSM is going to be telling the team, listen, I got this one. Hand it to me. You guys take a break, or maybe just warm up in free play. And most likely, Fever will be the player to try and stop OSM from tying the series. And you know, if you're wondering, well, why pick 1v1 now? Well, it's because they're trailing 1-0. If they pick 2v2 to try and save 1v1 for later, well, that 1v1 wouldn't come until game 4, so we might not even see it. They want to get right back in the series, put the pressure on Renegades by tying. So I really, really expect 1v1 to be the chosen matchup here. Fever has one loss, although it's an impressive performance, I'd say, against AMS from O1 Esports, who is a very solid ones player. I'd put him. I'd say he's solid. You know, he's a player that I know what I'm going to get with AMS. Fever took him to a 1-goal game, so this will definitely be an interesting match. But OSM should have the edge.
I mean, OSM, you made a tier list of these players. Where did you put OSM? Do you remember? Because I remember
I did
you
put him
saying
in bottom
he was
tier.
quite low.
I put him bottom tier, but that's because I haven't seen anything from him recently. But
Okay.
I know, given his history with 1v1, that if he just gets his head down and puts in a bunch of hours, even in a couple of days
Is
or
it
weeks,
like riding a bike?
It is. It really
You don't
is.
forget.
So, you know, he's got so much experience with the game mode in the past that he can get back up there if he puts the time in, and it is going to be 1v1. OSM up against Fever.
You know, I kind of wanted to see CJ take on OSM. That's content, baby.
Well, I had OSM in the bottom tier of my list that I made, but I didn't have Fever on there. There was a reason for that. I really don't expect Renegades to be as competitive here, but you've got to give it a Fever. You know, he held AMS to just 1-goal difference. That's impressive. So let's see what he can do.
He's very mechanical, very, very capable. Theoretically, he can win this. It's not just a one game for OSM. He's going to have to really put on his 1v1 socks and see if he can get those training wheels off as soon as possible. It's been a good couple of chances, though, for Renegades to start off. A flick does just go above the net. OSM with a quick turn. Can't quite get that on target, though. Maybe need to take a touch more time, because he did see that Fever was further back than anticipated.
Yeah, OSM did get the boost seal though, so that's left Fever in a bit of trouble. Fever commits with 0. He needed a volatile 50. He just had to get that ball to ping off in some direction. OSM saw the challenge coming and neutralized it. He's trying to glue himself to the ball there. Look at how he rolls with it to block Fever's attempted challenge. That completely left Fever out with 0 boost in the midfield. Open net for OSM.
And you're mentioning as well about OSM, more of a freestyler nowadays, being able to manipulate the ball in every which way. That gives a lot of credence to a 1v1 game as well.
Indeed it does. I mean, OSM's comfortable in the air, comfortable in the ground, but a little sneaky kickoff strat there delays his kickoff. That's going to frustrate Fever. And I don't think that's going to be the only time we're going to see this from OSM. He's always loved to fake kickoffs at the very last second, so he'll just flip towards it, make it look like he's going to hit it, hit the brakes again, and then flip into the ball after his opponent. Once again, manipulating the 50-50 in his favor. Great save by Fever on the quick recovery. OSM steals the boost, and now Fever's left with nothing once again.
Opportunities arising for OSM time and time again. Kind of fakes out there, goes high. That's going to drop nicely. 1 boost is all you need, because it's 1 goal on the end of it. Minute 20, 3 goals already. Fever just looks a little bit out of his depth every now and then. OSM, as we've seen in previous series, when there is one player that is just better than the other, you very rarely get an upset in 1v1.
And you know, the reason why 1v1 can turn out like this is because you just have to dominate one aspect of the game, and OSM's dominating 50-50s right now. He has a mastery off challenge game that is way beyond Fever's. We've seen 3 goals. This first one a little bit different, but the first 3 goals of this game, all from 50-50s. OSM manipulating them in his favor, leaving Fever stranded. So although Fever's, I'd say at least OSM's equal, if he doesn't even surpass OSM mechanically, it's about the other aspects of ones that he just doesn't have the experience in.
Another delay as well for OSM. Not quite going as well this time, but maybe Fever learning a little bit and needing to come into that ball.
Yeah, you know, the Fever does want to clock onto that. The counter strategy to this delayed kickoff is just to flip as late as possible and to make sure to roll with the ball. The same way we saw OSM do for the first goal. This should be an opening for Fever. Takes his time.
So safe.
Yeah, I love that. It's easy to choke on these, so
yep.
You really made sure.
Yeah, getting rid of OSM off the pitch for about 3 seconds, chips it high, then just tap it in. OSM, they've really had a good idea of where that ball was going. As soon as you spawn back in, you just have to pick a direction. It's going to be 1 of 2, and just turn and boost. See if you can get there, but not this time. A very dead kickoff, going incredibly even, but Fever will be able to get that right mid boost. OSM has to retreat to get his 100. 76 and flicked round, and Fever managing to get 1 again versus OSM.
Lovely turn there from Fever, just pulling the shots off way before OSM was ready. It looks like OSM may have dodged the wrong direction as he tried to.
He sort of backside flipped, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he no doubt panicked when he realized how quickly the shot was coming towards him. OSM faking the kickoff completely. I mean, clear kickoff difference here. OSM mixing it up, trying to confuse Fever as much as he can. Fever's got another chance here. He's missed it. And that means we've got 1-0 to Fever in the open net misses. OCE, of course, quite famous for that historically, and OSM as well, often nicknamed Open Shot Miss, as he usually gets about 1 per game.
Well, hopefully he'll be able to get that out of his system, and it will not be in a crucial moment. A nice battle for Fever here. A good amount of continued attack for him, and also stealing the boost. Now, OSM is going to be able to do a lot of pad work here, picking up 12 at a time as opposed to hundreds. Again, Fever wanting to get that corner, realizing it's a bit too risky. OSM doesn't even go for it himself, just manages to pick up some pads instead.
Yeah, he's trying to keep the ball pressure up here. OSM doesn't want to concede space. He doesn't want to give Fever a free shot, but Fever got one. OSM with the lunging save. Look at where the ball is. Oh, Fever still gets it. I mean, that is a crazy good save from OSM to get that into the corner, but Fever snipes the angle anyway.
Really nicely air rolled. I mean, OSM gets the touch, rockets it in, 94 kilometers per hour. And now only 1 goal separating these 2 players, but delayed again. Fever has to race back. OSM does not fancy that chase. Oh, there he is.
Still here. It's in.
There he is.
He's not backing down. OSM has had several opportunities to run to his back corner and pick up a 100 boost, but he knows it's much more important to just pressure the ball.
Yeah.
Don't give any space to Fever. He knows what Fever's capable of. If you give this guy a wall play, it's going to be tough to save. OSM's shutting it down way before that can happen.
There's been a huge amount of ground play in this game as well. Barely seen either players go to the sky. We've not seen any air dribbles or bumps or even just going for backboards then onto the double taps.
Yeah, I think OSM's quite comfortable just winning this positionally. He knows he's got the experience, he's got the 1v1 IQ to just beat Fever in the midfield. Doesn't need to take any risks at all, but Fever, with a couple of clutch plays, made this into a close game. Just gotta be careful here though, not a lot of boost. This touch has to be good. It is good enough to buy Fever a little bit of time, but it's not good enough to buy him sufficient time. No, OSM has missed the open net. Flicked it a bit too far to the left.
Now it's a chance for Fever to attack. Goes for a flick very early in the midfield. Bit more power, maybe it would have gone over the top, but it's a risky one. Dispossesses him. Now OSM able to go in the center for it. Fever touching it down with 50. He can rotate around the side of OSM. Goes for that quick shot, but taps nicely to get that possession as well for OSM, retreating, but keeps it close to him. Really well played. Gets it back into the blue half.
Lovely little inverted half flip there from Fever to deny OSM and advance. OSM just moves in anyway. He does not care, and he's going to steal the boost in the recovery here. Fever's got to manage what little he has left. His time is running out. Another goal for OSM, and the kickoff strategies that he's got in his back pocket would pretty much make a comeback impossible. OSM is just letting the boost do the talking. He knows what he is capable of. He knew that Fever was low, and he makes it 6-3.
Looks like OSM on the camera is just saying, let's go, I got it. I got it. It's no problem. He knows what he needs to do. But Fever, the fight that he's been putting up is fantastic. And Johnny, it's not exactly like 3 goals in 30 seconds is unheard of in once.
Well, yeah, it's got to be kickoff strats, and that, you know, I'm going to be the first to tell you that a comeback is on. If Fever was the one winning every kickoff and controlling every kickoff, then I'd be confident that the comeback is possible. But OSM has really dominated the kickoff strats in this game. He's really been manipulating them to his favor, coming away with possession the vast majority of the time, not really giving Fever any good looks at net. That makes a 3-goal comeback so difficult. I mean, OSM just has so many tricks up his sleeve for the kickoff strats. Fever just stuck with the basic kickoff that everybody does in threes. It's just not enough.
Rolling into Aquadome, these two came in with the Renegades lead, but they will be leaving where they won all in the series. Gladiators picking wonderfully, knowing their strengths in OSM. The 1v1 are falling the way of the APAC team and the way of, ultimately, the coach who is standing in. Fever might want to get one for the road, can't quite do it. Wasn't able to keep that ball up, and so we go into game number 3, which will be a return to 3v3. And were all of the teammates sitting in free play, trying to get loosey-goosey? You can only hope so.
Well, we did see a little bit of KBM play from, I think it was LCT in the warm-up there while OSM was playing. Well, yeah, great stuff out of Gladiators. Taking it back, getting 1 game in the best of 5. So, you know, they're taking something from everybody here, which is good to see. I think the Falcons were the only team that swept them. They kept it to an overtime loss in game 1 as well, which gives them a ton of hope. If they can just get one of the 3v3s, obviously they'd have to win the 2v2 as well, then they're eliminating Renegades, a world's wildcard team. This would go way beyond beating all mid, you know, an NA, and no disrespect to them, but an NA bubble team here, who have absolutely deserved the qualification and deserve to be here. But that's a team who are, you know, still trying to get into RLCS regionals every single event. They're fighting for regionals. Well, Renegades are fighting for championships in OCE. They're taking regional wins, and they're going to be
number 1 in
World.
OCE.
Yeah, for the whole year, this is the number 1 OCE team. So, you know, if Gladiators can do this, if they can win a 3v3, that is a massive win for APAC. They're beating a world's wildcard team in the main game mode.
And they've got a continent's worth of hype behind them as well, I'm sure. A lot of the APAC teams sitting at home who weren't able to attend, wanting them to do well, because whatever they bring back from this experience is only going to feed into that talent pool in APAC, sorry. So chance for Gladiators to make a little bit of history here, but CJ looking to shut it down early. A double demo, LCT removing 1 for 1.
So, will we get the same start as we had before? You know, Renegades took a while to figure out the Gladiators lineup. It seemed like a lateral spread of midfield defense gave Renegades a big advantage, because Gladiators clears look to be their weak point. You know, they're not getting consistently safe clears, oftentimes dropping it short to the left or the right, even at the edge of the box. So if Renegades can spread out to both sides, it's going to give Gladiators a tough time. I think Gladiators need to try and dribble out a defense a bit more, because these soft clears are getting them in trouble.
Good bump to clear LCT away from that ball, but the mid-100 boost will be going the way of Gladiators. Kami up, but Fever had a little jump. Needs to realise he doesn't have to defend every goal now, mate. You got your two teammates back. It's no problem. Kami going for one of the first shots of the game, but saved it away. CJ sending it to the corner. Fancied that we roll up. Probably should have gone for the shot instead, pal. Kami going towards that right wing, but with no boost. And CJ stealing one of them. It looks like he's hungry for those demos. We've not seen too much of that, I feel, over this competition so far.
Just a little bit of an update for you guys from the B stream. FaZe 2-0 up on Orlando Pirates, but I've got to give, you know, massive props for the second day in a row. Snowy has picked 1v1.
My guy.
He went 1v1 against FaZe. Imagine losing 3s to FaZe and thinking, you know what? I want to take on First Killer. Well, that's just what Snowy does. He took on Fahad yesterday, picked ones into Fahad. Now he picked ones into First Killer. It hasn't worked.
He's such an icon.
It is really amazing to see these new regions coming in and absolutely giving it their everything. And speaking of, look at this from Gladiators. I was criticizing their clears for the end of game 1. That is a horrendous touch from Kami. I think he might have been landed on by the first Gladiators player, impeding his touch. Gladiators open the scoring again.
Yeah, Gladiators, echoes of game number 1 by scoring first. I just had a quick look at that FaZe versus Orlando Pirates score. 6-3,
yeah,
First Killer. That is unbelievably respectful.
Yeah, I mean, you're up against the best 1v1 player to ever come out of North America, and you've lost by 3 goals, 6-3. I mean, Snowy really showing up here for Sub-Saharan Africa, putting on a great showing against Fahad and First Killer, 2 of the legendary 1v1 players from their regions. Fantastic stuff. It looks like they've really got their work cut out for them against FaZe here, but that was expected.
Yeah, make sure that you have both streams open at the same time. If you want to find it, just search for Gamers8 B stream and you'll be able to find that online. But otherwise, keep our volume on, realistically. Halfway through this game, Gladiators still with that lead. LCT on the back line gets intercepted by Fever, and nearly a sniping shot by CJ. CJ bumped over the top. Now it's a chance for it to ricochet down. Fever pinching it off the top of a roof with the help of Gladiators. CJ on the backboard wants to bump LCT away from it, and CJ is really aiming for that physical game, wanting to remove as many players and make it as awkward as he can. But OSM and Maxiu both going for the same ball. A couple of double commits. Hasn't necessarily paid dividends for Renegades just yet. They need to pounce on that when those opportunities arise.
I think the call might have come through from Renegades to just up the pace here, up the aggression, because they've been trying to just let their rotations do the talking and just get a clean win, but it's not working. Gladiators are quite comfortable against this. They're seemingly very organized compared to what Renegades expected. Renegades have got mechanical ability to hang with some of the best teams in the world. They've got to flex that here. They're, you know, up against an underdog team who are consistently putting them down by 1 goal.
Final 90 seconds. We'll be seeing a 2v2 after this regardless in game number 4, and then we'll be finishing it off with a game 5 if we go that far. Renegades going to need to secure themselves 1 goal to make it an overtime. LCT, though, receiving a passing back between OSM. Maxi was somewhere in the mix there as well. That could have been something a little bit special. 40 boost burned for OSM, but no goal to come from it. CJ wanting to 50 that, does beautifully to get that towards Fever. With no boost, Maxi can get it over the top. That ball only finding OSM. Faked out, final 50. Chance needs to come in for Renegades as soon as possible.
This is getting dangerous now for Renegades, not only for their world standing, but oh boy, it's getting hairy at both ends of the field. Or their series chances. This one hangs in the balance if they lose here. They needed to win every 3v3 to be in the driver's seat. 2v2 is a great game mode for Gladiators.
25 seconds. Fever, opportunity, saved away again by OSM and Maxiu. Are we on the cusp of seeing Gladiators take down the OCE #1 seed in their preferred game mode? Kami, with that miss, may well have secured partially of it. OSM onto that right wall will be following up with the 100 boost too. Pre-jumps, but Kami up for 1. Double commit.
Maxiu and LCT both quitting on that side. Just needs to get this central. CJ shies away from that ball. And Gaming Gladiators able to take down the #1 OCE team in 3v3. A historic moment here at Gamers8.
1-0 as well. They are not showing up and playing random Rocket League that's confusing Renegades. They're just playing standard Rocket League and they're winning.
Solid.
They lose in overtime game 1. Now they win 1-0 in game 2. I think overall, they've just been better at threes. And this is madness to see. It's not a case of OSM just coming in and completely turning around the 3v3 game mode. Obviously, he's been a huge assistance to this team when it comes to 1v1. But Max and LCT have leveled up since the London Major in such a short time frame. Now they're hanging with one of the best teams in OCE history. This is their first season, the first year they've been a part of Global International Rocket League.
It's incredible.
And they're already taking names. This is amazing to see.
Anyone who looked at APAC and thought, you know, realistically, what are they doing in the RLCS? This is what it is. This is what it's about. This is why they're allowed at this level of competition, because they will beat your favorite teams. They will beat CJ and make him look like a little bit of a silly Billy every now and then.
Well, you know, there's a lot of people who have been calling into question invites like Gladiators to this event, and those people are looking pretty stupid right now because they've not only been taking games, now they're looking to take another series. Second one in the tournament. They've already taken down North America's All Mid. Now they're trying to take down Renegades. We keep saying it, they're a world's wildcard team. These guys, one of the best teams in the world, and they've been a team that have caused problems for top European talents. They've been a team who have been causing problems for Furia.
They are the Furia killers.
Multiple times. Now Renegades need to beat OSM and Maxiu in 2v2 and then win in threes as well. I think that's going to dip in, so this is a good start for Renegades. It does drop under the bar. Kami with the opening goal.
In a best of 5, it very much can go to 5. And Renegades taking that early lead, just 17 seconds elapsed. And Kami with the long shot from the 50. Gladiators, though, if they take this in the 2v2, they'll be in an incredible position and doing their region proud, regardless of what happens here. And more money for them if they do secure this win as well. Onto that right wall, Kami is going to be intercepting as it tries to be passed off the side. CJ on the left with 58 boost, tries to keep it a little bit closer. Maxiu trying to go for that pace, maybe learning from the Renegades rulebook.
See, between these games, a huge exhale from Maxius. I think it just hit him that they could win this. You know, up until now, they're probably thinking there's no way. Oh, it's bounced awfully for CJ. Nice counter demo from OSM. It was a great bump by CJ. Great demo off the ball. In fact,
Maxiu go.
Yeah, this has turned into a really physical game. All it takes sometimes is one demo in a ranked game to fall us into only demos. It's happening in pro play too.
Yeah, you see your teammate get demo and you think, oh, it's like the little brother syndrome where you're like, hey, I can pick on him. You can't. Don't you dare demo my OSM, my Maxi. I'm going to get you back for that. CJ with a long shot, though, is able to tap that one in. And again, Gladiators leaving their goal completely vulnerable.
Yeah, Gladiators have been extremely aggressive here. OSM once more advancing into an offensive position. But when you do that, your second man has got to be so careful. You can't be taking an aggressive 50. You can't be trying to get a risky outplay. The Gladiators have made some very risky plays and have been punished both times. Still a long time left in this game. You know, the Rocket League fan of me would like to see this settled in 3v3 Game 5. We always love a Game 5, of course, but just to see the opportunity for Gladiators to beat Renegades in threes and for there to be absolutely no doubt that they really are at that level. So there's always going to be doubters who falsely, in my opinion, say that, oh, it's only the ones or twos that help you through this. But clearly,
they cheesed a win, like, because it's this game mode,
I'm sure they'd love to just take that option away from people. Oh, is this going to be another goal? No, OSM now will recover. It's so important if they're going to play this high of an aggressive line. They're stealing boost in front of the offense here. They've got to be recovering quickly if they do this.
And I back OSM to be doing just that. He's incredible at his ones. That requires so heavily to have fantastic recoveries. With Maxi stealing one boost, he can tap around the side. Kami gets faked out, but CJ, the recipient of the ball in the end, does send it to the right-hand side. Will chip OSM, tries to get around Maxi as well. Does get that in a nice position, but Kami realizes that OSM will be on that counter-attack. Goes to that air dual bumper. CJ manages to get that save away from it and then taps it again. CJ really is doing a fantastic job of recovering alongside the mighty OSM.
Less than half the game to go. We're on the fast track to game 5 here. That's a speculative shot from OSM from distance. Renegades have caught Gladiators overextending twice already this game, and as the time ticks down towards the 0 seconds, we're likely to see Gladiators push even more. Renegades are just waiting for that moment, looking to add to their lead with counterattacks.
When you put OSM and Maxi in a corner, they're going to be utterly deadly. As they, as you said, Johnny, are going to fight as hard as they humanly can. OSM attempting to go for one. Isn't able to get it round into a position where Maxi can shoot. And so CJ from the pinch can clear that one away. 0 boost for Kami. Can he bump OSM away from this ball? Makes it a threat, which is exactly what he needs to do. Just his presence is enough. Does not need to touch that ball.
Oh!
The rocket pinch! Oh! Just wide of the net.
Yeah, heroic defense from CJ, and Kami explodes with a pinch from the back corner. CJ now breaking down the attack once again. The defense for Renegades has been the difference here. Been quite happy just sitting back and waiting for Gladiators. It's interesting to see that they didn't do this to freeze. Max is chasing Kami. Kami escapes. He would have been fine by himself here, but CJ was also playing off the ball for a demo. Both teams know the power of the physical play from behind.
I wonder if that's going to be moving into the 3v3 as well. OSM trying to go for the double, but sends it incredibly high. Maxu has to shoot against Kami, and CJ fancies putting it in himself.
I guess he really does want to make a desk cameo up here, and CJ, a big mistake here. It looked like it was just going to dip in anyway, so he had to do something.
Yeah.
But all he's able to do is smack it into his own goal. 50 seconds to go. Gladiators trying to make a late surge and come back. Send it into overtime. Play for the win right here, right now.
Yeah, CJ trying to go for that 100% desk speedrun, glitchless run. Maybe that own goal will be the first of 2 that Gladiators need to send it to overtime. CJ on that left-hand side will get bumped out of the way by Maxu. A couple of times as well, gets dribbled around the pitch.
Yeah, not for the first time. CJ getting carried around Utopia Coliseum.
OSM over the top. Can he get that double? No, instead CJ is able to clear into the corner, but Maxi is waiting and lurking. Again on the backboard, both players from Renegades are waiting for something to fall their way. Maxi goes for the bump. CJ dodges the bump, gets the ball away. The final 10 counting down.
More excellent defense from CJ. He was under so much pressure there in a 1v2, but he survived it. Bought so much time for Kami. Now it's their game to win. OSM knew that ball's bouncing. Great read. CJ's all over him, plays the ball, and he will send us to game 5.
As soon as that ball slows down, CJ knows what he has to do. Throw his big Aussie face at it. Let it hit the ground and take it to a game number 5. A return to the 3v3. Previously in game number 1's 3v3, it was an overtime win versus Gladiators. And then Gladiators bring it back with the 1-0 victory in game number 3. What is the story we are about to tell in game 5? Who will be going home? The Aussie favourites or the up-and-coming APAC legends?
This is a must-win for Renegades. They do not want to be the first RLCS Worlds team to fall to APAC South. I mean, this is a matchup we could see again, actually. You're looking at 2 teams who are potentially going to rematch at Worlds in the wildcard tournament. To take down OCE's #1 would be unbelievable.
What a statement.
For Gladiators. They must be so nervous right now. There's a very experienced team sitting across the stage. Fever's pretty new to this whole LAN business after coming back from the 2-year no LAN drought in Rocket League. But Kami and CJ, 2 of the most experienced players in these high-pressure situations. Gladiators have it all to prove here. They've already done it once. They've beaten them in 3v3 one time. Both teams 1-1 in 3s, 1-1 in other game modes. This is a perfect decider.
History has to start somewhere, and that was game number 1 between these 2 teams. We're about to write the final chapter here at Gamers8. Game number 5, it's Champions Field, and a champion will be crowned, and somebody will be going home.
So curious to see the style Renegades decide to go for here. They played a very tight rotation in game 1. It got them a win. It didn't get them a win in game 2. And, they tried to just blitz Gladiators after Gladiators took a 1-goal lead in game number 3. That didn't work either. So Renegades from the get-go look like they're going to try and go for that again. It's all pace. It's all action in game 5.
Already bumps and demos coming in as well. A cracking pass from Fever.
Up towards, I believe that was Kami in the midfield. CJ going for one, up for that double too, but OSM getting a vital interception. Now passes, rocketing, ricocheting around the pitch. Kami pinching fantastically, but Maxi midfield to catch it. Stops that so deftly and is punched away for his efforts.
Oh, he's even managed to chain dash into a block here. It's a shame no one had boost to attack that. Fantastic play by Maxi on the recovery. They're playing a bit tight together here, Gladiators. Communication is key in these situations. They've, like we mentioned, got to be so nervous. The worst thing that they can do is stack up in one part of the field, inviting double commits at every angle. Renegades looking to do what they did in 2v2 now, just bait Gladiators into overextending and then try and quickly play the ball past them.
First goal nearly coming the way of Renegades, and in fact, a double incredible save. The crossbar time and time again, and then a miss from Max Yu. Leaves it to Kami to tap it in. It was the teasing from the crossbar multiple times, just couldn't read it, and Kami, he's been given a goal on his doorstep.
Yeah, goal might scramble there. Max Yu might have been waiting to see if the ball was going to make a connection with his teammate in front of him. He wasn't sure if it's bouncing on the ground or it's going to roll right at him. That's a fantastic demo by Renegades. Fevers looking to wait upfield for this one, but lands a bit too far in front of the Bass. It's the first time we've seen Gladiators trail in regulation time in a 3v3 this series. Renegades experience is really showing up huge here. They're the aggressor. They're the confident team now. In the ace match, the potential last match for either of these teams, half a chance goes the way of Gladiators.
A lot of boost on the side of Renegades, and this attack has got a lot of venom behind it. Kami up nice and quickly with 40 boosts. He's going to fall to the floor. Maxi to send it towards OSM on the right-hand wall. Can he get it onto the backboard? Not quite. As Fever intercepts, gets the touch just because he can. LCT to shoot, sends it high. Kami is there to receive it as well and taps it not quite underneath OSM. Brilliant read of the ball to keep it into that blue half. Backboard yet again. Kami making a nest there like a hunter. LCT getting onto the sidewall. Shot chance for Kami. Sends it high and sends it home.
Fantastic finish from Kami. Top shelf with the shot. LCT was looking to deflect that into the corner, but he had to play the ball again. Went for the boost. Kami punishes Gladiators for leaving the ball close to the edge of the box, uncontested. With 2 goals to the good, you feel like it's just getting away from Gladiators here.
How do they play from behind is going to be the question on APAC fans' lips. Are Gladiators going to be able to bring this back? Because Renegades, they are looking very strong. They're looking confident, speedy, aggressive. And in this game, for once, in 3v3, like the better team. Gladiators need to return to their best. Maxi receives the pass from one, gets a brilliant 50. It's down low, it's OSM to shoot. It's Maxi to follow, but with very little boost. He cannot wrap his car around it.
It's been a consistent problem in this last game. You never want to see zeros in the boost total of every player at the same time in threes. I mean, you never want to see it ever in any player, but for them all to be in 0 boost there is so frustrating. They just want to continue the attack, but it just runs out of momentum.
Max Yu, a few whiffs. The biggest one being near the goal line, but a few times that's happened, and it's just given Renegades these extra chances to shoot, and it's been removing time from the clock for Gladiators. All of this coming from that Max Yu miss to begin with. CJ bumped very nicely into that goal, being given a present on Champions Field. Kami sending it high again. CJ waiting on that left wall. Takes it low. He knows these 50s have been going well. Fakes out one of them. Gets it around the second. Will he get the dish? Not quite. CJ starting to style.
Yeah, Renegades are really thriving under pressure here. You know, there's just as much on them as Gladiators as they look to win their first series against OCE on LAN. Renegades are trying not to be the team to be the first team to lose to APAC South on LAN, and it looks like when it matters most, they just had the ice. As they really control this game, continue to pose constant threats. Well, we've seen certainly the most jumpy performance from Gladiators out of all the 3v3s we've seen. Their demeanor on stage is very clear to see. These guys, they're trying so hard in the closing stages here, but it's just not enough against the classy Renegades.
25 seconds though, and a shot to go on target. CJ with another save. Nobody told me that CJ stands for cracking job. In the center, OSM awaits. 30 boost, can he get the dish? No, Kami saved that one away. The final 10, low boost across the board for Gladiators, burning it with time ticking away. And time is out for the Gladiators. Today was not their day to get their inaugural win against a Worlds team. The Renegades write their history, and their novel continues in the lower bracket.
And a rematch for Renegades against O1 Esports, who sent them to the lower bracket in the first place, awaits them in the lower semi-finals. After that, the loser of Falcons Dignitas. I mean, definitely an underdog story here for Renegades. And they'll probably prefer that to what they've just experienced. They're the heavy favorites here. They'll be just glad to get through this one. Gladiators put on a show here, really surprising us all with their level of play in all the game modes that we see. We knew that they were bringing in OSM for the 1v1, but it was so much more than that.
Yeah, and a brilliant turnaround for them, you know, seeing Gladiators starting off this event and, you know, heading down into that lower bracket. Got that win initially, amazing energy behind them, but they just could not take down another region. OCE, just better than an A. In the end, it seems like, better than all mid at least. So, fantastic job by them. And something I'm excited for is, you know how we like Banks, and you know how we like CJ. I assume those two are going to be chatting together.
I really hope so.
I really hope.
I think they're going to get along really well. Have they met? I don't know if
they've not, but Banks is asking us for, you know, notes on the teams, just a little bit of help, have like that hive mind. And he said, what about like Renegades? And I talked to them. I literally said, it's just vibes. Like, you're a Brit, he's an Aussie, you'll just get on. Like, it will be completely fine. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be chatting about. And very, very thankfully, we have got Banks down on the stage to chat to our winners.
He's so nice, they named him twice. CJ. Congratulations, man, to you and Renegades. You did so well. I just want to quickly first ask you about the main stage. You finally got to play on the main stage. You won. How are you feeling?
معنا أحد اللاعبين من راستر فريق رينيجيدز بعد ما لعبوا مباراتهم الأولى في الستيج في جروب دي. حبينا نسأل السؤال الأول، إيش شعورهم بتواجدهم مع المين ستيج معنا بعكس الأمس؟
I mean, it's amazing being here on the main stage. The crowd. I mean, these guys are awesome. The people.
Just got to listen to the crowd, man. Listen to that.
You guys are awesome. The people are awesome. Everyone's been so welcoming here. So, yeah, it's awesome to be finally back on the main stage. And, yeah, it was a fun series. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the series. 5 games.
جدا مبسوط على تواجده في المسرح ومبسوط ايضا انه الاستضافه اللي عنده في المسرح كانت جدا رهيبه. زياده على كذا يشكركم ويتمنى انكم استمتعتوا في مباراتهم قبل شوي.
Well, you're known for having pretty big personalities in your region, and the Oceanic region is actually really tight at the top the whole time. Want to get your opinion on this? You're here. They're not. So, are you the best in the region?
هل يشوف انه فريقهم هو فعلا الافضل في المنطقه اللي هم جو منها وتاهلوا منها الى Gamers8؟
I mean, we have to think so. We're the number one in points. So, yeah, we're the only team here, so we've got to represent. So, yeah, shout out to all the guys back at home, all the OCE region. We'll try and do you proud. We'll try and represent the minor region. And you know, we had a tough one against APAC, but we're still undefeated against APAC. We're still undefeated against SAM. So, yeah.
جدا مبسوط انه هو قدر انه يمثل الريجن اللي هو جاي منها وزياده على كذا يبي يثبت الانفس نفسهم وبرضه للريجن حقهم انهم هم فعلا الفريق الافضل ولازم انهم يخليهم يفتخرون فيهم في بلدهم اللي هم جو منه.
Well, your next match is another lower bracket elimination match. So, how are you keeping cool heads backstage?
المباراة القادمة حقتهم احتمال كبير انها تكون اخر مباراة لهم اذا خسروها، فكيف بيكون شعورهم في المباراة هذه وكيف تجهيزاتهم قبل يدخلون ضد فريق 01؟
Well, me and Kami have been staying up until about 4:30 at night, so to get ready for the late games. So we're ready to go. Me and K-Dog were playing twos. We won the twos, and as long as this crowd's here, we'll be here.
احنا من امس وحنا نسوي السكريمز الى الساعه 4:30 الفجر. زياده على كذا دام انه الجمهور موجود ودام ان دعمهم موجود احنا راح نفوز المباراه اكيد.
CJ, thank you so much for joining me on stage, man. You guys have been absolutely incredible so far. Best of luck with the rest of the lower bracket. We hope you make it through to the playoffs tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, Renegades. We're going to be throwing, once again, to a very quick break, but we are going to be back with more action. Renegades will be back onto the main stage very quickly, so don't go anywhere.
تبعدونا أعزائنا المشاهدين لأن كلها دقائق بسيطة وراح نرجع لكم بعد الفاصل في مباراة الجروب دي ضد فريق 01 Esports بعد ما تأهلوا فريق رينيجيدز ضدهم. هل بيقدرون يستمرون؟ هل 01 يوقفهم؟ كلنا ما ندري، فخلنا على طول فاصل بسيط ونرجع لكم في الاستوديو التحليلي ما قبل المباراة ونشوف ايش ممكن يصير.
Mate, they've only gone.
Oh my goodness, they did it.
My word, Jasmine, what on earth was that?
You've been working on that all the break.
I cannot believe you've come back from the break and done that. That is balmy.
Awful.
I was trying to formulate it in my brain and it just didn't come
And
out.
that came out.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if I want to hear the pirate or that again. I think neither.
Yeah, well, call it there with accents for the rest of the event.
I completely agree with you. I couldn't agree more. Renegades winning out that series in a 3-2 fashion. What did you make of that performance? Obviously, we were talking about CJ at the very start. He was, what a character.
Oh, I mean, that's your first big experience of CJ. CJ,
Yeah.
you'll grow to love him. We all do, and I think the crowd loved him afterwards in the interview.
Yeah.
But actually, I think we do have to credit him. In that final game, he was playing good Rocket League, which is, it sounds harsh, it's not his strongest suit as a professional player. It's normally around the other stuff.
It genuinely is, because like I was saying to Johnny when they were, walking out and stuff, I was like,
weird seeing CJ like in his jersey, right? And yeah, it is weird because we've seen him recently, you know, take on that talent role, but he was outstanding. I was so impressed with him. Even in the 2v2, putting himself in there, I thought he was absolutely crucial to that team. I was blown away, quite frankly, by the fact that, you know, Renegades were so strong towards the end of that series.
And we've got to credit Gaming Gladiators taking a threes game off of Renegades.
Yeah.
This is huge for them going into the future with the wild card coming up. You know, APAC South, APAC North going to be looking to get as many series wins as possible there. With Sub-Saharan Africa, their fellow APAC challenges, now OCE, a team that they can potentially take down.
Well, I'm certainly excited to see Renegades continue progressing throughout the duration of this tournament. And, you know, I feel like playing up to the crowd is definitely something that we need to see more of. I want to see more of that confidence shining through. But at the same time, we also want CJ right here on the desk as well.
I mean, it's going to be hard to play up to the crowd in the next one because they're going to be up against 01 Esports, which is a Middle Eastern team.
Yeah.
So now they're the bad guys on the stage.
I hope, though, that, you know, there's going to be a little bit split. They'll be joking around. CJ, if he gets booed a little bit, I think he'll genuinely like that because it's content, and he's like just a content machine, and it's fun. But 01 is going to be a lot of fun to watch return.
Well, obviously, this next matchup of Renegades versus 01 Esports is indeed going to be a rematch of the upper bracket quarterfinals that we had previously. 01 Esports previously winning out that match 3-1. So, I don't know, do you feel like Renegades would have had enough time to kind of revisit the drawing board, figure out what went wrong in the game versus 01 Esports, and ultimately correct it heading into this next matchup?
I think so. I think that's a really good confidence-inspiring match because, you know, although we were saying this would have been the first time an APAC team would have taken down any team that's, you know, competitive at Worlds, it's still a fantastic win for them. They still get the win. You know, no matter who it's against, you're still proud of that. I think as well, Fever, he played off against OSM. OSM was absolutely fantastic, and he went very close with AMS in the original series versus 01. It was 5-4. Separated by literally one goal. Yeah. Very, very close. I think Fever's going to be feeling fantastic. I hope he does anyway. 2 losses against 2 fantastic people. Turn it round, learn from them, bring it back for the 3rd.
Well, you should be a coach. You know, I was inspired.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel juiced up, ready to go and win a game.
No problem. Please, will you coach me through life?
I don't think I'm that good.
He does have a dog, so you know, he's doing all right.
I mean, wait. Right, Cregan, I'm intrigued. What do you mean by that?
You're responsible.
Right.
You're responsible for another living being. I feel like that is the ultimate life coach.
Sure.
Should we move on?
Yeah, let's move on swiftly. So, talk to me about standout players on the side of 01 Esports. Obviously, heading into this next matchup, who do you think the crowd are really going to be backing the whole way up against Renegade?
Oh, of course. I mean, if you weren't going to have a tournament in a region like this and not have the crowd backing you, you would be a bit worried about the local fans because they have been so loud already. We haven't even had Falcons yet on the stage.
Right, as soon as they're on, I know we're jumping ahead. I'm going in there.
Yeah,
getting a front row seat.
That's the next game. Right, be patient.
Yeah,
we have a series now.
Okay.
We get to watch this Renegades team versus 01 Esports, a rematch from the upper bracket, and get to see them try it themselves again.
I think AMS, for me, as the player they're going to be looking at, because he'll be taking on the 1v1. If they go to a 1v1, it might be a 2v2, whatever. But if AMS is on there, that crowd loves 1v1s. Yeah. They are adoring them. That's been the most excited I've seen them. When Roas was playing yesterday, they were going ballistic whenever he scored. And to see AMS, if he is playing that 1v1, it will be a sight.
Well, on that topic, do you think we will see a 1v1, or do you think they'll opt to go for a 2v2?
Well, it depends on who wins first game. So Renegades won the first game in the previous series, and then instantly 01 Esports chose 1v1. They know that Renegades 1v1 player in Fever isn't the strongest, although he did keep it to 1-goal game.
Very close.
But then when it comes to 2s, I mean, Renegades could throw any of the 3 of them in there. I've done a little bit of 2v2 private lobbying with them, and they're all class at 2s. You know, they grind it out. So I think 2v2 is the Renegades pick, 1v1 01's pick.
I would agree, yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting stuff. I certainly want to continue seeing the 1v1s coming out in full force. But heading into this next matchup, for the side of Renegades, how do you kind of combat the crowd support of 01 Esports? What is kind of the mentality here heading into this next game?
I think you put your fingers in your ears and you shout la 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 and you pretend like it's not happening.
They'll probably just make a joke about it.
I think they will.
They have such a good sense of humour that the moment the crowd starts cheering against them, they'll come up with a one-liner that will make them all giggle and they'll all go on and be fine.
I mean, the vibes, the thing is, I said it again when I was casting, you know, when I was chatting to Banks about this and he was like, okay, what am I going to say to CJ? I was like, you'll be fine. Like, they are just vibes, that entire team. I went over earlier and I was asking the other two, I was like, oh, where's CJ? I've not seen him yet. And they said, nah, you don't want to see him. I was like, it's just like mocking each other, having that fun, messing around. I think if they get booed, they'll lean into it. They'll call each other evil for scoring or something, and it would just be a lot of fun. I think they are one of the very few teams it will not affect even slightly.
Well, I know in that previous game that we just witnessed, at one point within the green room, it was CJ, and he had the clearest shot of his life, nobody contesting him, and he somehow missed.
He sent it into the corner, right?
Yeah,
And
that was a good one.
everybody all at once were like, that's classic
Okay, so
CJ. That's classic CJ.
I want to quote Direct, and he's going to hate me the fact I'm quoting this. He's our statistician in our LCS. He came up with a lovely little statement. We love his little statements. He went, Renegades are one of the best teams in OCE if they could finish their shots, which most of the time they don't seem to do. So that sums up Renegades. They're a great team, but they just struggle with shooting.
Yeah. But that was like the one big miss that CJ had. Again, I think he was fantastic in that series, but it was the fact that, you know, he went for that shot, he lined it up, and he just went bang, like over there. It was great.
I feel like it just keeps on reminding me of whenever I play. And I just feel like it's classic. And I love the fact that CJ is basically known for doing this time and time again. So I'm going to hop straight to it. What is your prediction, Mr. Gregon? I'll start with you.
That's your name, mate. Don't look at me. That's your name, mate. That's your name.
I think 0-1 are going to take it again, but this time it's going to go to Game 5.
I am going to say...
Wait, sorry, what score did you say?
Game 5, 0-1.
Okay.
It's going to be the same result, but closer.
Okay.
I'm feeling Renegades. I'm genuinely thinking that seeing...
All right, mate. Where's this come from?
I think that seeing CJ absolutely nail it in the 2v2 is outstanding. Why can't we see it a little bit more? CJ,
Why are you suddenly like a really posh Australian guy? I don't know what's going to go on.
I don't know, man.
Well, mate, we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Your turn.
No, we already agreed that I am not doing the accents again, okay? My accents are absolutely terrible, but I am curious to hear from the team themselves. But before we can do that, we need to get down to the nitty-gritty. It is finally time for our elimination game between these two teams. It is indeed going to be the side of Renegades taking on 0-1 Esports. Let's hope that the arena can make some noise.
أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، جروب دي قربنا نعرف مين اللي بيتأهل فيه ومين اللي بيطلع. زي ما احنا شفنا كثير من الفرق اللي طلعوا، صراحة كانت يعني النتائج حقتهم غريبة شوي، مفاجئة لنا وبنفس الوقت حماسية جدا ومعطية جو مرة كثير في المباريات. ولكن جروب دي لازم نعرف مين اللي بيكون فائز فيه، لأن احنا عارفين قد ايش هو ثقيل. والمباراة هذه بعد ما تخلص فريق من الفريقين راح يطلع وفريق ثاني راح يستمر معنا الى النهائيات، بيكون اقرب اكثر واكثر انه يتاهل للبلاي اوفز، لانه من كل جروب راح يطلع فريقين فقط. اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، لا نطول عليكم اكثر من كذا، خلونا نرجع نرحب فيهم في المسرح مره ثانيه، فريق 01 اي سبورتس.
One game down for their opponents, but remember, it takes 3 wins in a row to make it out of this lower bracket. Coming off the back of a win literally 10 minutes ago, please welcome back to the stage, Renegades. Who is going to be able to keep the win streak running? Is it going to be the men on their home turf or the boys from Australia? Only time will tell. Let's throw it back over to Analyst Desk to bring us into this next match.
مباراة عالمية أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور راح نشوفها بعد شوي، والشيء الجميل في الموضوع إن كل الفريقين تكلمنا معاهم وكلهم معتمدين على حماس الجمهور إنه هو اللي يبي يخليهم يشتعلون في المباراة. فخلونا نشوف وش اللي ممكن يقدمونه كل الفريقين في المباراة المصيرية هذه، ومين منهم يبي يكمل معنا ومين منهم يتوقف مسيرته على طول مع المحللين.
All I can really say is seeing the Renegades boys walk out grinning from ear to ear. Just, you can't help but smile seeing that kind of enthusiasm, that positivity. Oh, and the little heart as well.
Oh, their coach is a legend. He's got a great podcast. I'm going to give a shout out to his podcast. Went on it and he just talks all things behind the scenes with esports. He's actually not from a Rocket League background. He's got a performance psychology background, worked in other esports. He's come in and he's all about the good vibes for the team. So it's really interesting how different teams take on that coach role across Rocket League, whether they go for a game person or an out-of-game person.
It's a fantastic, idea to just have somebody who, with that team, they are pure good vibes, but you need to keep that up. Realistically, if they start to get down and, things are going against them, which realistically, Renegades, there have been a lot that has gone against them historically, you need someone to bring them back up to that level, to be happy, to just keep them going, and in the right way for each individual player. It's not a blanket rule.
Now, watching those two teams walk out, what did you make of 01 Esports? Did you think you kind of got the vibe of some positivity, of some incredible confidence, or do you think Renegades are coming off the back of their victory looking incredibly, confident and on fire pretty much?
I mean, they're both feeling pretty confident right now because they've just come off of a win. Obviously the last game went in favor of 01 Esports, but historically the teams who are closely matched, when one of them wins, the next time they face off, it goes the other way because it's really easy for you to adapt and learn and overcome versus a team that you've lost to.
Yeah, and also knowing that it's one thing to think, okay, we beat them before, we'll try and do the same thing again, compared to, oh, we lost before, let's try and do something different, and then you have something very deliberate to adapt against. So 01 definitely do not have it easy here by any means. As we said, it went 3-1, it could have easily gone 3-2.
And on the side of 01 Esports, Mossen was one of those players that we definitely kept an eye on. I believe we gave him MVP of the match series.
Could have given it to all of them as well,
There we go. So do you think Mossen is going to be pretty much the player to keep an eye on throughout the duration of this matchup once again against Renegade?
Well, it's really going to come down to the threes because one's you got AMS, AMS, he's going to be looking to dominate in that. And then Mosin as Onyx, they took on the twos. So between the three of them, they've taken on different roles within the twos and the ones. When it comes down to it, Renegade should be the better team in threes with the experience they've got.
Theoretically, but then we've seen how well the MENA teams do. We've seen the incredible nature they seem to just have on this stage here at Gamers8. It's like they were, a lot of them we say they're built for this competition, but some teams they just are. Some teams are making do a little bit hodgepodge, and 01.
Hodge?
Little bit hodgepodge. Is that not
translate that for everyone at home?
Yeah, that's a good point. A little bit, wibbly wobbly.
Wibbly wobbly.
I've heard wibbly wobbly, hodgepodge, and I'm pretty sure at one point you also said we had an icky bracket.
I did say we had an icky bracket. Yeah, you'll get used to me at some point, I'm sure.
I gotta say, I absolutely love the different phrasing, but I'm gonna throw it over to our two casters. Hopefully they can give us some new interesting phrases as well as we head on into Renegades versus 01 Esports.
Oh, we want some interesting phrases, do we? After Stumpy has put forward hodgepodge into the conversation. Johnny, any interesting Scottish phrases you want to bring forth?
He's beaned it.
Beaned it. Now that is old school.
That's not really even a Scottish phrase. It's just a Marky
not.
Duda phrase.
It
But
is.
Marky Duda is present in Riyadh. His team is through to the top 8 as one of the top seeds from the group guild, making it through already. So well done to them.
I was going to go for lunch with Marky Duda earlier, and as he came out, he got absolutely swamped by fans wanting to get his signature and wanting to just take pictures of him. I know, exactly. It's like this region has wanted to be part of Rocket League for so long that somebody who was a Season 2 world champion, was active right at the beginning of the game and huge in it, is still like people going, oh my god, it's Marky, it's Marky. I loved it. But that was then, this is now, and right now we have a rematch between 01 Esports and Renegades. Renegades who rode their luck somewhat against Gaming Gladiators just now.
Well, they were really tested. They were the heavy favorites there, and like CJ said in the post-match interview, they were really putting a lot of pressure on themselves to not lose to APAC South. They don't want to be the first OCE team to lose to an APAC team. And just like you mentioned there as well, they don't want to lose to South America. They want to keep these undefeated streaks going. So they've done that. You know, Renegades are still going strong. Haven't lost to APAC, haven't lost to South America yet. We'll have to see if they can continue through this tournament and through the wildcard and keep that streak alive. But here, they're up against a team who sent them to the lower brackets, so they're underdogs. I think they're going to prefer that. They don't really want to be the favorites. OCE don't really have a lot of experience being favorites in international events. But O1 Esports took a pretty tough loss to Dignitas in uppers to start off. You know, to follow up their win against Renegades yesterday, they got destroyed 7-1, 5-3, 3-1 in 3 consecutive games. And they, you know, started off pretty well today against All Mid, but this is going to be a big test.
Well, actually, that's what I was going to say. It was the start that they were most slow against All Mid, losing it in overtime in that 0-0, really tight in a 3v3. And I mean, it's 3v3 where surely Renegades will be most confident. I feel like in a series like this, where they've already lost it, they'll know that they'll be slightly weaker in the 2s and 1s. They have to get themselves off with a victory right here. If they are to guarantee themselves $50,000, already $25,000 guaranteed for both these two teams. But Renegades have to start well, surely.
Yeah, Renegades got the game 1 win in the previous matchup these two teams played. Renegades took 3v3. That's a fantastic play in the back corner by Fever, putting together a wall dash and an outplay at the same time. O1 Esports, they are just the benchmark team for the Middle Eastern region, as Fever just slots in an opening goal quite easily. In fact, I thought there would be a third man back for that one after seeing how simple the shot looked, but Am's unable to get in between the ball and the goal. There's no one in the net either.
Fever, who is one of the standout players in OCE right now, you know, been wanting to get involved in these lands for such a long time during the RLCSX season, his breakout one. So good to see him getting involved straight away. And considering the last time O1 Esports opened up a series against All Mid, it was an 0-1 loss. That didn't even mean that pun, I swear. It was a 0-1 loss to All Mid in overtime. Maybe that's a really good start for Renegades.
Have to go and run back. We'll have to look, see if we can find out. Did they go down 1-0 in every single opening game? They may have done, because they've lost every single opening game that they've played in this tournament, every threes. But Ams has really got Cammy off guard with that pre-flip shot. Looks like Cammy is covered in the infield pass, but Ams managed to get under the ball, across it, and sneaks it in the near post instead.
A slight mistake there from CJ. Sorry, excuse me. A slight mistake there from CJ in the corner, and Ams just completely punishes him straight away. They have the mechanics to be able to make the most of any situation like that. So Renegades, for all their love of missing the ball and whiffing it and making the most from it, gonna have to make some clean connections. Quite there, could be another chance. Zazonix against CJ. That one maybe is falling to Kami, but it is doinked away. And now Kami has to get a defensive touch instead.
Oh, this is a great chance, but just out of reach for CJ. He's spiraling in for the redirect. Talked previously about the potential rematch of Gladiators Renegades at Worlds Wildcard. Well, you're currently looking at another potential Worlds Wildcard matchup. O1 Esports sneaking in as the 3rd Middle Eastern team at the Worlds event, with Falcons going straight into the main event. Veloce and O1 representing MENA at the wildcard. This is such great experience for them to face off against another team who have had multiple international lands throughout the season. Love that from Austin, just parking in front of his opponent, really hindering the recovery.
There was a beautiful tweet from O1's coach who said that Falcons had promised them they would unlock that 3rd world spot.
They said pack your bags.
Eastern region. Yeah, exactly.
But when they went to the line, they said pack your bags. We're taking you to Texas with us.
And they were right. And not just to Texas, now on home soil, they'll be playing in front of that home crowd. Absolutely loving them, but they do have more defending to do now. Lovely play from Fever again, who, despite not playing in the 2v2 just now against Gaming Gladiators, is starting pretty hot in this 3v3.
O1, like I said, are just that, they're the benchmark team for Middle East. They've not had the best end to their season, finishing off the spring split 6th place in Middle East. So many teams rising to the occasion. That was almost a great pass there, not read well by Renegades on the follow-up. O1 have been so consistent throughout the year. That's why they're going to the World's Wildcard event. You know, 6th place spring, they led, before that they finished off 2nd place in fall split. I believe it was 3rd or 4th in the winter, so they've been consistent enough. That's what the RLCS format rewards throughout the year. But it's really showing the talent Mina's got, that the number 6 team from Spring is taking it to Renegades for the second time.
That's a good punt forward there from Kami to get Renegades back on the attack after doing some good defending. CJ had a tough question asked of him by Mossan with the air dribble. He was able to answer it pretty well, and now Renegades can come forward again. Fever, who's getting all sorts of involved in the early stages of this series. For once, one of these Renegades long, lofting, angled passes doesn't really go anywhere. CJ does manage to get it again. So Zonix not do too much with that one. Fever's coming forward. Renegades just venturing into that O1 Esports half. Of course, they have to be wary of the mechanics from O1 Esports, and they also have to be wary of poor touches like that, which can be punished, and misses. But CJ was waiting for it.
It's been a solid comeback from O1 to bring back game 1. They're trying to do something they haven't done yet this tournament. That's just take a first game in a series. For once, see what their opponents choose in terms of game modes against them. Renegades looking to bait them into the back corner. Boost is looking good for Renegades. The counter-attack, absolutely a threat. CJ jumps on top of a loose clear, but that's a much better one from Sonics now as he teams up with Mawson to clear the ball long. It's end-to-end stuff here. Neither team being too cheeky, but Mawson actually off the ball there, getting involved in the bump.
Despite losing the opening game against Renegades last time, they did win the second 3v3, so it's not a 3v3 issue per se. It's just starting these series slowly, but they have done a little bit better this time.
Yeah, same thing versus Mid.
Yeah, so got a couple of them. Fever's going to go underneath this one, wants to flick it on, but not quite able to. Mossan slows things down. He's got boost as well. Can he get it over the top with the Renegades defense? No, more good defending from Karma, but it does fall to Sazonix. Fever is not quite going to get there in time, and Ams, he certainly will.
Confident finish from Ams. Kami expecting a 50, gets beaten to it. Zonix jumps to send the ball into the backboard, and Fever gets dusted on the rebound. That's Renegades' talisman. Just not getting goal side quickly enough. They've got 18 seconds left in the game, and they currently trail.
It's the tough situation for Renegades. You'd expect they'd have to win this first game to really have a strong chance in this series, and they can see it getting away from them already. It's a very, very tough format if you lose this first game. CJ knocks it down, but it's only as far as Mossan. Can he finish it here? Yes, he can. The simplest double touch of his career, but it's all they need to secure this first game.
O1 Esports just a more consistent team here, just dissecting Renegades in the closing stages of the game as Renegades panicked on a couple of defensive plays. Now the really bad news for Renegades as they lose game 1 is that I think they're actually the underdogs in both of the other matchups. We saw wins for O1 Esports in 1v1 and 2v2 earlier on today against All Mid. We saw wins in both of those matchups versus Renegades yesterday. One of them's coming up, and I don't know what the pick is, to be honest. I mean, Fever gave it a good go against AMS yesterday, but he didn't have the best run at it against OSM earlier on, so he probably isn't feeling too confident about the 1v1, but when it came to 2v2, O1 Esports actually won that one pretty comfortably, 5-1 against Renegades yesterday, so there isn't really a clear pick here. Renegades are in a massive pickle here, but does Fever have the confidence? That's pretty much all it is. Renegades are just going to be asking Fever right now, do you want to go for the 1v1 now? It's coming up later if we're going to win the series. You're doing it at some point. When do you want to give this a go?
I mean, there's also the question of, do you want to go for the 2v2? Because earlier on, Fever was not involved for Renegades. It was Kami and CJ, which was a decision that had me scratching my head. But what did I know? Because they ended up winning that one quite well against Gladiators. But surely Fever, he is their most mechanical player. He is their best player, the one that, at least in his own region, the players against him fear the most. So you'd expect that he would be needed to step up here if they are to turn their tide of 2v2.
Well, you know, that did look like game face from Kami, so smelling a 2v2 coming here, as saw a couple of very serious looking postures on the O1 Esports side of the stage as well. We're about to find out what Renegades have chosen. They lost 5-1 in the 2v2 matchup yesterday, but you know, that was definitely O1 running up the score as Renegades took risks, and Renegades are going to give it another go. Fever waiting with the 1v1 until later, and what a start! A kickoff goal for Renegades. Close sheet, works out wonderfully.
Yeah, it's Kami and CJ again. They've been trusted. They've got the sticks between their hands, and CJ with the perfect kickoff. Kami was there. Mossan nowhere near that ball. The perfect start for Renegades to turn this one around, because, as you mentioned, Johnny, it was a pretty comfortable win in the 2v2 yesterday against Fever and CJ. It was 5-1, so maybe that's why. Maybe Fever feels like his playstyle isn't particularly effective against the O1 Esports boys, or maybe just a loss of confidence, but And you have to go
what
against
shot.
him, and that is a shame.
Wow.
He's sneaking in past Kami, and it's 1-all.
Zizonix and Mawson teaming up for a brilliant rebound here. Bouncing back from an early kickoff goal, but it's all about placement there, 20 kilometers per hour. One of the slower shots you're going to see from a clean hit. I mean, sometimes we see shots like that speed off 50-50s, but Zizonix knew it was all about placement there, with the second man being demoed.
Kami's going to want to slow this one down, but he's intercepted there. Mosan is the recipient. A huge booming clear, but it's an accurate one to Zizonix. CJ in that corner is going to want to try and close things down as much as possible, but Kami is left a little bit isolated right there. CJ definitely committed, but it wasn't too bad for now. He might be able to get this one. Let's just keep a close eye on Zizonix. That one goes high. Renegade certainly not looking overawed so far. Perhaps Kami and CJ is a better choice than poor old Fever. Zizonix challenges into that one, and Renegades, they're having a lot of ball control, but not really making O1 Esports sweat too much just yet. Lots of central play.
Yeah, this is a game that O1 Esports want to be playing. They want to really make this into a challenge game, into a ground game. They want as many 50-50s as possible. That's something they've dominated. The Middle Eastern region has really become known for, but that's an open net. What an outplay by Renegades, and the follow-up from Kami is good.
It was CJ who was up so early and then gets this challenge. He stayed up, actually, got the second touch. Zizonix did not read it, did not back the old boy to have the mechanics to get that one forward, and then after that point, Kami had the easiest job in the world to slot it home.
Yeah, phenomenal recovery by CJ. Zizonix thought it was a free ball, but he thought wrong. Mawson looking to just block CJ here, who has the boost advantage. I mean, that's a really nice play by Mawson, just to give Zizonix the possession. Now he's in a 1v1. Kami with the save to the top corner. All that comes from Mawson, just staying active in the play with no boost, manipulating the exchange towards his teammate.
Early shot as well from Zizonix. Another one seems to be going for those quite a lot, trying to take Renegades unawares. So far it's not happening, and Kami is stepping up to him, not showing their, you know, more fabled 2v2 opponents too much respect. CJ, another good clearance, almost bounces over the top of O1 Esports again, playing very far forward. And these challengers can bounce over their heads, but there's always chaos in the air when CJ's around. That one goes above his own goal, and thankfully for Renegades, shouldn't lead to too much danger unless O1 Esports can force it.
Yeah, CJ probably yelled back past there, so it was fine. Still counts. His defense has been unbelievable so far in these 2v2s today. He's completely nullifying Gladiators in the earlier round, and now doing the same thing to O1 Esports. This is a team they were crushed by. Huge read by Kami. He dunks in the finish as well. 3-1 Renegades. They are clinical in this 2v2 matchup.
I must say, I did not see this coming at all, but the mechanics for Renegades surprising O1 Esports time and time again, and that was just clean as you like from Kami. He did all the hard work of getting the read, going up early, and getting that first touch. After that point, the finishing touch was pretty much a gimme, but he'd earned that right. Zizonix can also earn the right to get their team back in the game, but still unable to do so as half the game has gone already. O1 Esports find themselves a couple down. Can Renegades keep defending? You feel that O1 Esports will put more pressure on. Kami with more brilliant defending. And somehow Renegades, something else they're doing really well. They're keeping a lot of boost. They're not looking starved by O1.
Yeah, they did this against Gladiators. They just defended and defended and defended, waited for opportunities, waited for the overextensions. But with O1, it's not really been about capitalizing on O1 overextending. It's been about intercepting at key moments and quickly counter-attacking with precision. Less than 2 minutes to go. It's going to be a fourth, surely, but no way. It's an open net miss by a mile from CJ.
Yeah.
And it's good to get it out of your system in a game you're already winning, but that should have been 4-1.
I think he had more time than he realized as well. Thought he had to go for that one as quickly as he could, but actually, there's a bit of a mix-up from the O1 Esports players, and CJ could have done something with it. He's also a little bit boost-starved here. I think he's grateful to see that ball land rather than have it being aerialed away above his head. And in front of him, he's still searching for some boost, so Renegade's struggling right now. Kami's pretty much all alone. CJ will get that 100. O1 Esports still have that ball buried, camped deep in Renegade's territory, but maybe another runaway chance here. CJ, his shot is just high and wide, but just another example of how Renegades are winning this.
And they're just buying time here. CJ focusing on the recovery, staying active, but that's a great counter. Well defended by Kami. Final minute is approaching. 0-1. About to suffer a loss in a game mode they dominated in the previous matchup between these two teams.
Kami just wants to boom this one away. If he gets a good clearance, it will waste more time and maybe let Renegades in as well. No one have good boost right now, though. And they still got time. 50 seconds, 2 goals. These 2-goal swings can happen so quickly in this game mode. Sazonix is met by Kami again. His decision-making has been flawless, only going in when the time is right. I mean, you say they want the 50-50 game, Johnny, but Kami is making it so that Renegades are not losing in that regard.
He's definitely left alone here. Sazonix looking for the air dribble bump. Kami's got it covered. That is a great save. Just deflecting the ball into the back corner. He was left alone a bit there. CJ out of position, but when they have had to do a bit of solo defending, they've done so confidently. CJ had a really nice interception earlier on, and I think he should have a save on this demo. It's going to be tough for him to get back and get Zeki, but he does. Renegades are poised to tie up the series from a 2v2 unless we're not going to get any last-second magic from O1 Esports. They have been caught off guard several times in this game by Renegades, who have just picked up their second 2v2 win in 2 consecutive series. CJ, and Kami, the duo to get it done for the OCE team.
The break of serve is returned in this fascinating game of tennis. You know, you feel that Renegades have to win the 3v3, they lose it. You think that the 2v2 has to then be won by O1, they lose that. So both times these results go in the opposite of what we expected. Leaves this in a really interesting position. Going back into the 3v3, surely Renegades come into this one with a lot more confidence.
You know, looking at the confidence that Renegades had in Game 5 against their previous opponents in this group, I think they're Gladiators. I think they're going to have the better Game 5 in this matchup. You know, O1 Esports, once they get rolling, have been unstoppable. They won 3 straight against Renegades in the upper bracket. They won 3 straight against All Mid in the lower bracket. Now they've won once and lost once, so it's really turned around.
We also saw earlier on with Anchor versus Rogue, where Rogue were just not at the races at all in the first or second 3v3. But after Taroko had dragged Rogue pretty much single-handedly into a Game 5 decider, suddenly we saw the real them. They weren't this terrified trio camping at the back. They were actually taking the fight to their opponents, and they ended up winning that deciding game by 2-0. So Renegades can do something similar here. They've just won that 2v2. They've built up some momentum. Fever, their most mechanical player who was watching on, you can see his picture there grayed out from the sidelines. Now he comes back into existence. They have him back on the pitch. Hopefully they can drag him up to the standards that he's been showing all season over in OCE. But for O1 Esports, for them, they can step up so much more than that. They will have a point to prove after losing that 2v2.
Well, that's a great try by Ams with the ceiling reset at the end of an air dribble. The double went straight down. You know, O1 Esports did pretty comfortably win the 3v3 in Game 1, so I don't think they're going to be in any kind of panic at the moment, especially with Ams having the favoured 1v1 matchup against Fever later on in the series. If Renegades can win this, that does put the pressure on O1. Suddenly, Ams, being the favourite, is only to tie the series, not to win it.
Here's Sazonix clearing that one away. Kami up so quickly again. The man is possessed today, absolutely playing with huge amounts of force behind him. Fever is there beating them. That could be a flip reset, but instead he rotates out, and it's won well by Sazonix again, doing a lot of work in defense. It's been a little bit quiet so far for me this series. He gets involved with a touch and another one. Can he take control of this one? No, goes for the instant shot. It's onto the backboard. Kami's asked a question, and the clearance, not only is it clean, it's also as far as Fever, which means that Renegades can begin to push their way back out, get some boost, and slow down yet another O1 Esports attack. But wait a second, here's Ams going underneath Kami. Is he? No, not quite. Again, Kami, his pre-jumping has been superb.
Yeah, class on the challenge there from Renegades. Ams was faking because he didn't have any boost. That was the only option he had. Oh, that's a bit of a miss. Now Ams in a 1v1 with Fever. Might see a bit more of that later. He's 50-50'd under him. Sneaks a shot into the post. CJ's pitched it off the post. You know, I'm actually delighted we see a goal here because check out this save on the replay. How did CJ keep this one out? That is fantastic, but it pitches off the wrong in the wrong direction. Bounces back into the middle and is eventually scored.
So near yet so far for Renegades, but Mosan does give O1 Esports a lead. A much needed one as well. Well, that sparks some life into them. Sazonix wants to double up quickly. Fever is there heading backwards. Lots of that right now. O1 Esports taking control and Renegades having to scuttle back to goal. CJ from the side, a huge clearance, opens up loads of space. Can he get this one goalwards? He can at the start. Mosan cleans up for now, and then a huge challenge into the opposite corner. So Renegades, after going behind, show a little bit of a sign of life, but it's still 1-0 to O1 Esports.
Yeah, O1 just continuing to win out when it's about mechanics, when it's about consistency. I think Renegades have got a ton of flair to their game. Their aggression has really helped them in 3v3 all throughout this season, but O1 are just starving them right now. They're not really giving them any angles to work with, not giving them any opportunities to work with. When you're so solid in the challenge game, and when you're pre-jumping like this, I mean, what on earth is that read from Mawson?
It might backfire though. Fever here has a chance to shoot that one. He scored these angles before on home territory, coming to it at a LAN. I think it was on target, but it was well saved by the O1 Esports defense. Here he comes again, Fever, getting these angles, these horrific angles to defend, just forcing all sorts of struggles in defense. Touch from CJ up against the Zonics, but it's O1 Esports that are looking to be more likely to take control, whereas Renegades are looking a little bit more explosive, sort of the opposite of what I expected coming into this 3v3. Fever goes under, gets another touch, well cleared by Zonics.
Yeah, O1 Esports still teaming up great on the challenges. We see one player constantly jumping on any Renegades play. Oh, that's a great double as well by Ams. He's gotten back to this at quite a spectacular angle. Steals the boost in the back corner. Mawson sends it middle, and check that out from Ams. He's just full faith in Mawson to get that center off the backboard. Pounces on it, and that's not the first time we've seen that confidence in each other from O1 Esports as they jump up to rebound quickly. Renegades really struggling in 3v3 against Middle East's representative here, the home crowd favorite.
Yeah, they're not getting itchy either. There was a good piece of communication to allow Zonics in. I think it was Mossan who was turned away from it. Zonics gets in there and it ends up leading to a goal for them. Not great defending from Renegades, but good attacking play from O1 Esports straight off the kickoff. Really putting their foot on the accelerator right now. Potentially seeing this game away and setting up a 1v1 opportunity to take the series and take them up to that lower bracket final.
Real disaster here for Renegades' mental game. Had a chance to talk to them after their loss to O1 yesterday, and they just had so much praise for the Middle Eastern team's 2v2 ability, but they didn't say anything about threes. Well, today it's been the other way around. They're just getting beaten in threes straight up. Neither, well, this game, I think the first game was closer, but it did get a bit comfortable for O1 at the end. Renegades struggling to break down the O1 defense. That's a great pass, but even that's denied by a last-ditch save. O1 holding Renegades to no goals. They're definitely scrambling right now, but they're making it work.
Oh, brilliant defending there. So good there from O1 Esports. Renegades just can't find a way through. If they had those chances 90 times, they'd score from probably 80 of them, but not when O1 Esports are standing up so tall against them, refusing to concede. Kami's dribbling around his own goal line. That's pretty dangerous. It might sneak its way in. CJ gets something on it to send it away, but it looks like O1 are going to be able to see this one away on the orange half. Every clearance absolutely massive for them. Ball control huge. 3 goals to the good. They'll already have half an eye on the 1v1. Will they be able to win this one to go to that lower bracket final? My goodness, how they would like the chance to play either Falcons or Dignitas later on in this, the group of death. It's what we all want to see. We want to see Am score again here, but we won't. Zonics was back though, and they're just seeing it away. Yeah, this has been a complete turnaround of what we expected from this series. And you have to give credit to both teams, but it's maybe not dead just yet.
Yeah, lovely reset double by Kami here. The Zonics tried to keep control in the back corner, but he was bumped off of it. Kami slots from a tight angle. Now, Renegades need a kickoff strategy here. They've got to come up with something. Because if O1 just get the ball into midfield play, the game is over. What are Renegades going to go for? Well, they're just going for the standard kickoff, and you know, versus a team that are known and a region that are known for anything to do with 50-50s. I've got to say that I don't really agree with that strategy myself. I mean, why would you choose to 50-50 a Middle Eastern team when you need a kickoff goal? Well, Renegades have not got one, and they do get a celebratory goal, or rather a consolation prize. Fever's got to win ones against AMS to keep them alive.
Yeah, that is going to be very tough. It really will be tricky, but yesterday in the 1v1 against AMS, Fever started off really well. I believe he went 2 goals ahead. AMS brought it back. AMS was then a couple of goals ahead. Fever brought it back again until there was a late winner. So by no means was it simple for AMS. Since then, AMS has been playing a lot more on this main stage. Fever has been stepping away from the 2v2, so maybe isn't feeling it his best. So everything is still set up for AMS and O1 Esports to take this one, but there is just a slight beam of light that Renegades can cling on to maybe get themselves to a 5th game in this series.
Oh, certainly. I mean, 1 goal difference is all the hope that you need, losing by just that one 5-4 score. And it was a solid performance from Fever. AMS is a player who is very consistent, as we've seen from O1 throughout the series. They're very solid, but he's usually more of a simple style when it comes to 1v1. And I think that's easier to download for Three's players. He's not the most aggressive player. He's not the most defensive player. He's very much middle of the ground in a lot of ways. But Fever's not going to need to worry too much about the aerial defense with AMS, which is a big advantage, I think. Might see physical play, but I think Fever definitely stylistically has a shot here, a lot more than against a player like OSM, who is just playing so unconventionally and surprising him at every angle.
They look calm as well, you know. Kami's there sharing a laugh. They're looking pretty chill, our Renegades.
Do you think Kami will step in? No way.
Nah, he was chuckling at Fever, going, ha ha ha, Fever, you're probably going to lose, but maybe not. That's what the chuckle was about. No way does Kami step forward in the 1v1s when Fever is there. I will eat my hat, Jonathan Boyington, if that's to be the case. We can only wait and see. You know, this is a point where we can't hear what the players are saying. All we can do is speculate as to what they're thinking, what's going through their heads. And every player has a different way of dealing with the situation, whether they're playing or on the sidelines, which in many ways is even more difficult. Do you sit there and stare, or do you do free play? And I think that the Renegades boys, they'll be watching Fever right now, rooting for him to see if he can cause this upset.
Oh yeah, AMS, the favorite in the rematch which he won yesterday. And that was a win to just tie the series, simply at that point. That this would be a win to win the series. 1v1, when it's all on the line, is all the more difficult. Now Fever playing the ball back. He's got a nice look behind him. Doesn't time the boost respawn to perfection. AMS actually stole it on spawn. Fever wasn't far off getting it.
Ooh, here we go though. Here's AMS with, that's where he wants to be, on that wall with 100-odd boost. Able to do something with it. The ground play incredibly comfortable. All these 01 Esports players. What can AMS do? Can he tempt Fever to make a rushed player a mistake or just overcommit? Fever so far isn't falling for the bait. We've seen a couple of fake challenges from AMS where he's hoping Fever will dodge into it, but Fever's managing to avoid that trap so far.
Ceiling challenge by Fever. He just connects on it. That's so important, because had that not made any contact, it would have been an open goal for a while for AMS. Probably just a direct shot on target, but the 50-50 still strong. Fever on the recovery. Demos AMS, who was lining up the open net.
Fever is clinging on. First with that amazing save from the ceiling, and then the recovery demo. Another fake challenge from AMS. Is Fever going to start to read these and begin to punish them? He might commit to this one. AMS is on the backboard. Should be able to stay behind it, and the floor pinch is good as well. Now he's got 100 boost again. So good with his boost control is AMS, but Fever might have just broken
he's
through.
going for
Can
this.
he get the finish? Yes, he can. Fever had to do some defending along the way, but he does take the first goal again.
He just controlled the 50 in the back corner. AMS is trying to maybe get a bump or a demo into Fever there without committing fully to the challenge, but it turned out he did commit to the challenge. Fever's got the deflection downfield. All smiles from the Renegades teammates as they just hope and pray that Fever can get them back into the series and give them a third shot at 3v3. Fever with a wave dash, and the quick shot has got another goal. It was AMS with the boost, but Fever with the play.
AMS predicted that Fever would leave him to it after that boost, but Fever ends up mixing up his speed, just going for the ball straight away, getting that, I love it in 1v1, that early free goal that you can get from a very aggressive challenge. There's always the point where it stops working when it gets predicted. But that was the freebie right there from Fever with that good decision making.
Yeah, he just didn't want to back up and give AMS a free shot. I think Fever's getting back to this. He is just and calmly just collects the ball on the goal line. He, could have easily panicked there. Many players would. It looks like AMS going to break him down anyway with the 100-0 boost advantage. But what a save from Fever. At least delaying the goal a little bit.
Well done, AMS, though. The good flick over the top of Fever, who was coming in. Knew that he was pretty much boost starved at that point, so it wouldn't be too difficult. And AMS gets himself back into this game. Can he make his tactical advantage count? The theory hasn't quite been working so far. The kickoff is won by Fever. He's got the boost. AMS will get the ball, though. So going into this corner. So what does Fever do? He had an early challenge earlier on. He worked so effectively. Does he slow things down now? Instead, it's just a clean 50-50. Bundles it all the way in, and Fever returns his 2-goal lead.
That's fantastic from Fever. Look at that challenge. Just squashes the ball, denying AMS any control of that exchange. Fever's really starting to get into the groove of the 50-50s now. Something that AMS and something that 01 Esports have been dominating every time we see these two teams play. It's Fever with the fake kickoff. AMS sees it, flicks it over, and Fever tried to be cheeky, but AMS shows him what's good.
Oh no. Didn't quite work, did it, Fever lad?
It wasn't the real convincing. I mean, I think just single jumping for the fake is not as convincing as dodging. So AMS saw that. He saw, well, you just simply didn't flip there, did you? So I'm not going to flip either.
Now, the real play would be to try it again if you're Fever. That would be a statement saying, I'm not scared of you, Ams, but he does have ball control. The flick should be a little bit high, but Ams did go for the save. He committed to it fully. Not sure he realized that one was going over. But he does have boost now and a bit of ball control. Fever's going to get that boost, and Ams is going to get some too. So both players near enough 100.
Oh!
Play here, but again, Fever lets Ams commit and then rolls it home.
He has just been so lethal from his back corner today. It's these little recoveries in the corner walls, on the side walls, the wave dashes from Fever, those little bursts of speed that have caught Ams off guard. Is once again, he is left in no man's land watching the ball roll into his net from a distance. Fever establishes a 2-goal lead, but a lot later in the game than the one he had yesterday. He's going to have a 3-goal lead here. Ams thought he could get the boost, but Fever runs away with it. It's 5-2.
Just the decision-making is better from Fever than from Ams right now. The crowd clearly against Fever, rooting for Ams to get back into it, but Fever is ignoring all of that, ignoring the fact that this would be a big upset, and ignoring the pressure that is currently on his shoulders. I don't want to go out to these OCE boys. Renegades, they fancy one more series at least, and one more game at least in this series. Fever again, he faked that he was going to go for the boost, and Ams realizes that that was the correct decision from the Australian.
With such a large lead, Fever just has to let the clock do the work for him here. He's been scoring a ton on open nets when Ams overextends, but when it comes to getting the ball past him, outplaying Ams, I think it's a different story. This is good to see that he's just keeping ball pressure, just letting the clock tick down. This puts so much pressure on Ams, who is a bit of a counter-puncher himself. Fever has wasted a ton of time, and he's still active here. He tried to get that boost as it spawns. Ams did get it on spawn, but he's really done well here to keep control of both back corner boosts. Ams with masterful timing. I don't know if Fever even realized that he got that first one. The pace from Fever, not just dependent on boost. He's kept up with Ams once again, and Ams can't fake Fever. Bumps him out the way. He's going to need to take this on a reversal. Look who's back. It's Fever.
Oh my goodness, so close for Ams to a chance, and eventually he just dangles that ball in front of Fever, then yoinks it away from him as soon as Fever commits.
That's a really good shot by Ams. Not much of a run-up, but he clatters it into the top corner. Perfect technique, but still 2 goals more to come back if Owen Esports are to finish this in 4. Ams does come away with, oh no he doesn't. It looked like he might get kick-off possession. Fever, once again with that burst of speed, has got control.
And he's going to slow it down as well. Then take the snapshot, so wasting a few more seconds. A huge pinch for his own backboard from Ams. There's Banks in the corner. How you doing, mate? Hope you're well. Ams is going to take that one to the bank. Huge clearance, and then the goal to take this one within 1.
Fever has been thriving in the defensive corner. He has been the counter-attacker. He's been surprising Ams in the exact same position that we saw Ams surprise Fever there. So I think that's what Fever needs to do here, to stick to what's working, stick to what he's comfortable with. I think trying to press the advantage is leaving opportunities now for Ams to play his style, but once again, Fever's beaten him to the boost. This is the second time this game that he has completely surprised Ams with his kickoff prowess.
It just works time and time again for Fever. He is the master of the mid boosts. Ams is trying dodging, he's trying leaving it, he's trying taking his time, he's trying rushing it, and no matter what he tries, Fever just seems to have the read on Ams from this kickoff. And you know, there's still a lot of time for 2 goals, but that 2-goal advantage will feel so much better than the 1-goal advantage that Fever just had.
Is Ams going to have the confidence for the wall play? Yes, he is. No reset yet, but one might be coming. He plays for the double instead, and he secures it. Fever's expecting him to go low. Ams goes high and puts it back to a 1-goal difference.
So good right there from Ams. He saw what Fever was expecting and just did the complete opposite, and again brings it back to 1. The nerves will be unlike anything they have experienced before. $25,000 extra minimum goes to the winner of this series.
That from Fever, though, the wave dash recoveries. He's done it again. He just keeps beating Ams to those mid boosts.
Oh, and another huge chance here. Ams saves it well and gets some boost as well. So Fever's going to have to go back. Here's Ams, takes a dribble. Can he get the flick over the top of Fever? Yes, he can. Is that one going in? Yes, it is.
Wow.
It's 6-all.
That is disgusting from Ams. Fever faked a challenge right up next to him, and Ams didn't blink. He says, no, I don't think you're really going for the ball there. And to make matters worse for Fever, who tried to really reverse into a challenge immediately afterwards, Ams predicted that as well. He predicted the fake challenge, he predicted the real one, and ties the game.
But kickoffs have been the domain of Fever. That one, he's going to get some boost control as well. Slow it down. There's a chance for a shot here. Does he flick it over the top? He does, but Ams commits nice and quick. But where is he now? He's there again. 20 seconds left. This could be next goal wins territory.
You're joking. Oh my
Ams is in the sky. Fever tries to keep it low. Doesn't let Ams even begin to block that one away. Maybe Fever with control of this ball to the end, unless Ams can nip it past him. Oh, Fever almost loses it. Still might. Just wants to see overtime now, I think, does Fever. Ams wants to kill it before that happens. And I think we are going to a deciding goal right now. Huge kickoff coming up, Johnny.
Ams and Fever closer than yesterday's matchup. And the kickoff does again go Fever's way with the wave dash. He's going to get it on target, and he wins 6 seconds in to send us to Game 5.
One of the best 1v1s we've had so far in Gamers8. A massive, massive moment. Nerves of steel from Fever. Understandably getting pats on the back right there. This is the player who's been sitting out of the 2v2s today, and then he performs in the 1v1 like that.
Amazing. I mean, in the previous round, OSM really put a clinic up against Fever and dominated kickoffs, but in this game it was Fever who was showing up with the kickoff strats every single time that Ams thought he could beat Fever to a mid boost and keep control of the ball. Fever would nip in front of him with that wave dash recovery. Fantastic stuff, really showing that he is not just here to, you know, throw random plays at the wall and see what sticks. No, he's coming with a plan here, and he managed to beat Ams to the punch several times. Gets the upset, gives Renegades a third chance at 3v3.
It is nothing more than that, a chance, because in both 3v3s so far, it's been won by 0-1 by 3 goals to 1. Renegades just have been a little bit slower, not been as confident or as aggressive than 0-1, and not been as mechanically good either.
Well, what about Renegades Game 5? This is something we saw from them earlier. The best 3v3 performance against Gladiators was that Game 5. They had to come back from behind multiple times in Game 1 against Gladiators in their first 3v3 they played. They lost the second one, but then Game 5 they dominated. They were just the clearly better team when the pressure was on. And just like that round 1 matchup in the lower bracket, Renegades have got so much more LAN experience than 0-1 in front of crowds like this with this much money on the line. This is something that they've experienced and that they're more familiar with. 0-1 have beaten them twice so far this series in 3s. And Renegades break that streak. Early chance for CJ, but will be deflected wide.
The crowd need to get behind 0-1 Esports right now because it does make such a huge difference. F16 against FaZe yesterday. FaZe could barely hear themselves think. Such was the volume of support for F16 going on inside that arena. So I'm sure the same will be happening right now. 0-1 Esports representing Saudi Arabia up against Renegades. CJ is going to leave that one to Zazonix. Kami's coming in, steaming, sending that ball away. Renegades just want a foothold in this 3v3. They've never taken the lead in either of these games. So what they want to do is just make their presence known.
We heard from CJ in his winner's interview earlier on. They really do take these regional rivalries seriously. When they can hold APAC to constant losses, they're proud of that fact. When they can beat South America over and over again, they're proud of that as well. Now, they've never lost to a Middle East team in 3 consecutive 3v3s. They'll be really trying to win this, not just to advance in this tournament, but to keep up that regional rivalry and to say, well, hey, you know, we didn't lose to Mina.
Lovely challenge there from Mossan. Just though it was looking like Renegades were going to be able to put the squeeze on 0-1 Esports. Mossan sent it all the way down the other side. Now CJ is sending it forwards again. There's always a player in front of the ball for Renegades. That's what I love about them. Kami now as CJ in the center. Aggressive positioning from him. But Fever was heading back. Gets demoed for his trouble, so Ams can send it high. But then Ams gets taken out as well. All sorts of carnage on the pitch. Tires everywhere. Rubble and rubber currently adorning the grass. Champions first, not Champions Field, but of this map right now. Kami's going to get it away.
It's similar. DFH Stadium lacking that giant trophy.
Yeah.
It's got a giant car, giant Octane to one side of the field, but no giant cup. So.
And no announcer. That's the real problem.
No
Where's
announcer.
Shogun when you need him?
We do need Shogun. As always. Renegades looking a lot better in this 3v3 than they did in the prior 2. They've had the majority of the pressure. Backing 0-1 Esports into a corner. This is what they did to Gladiators. They just continued to play their game, whereas Gladiators deteriorated somewhat when we got to the last match of the series, that ace match. And 0-1 likewise, haven't looked anywhere near as threatening, but those 50-50s, man, they continue to be scary. Renegades have to be careful.
They have to be careful, but they're also very quick to the air. Fever beating out 1 or 2 there. Ams is beaten as well by Fever. CJ couldn't quite get in on time. Will be able to make something of a nuisance of himself on the rotation out. And just wants control of this ball. Fever up again so quickly. Renegades showing that fearlessness, which has seen them beat Furia twice in recent majors. Coming up against teams that are favorites against them in 3v3s with the odds stacked against them. Still winning, but Mossan, he's got control of the ball here. Kami goes underneath here, and Mossan goes solo and gets the lead for 0-1.
Mossan with a high pop, a reset, a mind game, and a finishing touch. That little touch from Kami actually did not help Fever at all. It accelerated the ball over the top of him. Massive play after the demo left Renegade scrambling in defense. 0-1 lead once again.
CJ is going to win this kickoff though. Still a couple of minutes, the pressure this high. Mossan on the backboard gets a couple more touches. He's playing really well in this 5th game. Zonics leaves it for AMS. Good decision making there for 0-1 Esports. Still talking and communicating. CJ though.
Okay.
Where's the defense gone?
Yeah, CJ capitalizing on a lapse of concentration there for 0-1 Esports. Zonics was rotating to mid boost on one side. Mossan was rotating to a back corner boost that wasn't there. No one covering the net. A little bit of a communication breakdown. Renegades are all over it.
0-1 Esports, they would have really thought they would see that one away after taking the lead, but Renegades punished their first defensive mistake to bring themselves equal. Zonics away. Fever towards CJ. Wants to get in the way, but AMS comes out of it all by himself. Good touch there from Kami. Does he dribble? Does he pass? Fever's there in front of him. It is the pass, which Mossan was reading. Kami now around the corner. Will the ball fall to a Renegades player? Not this time. AMS. He booms it away towards CJ, who gets a little bit of a nervy prod towards his own goal. I think it's a bit too close to Kami for my liking. We'll leave a lot of space here for 0-1 Esports to attack into. Mossan, will the touchdown go to one of his teammates? It won't. Fever's in there. Is there a defender?
Oh!
No, there's not. It's wide this time. CJ can't get the read, and Kami is too far back.
Communication, a real problem here for 0-1 Esports as Mossan tried to pass downwards. No one was there. And then you turn around, no one's covering the net either. It's really a big problem. A CJ now looking for the 1v3 dribble. 1 minute to go. It's Renegades who are advancing, looking the more threatening. And it's one more chance, perhaps. No, CJ beaten to the punch.
Oh, this could be a massive redirect from Zonics. Instead, he goes for a flip reset, but it's shepherded away again from Fever. Suddenly playing with full confidence. Just what his Renegades teammates want from him. With 40 seconds left.
Oh, it's
Someone's
open.
got to step up, but it's completely open for Zonics. 0-1 Esports on the cusp of taking this decider.
And can they beat Renegades 3 times in a row in 3v3? This is 0-1 Esports, the number 6 team for the spring split in MENA against OCE's number 3. They are trying to prove to the world that there's more to this region than Falcons.
The kickoff goes the way of Renegades. If they can get this ball, no, they can't. So it's Mossan that wins it. CJ's just a little bit lost right there, going for a wave dash. The redirect could have been so dangerous, but it's still 2-1. CJ needs to win this one. He does. Fever wants to make the most of it, but AMS comes in. Kami again, they're turning around Renegades, not quite attacking this ball with full momentum. A little bit stretched, it could be going in. CJ's save is good. Onto the hood of Kami. He has a player in the center again, but they just can't find it. 0-1 Esports reading everything that Renegades are trying with 10 seconds left. CJ wants to go solo, wants to just win these 50-50s, but the 50-50 game from Mossan is too strong. Renegades need some 0-second magic. Is it gonna happen? Maybe still. CJ's up, redirects it, but what a read that was from Zonics.
Wow.
To win the game for 0-1 Esports. MENA's number 6 team take down one of OCE's best.
And in 3v3 games, no excuses here. No talk about 1s and 2s being MENA favored. They just played a better strategy in 3s. They were more consistent, they were more mechanical. And when it mattered, in that game 5, they were the team who were connecting those demos onto the third man and leaving their opponents completely stranded. Huge play as well with the initial goal for Mossan. Massive solo play. Yeah. Really stealing the show in that last game. A great try as well there from Renegades. I mean, that win from Fever is legendary to get them into game 5 against all odds. And the CJ Kami synergy in 2s as well. Fantastic to see. It just wasn't enough against an ever-increasing depth of MENA.
Ever-increasing depth of MENA, and also they're showing the mental game is something they're strong with as well. I mean, conceding that equalizer to Renegades after just earning that beautiful goal, game-leading goal from Mossan, that is tough. You know, you give away a free goal, all that work is undone, and still they have the composure just to get back straight to work and eventually get their second goal.
Yeah, and even when they're having a bit of a nervous performance with the last game looking very dirty and very messy compared to the two previous ones, where O1 were extremely clean with it and they were very organized. So even when they're not playing their best, they still get the job done. That shows that these teams, they really do have a high level, looking good in the run up to wildcard.
And the crowd must have helped as well. But that is all we've got time for right now. I believe there is an interview with Banks on the stage. No, there's not. We're going to a break. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Unfortunately, I feel like the Aussie fans are most definitely going to be disappointed with that one. O1 Esports taking away the victory and continuing on their journey right here at Gamers8. Was that like a expected performance coming out from the side of Renegades?
Well, I mean, we asked for a prediction beforehand. Yep. I reckoned it was going to go Game 5, but it was going to go in favour of O1 Esports. They were just a little bit better, but the way it happened was not how we expected it to happen.
No, not at all. How about Fever in that 1v1 against AMS? I don't think anybody, especially us in the green room talking about it, didn't give him a lick of a chance, and he was just able to punish AMS time and again, and it was really impressive in that 1v1, but it was 3v3 where O1 got the better of Renegades. Just Renegades unable to get that offense going, and O1 punishing them for it. And it was an excellent series overall from AMS, Mawson, excuse me, and Zazonix.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting for the future for the MENA region that they can take threes games so comfortably off of a contender at Worlds. You know, O1 Esports going to be making their way out to Worlds. They're going to get a chance to play against Renegades potentially, and they're going to be confident now with the threes because it was 2s and 1s which Renegades were the dominant team in.
Well, now I know that Furia are safe because Renegades are eliminated. Official. Still don't know how that team pulls off wins against Furia, but yeah, GG's to Renegades. They put on one heck of a performance. 0-1 though, really impressed with this team and continues to answer questions about the MENA region. We had them other than Falcons, and I think we're getting those questions answered finally.
And I feel like a big shout out has to go in way of Cami as well, because I feel like it was a standout performance, back-to-back goals, particularly in that 2v2. Managed to pop off with 3 of those goals in the 2v2 as well. So credit where credit is due. Big shout out on that front as well. But ultimately, O1 Esports, with the support of the crowd, the home crowd, have been able to close this one out. But coming up next is where things start to get real spicy now. Yeah. Oh yeah, it is down to show business, baby. We do indeed end up having Team Falcons taking on Dignitas. Now, we did say at the very start of this tournament, Dignitas and Falcons are the forces to well and truly be reckoned with. So how do you think this one is going to end up panning out? Because with the support of the crowd, I feel like we're going to hear a hell of a lot of noise.
This is the match of the day, but just before we move on to that, we do have the scoreboard from the previous game. Of course, the 1s players are going to get the highest amount of goals, but as you mentioned, Cami scored a lot of goals in the 2s and the 3s, but Zazonix played. I mean, everyone played well on the side of O1 Esports. It was one of those games where they all contributed in the 3s department.
I was really impressed. I've been impressed all day with Mawson. I think that he gets a lot of facilitatory, is that a word? It is now, facilitatory work done for his team, and he's so clean with his mechanics. His 50 game is excellent, and he really does create a lot of those opportunities. We've seen him excel in 2s and 3s pretty consistently, Gregan.
And now O1 are the team to make it through that lower bracket. They'll be facing the loser of the Dignitas Falcons game that you alluded to. But there we go, there's our MVP. I think it's easy in this tournament format to give the MVP to the 1s player, but on this occasion, AMS didn't come out on top.
No, and you know, AMS, he didn't end up winning that 1v1 either. It was a really close game. He made that comeback happen, but I do think Mawson was the difference for this team in 3v3. Like I said, facilitating 100%.
Well.
I feel like Mawson has been the kind of staple of the team as such. We've had a consistent performance coming out from him, regardless of who the opponent is, regardless of what the situations are, and I'm pretty sure we've given him MVP on more than like 2 or 3 occasions.
Yeah,
now.
He got it for the last 2 games we've seen him play, and I think
deserves it.
I think it shows how important that is because he is the 3s player, the most important of the 3s players so far. As mentioned, 1s players in this format tend to get highlighted because they are very valuable, taking a whole game. But for O1, 3s is the game mode they need to step up in, and they have.
I mean, make no mistake, if Renegades end up winning that game 5, I'm giving that MVP to Fever. All because of that 1v1 win.
Game,
But like 3s was the reason 0-1 won that series.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket. We're almost like nearing the end of the day now. We've had so many amazing games so far. And of course, we do indeed have O1 Esports progressing on through within the bracket. But we did mention at the very start, it is going to end up being Team Falcons taking on Dignitas. I want to ask you for a prediction, but I think I'm going to hold off. I'm going to give you a moment to kind of gather your thoughts. Yeah, gather your thoughts, gather your feelings.
I've been processing this all day.
Yeah, I think I've been processing this because we assumed it was going to happen ever since we knew they were in the same group. This is the highlight game that we've all been waiting for ever since the groups were announced, and we get to watch it now. It is going to be one of those historical moments, finally seeing all of these incredible 1v1 players in the same lobby on LAN. We haven't seen Dignitas on LAN in so long
This is
as
the
well.
problem though, Gregan. Like, they're all great at 1v1s, but we can only pick one player on each team. And I feel like it has to be Jack versus Khaled, okay? Like, we've been memeing on that for so long. We have to have Jack versus Khaled on LAN.
But then that's where the rock, paper, scissors comes in, because Johnny think it's going to be TRK. And then when TRK's out there,
he is the best right now.
But then Jack doesn't feel confident against TRK potentially, and then he'll go, well, Jory, as you go, and you've got that potential to cause the upset. So the 1v1 is so interesting, but 2s and 3s still a spectacle to wait for.
Well, Team Falcons have certainly been the team that everybody has been keeping their eyes on. So let's go ahead and check in with them, see how they're feeling about their debut here.
صراحة شعور رهيب مرة، وشيء حلو انك تشوف لاعبين عالميين يجون بلدتك يعني، وكلنا متحمسين للبطولة وان شاء الله نقدم افضل ما عندنا. شيء حلو انك تشوف اللاعبين اللي من الريجن حقك يتطورون، وكلنا نطمح ان ننافس الريجنات الثانية ونتخطاهم ان شاء الله. يعني ان جمهورنا كبير مرة كالبطولة انها بالسعودية، فاكيد جمهورنا بيصير اكثر ان شاء الله نعطيهم اللي يبغونه. بعد ما اعلنوا بطولة الRCS يعني قبل كنا نلعب بطولات عادية، الحين صرنا نلعب بطولة من اللعبة نفسها، فقدرنا نثبت مواهبنا وقدرنا نثبت اننا نقدر ننافس عالميا مو بس محليا. صراحة انه واثقين من نفسنا بالاشياء هذه، يعني ابد ما نتوتر وان شاء الله نفوز بالبطولة. قاعدين نخصص اوقات ان نسكن ونتدرب مع بعض، وقاعدين نتكلم عن اغلاط بعض، فكل هذه الاشياء بتخلينا جاهزة للبطولة. صراحة أشوف فرصة كبيرة مرة نفوز بالبطولة، خصوصا أن كلنا مبدعين بكل الأطوار، وهذا الشيء يخلينا واثقين من نفسنا ندخل البطولة ونفوز إن شاء الله. في فريقين اللي هم ديجنيتاز وفيز، لأن البطولة نظامها كل أطوار، فهم كلهم لعيبة بكل أطوار، فهم أكثر تيمين صراحة شوف.
Well, Falcons, with the backing of the crowd, with the confidence that they have, do you think they'll be able to close this one out and make it happen, make history happen here at Gamers8?
Of course, I back them as the favourite of this whole tournament, not just because of the home field advantage, but they have shown they are the strongest threes team in this whole competition with the recent event at London. They have shown their ones and twos capabilities several times over. You've got to be confident in this team, especially with this format.
Absolutely. There's no way I could pick against Falcons here, considering Dignitas's recent streaks and recent performance. And while they are strong in ones and twos, so are Falcons. And they're going to be strong no matter what in both of those.
Well, I certainly know that our casters are going to have an awful lot to say about this next matchup, so I'm going to let them take it from here. Let's dive into this next game.
It is time for the main event of the evening for sure. Stacks alongside Supersonic, Super all jacked up for this. So am I. Dignitas, Falcons, winner goes to the top 8. When we look at matchups, those dream matchups that we always want to see on a LAN, this is it. Complete with threes, twos, and ones, all wrapped into one.
And we're only in group stage, and we get this already. We just left the stadium. We just watched that last series, and the energy in there already. The 0-1 chants, the AMS chants coming through. If that was loud, I can't even imagine what it's going to be like over there right now for this series.
Yeah, that is a building that is just waiting to erupt when Falcons take the stage. And then, of course, on the other side, the boys from Dignitas, the Jack and Jorius combo. And then who are you going to see in the 1v1? Will we see TRK? Will we see Khalid? Then on the other side, is it going to be apparently Jack? Will it be Jorius? It feels like they kind of want to save Jorius for those big money matchups. This is a big money matchup right here for Dignitas.
Yeah, I was about to say, as you were leading into that, it felt like you're going to lay off there. I was like, no, this is the matchup. It may be group stage, but this is the big money matchup right here. This is a big time, big stage. This is against the home crowd favorite, one of the favorites to win the event. You absolutely have to send your big gun.
Yeah, you have to send everything you've got, put your best foot forward where it matters most. Both these teams, 3-0 sweeps in their previous round. Dignitas with a 3-0 win over 0-1. And it was Team Falcons with a 3-0 over Gladiators. 0-1 awaits the loser of this in our last match of the night. They'll have to play immediately after against 0-1 with all the momentum that 0-1 has from their emotional win on the stage earlier.
Yeah, and then the crowd behind them and everything that could happen there. That's one of those ones that it doesn't matter who goes down. We're going to have a great matchup into another great matchup.
Two great matchups here to close out Group D and to close out day 2 of Gamers8. It has been a wild journey to get to this point. 20 matches between 2 streams. And now finally, we will put one more team into the top 8. Will it be Dig? Will it be Falcons? Let's bring them out.
أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، المباراة المنتظرة من الكل ما بين فالكونز وديجنيتاز راح تبدأ الآن، وزي ما احنا عارفين الفائز منهم راح يكون المركز الأول اللي بينطلق إلى البلاي أوفس على طول، والخسران منهم راح ينزل لللور براكت، وكلنا متحمسين أن نرحب فيهم في المسرح، فما ودنا نطول عليكم أكثر من كذا. أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، رحبوا معنا بالفريق اللي كتب تاريخ روكيت ليج اي سبورتس، الفريق الحاصل على المركز الثاني في السبرينج ميجر الروكيت ليج للسنة الحالية، فريق فالكونز.
So this is basically me versus Fancy, if you were to think about this regionally, right? I don't know how I'm going to top that kind of response. Let's try this. Okay, so we have their opponents who are going to be coming to the stage. This next match pretty much encompasses the word hype. This tournament, this format, basically seems like it was built for these two teams. So I would like for you to all please put your hands together and welcome to the stage from the UK, Dignitas. I think I speak for everyone in this arena when I say this next match is the match we have been waiting for today. But do not forget, whoever loses this match has a second chance later on today. But let's just get this show on the road and throw it back over to the analyst desk.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، هذه المباراة المنتظرة، المباراة الأكبر حماس من كل المباريات اللي شفناها اليوم من كل الجروبات، والشيء اللي احنا ودنا نعرفه أيضا أن الخسران في المباراة أيضا بيكون عنده فرصة يستمر معنا في البطولة، فخلونا نشوف من اللي بيتقدم وبيكون أول فريق يطلع من جروب دي. فريق فالكون صنعوا التاريخ، فريق ديجنيتاز هم الأفضل في الريجن حقهم، فخلونا نشوف من اللي بيقدر يؤدي الأفضل على طول مع المحللين.
And now the stage is set for the Rumble in Riyadh. Dignitas and Team Falcons, and this is just in the group stage. This event has delivered so many dream matchups. We've been talking about this one in particular all week, thinking, okay, surely these two are on a collision course for each other. And here they are. And now we finally get to see, and of course, all the armchair coaching of who do you send in the 1v1. You know, maybe Jack really wants to play O'Khalid, but Falcons won't send him in the 1v1. They'll send TRK. So then if you have that in your head, then maybe you send Jorius. And then what do you do in the 2v2 if you're Falcons? Because probably any combination of those three players might be the best duo in this tournament. And so you just kind of wonder, when you have that luxury, what do? You probably have to factor Ahmad into that. And then TRK? I mean, do you have him play all three formats? Do you maybe give him a rest for the twos and let O'Khalid go with Ahmad? I mean, there are so many permutations to go through. And really, all we can do, Super, is sit back and enjoy the ride. I'm sure that, and I'm sure TRK will wake up at some point when we get into this series, but this is the match that we have been waiting for. and the sooner we get going, the better.
I mean, you called it the Rumble in Riyadh, and I guarantee you that crowd is going to be rumbling throughout this series. I mean, just in the beginning there, we could hear in the intros the chants for the side of Falcons. We heard the chants for the side of chanting out Jorius on the side of Dignitas. I mean, even here, Dignitas still has fans. These guys are still huge players. The region knows them. It's going to be just a super matchup here to watch these two teams throw down, and I don't know. I'm overcome with. I'm at a loss for words here, Stack. This is going to be nuts.
I mean, we could also hear the support for Renegades while they were out there, even while they were playing against 0-1 in a very close, hard-fought series. I mean, these are just fans of Rocket League out there. And yes, they are going to cheer for the hometown team, of course. But there is a deep appreciation for what all of these competitors are putting on out there on the field, and just how great they've been interacting with fans throughout the week as well. And now, a spot in the top 8 is on the line. One more best of 5 in the upper bracket. You do have 2 lives still. You don't want to lose one of them here. Upper bracket, Group D, Falcons, Dignitas, Manfield Knight. Game 1 is about to be underway.
Oh, that transition is so good every single time. Match 1, kickoff underway.
Here we go. Who will get off to a quick start? Will it be a slow, grindy affair? Jorius challenging O'Khalid. Expect that a lot throughout the different formats. Apparently Jack gave that one away, but had to clean up his own mess, up to the task. And now it's Scrub Killer with O'Khalid with a full tank of boost in the background. Ahmad will try and set him up. O'Khalid denied by Jorius. Here comes TRK, and that one's saved away by apparently Jack.
You can see everybody on Dignitas too. As soon as that first touch went out, both other players immediately backfill into the line. They know a shot can come at any moment. The speed on the side of Team Falcons, you have to respect it. At no point can you allow that net to be open. They know that, and they immediately close that gap. Jorius here will be the one to bring it out. Tries to go underneath, 50s through, catches the crossbar. Scrub Killer there in support, able to clean it up. 1-0 here to kick things off for Dignitas.
The initial save there, Ahmad doesn't expect that the follow-up's going to come so quick. He probably expected that ball to go up in the air, so he goes for the ceiling. Scrub Killer there to play janitor right at the end, and it's Dignitas that strikes first.
Another quick shot here off the kickoff, and it's going the way of Falcons as they try to put one through. Little battle here in the corner. Ahmad going to come up against apparently Jack. Another one goes through from Khalid. Follow up from TRK. Shot high. Down the other way. Apparently Jack picks it up, and that's 2-0 now for Dignitas.
And another one for Dig, and this is as good a start as you could ask for. With the crowd firmly on one side, Dignitas trying to silence them. 2 goals in less than 90 seconds. But we know Team Falcons can strike quickly. Ahmad to the backboard and quickly defended by apparently Jack, who's had to put in a lot of defensive effort in the first minute and a half. Ahmad beaten by Jorius, so O'Khalid's got to get there in the corner. He does, and so quickly to set up TRK. Back downfield come Team Falcons.
So quick on the rotations from Dignitas thus far to make sure that they've got that backboard, that line, the net just covered, because they know that the attack's coming over and over again, and then that transitional goal worked out for them on that second one. Another attack here from Team Falcons, going to be easily saved away. The follow-up shot tries to go underneath, and Scrub Killer again covers it. You can see how quick the rotation is to back post over and over. Dignitas not really trying to get overly aggressive, especially with a 2-0 lead this quickly. They know that they just need to make sure that they cover the net. That's all they got to do, maintain the lead.
This matchup, certainly a wake-up call for both these teams. They had mismatches in their first matches in the second round of the upper bracket yesterday. Falcons outscoring Gladiators 8-1 in a pair of 3v3 matchups. Dignitas going 10-2 in the 2 matchups against 0-1, including a 7-1 affair in game 1. Here's TRK looking to get one on the board for Falcons. Scrub Killer there to meet him. O'Khalid's shot blocked away. Now Ahmad gonna try his luck trying to go underneath Scrubkilla, and Jory is there in support. And Falcons still left off the scoreboard through now almost 3 minutes as Dignitas definitely up to the challenge.
Nice little 50 there from Ahmad, just trying to find something that they can put together here. They haven't been able to break that defense. They're going to have to get a little bit more creative here. They were talking about how creative they are as a team in that interview video that we watched during the pregame show up on the desk. They are going to need a little bit of that, as this defense so far from Dignitas has been unbreakable.
There's the newest coach for Dignitas, Nick, formerly with Team Queso when they made their run at the Winter Major in Los Angeles. Now with Dig, Scrubkilla very happy with that acquisition. Oh, and there's TRK, very happy with the way being cleared by his Falcon teammates, and TRK has the Falcons on the board.
That's creative enough to get it done. You take that player off the line, if you don't leave one of them there, that's an easy shot for TRK all day. I don't care what part of the field it comes from and what the angle is, he's gonna hit that one home.
Leaves them with 1:30 to find another to tie up game one. Jorius in an awkward spot. Ahmad had that go to TRK, and Jorius managed to stay with it. Now O'Khalid trying to serve up Ahmad. And there is apparently Jack, but Ahmad read the play well. Keeps the attack alive for Falcons coming up on the final minute of game one. Dignitas got a couple quick goals. One out of Scrub, one out of Jack. Here's O'Khalid. Nobody there in the midfield as Ahmad just a little bit late to the play. Jorius shot shut off by TRK. Scrubkilla leaves it for apparently Jack, and O'Khalid will deflect this out to the side as well. Another attack repelled by Team Falcons as they keep their comeback hopes alive. TRK managed to go underneath. Well, the ball went over. Here's O'Khalid. Tie game.
What a monster play here. This touch from TRK perfectly floated over, just enough boost to get that to the backboard. He knows Jorius is below him. He can hear him coming in for that save. Decides to make one final touch to put it to the backboard to get it over the top of him. Opens up a wide net for his teammate to come in and clean that up.
It was a long uphill battle for Team Falcons, but they've persevered. Tie game now with 30 seconds left, and Dignitas left off the scoreboard for the last 3 minutes plus. Needs to go back into attack mode. It's TRK, though, who's going to have this one away from Scrubkilla. Apparently, Jack had to get up quick. There's TRK to the backboard. Jorius making sure to catch that and make sure there's no juicy rebound. Here's O'Khalid, though, weaving through. Oh, a save off the crossbar. Follow up. Oh, what a save by Jorius. Had to make a quick cat-like reflex save and did so to bring us to OT.
Immediately just grounds that one. It's like, hold on, I need 3 seconds. I got to catch my breath real quick. That one was close. They almost dropped the game there. Jorius makes an amazing recovery save there to get this to OT. And now it is down to the OT goal. Looking to see if they can get through is O'Khalid up and over the top. Great backboard read there from Scrubkilla to go ahead and bring this one out and into the other half.
This kind of matchup is what makes this sport so great. How can you not love it? Jorius, though, missed a golden opportunity to take that one away. Apparently Jack dispossessed by Ahmad, and that's a clever touch by Scrubkilla, and it had to be because there were Falcons waiting to pounce. This one sent away by Scrubkilla. Ahmad has O'Khalid in behind. O'Khalid looking for another clutch goal. What else is new? This was out of the corner. He's got TRK over there, but can't get the ball to him.
Ran out of boost, just couldn't chase that down to try and force that one through towards the net. They'll come back the other way. Ahmad will be the one to try and bring this one out. Good 50 over the top of Jorius to the back wall, and not going to be able to get there before apparently Jack is able to make the save and send that one away into the corner.
Jorius with apparently Jack waiting to spring downfield. Jack met by Ahmad. Now it's O'Khalid. TRK, nowhere in the picture. There he is now. Drop one down, nobody there. Ahmad just a little too late to the play. Apparently Jack has it way downfield. Dignitas get a much needed clear. They were starting to get into a little bit of trouble with Falcons maybe one good touch away from ending this overtime. Still could be. TRK dispossessed by apparently Jack, so Ahmad has to take over. Coming to the end of the 2nd minute of overtime here, Super, and now it is white knuckle time.
Both teams do not want to drop this first match. They know how serious and how much importance is on every single win, and this first one dictates so much in this, where the losing team ends up getting to decide and which way we're going to go. If we see 2s, if we see 1s, when those are going to happen, you don't want to drop game 1, and you can see them just trying to hold the defense down.
Thing is, I don't think anybody has a bad matchup in this particular match. So whoever gets the choice, it's just like, all right, sure, just let the chips fall where they may. As TRK is going to turn on one, just got around Scrubkilla. Apparently Jack had to sky one up, got to stay with this, and does. And that could have been awkward if anybody was charging forward for Dignitas, but they weren't. So no harm, no foul. Here's Ahmad, decoy for TRK, and apparently Jack not fooled by the play one bit. Here's Khalid though, all business, and stuffed away by Scrub.
Luckily back on the other end, Team Falcons playing with that deep third. Ahmad making sure again, always somebody is back. No open nets going to be left. Not going to let those go through, and the low 50 attempt doesn't go. Khalid tries to float one in, and not a chance. Jorius is going to let that through. Ahmad, though, from the top, drops off the rope and pinches it in off the post.
A pretty play if I ever saw one. Ahmad coming from on high, and the crowd goes wild for Team Falcons. Big support with a Game 1 dub, and now everything rests in the hands of Dignitas. They control now the rest of the series. Will we see 2s now? Will we see 2s later? And of course, who in which matchup? Because now we know whatever they don't pick for Game 2, we'll see, and we will see for Game 4. There's no way that this does not go 5 games.
I mean, they showed Jack first there for a second. We happen to know that, you know, Jack would like a swing at Khalid.
Absolutely.
Does that play into it? Do they attempt to see if they will send Khalid, and do they send Jack? And then who do they get if they do?
That's the weird thing about this group battle format. Both teams kind of just make their picks in the blind. It's not like you get to see what the other team is going to
do. You talk it out beforehand?
I mean, I think you go in with a strategy, but I think you default to Jorius has to take it.
Oh, I meant does the two teams, as they're standing there in the back before they do the walkout, you know they see each other before they do the walkout. Well, is there a conversation and be like, hey, Khalid, I want you. Hey, 1v1, let's do this.
I wish Luminosity and G2 would have talked about it a little bit.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. We were robbed. Don't bring that up. You've offended me here, Stacks.
We will see in just a moment, A, which is the format chosen by Dignitas, and B, who will get grayed out there and who will take the stage for Game 2, trying to tie up the series for Dignitas. Falcons trying to go on match point. It is Khalid and TRK against the combo of Jack and Jorius. So Dignitas has chosen 2s as their stronger foot, and that means we get to wait to see what might happen in a potential 4th game later on.
4th game, I'll still be hoping for that 1v1 to come. Well, I know the 1v1's coming. I'll still be hoping for the reality of the call out to exist. In my heart, I want, maybe that'll soothe the pain of us not getting the atomic match. Right. At least a little. It will subside the pain for the moment.
Well, Jorius has this one cleared away. A lot more space available for these, I mean, all 4 mechanical wizards to work their craft in the 2v2, but there's Khalid denied right at point blank range by Jorius. TRK just gonna take this himself and stall for time. Try to set up Khalid, who might have had an opportunity there. TRK trying to screen Jorius off the play. It didn't quite work out as Jack will pop one back out, but Dignitas having to play a lot of defense early on. Eventually they're gonna run out of boost. Jack has, but he's got some right at midfield. An important pickup as it allows him to do this, but there was just nothing there.
He definitely wanted something to come there, just could not get the shot around. Up and over Jorius. Khalid will get through the first. Apparently Jack immediately backfills though, and back into the Team Falcons half we go. Couple opportunities here on both sides to make something happen, but both teams defensively playing really strong here. This almost feels like a match 1 feeler kind of setup here as these two teams throw down. Nobody downloaded the other yet.
For those of you just joining us, this is Game 2 here on Aquadome, 2v2 chosen by Dignitas. after an overtime winner from Falcons. It was Ahmad scoring the winner for the home team. This is Jorius now for apparently Jack. No play on here. So Falcons with the series advantage, trying to add to it here with an early goal, but nothing doing so far. Apparently Jack. Now Jorius, still nothing towards the Falcons net. Team Falcons have just played this stifling defense. Until now, apparently Jack surprises them with a tough angle shot out of the corner.
Able to get a good touch here. You can see TRK coming through to try and get Boost to cut back in, but in that transition, O'Khaled comes just a bit far out off of that post, gets caught with the surprise, and apparently Jack able to just pull that nose back, find that angle, and just slot it in. Dignitas lead here halfway through this 2v2 matchup. 2:25 left on the clock. Still plenty of time, a lot of game left here.
Jorius lobs one right at TRK, patiently waiting. One-on-one with apparently Jack. This time, it's Jack who comes out the better of the two. He's got this one in a good spot. Won that challenge, but O'Khaled there in the nick of time. No follow-up from Dig. Here goes Jack again. That doesn't angle downward. And an unfortunate break for Dignitas. They can't press their advantage. O'Khaled's shot forces Jack to keep his head on a swivel. Now TRK. After the demolition, O'Khaled will score. Tie game.
What a pass. The great setup there, too. O'Khaled comes through, gets that demo in the net, and then TRK knows it's there. O'Khaled, a little hive mind situation there, immediately stops, says, feed me the rock, puts it through. Falcons tie it up 1-1. Next kickoff going to go the way of Falcons, at least back into the other half. TRK tries to follow through, but Jorius able to find that low angle to facilitate the ball out. Apparently Jack now to the ceiling, has an opportunity, man ahead of him, trying to cause a little bit of chaos. Not able to get any touches, not able to get any bumps, knows that he has to back out.
I do like the idea, though. Nobody immediately challenged him, so bring it down to the ground. You don't have to take the shot from way downtown. You try and get a little bit closer. The Falcons knew what they were doing. O'Khaled and TRK, they've seen a thing or 1,000. Jorius got around TRK, and O'Khaled couldn't stop him. Jorius gives Dig the lead.
Jorius just forces his way through on his lonesome, just comes in. Past one as TRK gets the miss, and that just puts O'Khaled in the toughest of situations. So difficult to try and make a read that quickly, that close to the net. Just couldn't get it done. Dignitas back in the lead as we approach the final minute.
Neutral kickoff will end up in the hands of Dig with a 2-1 lead, trying to level the series. O'Khaled just trying to play away, but Jorius won't let him get anywhere. Now TRK, he'll try his luck and at least got the ball slightly beyond Jorius, but there's apparently Jack. He's trying to dash along the wall and it didn't quite work out for him. And now O'Khaled, TRK is nowhere in the picture. He's way, way back. As this goes right back towards the center line. Falcons needing to dig deep into the bag of tricks here with 30 seconds left. Jorius trying to maybe put it out of reach. Apparently Jack playing a little bit further back now. Dignitas may be in prevent defense mode. Problem is, a lot of times that only prevents you from winning and putting the game away as Jorius missed this ball. TRK with 13. Couldn't get by apparently Jack. O'Khaled now for TRK. That's taken away by Jorius. He's giving it away though. TRK, infield pass intercepted. No time on the clock. TRK denied at the last second. And now O'Khaled's got to keep it alive with nothing in the tank. TRK let it drop right in front of him. And Dignitas ties the series.
Looking for that last second catch to try and bring it back downfield. He wanted the boost in the ball. Sometimes that little bit of extra greed for that boost will cost you, and he just could not get that turn in time. Maybe had an opportunity to get the catch if he didn't, but then no boost. You end up in a situation with the ball on top of you. The other player's already coming barreling down the field for you. Rough situation. Dignitas do take that up. Tied here. Now back to the 3v3.
Scrub Killer looking over there like, oh, I have to get back into this? Okay, yeah, sure, I'm ready, I'm ready. 3v3 now for game 3. Of course, all the odd games in the best of fives here, and then in the best of sevens, once we get into the playoffs, they'll all be 3v3s with, of course, ones and twos sprinkled in the even games. But again, best of five to send somebody into that top 8. The motivational speech going on right now from Nick. Meanwhile, over on the Falcons side, all business. You know, they got to kind of lick their wounds here, recover after Dignitas have tied the series. But the 3v3 did go to Team Falcons with that overtime winner from Ahmad.
Yeah, I mean, we have 3v3 coming up, and yeah, it's 3v3. I still kind of want to even look forward and just go back to talking about the 1v1s. We're going to have the 3v3. We know 3v3's here, but this is that series where these 1v1s, these 2v2s, these matchups of Titans are what we're looking forward to. I almost want to just get through this and just like, can we just run 1v1s and 2v2s for the rest of the tournament when these two are playing?
Right. I would have said that for FaZe and F16.
Oh, yeah.
You know, let's just do ones and twos. I would be happy. It would just be our own little playground. But here we go. Joria's early shot, easily dealt with by O'Callaghan, and we're underway. Again, the format that Falcons took in game 1. See if they can repeat that and really put the pressure on Dignitas with the matchup they didn't want coming up next in game 4 with 1v1s.
That goal line save, beautiful out of Team Falcons on a toughly covered shot. TRK gonna come up over the top, and in comes O'Callaghan to try and take a swing at it. Demo on the sidewall, and opting for possession is apparently Jack. He'll have a second look and immediately sent back downfield, and 0-0 through the first 45 seconds coming up on the first minute here of this third matchup.
One of the toughest aspects of this crew battles format that doesn't get enough attention is the role of that third player after a 2v2. You've been sitting around doing nothing. Maybe you're in free play, maybe you're watching the matchup on your buddy's monitor. How do you get back into the flow of things after having to sit out there? Because free play is certainly not game action, as Joria's gonna throw one up there for apparently Jack. See if Scrubkilla's missed a beat at all here, as Ahmad did get around him. But apparently Jack indirect for himself. Maybe another touch. Got it central, but Scrubkilla a little too far back, and Team Falcons able to address the attack.
A couple whiffs there in the corner. A couple whiffs there on the other side. I'm not sure if it was a whiff or a intentional trying to go around the ball to try and make that infield pass on that previous attempt from the side of Falcons when Ahmad went past it. But either way, a couple of whiffs have given a couple opportunities to Dignitas, but again, nothing really going on net on either end. Both teams just kind of battling it out. We kind of get this first 2 minute feel each other out again, because we kind of got to do that as you go from 3v3 to 2v2, and you got to keep switching the brain back and forth between these modes. You've got to feel it back out again. Ahmad, good outlet pass, looking for TRK. Does he have the reset? I don't think he does. He's just going to go ahead and carry it all the way down. Jorius is there to make the save.
Great improv by TRK to get this attack going. And he's got a full tank of boost as he'll go to work here. Tight angle, double tap, bang, bang.
What a touch here from TRK. This opening, slides back, gets himself lined up, looks for it, just does a little bit of a lift there to make Jorius awkward, and the tight angle in the corner has it dead to rights. 1-0, Falcons strike first.
Halfway mark. Challenge laid down now to Dignitas. Answer that. TRK looking for more. Scrubkilla's in his way this time. Around the boards, it'll fall out to Jorius with apparently Jack waiting in behind. Almost waterfall down and well defended, well read by the Team Falcons defense. They sent two, but not in a compromising position. Coming up on the 2 minute mark now as apparently Jack looking ahead, but there's still nobody across. It's kind of that dump and chase strategy that sometimes does work out, but then you have to change plans mid-series, sometimes mid-game. Jack now will send one a little bit wide, and he'll wait for this one to come down to him. Scrubkilla's there as well to tie the game.
Right over the top here, Scrubkilla able to slot this one through. An initial great 50 there from Jack. Makes an easy read for Scrubkilla coming up out of the corner as that ball kind of transitions up into the ceiling and comes right down on his nose. Able to place it perfectly. As you said, tie game 1-1 here. The back and forth, threes, twos, doesn't matter. It's just a back and forth affair between these two teams.
This dream matchup that has been circled by many, many fans, especially the fans around here that you can kind of probably hear, especially during the intros in the stadium. They have been waiting for this one all day. We even heard some remarks like, why isn't this place quite full yet? Falcons are right up. And then as we were leaving at the end of that series, the fans started pouring in. They knew what time it was. It was time for this Rumble, this epic matchup that has not disappointed.
I can definitely tell you that it is full in there, seeing our group chat as the match was getting started and the other casters trying to find each other in
right?
the crowd. Where are you sitting?
Yeah.
I can't find enough seats for everybody. Definitely filled in there. This is the match everybody is looking for. As it gets later in the day, it just gets fuller and fuller, more and more fans coming out to avoid the heat, only to come into a hot series here. Falcons and Dignitas, another attack from Team Falcons finds its way through. Cleanup from Ahmad.
And another potential game winner from Ahmad. 2 goals in the series. The first one, the overtime winner in game 1. Has he done it again? Oh, Ahmad chasing apparently Jack away from the play. He was threatening to cheat up on the kickoff. That's great heads-up effort from Ahmad and Falcons as a whole. Now it's TRK getting around apparently Jack, who's just having a miserable go of things here in the last 20 seconds or so. But his shot here, deflected by O'Khalid. It was a demolition that slowed things down for Dignitas. That means they're not able to throw the house quite yet at Falcons. Down inside 20 seconds. Gotta have it soon.
Fall to the corner, a demo from Scrub Killer trying to open up that defense a bit. Infield pass, apparently Jack can't get the swing. Scrub Killer tries to backfill. Everybody came forward and nobody on the side of Team Falcons is able to get a piece of it, and they're able to maintain this offensive pressure. Jory's shot, last second, it's in front of the net, knocked away, still in the air. Pushed back down the other way, TRK harassing and just pushing him off the ball. Falcons close it out in what was a very, very close OT situation.
A lot of people will look at Scrub Killer there and go, no, shoot it. Like, no, absolutely. That pass was perfect.
Yep.
Joria's shot, it was good. The defense, just a little bit better. Falcons, good enough to take a 2-1 series lead. You saw TRK take his headset off. The conversation now with O'Khalid. Who's going in the 1v1? I'm certainly not a lip reader.
I wish we had comms.
I know, right?
Wish that, I mean, even if we could get the mics, even with them taking the headset off, we could have listened. Not, to be honest, I probably wouldn't have been able to read. Even if we could lip read, I don't know that we speak the language. It would have been difficult.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on body language either. And looking at the two, it looks like it's TRK. It looks like O'Khalid's kind of talking him up. And Jorius maybe even glancing over there. I mean, it has to be Jorius.
It has
for the
to
1v1
be.
here.
It has to be. As much as we know that Jack wanted to swing at Khalid, in this situation, you have to send Jorius, right?
Yeah, and in a situation where the players kind of make that decision, it makes things even more interesting because you've got to have confident leadership. And if somebody wants that 1v1, they have to be willing maybe to step aside and maybe put the ego aside. And of course, these players all have that ability. It is TRK in a 1v1 with the glorious Jorius. Will Jorius keep Dignitas alive, or is TRK gonna bring it home for the home team? TRK dancing through. Can he get around on it? No, he can't. Jorius shut the door on him.
The creativity immediately. First swing that he has, TRK tries to do everything possible. Fakes it once, twice, shows him everything he can, tries to go low, couldn't get through, has a flip reset here. Gonna try again for the quick little touch. Tried to put it on the back shoulder near that near post. Could not get the shot on target though, and Jorius just gonna throw one at him, hoping that he could get the pop-up.
The conversations that went on between the players earlier this week with AJ claiming the top spot on the 1v1 ladder, and then TRK taking it from him, just like he took that ball away from Jorius. 1-0 to TRK.
Falcons first to strike again, TRK. The answer here is what they've sent to try and deal with Jorius. They want to end this one in 4. They do not want to have to go to this game 5. Jorius Gonna have to immediately clap back. There's plenty of time. We know that these battles can go back and forth, see some high score lines, but so far through the first minute, only one goal. That one gonna be just high over the top of the crossbar. An immediate catch from Jorius, well read, right back the other way. We're tied back up, 1-1.
And adding insult to injury at the end, he not only did he get the shot off, but then as TRK is trying to catch up to him, supersonic all the way, boom, there he goes. Tie game just outside the first minute.
Hey man, you called it the Rumble, and that's exactly what Jorius is doing. He's throwing a couple swings here and there when he gets the chance. TRK gonna go out and take the ball as there's no kickoff from Jorius, an interesting strategy, and TRK a little awkward here as he goes through the corner, has to end up trying to 50 that one high. And now the mind games start. Just lets it go away. He wants Jorius to touch the ball and pop it up, and Jorius is not gonna bite.
The mental gymnastics involved in one's play at this level. It is just a little bit different from even other Pro 1's matches. Two players so familiar with each other, so many matchups over the past several months. Jorius going all the way deep into the corner, but he never really had a shot there.
In these chess matches, sometimes you do things to try and condition that other player to an expectation. And I'm waiting for TRK to start changing that up. He continues to go for that fake over and over again to try and go low.
He got him this time.
He's eventually going to get it. That's not going to be needed right now, because right now he has a runaway goal on an open net.
Indirect pass off his own back wall. Jorius couldn't get a piece of it. Clever play as TRK outfoxes Jorius. And a 2-1 lead now for Falcons TRK. Now we'll see what Jorius has up his sleeve this time around. More of an orthodox kickoff. It goes neutral, but stays with Jorius. His shot set away by TRK. Got hung up on the corner. That little blip could be costly. Only a little bit in the tank for TRK, but he made the save.
Still low on boost here, though. And the touch from Jorius. Little pad pickup there for TRK. Will give him enough to get a touch again. Boost struck out, but what a touch! That's just it!
Oh, going into the high-rent district with a high-risk, high-reward play, and TRK's gamble pays off.
It goes to the player cam, and immediately you see TRK just fist pump after. You know this matchup right here has such huge implications and just feels massive to him. Home crowd, this team up against Jorius, that's just got to feel, you know, indescribable, because I'm never going to know what that feels like.
They tell you not to make gambles like that when you're playing ones, unless you've got that kind of skill set. A brilliant read. It's an open net. He doesn't miss these. 4-1.
Oh, I can hear the claps in the background. The crowd's got to be going nuts in here for Team Falcons. Oh, not the look right now on the side of Dignitas. Apparently, Jack does not have that giant smile that we've seen in his shots from the media day right now as he tries to stay warm in free play, looking over occasionally to see the scoreline. Down 3 is his teammate. Make it 4. TRK strikes again.
7 goals in the series for TRK. 5 of them, of course, coming here against Jorius. And of course, that's the other side of things here as Jack talking over to Jorius now. And a smile still across the face of Jorius, realizing inside 2 minutes, nothing is certain, nothing is secure. And as we've seen earlier this weekend, no lead is safe. It's been a constant theme here. TRK actually, I think he, because he bumped off of Jorius there, I think he's able to stay with that play and make the defensive stop. Big break there for TRK, unlucky for Jorius. He's still on the attack here. He's got to score, though, on this possession. You have to feel to at least have a realistic shot of coming back. If he gives up another goal here to TRK, I think you start thinking about game over.
Nope. Maybe.
Yeah, and about that, right down the dotted line, right between the eyes, TRK in the driver's seat.
Just waits for it. He knows at this point in this timeline, Jorius has to come to him. There's no need for TRK to do anything. He can play the counter-attack game. He basically, in the driver's seat, he's dictating the pace of this match at this point without even having to do anything. He just has to wait for the attack, make the read, trying to make this the 7-1, looking for the Brazil scoreline is TRK into the corner, trying to get this touch. He waits for the first from Jorius out to the midfield. Gonna just go ahead and try and take it to the corner. An awkward miss there from Jorius is gonna open this play back up for an opportunity for TRK, but doesn't have the boost. He opts to drive off.
Oh my goodness, what a pre-jump. He actually just has the soul read. He's gonna give up a goal here, but are you kidding me?
He goes, you know what? I got a 5-goal lead. I'm gonna take a swing at it. Let's just see if I can throw my body at ball and make this 7-1. It was not the case, but man, just does not care. Just throws himself.
Well, hey, yeah, I guess you could do it with a 5-goal lead, but the door's opened a little bit here. Jorius now down 4, 40 seconds. We just got to be lightning fast attacks. Ground pinch, and TRK just shadowed him the whole way. Full boost for both. Both on a level playing field. Jorius stopped again by TRK, and maybe the celebration can start to begin here. 20 seconds left, and TRK firmly in control. Team Falcons just 14 seconds away now from getting into the top 8, but Jorius adds 1 with 11 seconds left.
He is gonna need 3 of the nastiest kickoffs of his career here to get this one done in 11 seconds. I'm not saying it's impossible, but the long shot is massive.
TRK, you couldn't win it any cleaner. And you couldn't win this series any cleaner. For Team Falcons, add
yes,
one more 7-ball corner pocket.
You can always win it a little cleaner. You can always add another one to the scoreboard, Stacks, and that's exactly what TRK is gonna do. Little touch in at the end, little victory lap goal there for him.
TRK, shortest on the team, but gotta be feeling 7'3" as he prevails. Team Falcons to the top 8.
Man, what a victory here for Team Falcons. The storyline all day, we've been waiting for this matchup. Team Falcons knowing this is their biggest matchup thus far. Home crowd, we've seen the crowd, they're packed in there. Sardine cans, they're all in there. Every seat just about filled. Oh, that has got to feel amazing. Their ticket is punched through, and now on the other side, Dignitas going to have another chance, and they're going to have to go down with the crowd against them once again to play 0-1.
Dignitas has to run that Middle East gauntlet. We've kind of talked about that once already today, or actually this week, where the team having to go through one Middle Eastern team, came out victorious, got to play another. That's the case now with Dignitas after a loss to Team Falcons, where they were so close, having a shot at getting through into this weekend's top 8. Now they've got to go through 0-1, who they've already beaten in this bracket. They sent them down to lowers and dominated in the 3s. Again, it was 10-2 in those 2 matchups against 0-1. So they've still got to feel confident, but it's a little bit different after a loss.
It's a little bit different after the loss. We talked about it in an earlier series where, yes, the loss happens, but now you have to immediately play. You don't have time to recover, react to that situation. You immediately have to focus on this next matchup where 0-1 is played. They've been on a break. They've been able to think about what's going on. How do we play Falcons if they come down? There probably was focused more on Dignitas because they're more used to playing against Falcons. So they've probably been sitting there game planning for this. It definitely makes it a bit tougher. I think it's going to be a tougher win for Dignitas here in the lower against them than it was for them earlier in the uppers.
Well, the hometown crowds got one team victorious and through into the top 8. Can they get another? Dig gets a shot now at 0-1 when we come back right after this.
Favorites of Team Falcons have indeed successfully been able to take down Dignitas a peg or two, I would say, with that previous matchup, winning out that series 3-1. Gregan, I know you were sat in the crowd. Talk to me a little bit about the atmosphere that we had there.
It was unbelievable. I was sat around the influencers who are here, Mertzy, Musty, and then some of the casters as well. But we had all of the Falcons fans behind us. Well, they were everywhere, and it was they were so loud. And every single time a goal went in, it erupted. A chant would kick off. They were chanting throughout the open play. It was amazing. They really were behind Falcons.
Yeah, and we could feel the energy even in our little booth, you know, a little bit away, across the way from that building. Just electric atmosphere all around. Even when we were walking over here from the previous series, everybody buzzing about that matchup, and the home fans certainly will not leave disappointed.
All I'm saying is the only reason that Falcons successfully won that one out is because I've got wings of my own.
Probably more to do with the ability they have on the pitch at Rocket League.
Maybe, just maybe.
They are quite good at Rocket League.
I guess they're all right. I guess you could say they're okay, but talk to me a little bit about the win conditions for the side of Dignitas, especially when it came to the 2v2 matchup that we saw. Well,
I mean, Jack and Jory is a partnership we've seen for a while now. They are unbelievable in twos, and there's a lot of history amongst these players just in the ranked world playing twos against each other. But it was a close game still. The first threes game, the twos game, and the second threes game were all one-goal games, so very much could have gone either way at any moment.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised. I mean, you could play this matchup out 100 times, and one team might win 60 or 65. I do think these teams are that close.
Falcons would win 60 to 65.
Yes, of course. But, you know, not much more than that. And I think that really highlights just the level of talent we have across this whole group, tournament, and especially in this group.
And if we replayed it over and over again, we'd get different 1v1 matchups.
We would, absolutely.
TRK, Khalid, and Ahmed, all amazing ones players. And then on the other side, we've got Jack and Joris, who'd probably be the first picks now. You know, a few years ago, you might have chucked Scrub Killer in the mix, and maybe if Jack and Joris were struggling, you might step up to the plate. So 6 incredible ones players who can play all the different game modes superbly.
It kind of felt like Jack was almost a little disappointed that he sat that one out. You know, you could see as TRK was running it up there that Jack is just kind of sitting there stone-faced like, I wish I had a shot. Well, if they win this upcoming match, they might get that shot later on in the top 8 playoffs, but they still got some work to do.
Very true, but my question for you now, Gregan, is from a former coach's perspective, right? Let's say you do have the team of the Falcons, who are all incredibly talented ones players. How do you kind of decide who you're going to end up subbing in?
Well, I mean, any of them could have gone out there and played really well in the ones, but I think it really comes down to recency bias with ones. It's all about form, and TRK just hit #1 in the leaderboard in ranked, and that's on a high ping. So when you start putting him down onto that LAN ping, I'm sure he'd be the scariest ones player in this whole tournament. And I think it also comes down to excitement. Like, if you're enjoying ones, then you're much more likely to go out there and play well in it. And that's what we've seen with some other teams with 2 ones players. You know, First Killer and AJ. You know, AJ's not done so well in recent show matches, so that's why you put First Killer in, who's got a better form right now. And I think the same could be true on the other side. Jack and Jory, either of them could be feeling better day by day, and that's when you choose to put them in. So it would be a lot down to how they're feeling.
Okay, and in regards to any players in particular that you truly feel like gave us an outstanding performance throughout the duration of that game, if you had to pick someone, who would it be?
We both said it as soon as we got asked.
Oh yeah, TRK, easily.
100%.
And it wasn't just in the 1v1. I mean, it was all throughout. His defense was outstanding when he wasn't the sole focus. I mean, Ahmad did come up with a couple of real clutch goals in both 3v3s. So, you know, if you want to talk about value in a most valuable player, you might lean towards Ahmad, but TRK's presence was just too much.
Yeah, anything to add to that, Greg?
He's really good at Rocket League.
He's pretty good.
He's all right
really
at Rocket
good.
League, I guess. But now, for the side of Dignitas, the upcoming matchup is going to be a repeat of their former game versus O1 Esports. Dignitas previously having won that one out 3-0 over in the upper bracket. Do you think they can do it again, or do you feel like losing that previous game is going to end up being a knock to their confidence?
I think it's one of those where they went into that Falcons game going, hey, look, if we win this is great. We go through that upper side and so on and so on. They would try their best for it, but they would know in the back of their minds, this is one of the strongest teams in the tournament. So if it goes wrong, we have that lower bracket. They'll be able to reset now that it's happened. They're going to have to put their hands up and go, they were just better than us. And that happens sometimes in Rocket League. The challenge you've got with this format is the lower team's got all that momentum having won 2 games, and they've got no momentum having just lost to a team. They really need to be able to reset fast, and that's a lot of pressure on Dignitas.
Yeah, and you did mention the bracket, so let's go on ahead and take a look at the bracket at hand and kind of dive into how everything has pretty much unfolded before our very eyes throughout the duration of today. We've had some amazing matchups thus far. Obviously, we had O1 Esports winning out versus the side of Renegades as well over in the lower bracket. But taking a look at the upper bracket, for today, Team Falcons winning 3-0 versus the side of Gaming Gladiators. Was that an expected result for you?
I mean, it was obvious from the start of this group. Team Falcons and Dignitas were going to make it all the way to that final, and one of them was going to go through. The rest of this group has got a hard challenge to prove against the loser of that, which is now going to be O1 Esports, who I think have come out victorious in this lower bracket, rightfully so, because they have improved. They've shown their quality across all 3 game modes and have stepped up and shown that Middle East has that depth with their 3rd strongest team at this event coming through into the top 3.
And there's something to be said about being the home team in an environment like this, because when 0-1 comes out, those fans aren't going anywhere. They just watch Falcons win. They're going to hang around and see if they can kind of will 0-1 into that second top 8 spot coming out of Group D.
I feel like that's so unfortunate for the side of Dignitas, though, to have like the crowd kind of backing the Falcons the entire way through. Hearing that has got to be a knock to the confidence, surely. And as if that wasn't bad enough, you got to do it all over again, this time around against the side of O1 Esports. I mean, talk about a hit to the confidence and morale.
They should know that they're going into this as the better team, and that if they just play their game, they will come out on top. It's easier said than done. You know, players do feel the emotion of losing, and it is frustrating when you lose, especially when there was 3 games that went 1 goal the difference. They'll definitely be feeling that. But if they can reset their mindset, Dignitas are still the favorites despite the crowd supporting them.
I mean, historically, Dignitas has not fared well when they are not the fan favorites. You go back to when it was a much different roster. They had the Dignitas Dynasty winning RLCS World Championships. Well, they came to Las Vegas. They were clearly not the favorites there against the North American Cloud9. I mean, and the dynasty crumbled apart right there.
That does not matter right now. It's 3 different players.
It is 3 different players. I'm just saying, maybe there's that aura. Maybe there's that curse hanging over their head. Dignitas yet again.
You'd be better off referring to Scrub Killer going to New Jersey and winning the whole tournament, the only European team.
Yeah, but he won.
It's much more relatable.
It's all right. Deep breaths, everyone.
It's fine.
In and
Okay,
out.
we're fine.
I feel like those breathing exercises are definitely going to end up being what Dignitas kind of need to bring to the table here. But talk to me about specific players now. Do you feel like there's going to be a player specifically that's kind of going to struggle heading into this next matchup after the back of that loss?
I think if there was anyone, it would probably be Jack, just off the fact that he'd be like, oh, why didn't I play the ones? And obviously Jack is a very emotional player. We've seen that several times before. So he's going to be the one who needs to step up. They've now got Nick, their coach, whose aim is to try and get the team on board together, get them unified. So hopefully Nick has got his plan cut out on how he's going to get them back together. But they shouldn't be too frustrated. Like we said, Falcons are one of the favorites in this tournament. So, you know, you accept it.
And I wonder if Jack does play the 1v1 if it comes to that. You know, figure what would 0-1 even want? I mean, remember they went with 2v2 last time they played when they lost game 1 because they maybe didn't want to deal with Jack or Jorius, and then, well, because they played 2s, they had to deal with both of them. I mean, you know, you're darned if you do and darned if you don't, really. It's just this double-edged sword. You have to deal with it eventually. So I wonder if they go 1s this time just to change it up, if they have to choose after game 1.
So are we presuming that Dignitas are going to win the 3s? Is that the presumption we're making?
I mean, if this was completely level, I would say 3-0 most likely to Dignitas.
Okay.
Well, at 0-1, impressive as it is that they've gotten to this point, they haven't won a first game at any point in this process. So, yeah, I would certainly favor Dignitas in the 3s.
And the previous result as well shows Dignitas are the
Yeah.
favourites as they went 3-0 in the upper bracket. You know?
So following that, do you think O1 Esports will opt for the 2v2s or 1v1s?
They might mix up this time. You know,
yeah, because the 2v2 didn't work so well for them last time. Yeah, you might as well go with the 1s because...
Especially after Jorius just getting beaten, it's like, well, we've seen you. Maybe we can...
yeah, right? And if you drop the first game and you're in that position where you have to choose, well, you got to play them both anyways. So flip a coin, see what it lands on.
Okay, well, I'm curious to kind of figure out how this entire game is going to end up panning out. I'm hoping that they've been able to kind of have that mental reset, have a chit-chat with the coach as well. But I'm a little bit hesitant about the backing from the crowd, so that means everybody in chat, make sure you're showing your support for both of these teams. I'm not going to favor one over the other, but I think you might.
I mean,
which team do you want to see make it to playoffs?
I mean, I want to see Dignitas because seeing them in this format is such a joy. You know, we've seen Jorius and Jack online competing in 1v1, Scrub Killer in the past, and just seeing those guys performing on stage is something everyone at home wants to see.
Yeah, and I don't want to see them get through because, sure, they would have a long road to go through, but I kind of want to see Dig and Falcons again in the finals, which is where they would meet up if they were to meet in that top 8 playoffs.
Well, I am just as excited as you gentlemen to get stuck into yet another elimination game. Today has been completely full of them. Commiserations to all of the teams that we have lost thus far. But Dignitas, now is your time to shine. Give us what you got.
Welcome back to the main stage. And speaking of main stage, I just want to take this opportunity to say a huge thank you to the production team and also to everyone who has helped to build and create this incredible set. This truly is the most unbelievable set I've ever worked on, so I just want to say a huge thank you. So, on with the final match of the day. Please welcome back to the stage. Are they going to be able to shake off that loss they've just had? Let's find out. Please welcome back from the UK, it is Dignitas.
تو طالع بالخسارة، لكن هو جاي يستغل فرصته الثانية عشان يقدر يستمر معنا في البلاي اوفز، لكن خصمه خصم ابدا مو سهل، الخصم اللي نزل الاول براكت وفاز مباراتين اليوم على التوالي. خلونا نرحب فيهم مرة ثانية اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، فريق 01 اي سبورتس.
0-1 Esports coming off a string of wins within the lower bracket, but have they come up against a team like Dignitas up to this point? Let's find out who's going to top the scales and who's going to make it into tomorrow's playoffs, because remember, this is an elimination match. So, we're going to throw it back over to the analyst desk to take us into the match.
الفرصة الأخيرة الفريق 0-1 وفريق ديجنيتاز انهم يستمرون معنا بالبطولة، واحد منهم بيستمر، واحد منهم بيوقف مسيرته، ولا ننسى أن المباراة هذه من أقوى المباريات اللي معنا بحكم مستوى ديجنيتاز اللي قدموه بالذات في المباراة اللي شفناها قبل قليل. مباراة حماسية، أعزائي المشاهدين خلونا نتوجه على طول عند الاستديو التحليلي نتكلم عن المباراة أكثر وندخل على طول على المباراة.
Well, they most definitely have indeed gone up against the likes of 0-1 Esports previously. We did mention it at the very start, but if you did happen to miss it, Dignitas successfully won that matchup 3-0 over in the upper bracket. It's just a matter of whether or not they can do it all over again, especially when we consider the fact that they had actually lost their previous matchup. Did they take a hit to the morale, or is it just going to be a repeat situation and they're just going to play their own game heading into this?
I think they go into that matchup previously knowing, as Gregan said earlier, they've got 2 lives. I don't think that this team is going to get rattled after a loss like that. This is a team they dominated in threes to the tune of 10-2 over 2 different 3v3s. I don't think Dignitas is going to be fazed at all by what just happened.
I think you've got to remember, though, 0-1 Esports have warmed up into this tournament, got more experience on a LAN stage. You know, we speak about MENA being a one-team region that gets to go to the majors, but gaining experience internationally on this kind of event is what some of these other teams need. And we know 0-1 are going to be at the wild card later on this year. That's the kind of opportunity that they need right here to gain that experience going into tournaments like that. But realistically, Dignitas should still win it, but the circumstances of it do favor 0-1 a bit more than the first time round.
Okay. And are there any players on 0-1 Esports that Dignitas should perhaps be fearing a little bit more?
Well, I mean, I feel like all 3 of them have showed up in threes in the lower bracket. And obviously they've got the 2s pair is different to the 1s pair. All 3 players competing in the 2s and the 1s. You know, AMS is going to struggle in the 1s against Jack or Jorias. I assume Jack now.
Right. Yeah, I mean, why not? You kind of mix it up. I think Dignitas would play with full confidence in this series, and they wouldn't. I do think their best foot forward is Jorias, but I don't think it matters as much, and Jack would certainly want that opportunity to be tough for him to give it up twice in a row. For the 2s matchup, of course, they're going to be at a huge disadvantage, but, you know, if Mosin can have a massive game, if he plays the game of his life, you maybe steal one off of Dig and start to put a little doubt in their minds.
Yeah, in the 3s in particular.
That would be a real feather in their cap that they could use to lead themselves to a massive upset here.
And the reason why Dignitas are such favorites at this event is because of their depth in 1s and 2s as well. So the 3s is where you're going to have to start stealing games to start having a chance at the series. And even there, Dignitas are one of the best teams in Europe. So 2s and 1s, you've got to be very, very well played to get past them in that.
Well, here we go, people. It is our final matchup of the day. I'm super excited for this. I know the folks in the crowd are super excited. My wonderful analysts are excited. The real question is, just how much excitement can our casters show us?
Tell me, Super, how excited are you?
I'm a little excited. I'm a little excited. It's the final day.
You think no-one can do it? Can no one do it?
I think there's a chance.
That's not excitement.
I think there's a chance.
Excitement.
There's a small chance.
Get excited.
It's small
Get
chance,
excited.
but it's there, Jordy.
Get excited.
It is a tiny one, but it's there.
Who's going to qualify? You're not. You don't make that prediction. That's what the desk does. The desk does that. Don't tell me what your opinion is. I don't want to hear it.
It's probably the one team.
I don't want to hear it.
One of the teams is going to win it.
All right, cool. Hope y'all had your volume turned down. If you didn't, well, I'm on your screen, so you should have known better. But Dignitas already 3-0'd 0-1 in this tournament at the very start, and I gotta agree with Gregan and Stacks a bit. You know, that's what they have to rely on. That series against Falcons was tough. TRK and company really shored up business, but 0-1 certainly have been building up confidence through the lower bracket. You know, they just took down Renegades, but it was not easy against Renegades. AMS ended up losing that 1v1 to Fever. They lost the 2v2 to Renegades as well, and those are 2 modes that Dignitas are really strong in. So again, when we talk about these matchups when you're disadvantaged, the 2v2 and 1v1 comes down to the 3v3. Can 0-1 figure it out on the 3v3 against a Dignitas team that really didn't look that bad in the threes portion against Falcons.
I'm with Stacks on this. If it's going to happen, it needs to happen in the 3v3. It needs to happen in this 3v3 right now out the gate. They haven't taken a game one, as he was saying. Getting a game one is going to put a lot of confidence into your team. It's also going to put a little bit of extra doubt on a team that's coming off a loss. They take a loss in the 3v3 again here. That might open the door.
0-1. That has been tough, and as Stacks had given us the beautiful stat that 0-1 have not won a single game one today. We'll see if they can change their fortunes. One thing I will say is, at least in recent history for Dignitas, they don't take losses too well. And while they shouldn't let the last loss affect them too badly, recent history would say that, well, AMS gets the first goal.
You know, I wanted to sit here and kind of counteract what you were saying, but the goal goes the way of 0-1 Esports at first. I will say this, though. Right as that ended, apparently Jack was smiling, you know, kind of hyping Joyce up. So all smiles. They went over, they shook the hands. They had positive energy to them. It didn't look like they were fully shook, and I think that they did know that in the back pocket, they had a win over this team before and to be able to come back down. But right now, it's not looking that way. They're down here in this first minute, and they're going to need to get a goal on the board here soon.
Yeah, Jack enjoys. It's good to see the smiles, though, because that's something that this team has received a lot of criticism for in the past. Not that they don't smile, but just being able to come back, being resilient. It's not something that we've been able to associate with this Dignitas team. But I think that they've been handed a very winnable match. They've already won against 0-1, as we've said about 1,000 times already. 0-1 got a good start here in midfield again. Dignitas working their way out on defense. Scrub. It's a deep ball back over to the corner. Dignitas take control.
Only momentarily, though. Good patience from Zazonix there on the back wall to just kind of wait that one out in the corner. Kind of feeling it out. They don't really want to rush it. 0-1 taking their time, trying to be methodical as they work their way out. Going to try and 50 through Jorius. That will pop high. An immediate follow-up there, but easily saved away to the corner. An outlet for apparently Jack. And a little scuffle. Another rumble here going down in the corner.
Not too bad from Dignitas on defense. 0-1 able to get those clears from the midfield line. Able to push the ball back out to the corner, but Dignitas shuffling the ball around. Whittle down that defense of 0-1. That's a nice touch in front. Jack dove for it. He didn't get the touch. Jorius whips that ball up in midfield, but the ball sent it right back down, and 0-1 really meeting Dignitas on the challenge game. Dignitas trying to be speedy on a couple of those passing plays, but the passing lanes have been tough to get by and connect on.
Another drop down to the midfield. Scrub has his teammate in the corner who tries to get a touch down, but really not going to be able to connect there. And a 50 game and a double commit there out of 0-1 as they're getting a little jumpy. You got the lead. Calm down just a little bit. No need to try and beat your own teammates up. You're trying to take out Dignitas.
Jack trying to get to that ball. Scrub also losing the 50. No one back in net. Can he put it in? Oh, squared across. Scrub kill able to get there in time. Rams didn't get the bounce that he wanted out of it. 0-1 hanging on to this lead right now as we approach the 2-minute mark.
AMS up against Jorius. Good 50 through. The second 50 is going to be a win over Scrub Killer. That gives AMS a shot, and yeah, that's all he needs. A shot is all it takes, Jordan.
I mean, the challenges have been excellent. 2 challenges in a row. Perfectly executed there by 0-1, and then AMS' shot right off the corner of his Octane. No chance for Dignitas to save it. Getting some insurance.
It was a great play all the way through. Sometimes you can sit there and you can look at that 50 and know that that was, I overtouched the ball a little bit. I end up having to go for the 50. A pass across, shot, gonna go low and underneath. Forget what I'm talking about. Who cares? Dignitas finally on the board here, takes it all the way down to 1:46 left, but finally there on the board. Little wind in their sails, still plenty of time to go ahead and even this one up.
That was a good shot from Jack, went underneath the defense, knowing that, well, the defender has to respect his ability to shoot that pretty much anywhere on target. Jack, knowing that, takes the low shot, and it works out well. Dignitas feeling a little heat off the kickoff. This time Jack squares up on a 50, but then AMS just drilling through the ball, getting it away from apparently Jack. 0-1 don't have to push the mold too far, but they also don't want Jack there, and they'll just take him off the field if he's a problem. Another pass out, 0-1 starting to feel it, but that pass not good enough. Hit right into Dignitas, and they're going to get the tying goal. Jack taking advantage on the counterattack.
That third man playing a little far up, thinking that passing play was going to work and he's going to be able to get out. Actually got demoed in the backfield. I didn't see the demo come through, but ripped off the pitch. And the other two playing for that infield passing play way up front. Leaves a completely open net. Dignitas do square it up. 2-2 here now. And kickoff going to go the way of 0-1, only momentarily, though, before Jorius takes control.
And both teams have traded demos a couple of times to give themselves an advantage. 0-1 also creating opportunities that way. Could anticipate both teams relying on that physical game a little more often, especially with how the challenge game has gone. At least up until now, you feel like it's favored 0-1, but Dignitas get a couple of really great go-ahead goals. Starting to figure out those challenges. 0-1, now it's their turn to respond. This is that experience that comes into play. 0-1 don't have a lot of it on the international stage. And when you have that lead and the other team starts to come back, how do you respond? Now it's tied up. Dignitas have the momentum. They've tested this back wall a couple of times. They haven't gotten 0-1 out of sorts just yet, but a high ball free for Scrubkilla. And he's gonna get it, but it's taken away again.
2 gone all the way in the other end. They're going to have the advantage here momentarily.
Oh.
And it will not come through for them. Shot high. That one going to be up. Read well by apparently Jack. And he's able to outlet that to the corner. And quick speed out of Jorius to get there and push it back down to the other end. 0 seconds is here. Ball still in play. Looking for it in the midfield. Just keeping it alive. Yeah, just throws it to him.
It's taken back to the opposite side of the field. Jack is there to kill the ball, and we got overtime in game number 1. 0-1, taking the punch to Dignitas. And what do they do on the kickoff here? Well, Scrub's gonna win it, but then it's given right back to Zizonix. Zizonix has been so clean for 0-1. Him and Mawson both being great facilitating. I mean, really, Zizonix has been putting in a lot of the goals. Ams is actually the guy scoring in this game. All 3 of them have really started to gel well as a unit in threes. Facing a little pressure here on defense as Jack tries to flip into the ball, and it does get the ball away from 0-1, but they win the 50 on the third.
Yeah, you can definitely see the change of pace, the difference in play here. A little bit of work coming from Dignitas as they try to get through 0-1, who has clearly game planned on how to try and change this series up and not have a repeat 3-0. They're going to try and save this one. Zizonix up, gets just enough of it, and is able to make the save. It almost came to a crashing end here in game 1 there.
Push again on the 50. Scrubkilla headed his way back. Now Mawson gets the touch. 2 back for Dignitas. Mawson sets it up, but nobody's there for 0-1. And pushed again around the corner. Looking for a passing play. Flips it up in front. All of 0-1 here together near the corner. Ams just has to launch that one up. Mawson coming back to help out Zizonix a little bit, but Dignitas get right back to the orange half. Back in the corner, Zizonix, big 50 back. Jorius pass in front, shot on target, but right into the defender. 2 players get demoed. Scrubkilla takes it across. No 50 and no touch means 0-1 get control of it. Another demo in front. Apparently Jack sends it forward. 0-1 hang on defense, but the Dignitas are not done. Here they come again. Jack, not a touch. Jorius, the shot denied again. Ams just getting in the way.
This is getting faster and faster as this OT goes on, and scrappier, hands being thrown, demos, bumps galore, everything coming through. Ball on target, 0-1, get their first game 1 of the entire tournament.
And it's Mawson putting it in, gets the touch. Jorius going for the boost, thinking he can take that read, but he couldn't get to it in time. Mawson recognizing where Jorius was going on that play, knowing he had the edge, had him beat, and he took his shot, and he made it happen.
Now the question turns. We talk about how do they bounce back from losses. Is Dignitas a team that takes it well? Now you take a loss, you're knocked to lowers. You're up against a team that you 3-0'd earlier. You're feeling like you should come into this one. You take the loss there. Now what's the decision? Where before it's like, oh, okay, maybe we send in 1s, it doesn't matter. We send Jack, we send Jorius, maybe we go 2s. It's kind of like, up in the air. Now it's, we've really got to figure this out and make sure that we make the right call.
I really don't think it matters which mode that they pick. I think Dignitas do have the advantage either way. I think the most important thing, though, for 0-1 is that they have to win these 3v3s because they are outmatched, or at least on paper, should be outmatched by apparently Jack and Jorius in 2s, by Jack or Jorius in 1s. So which way is it going to go, though? I mean, Mawson and Zizonix have been solid in 2v2. They're gonna need to pull it together. Jack and Joria's in their 2v2 against Falcons played extremely well. I think that they're one of the best duos in the game, and it's gonna be tough, but that first game win's gotta feel great if you're 0-1. Talk about this lower bracket run.
You can see the nerves on the side of Ams in his face, just kind of trying to think, sitting there having a talk with his team, now looking away, just kind of thinking this one through, trying to figure out what is gonna happen here. Who are we gonna get in this matchup? Is it 2s? Is it 1s? I don't really care which it is. Either way, it's gonna be a solid game. It is 1s. Jorius, Jack, up against Mawson and Zazonix.
We expected it. We got it. Mawson, Zazonix taking on the dynamic duo. Can they put more pressure on Dignitas? Dignitas, we're always going to have a tough bout against Falcons, but the entire MENA region just seems to be a problem right now. Dignitas not winning that 3v3, now trying to get set up, but it's taken away again. 0-1 in that first game, had excellent defense. Mawson gonna let Zazonix take this one. They had a short defensive bout, liked the idea, but apparently Jack snuffed it out really quick. He's got the net, he got the bounce, but couldn't put it on target. And Jack just a little bit closer to the edge, and he's got that goal. He might get this one, but it's taken away again. 0-1 in front. He sees Jorius, went underneath on the 50, and you can just tell with the mind that they have. There's a demo in front. The 50s again, crucial to 0-1's success against Dignitas.
No boost there. He won't be able to rotate back. Zazonix playing too far up downfield, and that's an easy outlet back. His teammate's on the back wall. He's playing the corner while that ball's coming up. His teammate had no chance at getting him off of that ball. You had to get out of there quick.
Yeah, that was an all-in play. You're hoping your teammate can get a bump on that play, and he couldn't quite chip him off the ball. Dignitas punish. That was after a series of really good challenges from 0-1. And then just going a little too ham on offense. Jack getting deleted, Joria's getting bumped. The dribble put out to the far side. 0-1 seemed really nonplussed here.
Zazonix trying to get through there, was trying to find his way up and over the top, but just couldn't make it happen. And you can see them kind of getting in there, getting scrappy, looking for that bump, that player coming through, trying to get a win in the corner, to try and open up that line, to try and come down and open that near side post. But those are dangerous. You can't have those overcommits, but you know what you can do? You can just get big and 50 right through and score a goal here, ties it up.
Great work here from Mawson. Gets the flip reset, squares himself up for the 50. He saw Jorius coming the whole way. He knew exactly where to line it up, saved his dodge for the perfect moment. He has the momentum. Jorius is going sideways. So you use that dodge, you force the ball forward, and then you lose the kickoff, and apparently Jack takes the lead back.
The amount of feels, the immediate downfall as that just gets the rug pulled right back out from under you. The kickoff comes through. Quick follow-up there. Jack scores it. And
really well drawn up by Jorius. He pulls to the left side of the ball, so he controls where it's going to fall. Jack sits in the right spot. They know exactly how that kickoff works. That was really well drawn by Dignitas. You kill any momentum that 0-1 build. And that's why they're such a threat. And now they might get scored on again. It doesn't matter. Might have a shootout here. Zazonix takes the tie.
Hands are thrown, gloves are off. Both teams just throwing everything they've got here to try and get through and score these goals. Tied up again, squaring up by throwing those hands. 2-2, Dignitas 0-1 Esports. This is a battle here, carrying over. The 3v3 was a throwdown. The 2v2 is giving us even more. Oh, the pass.
Oh, what a shot, Jorius. You put some rocket power on that shot. Jack, all he's got to do is sauce him up. And oh, the dip is so good. Look at that shot underneath him. Jorius, 133 kilometers per hour.
Look, man, North American education, I don't know what that converts to in miles per hour,
Dude,
but
it's not hard.
Open
up a textbook.
I don't have a textbook here with me.
You can convert real time.
Okay,
don't
get
do
this.
that.
I got you.
You gotta pay attention to the
find
game.
it. I can do both, maybe. Hold on.
No, Mawson gonna push it forward. He gets bumped out of the way by Jack. Zazonix been really solid all day long. But Dignitas have responded every single time to 0-1 Esports.
It's a solid 82.64 miles per hour there, Jorby.
Well, that's a soft fastball in baseball terms. And no one cares anymore about baseball. So Dignitas get another goal. Jorius puts that one in, and Dignitas get a 2-goal lead, starting to feel a little more comfortable.
Nice little touch just over the top. 2 bite. The double commit in 2s is just a sin. You cannot commit.
Now, how can 0-1 respond here? Dignitas, a couple of quick goals. Stuffed twice on the 50. Jorius diving right back. And a nice recovery. Oh. 0-1 working a little low on boost. Actually, this is a bad 50. And it was taken away. A great save. Had to be very cautious. Mawson had to be. He only had about 20 boost playing shadow defense there. He can't jump too early or he'd get dunked. And he's able to get it out back into Dignitas territory.
Yeah, it's a great recovery, but a better recovery there from Jorius to come back and be able to make that touch and take away a very dangerous situation. Jack now, back wall, gonna have to try and force his way through Zazonix. The follow-up's there immediately from Mawson, and the follow now from Jack as they did win that battle in the corner. It falls and does not, it's still on the line. Saved away, Zazonix is able to get there.
Jorius letting the ball drop. Jack trying to get the bump. Mawson's able to avoid it. Jorius got a touch up underneath. No reset for him, Jack. Good speed to get back again. They're not letting 0-1 through so easily. It's gonna take that 50 game we saw from them earlier to break through, but they're running out of time and they just got caught out again. Jack pops it too high and gets another goal.
This is one of those situations where we talked about earlier with the ping differential and how these MENA teams react and how quickly they are to try and make a read on the play. That read was too quick, left the ground too early, and realized after the fact that he had jumped too soon, didn't have the boost to get back underneath that, and that opens up the goal, and that also then opens up the lead. 3 goals up now, only a minute left here. This is a tall mountain for 0-1 to try and get through, to try and even this one up in this duo, in this 2s match.
And you can't understand going for it. Thinking if you get Jack beat on the play, that's a nice bump and a good 50. Should be a goal as long as it falls back down. Zazonix puts it in. And time on the clock, plenty in a 2v2.
Absolutely. I mean, there's enough time on this clock for another 6 goals to go through if they really are able to try and figure this out. These score lines can definitely balloon out of control in here. 5-3 though, still in the driver's seat. Dignitas does have that kind of control to try and dictate the pace if they want to. Good win off the front, but a good read from the side of 0-1. And that is just placed, so perfectly.
We won't see it on the replay, but the kickoff, very similar to what we saw apparently Jack and Jorius do earlier. Get the loss, but you still cheat up to make sure you get a quick read on the kickoff, and then still, Mawson has to nail that flick in the corner, and he nailed it with perfection.
And it's so hard to do that as well, where it's not just the full fake where that ball gets hit back down the middle. It is just enough of that touch to line that ball up off access and give that opportunity, make sure that defender's not then lined up with you and you get that outside angle. Zazonix here, gonna try and play through up against Jorius. Jorius will win that battle into the corner, should be able to take it back around and try to get the second. Mawson with the patience is able to wait for that one to come in and give him a good line.
Well, 2-goal comeback so far, but they need a third, and they're running out of time now. It's Jorius bumping one player out of the way, but they've won 150. They've won 250s. Jack and Jorius get tied up, but nobody's available for the shot. Less than 5 seconds left. Jack punches it out. The 50 in front. 1 second on the bounce. Mawson scores a 0-second tie game.
It doesn't end. It is we can't see what it is, but it's 0.0 something right now on that clock.
I certainly don't have that reaction.
We are going to have the kickoff. They have to pop the ball high. You just have to get above it. If you are Dignitas, they allow it to get touched. It is, oh no, it's OT, it's a tie-up. Why did I think it was 4-5? It's an actual tie. It's an, what am I doing? Yeah, thank you. I got so caught up in the fact that the goal happened that I was confused out of my mind.
I like the idea on the kickoff. Both players kind of hesitated, getting a slight delay, but 0-1 now with all the momentum, a 3-goal comeback, and Dignitas punch it right back in. A bounce off the ramp. Zazonix takes it away from Jack. He gets bumped by Jack. Jorius is there, and Dignitas secure the victory.
I went from very confused, let you just take that. I've gathered my thoughts now. The win comes through for Dignitas. They're able to clean it up. Man, was that close though. 0-1, that last second, 0 seconds to tie it up. That was actually an insane 2v2 effort from them. So close. This battle, so much closer than the earlier matchup between these two.
You can't count out 0-1 at all anymore. There's no 3-0. I mean, obviously, they won game one, there's no 3-0, but like, it's just a completely different team than we saw at the beginning of the tournament. And that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that Moss and Zazonix and AMS all look different. And that 2v2 was so close. Dignitas mounted a substantial lead. The fact that they came back, they scored their first goal to come back with 46 seconds left on the clock, and then scored that 0-second goal. You think the momentum in your favor, the kickoff basically neutralized, but then Jack setting up Joria's, converting into a dub, and now we head back to a 3v3. Dignitas, they had one game to get it figured out, and they can't let 0-1 in through the gate again, because going to that 1v1, I mean, if it goes 5, we can talk about the 3v3. What have we been saying? If 0-1 win this, it's gotta be in the 3v3. And that 2v2 was insanely close. So this 3v3, it feels like this is the moment. If 0-1 win this, and then it ends up going to a game, I'm just assuming that the 1v1 is gonna go a certain way. We don't even know that. Maybe something crazy will happen. But like, just the way we expect the results to go, 0-1 certainly still in a good spot to maybe take Dignitas to the brink.
I mean, expectations that we have, I don't know that they exist now. I would have expected that 2v2 to be a much different score line there, a little bit larger gap, not an OT win for Dignitas. I thought 0-1 would have been knocked out of that one. That 5 seconds comes up, that would have been the end of the game, but it got really close. So now the 1v1, I don't know that I have the same expectation anymore. Jorius, as I'm talking, gonna get the flip reset shot off, places it well. Defender able to get a piece, but not enough. And it will open up the goal in the first 14 seconds here for Dignitas.
Good work from Jack, also hurrying up the last defender, coming up the back wall. And that physical play working out really well for Dignitas. Jack wins the kickoff clean. Quick shot from Scrub Killer, but it's turned away. He won't get the demo for his effort. Dignitas, no nonsense at the start of this game. Still have been impressed with 0-1's poise in both games so far. And a great dump off to Moss, and looked for the corner, but just a little off.
Just high. That had the opportunity, just a little bit long on waiting to push that shot through, and it ends up going high. Opportunity here for Mawson again as he comes out of the corner. Boost to spend. Wins the 50. Good cover there from Zazonix. Pushes it over one, and then a battle against Jorius, who will be the one to finally get enough body on ball to stop that play in its tracks.
Ooh. Just off the post. That one taken down for Jorius, but AMS gets back to his 50. A lot of loose balls, a lot of 50s you expect to go one way, and sometimes the touch doesn't happen. And oh my goodness, Mawson barely getting that ball out. It rolled off the post. Jack was there, he had the read. AMS sizing up the defense. Lobbed one up, but it was just too far. Don't want to overcommit. They don't want to bite. That poise has kept them in the series, won them the last 3v3. Gonna try to push out here. Blown it out.
Ooh. Thought George didn't have a piece. Jack will have that second touch. Follow up now. Scrub coming in from that third man position. He's actually just going to drop it off for Jack. Cut across. Jorius there again to Phil. Offense maintaining here. Actually, a defensive demo in their half will open up the net. And Jack gets the respawn, but can't get a piece of the ball. AMS able to tie this up, sends it all the way downfield after getting that demo in the backfield.
Almost looked like Jorius kind of bumped into him a little bit, but it was AMS with a great shot. I don't think he actually got chipped on the play from that angle. It might have looked a little bit like it. Either way, AMS recognizing Jack demoed on the play, forces him to hurry up like you said. Jack couldn't get it done, 0-1. Tie it up again.
Lawson just gonna pop one high. Nobody able to bite on that, so Jack will come through, gets the clear. He's up early. That'll allow Scrub to come through with an opportunity, and again, not the touch he's looking for. That one's just gonna drop down. AMS now up. Looked like he was going for the flip reset, but defense doesn't bite on it. They know that he's going for that shot, cut it off on the high touch.
Good 50. AMS taken out by apparently Jack. Still, how close. 0-1 want to play it. They get the boost steal. They still have control. Now AMS in front. Scrub Killer gets pushed out of the way. It's going to allow Jorius to come in. Dignitas have respected this 0-1 push and their ability to win some of these balls, but still a nice pass in front to Scrub. Back to Jorius. Jorius wide angle, missed it wide, but apparently Jack's gonna come in. He's got the boost, goes to the ceiling. He's got his dodge, he's got one, but that second one was gonna be tough to make happen. Still Dignitas press, swarming in front, shot denied. Taken back over to the corner. Jorius still playing it close. Dignitas well oiled on offense right now, but they're just missing that goal. 0-1 hanging on by a thread right now as it's taken away. Everyone running out of boost. Light shot, not even on target. The Scrub takes it back to the side. Jack there again. Jorius waits, but he's not going to get a touch as he has to wait for the touch from 0-1. Gets bumped off the play, and 0-1 survive for now, but they can't get control of midfield.
Constant rotational wins here from Dignitas, but on the other side of that, constantly wide on the shot. Can't put it on target, but they've had possession for what feels like an eternity at this point. Finally, the ball making it past midfield to go all the way into their end, and now make it all the way to their end off of a mistake from Jorius. He ends up catching it, sends it to his own end, and Ams just comes barreling downfield to 50 it through.
Oh, it was a double whammy.
Not 50, but
First he gets the demo to try to help Jack, then he bumps into Jack, then he goes down to the corner, and then he gives it right to Ams. And I mean, how are you going to save that when Ams is right in front of the net? And he whips it. Dignitas, a huge gaff. And Jorius, he can't let that one get to him. You got to be able to stabilize here. But right now, 3v3 with a minute left. Maybe another one. They're up in the air on the backboard, saved. Both commit for Dignitas, means a free ball in the corner. Scrub Killer trying to hurry up. Zazonic sends it hard. Oh, Mawson there as well. Am's gonna get a free ball. No one from Dignitas could get there. Scrub got lost on the backboard. He had no boost. And Dignitas feeling pressure. Another double commit sent out to the corner. Scrub trying to collect the boost and the ball. Another 50 goes out to the side, and it's just time wasted on the clock. Dignitas still unable to get control.
Sonic's gonna slow this one down, looking to try and get Jack out, get one defender out of the way. Doesn't get the touch to where he can get the secondary, so Dignitas get a moment with the ball. That one will fall right into the hands of Jack, but he just hits it wide up against Ams, and now finally back down to the other side. A little relief for Dignitas and an opportunity here. They need to crank up the heat. The speed needs to be there, and this time they have to have a shot on target, but nobody there at first for this one. Zazonics into the corner, just tries to chip Jorius, gets a piece of him. That one's up, down, and it hits the ground. 0-1 Esports wins their second 3v3 of the series.
And on match point to advance to the playoffs. Will Dignitas lose to two Middle Eastern teams in a row after they beat this team at the start of the tournament, and it wasn't even close? You heard the stat that Stax gave. In the 3v3, they got outscored 10-2. It's not the same game, not the same team at all that we saw yesterday.
No, that lower bracket, the games that they've played has changed this team. They have ascended from the point that they were early in this tournament, and they are now showing up huge. Even in that 2v2, that was a close battle that we would have expected to be a little bit larger gap. Now we switch to the 1v1. Now is it, we kind of said before, oh, it doesn't really matter. Whoever they send, we expect it to be there. I don't know that Dignitas feels quite like that in this situation where it is on match point. Everything matters here. This is one where you have to send whoever you think has the best chance.
If it were my choice, I'd pick Jack.
You'd pick Jack?
I would pick
Jack. You think Jorius is shook?
I think Jorius is probably a little shook after that. I mean, if you got confidence in your guy, you say, go ahead, Jorius, this one's yours. Didn't go well against TRK, but TRK is literally rank 1 in 1v1. You can only expect so much. Sure, Jorius has had that title before, but he doesn't have it right now. I think that Jack has been playing well. 1v1's totally different, even if you're playing well in the other modes. But I do think the hot hand matters. And I think Jack looks the best right now. There it is.
And that is it. I was going to say, as you were talking about it, Jorius' headset was off. Jack had a towel out, wiping the sweat off his hands, making sure he's good to go. Going to have a tight grip on that controller. Ooh. And AMS comes through. Opening goal coming off the kickoff. 6 seconds in, and 0-1 Esports is looking to get this done in 4.
That was a great delay from AMS. Lines that one up. Jack trying to anticipate the shot, and it just comes down to, is your shot good enough to get by Jack? AMS ripped that one on target. Jack gonna win this kickoff. If you've ever watched an Apparently Jack video, you know he knows his 1v1 kickoffs. Won that one, but didn't get the flick. AMS catches that one. Jack gonna play this close, not gonna bite early. Ams went underneath. Am's style of play in ones, he doesn't go overly mechanical. He's very grounded, really, in his play. As he comes underneath, tries to bait Jack out, goes for the bump, and he does go for the air dribble bump. Gets the recovery, but Jack's also recovered. Ams just gets there in time.
The speed just enough. I thought for sure that was going to be a disastrous situation. Ams over the top of Jack. Jack's out into the corner. Oh my God, how do you get back to that?
Recoveries are absolutely crucial. And Jack, expert recoveries as he works around Ams. Oh, it's so speedy as both players cutting around each other, but it's all about saving that dodge, keeping that recovery, knowing those cuts can come. You don't want to take yourself out of position. Ams winning the boost battle here and gonna take the ball away, forces Jack off the ball.
This battle back and forth, the door to door, the fender to fender, weaving in and out of each other is a crazy game to watch. Jack gonna get bumped off. He'll recover to the ceiling or to the back wall and be able to get a piece of this now. Full boost tank for him as Ams backs off to grab mid boost. Gonna get a piece here, but Jack will maintain the line on the ball, have an opportunity. Shot gonna be there, but Ams will have that. And now, tables turn. Jack having to drop back to defense. Ams, soft touch, not gonna be able to do anything there. Jack reads it well.
Ams,
but
nice little touch, catching Jack out as Ams coming straight down. Jack jumping a little early at that, and Ams pulling off, knowing he's caught Jack in a bit of a tough spot. Jack trying to touch that ball down, so if he recovers quickly, he gets the quick touch, he can anticipate the shot. But Ams, he slows it down after that, meaning Jack gets frozen for a second. Pops it up, Jack gets caught just slightly out of position. That was a great delay by Ams to catch Jack out.
Opportunity here once again now for Jack. He's looking for that air dribble bump, and 100% has him dead to rights. Takes him out, not even the bump. He's going for the air dribble demo. Ams, boom.
That's not the spot you want to be in if you're Ams. You saw it on Jack's cam. As soon as he goes underneath, it's like Ams was the crosshair. Like just drive straight center. And it was an easy air dribble demo for Jack. Grabs the kickoff. Ams doesn't care about the boost. Jack goes for the corner, but Ams still on the ball. Doesn't get the 50. Jack gets there quick. Ams doesn't have the boost to catch up. It's going to be another Jack Golds. Punished him. Ams losing that kickoff, and you understand trying to get aggressive there. If you can whip around the ball, get a solid touch out, you can maybe catch Jack on the edge. But again, Jack quick on the recovery. Ams didn't get the touch he wanted on the kickoff or off the kickoff, and Jack punished.
You can see how intense Zazonix is on screen, watching his teammate hands in front of his face, just kind of locked in, waiting to see what happens. So much riding on this game right here, trying to figure out if he's gonna have to play again or not as these two throw down again in this series. Fender to fender, it's been back and forth battles, a lot of counterattacks as they look to be very chippy. Ams waiting it out, gonna 50 it high over the top of Jack, tries to cut it back in, but Jack able to get a couple touches. Will this one be the one that goes through? No, Jack there once again to cut off the shot from Ams.
Ams playing very smart right now. You saw him on that last 50. Again, saving his dodge until after contact. That allows him to recover quickly. Then he can get back to the ball. Jack has had trouble getting control of this. It's been Ams really controlling for the last minute or so. This is really tight. Maybe we were overselling Dignitas and Jack earlier. Maybe we weren't given 0-1 enough credit because Ams has just taken the lead, catching Jack out. Another solid 50 right in front. Jack trying to push that ball forward, but Ams was in position for it. Ams not fooled. He gets the 50, gets the goal.
The shooketh that Dignitas is feeling right now is just running through all of them. That last game may have had more of an impact on them than we would have thought. We kind of talked about maybe it does have the impact. I'm going to say at this point it definitely has. The play has been kind of back and forth with these players thus far. Am's going to be trying to challenge Jack here through the corner. Tries to set himself up. Jack has a good runaway with the ball, but Am should be able to recover here.
Jack saw his attempt on the kickoff earlier, but now here he comes on the corner. Gets the pitch and Ams saves his dodge for the perfect moment. Back into the corner. Jack still in control. Whips it right into the net, and we got a tie game.
He knows that he's low on boost. He could tell by the way that he was defending on the first shot. Jack then knew that that boost was never grabbed in the midfield. Ams was just off, and that ends up costing him that goal. He just doesn't have the boost to spend to try and get that ball out of his end of the field.
We saw Jack last time on the kickoff. Well, he just lost it there. Am's not gonna get a favorable bounce, but Jack is forced to respond, and Ams goes underneath. Jack, he jumps early on the play. This is before Ams takes the shot. He knows exactly where to go. Jack plays his cards too early. Ams punishes him for it.
Yeah, he holds on to that, doesn't immediately go for that flip, sets up early to try and get that jump. Jack bites right into it. Ams may have not have had a favorable bounce, but it was just favorable enough to come off that back wall and open that angle for him.
So tight right now. Final minute has the makings of an overtime. I kind of just want to see the overtime with how Ams has been playing. He got the wave landing, but Jack takes it right back, and we're tit for tat, 4-4.
You might get your wish. I mean, that's a quick response. That gives me the feel of the OT. You say you want an OT, and immediately the goal comes in, the tie, the 4-4. You know, I gotta be there with you. I would not be mad to see this one go to OT.
Now, everyone loves a good overtime. And in a best of 1v1, I don't think there's anything more tense. Like 3v3 overtime, yeah, we've seen some really tense ones, but man, there's just something about ones that just has you hanging on the edge of every single touch, every single decision, every single pull-off. Here's Ams. He's sizing up Jack. Gets it bite! Oh, and he bit down hard, Ams! He makes him eat his lunch! He's got the lead!
Fake one, fake two, fake three. That's the one that'll get Jack to come out of the goal. You throw it enough times, eventually the bite comes through, and Ams back on top. 35 seconds left here. Can Jack even up this score? Can he get this back to 5? Can he get us the OT that we all want?
Dignitas might not even make it to the playoffs. 0-1. What a story. Ams gets deleted. Oh, if you can't beat him, delete him. Jack ties it up again.
27 seconds left, plenty of time for another few goals. We'll see if they can hold on. Do we get the OT? Do we not? I'm on the edge of my, well, if I was sitting, I'm on the edge of my metaphorical seat here.
27 seconds. Ams wins the kickoff. Jack's got the recovery. Ams, immaculate ground game. Jack has matched him at every step. Really, maybe it's the opposite way. Ams has matched Jack, but now Jack got a perfect bounce, and he's missed the ball. Ams, he's not gonna get back though, and Jack finally gets ahead of Ams.
He didn't have any boost. He ends up overcommitting, trying to just grab pads, was working off 12 boost. Dangerous shot. Read well by Jack. He knows that he's low on boost, waits to play it, just looks for that open field down the backside, and now 12 seconds, and the pressure now shifts. Ams is the one that must score here. Kickoff goes the way of Jack. That's good for Dignitas as they want to push this to a game 5. Ams is going to take possession, though, as he grabs the corner boost. Has an opportunity.
Ams.
Does it work? Is he going to get it through? Looking to go underneath. Cannot. Dignitas take it down. We will see game 5. Didn't get the OT, but we will get 5.
Jack can wipe all the, actually, can someone get Jack a towel? Maybe 2 towels, because he had to have been sweating with his team's life on the line, several times falling down, but Jack's brain is the size of, I think, 3 players. I mean, excellent job maintaining that resilience. Absolutely. I mean, how do you think Scrub and Joyous feel? They're sitting in free play. They're like, how can I be hitting the ball right now when I know this is happening? And I see Jack, you just see Jack sweating. You're like, if Jack's sweating, we're losing. This is not good. This is not good.
The towel sitting right next to him. He went from arms stretched behind the chair to immediately reaching down, wiping the hands off. He's like, oh, yeah, hands went up. And he went, ooh, huh.
Yo, Dave, can I get a new jersey, please?
I think they'll be able to find him one for the play there and clutching and icing that one up. Get him a little ice. Gonna need to cool down here. It's getting a little hot in the arena here in Saudi.
Now Dig have to do what they haven't been able to do all series, Super. And that's win a 3v3. Both of them have gone to 0-1, and it was a gaffe from Joria's that took the game, out of reach. They have to be clean. 0-1 have been so solid as a 3v3 unit. And all the credit to Ams. You thought maybe a couple of times he was going to take that 1v1. But now the fate rests on both teams' full units. Game 5, is there any other way to end the day? An elimination match to get into the playoffs? Scrub Killer, Jack, Jorius against Mawson, against Ams, against Zizonix, and Ams gets the first goal.
The 3v3 already going their way. We're only 2 seconds into this match, Jorb.
They take no time at all. So much offense between these two teams. Man, 0-1. You would have thought after we watched Dignitas play them earlier in the tournament, even watching them against Gladiators, even watching them against Renegades. Most people are probably thinking, yeah, okay, but Dignitas, they're clear better than Renegades or Gladiators. It's gonna be a completely different match, but O1 have answered the call. They've stepped up to the competition, and they are bringing the heat to this team. Dignitas have been forced to react. They've been forced to respond to a team that's been heating up all day long.
Touch downfield, looking for the chase. Zonix ended up pinching that one over to the sidewall, and apparently Jack gonna try and find his way through, ends up just dropping it off. 2-0-1, they end up getting the save, but putting himself in a dangerous situation. Those mistakes have been punished time and time again from the side of O1 Esports so far in these 3v3s. Dignitas got away with one there.
Apparently Jack throw that one back to Jorius. It's cut off. Those long field passes, they haven't connected on those off, and also Jorius switching off that Fennec into an Octane, and well, can't do another car switch. AMS gets another goal, and O1 get a 2-goal lead, Super.
Man, I think they better get towels, all three of you, during that little replay. You better wipe your hands off figuring this out, because something is going on right now on the side of Dignitas in these 3v3s. This is an actual insane play. The call was what? They have to win it through the 3v3s? Well, guess what? They're looking to do it exclusively through the 3v3s. All three of them trying to get it done up to in the first minute. Oh, Dignitas got to be sweating bullets.
And around the corner, Zonix. No touch. Smart there from Jorius to leave that one hanging, seeing Zonix there. Jack lets it drop. Scrub Kill is there, and Dignitas respond.
Man, Scrub, come back quick. Trying to get this one done, just under 3:30, plenty of time left on the clock. He's immediately able to react to that bad touch from Mosin, who just kind of gets a touch. He actually cuts his teammate off, who may have actually had to clear into the corner. So mistake in the defensive rotation that we haven't seen too much thus far in this best of 5 in these threes from O1 Esports is immediately punished by Scrub Killer.
Mosin takes the ball over. Scrub just gets that last touch out. He's won multiple series MVPs today. Really, it's plays like that to show you why. AMS getting pushed off of it. Potential Rule 1 was denied there. Back around the corner. Good clear here for Dignitas on the far or on the back side of O1's rotation. Forced them to pitch it high. Still no one from O1 able to respond to it. Dignitas slowly regaining control of the game. Jack sends that one up high. Scrub Killer bounce shot too late. He got the dunk though off the post, and it's off the post again. Jack can't go for it, and O1 get out. Scrap.
My breath. I was holding it there. The just complete insanity there on the line. Couple opportunities there. Couple shots coming through. Nothing ends up finding home on the net. Little battle here as AMS comes down off the sidewall. Now to the corner, back wall defense gonna be there for the side of O1 Esports, but getting jammed and gunked up in this corner, not finding any kind of outlet. Finally, they'll get one only momentarily as that ball is won at the 50-yard line by apparently Jack. And Scrub Killer gonna have to try and now battle as finally O1 Esports for a brief moment.
Oh, Jack! Oh, the pass, it was tight, but you felt like he had the angle there. I honestly wish I could take a second look at it, because he missed it. And it swings the other way. It should have been a goal, but instead they get scored on, and it's a 2-goal lead for O1.
Oh no, the third man commits so far forward thinking that that play's going through. I don't know if it's early celebration, what the read was, but out of position, open net back the other way, and it just gets sent all the way down. 3-1, 2-goal lead once again in favor of O1 Esports.
Great counterattack from O1 Esports. Dignitas. They were starting to get control, but then O1 got in the way. Zonix flips off the play. A little bit of space, can't get back to the 50. Jorius doesn't get 2 touches. Jack waits in front, lobs it up for Scrub. Back across the corner, and gonna be Jorius. Little pot shot. Oh, the team pinch, and Jack gets the bump. I think that might have pushed Zonix off the path. It's pushed up high again, AMS. Every touch from O1 is just gonna chew time off the clock. We approach 70 seconds left. Dignitas on tournament life support, all up high, taken away. Pass, shot denied again. 0-1 hanging on defense, pushed in front, and somehow they just hang on the line. Their thread made of titanium, and Dignitas don't have the shears to cut through them, and blocked again on the goal line. Pushed up high, Jack has to waste boost to keep the ball away before the clear comes. Scrub misses the touch. Dignitas out of sorts. They can't find the touches. Jorius finally gets one. No, it's taken away again. Around the corner, 0-1 hanging on. They're running out of boost. 12 left for Zazonix, none left for AMS, but he pushes the ball through. Molson also running out of boost. Dignitas have a lot more in the tank. Pushed out by Scrub. Do they have another one? Jory are denied again. He doesn't have the touch. Time wasted on the clock, Super. 20 seconds left. Dignitas need a goal with time, and they can't get one. They can't buy one. They're out of money. They're out of time. Where's the goal? Another touch out. The defense immaculate from 0-1 Esports.
Tate, 7-6. The crowd screaming that in the background. You can hear it just a bit. It's coming to an end. 0-1 Esports have done it. They downloaded the earlier game against Dignitas. They had the time to figure it out. They come back as a different team. They win it as we said they needed to. Every single 3v3 goes their way.
Unbelievable effort from 0-1 Esports. You gotta love this story. Third in MENA. Falcons crush everybody, and everyone around the world's thinking, yeah, okay, MENA's a one-region team. Not so much. 3v3 wins is not small. I don't care what format we're in. All right? They absolutely responded to that adversity, and they moved to the playoffs. Dignitas, they don't go anywhere. They're done. The weekend is here, and Dignitas won't be joining us.
This is insanity. This is one of those things. The MENA region has to be just going nuts. The fan base,
I'm going
everything.
nuts.
I mean, yeah, but it's me and you. I expect it. I absolutely expect you to be going nuts always, constantly. This is one of those things. Can somebody don't bring us? Apparently, Jax, bring us a different towel. We'd like a clean one. But this is one of those things. This is like those fairy tale moments. You finally won. You get into the RLCS. This region comes in this season. You finally get these events running with the E-League to qualify into this. You finally have a LAN here, the biggest prize pool to ever exist in Rocket League at a single event. And you have these teams just pushing through. The MENA region showing up in high stakes, high pressure situation. You've got the fan base here, expectations on your shoulders that weighs on you, and they stand tall constantly against teams that we expect to take them down.
There was one more MENA team, F16. They were playing FaZe on the B stream. We got Falcons and 0-1 in the playoffs. Let's send it back to the desk and figure out who else is joining us.
Well, there we have it. They've only gone and done it. I have no idea what to say about that matchup. We did say at the very beginning of that matchup that Dignitas should kind of walk their way through that series, especially considering the fact that they had previously won against 0-1 Esports. Gregan, what on earth happened in that matchup?
Yeah, they just did not seem like the same team we expected to see, especially when it comes to threes. Obviously, 2s and 1s going in favor of Dignitas, but Dignitas need to be a better 3v3 team. They have not looked good in the Spring Split as a 3v3 team, and they're about to go to the Worlds, where if they don't show up as a 3s team, they might get upset by teams like this. 3rd seed from MENA going into wildcard.
Absolutely unbelievable. And one thing we overlooked when we were talking about the result yesterday, where Dignitas housed these guys, that was not more than 50 feet away from, well, 100 feet away from where we're standing right now, in a studio environment, not in the arena proper. And it just feels like that arena either did something to 0-1 or to Dignitas or both. Any way you slice it, it was much, much different today. 0-1 had a whole new outlook coming into this series. Molson played the series of his life. He was utterly phenomenal. And AMS, of course, almost taking care of business in the 1v1. I was surprised that Jack had as much difficulty as he did.
That miss there was...
Yes, that right there. That was the nail in the coffin. A 2-goal swing when they were just within one. They were within striking distance, surely about to tie it. And then all of a sudden, their world gets turned upside down, and they are out.
We do indeed have to give massive props to Jack, though. I feel like he was clinging on for dear life, especially when it came to that 2v2, but also the 1v1 as well. It was very much like a back and forth affair.
I mean, he gave it his best shot, and ones and twos has always been Dignitas' strength. We knew coming into this format they were going to be some of the best ones and twos team out there. We just expected a little bit more from threes. You know, they went on that stage, they played 2 matches on the stage, first against Falcons, then there against 0-1. Didn't win a single 3v3 match across the board there, and that's not good enough for a team that we look back 5 months ago, one of the best 3v3 teams in the world, so something they need to work out there for sure.
Yeah, Jack was certainly popping off in that 2v2 game. It was a back and forth affair for them, finishing that one up 6-5, but ultimately, you know, 0-1 just come out on top. It's looking really, really strong in those 3v3s. Why do you think it might have been that Dignitas was struggling an awful lot in those threes?
They just to put it bluntly, they don't play good 3v3. When they first were doing so well as a team, they rotated fast, they were aggressive, and they were able to outplay mechanically the majority of LCS. They've fallen off now because they don't have that same mechanical execution, they don't have a good rotation speed, and they're inefficient with the way they move. I kept seeing players ending a play with not enough boost to complete the play. You know, players popping it up for an air dribble and then running out of boost before they got to the next touch, and it's just not that forward-thinking mindset we see from the modern mechanical players who are thinking 2 or 3 steps ahead.
And here's the thing, this goes 3-2 to 0-1 with all those close contests along the way. I don't think 0-1 played out of their minds at all. They didn't have to play at this elite, otherworldly level to beat Dignitas. They made plenty of mistakes of their own and still managed to skate by. Imagine what this team can do now that they've got a lot more momentum, a lot more experience on that stage in particular, now going into the top 8 playoffs tomorrow.
Do you feel like it might have just been a case of it being an off day for the side of Dignitas, or do you think 0-1 Esports just showed up on the day?
You say an off day, I mean, this is something we keep seeing from them, having these bad days, having inconsistency. You know, one day they look like a top team in Europe, the next day you're like, well, what's happened to them? In particular, we haven't seen them at LAN on a big stage. You know, when it came to the top 8 in the full major, they underperformed massively there. It's when they're comfortable on LAN, they seem to be all right, but they're not the same level of team that we expected to see at the beginning of the season.
All I'm gonna say is I did mention Dignitas just might be cursed when they're not favored by the crowd. All I'm saying, you saw what happened to them out there.
Right,
I think the crowd had a real adverse effect on them.
We've had enough of this Dignitas.
It's a curse. It exists. I promise you.
The world champion team is apparently cursed from the moment they became world champions.
Okay, so talking more about the side of 0-1 Esports, of course, they now progress on throughout the duration of Gamers8 here. What are you looking to kind of, words of wisdom to pass on to the side of 0-1 Esports? What would you say?
Well, we now got best of 7, so it's going to be a little bit longer series, a bit more time to settle in.
Bit more forgiving,
It does mean we're going to guarantee both 1s and 2s every match because you're going to go to that game 4 all the time. So I think really getting that momentum shift with 1s and 2s, I think AMS is the big swinger for them. If he can come in and perform as well as he did in that 1v1 against Jack, one of the best in the world, he'll be taking a lot of names, but he can't perform like he did against Fever, you know? And that's where the 1's inconsistency is a massive factor for a lot of these teams.
This was a star-making performance for not just AMS, but for this entire 0-1 team. I mean, look, Zonics, Mawson in particular played incredibly well. We kind of alluded to, look, if they're going to upset Dignitas, he has to play out of his mind. And every time 0-1 came up with a clutch goal in those 3v3s, who had the goal? It was Mawson. And sure, played out of his mind, 0-1 gets the dub.
Well, credit to 0-1 Esports most definitely for giving us one heck of a performance, taking us the full distance. Let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket to see how everything has kind of shaped up before our very eyes once again here at Gamers8. Gregor, I'm looking awfully forward to tomorrow. I've got to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, today was brutal. We sent home 16 teams.
Yeah.
We started down 24, and we're now down to 8. So So a lot of teams here upset, but there are teams who are going to be very happy they've made it into that top 8 where we're going to see the big money on the cards. 95,000 for every team at least, and then they can start getting as high as 500,000 if they win the whole thing. But all those teams going home are still going to be proud that they made it out here and put a good performance on.
And you know, it's funny you talk about that prize pool. I think there are some teams that are going to come away from this event with more prize money than they got throughout the entire RLCS season. I mean, this was a star-making performance for them and a very lucrative performance for the teams that absolutely showed up, as you see here on your screen.
Yeah, Complexity through that lower bracket there. Amazing performance from them to build up their momentum. We did look at this group and we thought Luminosity, Complexity, Guild, a level above. Complexity finding their way through, beat Luminosity in 5.
And as we take a look at our Group B, I want you guys to tell me, are there any teams that you're kind of surprised at for making it as far as they have done? Did you think Space Station would edge on over the likes of Endpoint?
Well, I think the upper side makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
When we go down to that lower side and see that run that Heat made, that's where we're going to start seeing, look at this. How have Heat managed to do this? They were amazing in that lower side, and really it's their 3v3 ability that surprised us all.
Yeah, exactly, because look, we knew that they'd be in pretty good hands with Raziers, but it was the fact that they were able to make the run through the rest of the formats that they did. You know, this was not the team that got them here to this tournament, and they still showed up. And they're in the top 8.
And how about taking a look at this Group C? Obviously, we had F16 versus Furia, which was an amazing matchup, to say the very least. But ultimately, Furia continuing to progress on through the tournament.
So we saw the first part of this unfold here on the A stream, but there's been some action going on the B stream. Of course, Furia taking down F16 in that upper side, which sent F16 down to a heating up FaZe Clan, who had a tough matchup with Semper, which warmed them up into that final game where they took down F16.
Yeah, battle-tested FaZe Clan came through after a disappointing first round, but still managed to get into the top 8 and that top 4 dream, and of course winning this whole thing. Still alive for FaZe Clan, though. They do have kind of a tough first matchup. We'll get to that later.
They did in this group here. Falcons and Dignitas, we expected them to be the top 2 teams. That was a marvelous match watching on the stage. I was in the crowd with Falcons, Dignitas, and the noise in there for Falcons
unbelievable,
was unreal. And then Dignitas not quite able to make it there, and they face a heating up again. We talk about the heating up teams in the lower bracket. It really is about experience with this format, getting used to it and improving. And they face that heating up 01 Esports, who took them in 5.
Yeah, all those fans that hate Double Elim because the lower bracket team always has such an advantage. Well, yeah, I guess they sure did here, because 01, they grew up in front of everybody's eyes on that stage. I mean, they got to camp out on that main stage all day, and as a result, they come through with just a magnificent run to get into the playoffs, and it's not outside the realm of possibility that they make a run with that bracket.
Well, playoffs are certainly going to be a sight for sore eyes, to be quite honest with you. I feel like we got Space Station Gaming versus FaZe Clan, Furia, Complexity, Falcons, Heat, Guild Esports, and 01 Esports as well. Wow is well and truly the only way to describe this.
Furia versus Complexity.
I'm in love with that matchup. Unreal.
For those who don't know the story behind that, Complexity and Furia were battling it out, the teams, before Complexity moved over to North America. But beginning of this RLCS season, that Complexity team moved out to North America and now considered a North American team. We haven't had a chance to see those two compete on LAN, so we're excited to see those guys battle it out as the South American matchup.
Well, this is, unfortunately, we're almost wrapped up for the day, which is really sad to say, but we did pan out with 10 games over here on our stream, as well as an additional 10 games over on the B stream as well. And that has been one heck of a journey, I've got to be honest with you. This is our post-show segment sponsored by the Savvy Gaming Group. And guys, I think there's only one last thing left to do. I think we should take a look at tomorrow's schedule and our upcoming games as well, just so we know the order in which all of the action is going to end up going down. We're going to be kicking things off tomorrow with Guild Esports versus 01 Esports, the battle of the esports, some might say.
I mean, 01 Esports looking hot now.
Yeah, you can't argue with their success now, and with the extra threes matchup there, as good as they looked against Dignitas here tonight in threes, as good as they've looked all throughout. Sure, they can't win a game 1 to save their lives, but okay, they did finally tonight, and they got the job done. Guild is not invincible despite being highly seeded there.
Yeah, Okay, what about the likes of Falcons versus Heat? Because obviously Falcons with the support of the crowd behind them. Do you feel like they'll be able to edge on over Heat?
I mean, Falcons, in my mind, are the favourites for this whole tournament.
Yeah.
So seeing them against Heat, who I'd say one of the wild cards of this top 8, less likely team to make it past the quarterfinals, that's an easier first round for Falcons. But I think really the exciting ones for me are the Furia Complexity, as I mentioned before, for the South American matchup. But Space Station and FaZe, I feel like they're the North American crew battle geniuses.
Yes.
You know, having that 1v1 ability being Daniel and First Killer,
Yeah.
and then their 2's ability, you know, they are an amazing pair there, and both of them being amazing 3's teams. They were built from North America for this format.
Yeah, there are some matchups that you look at and go, look, I don't even care if I see the 3's matchup. I just want to see 1v1s and 2v2s with different combination of players. That's what I want to see out of SSG and FaZe. That is exactly that matchup. It's just going to be a playhouse. It's going to be insane watching this series go down. I hope it goes all 7. I hope we get as much as we can out of it, because I think we all deserve it at this point.
That's literally been me all day long, by the way. Give me the 1v1s, give me the 2v2s. And the best bit about tomorrow is that because it is best of 7s, we're going to get everything that we've been wanting and even more as well. But I think it is about time to wrap things up for today. It's been an absolute pleasure to be joined by everybody once again. Big shout out goes out to the Rocket League community, because everybody has been super supportive, super nice, and it's really like good, wholesome content. That's what we love to see over here. So let's wrap things up with our end of day highlights, brought to you by Dr. Suleiman Al Habib.